Clap, clap, clap. Everyone pay attention. I am about to set the problem. The mathematics teacher rapped on the blackboard, signaling the drowsy students below to awaken from their stupor. He adjusted his glasses and, with chalk in hand, continued, "Now, can anyone guess whether I will set this problem at point A or point B?" The students below stifled yawns, indifferent to the teacher's choice of point, their sole concern being the time left until the end of class. In the last row of the classroom, Su Luo was discreetly engrossed in his phone, passing the time. Indeed, regardless of the stage of education, mathematics class remained the most arduous. Elementary school, middle school, high school. Even now, in university, it was no different. Although there were only 4 math classes each week, the mere sound of the teacher's voice caused an overwhelming sense of fatigue. As Su Luo scrolled through WeChat, he noticed that his father had just posted a picture of him on social media. The photo was a selfie taken during the new year, the backdrop being the festive dinner, though the feast itself had been cropped out, leaving only his handsome visage. The accompanying caption read, "A simple heart leads to a simple world. Allowing happiness to flourish, a joyful heart brings joy to life, and happiness can be found everywhere. Good afternoon, dear friends. May all that is beautiful arrive as scheduled." This was not the first time Su Luo had discovered his father using his photo for social media posts. Since last month, his father had been consistently sharing selfies of him, the captions either being inspirational quotes or whimsical musings that, in short, they were utterly cringe-worthy. It was not unusual for parents to showcase their children's photos on social media, celebrating their growth and creating musical albums. However, the frequency with which his father shared his pictures was alarmingly high. Could it be that his father, now of a certain age, wished to strengthen their father-son bond? Su Luo had always enjoyed an open and candid relationship with his father, devoid of any conflicts thus. The need for emotional enhancement seemed unnecessary. Or perhaps, the family had consulted a fortune teller and discovered something ominous. While his mother did possess a penchant for superstition, his father was a staunch materialist, which seemed rather implausible. Armed with these questions, Su Luo could not resist opening a chat with his father. "Hey Dad, are you busy right now?" As soon as he sent the message, his father replied in an instant. "Dad, what's up? Out-of-pocket money again? How infuriatingly accurate." Fortunately, his wallet was holding up well this month. Su Luo sent an awkward yet polite smile emoji and engaged his father in light conversation. After a while, he finally voiced the question that had been nagging him. "Su Luo, Dad, why do you keep posting my pictures on social media?" After sending the message, his father took a long time to respond. Several minutes passed. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. "Dad, focus on your studies. Don't pry into worldly affairs." "Dad," sternly. Su Luo thought to himself, wow, Dad has quite the sense of humor. There was no way he would let this dismissive response slide. His curiosity about his father's peculiar behavior compelled him to probe further. "Su Luo, I'm serious, Dad. I've been observing this for quite a while now. You've been posting my pictures for months, and it feels rather odd." "Su Luo, are you hiding something from me? Is everything all right at home?" "Dad, you're being superstitious. What could possibly happen at home?" Wiping sweat. "Dad, with you away, everything is just fine." Grinning. "Su Luo, then why do you keep posting my pictures?" The screen fell silent once more. Su Luo furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Clearly, there was more to this than met the eye. After persistent inquiries, his father finally replied, "Dad, enough of the nonsense. Do you really want to know why?" Su Luo, "Yes." "Dad, all right, I'll tell you. You would find out sooner or later, so I can't really keep it a secret." Su Luo, "See, if we had talked about this earlier, we could have avoided all this." "Dad, son, I'm actually using your photos for online dating. You just need to show up. Trust your father's judgment." Su Luo, "Dad, images. Dad, these girls are all being courted by your father, of course. I'm completely pretending to be you, which is why I've been posting your pictures." Su Luo. At first, Su Luo thought his father was joking. However, upon reading the conversation records that his father sent, he realized his father was indeed serious about using his photos for online dating. And he was corresponding with dozens of women. Who engages in such a broad net of online dating? This scattergun approach made Su Luo suspect that his father must have been quite the Casanova in his youth. As he perused the excruciatingly awkward introductions in the chat logs, Su Luo felt utterly mortified. "I stand at 183 centimeters, with a handsome appearance and charming demeanor, fluent in multiple languages, possessing exceptional physical attributes, and an 8-pack abs, seeking a heart to cherish for a lifetime. That I have profound artistic talent, excelling in painting, sculpture, photography, and design. That I am athletically gifted, proficient in various ball sports, and have achieved national-level athlete status in multiple sports. I have loved music since childhood, skilled in songwriting, and possess vocal abilities that can rival professional singers. That I have unique insights into contemporary finance and economics, capable of predicting future market trends. This was an outrageous level of boasting. Su Luo could hardly bear to read those embarrassing words. He was utterly baffled by how his father could shamelessly make such grand claims. He conceded that his height and looks indeed matched his father's descriptions. Standing tall at 183 centimeters, handsome and athletic. Yet aside from his appearance, he possessed no other remarkable qualities. As for the supposed talents and skills his father touted, fluent in multiple languages, artistic prowess, musical genius, financial savant, was completely clueless. Su Luo truly couldn't fathom how his father could throw caution to the wind and boast so shamelessly. As long as his father remained unembarrassed, it was his own son who bore the brunt of the embarrassment, right? In a word, 6. Setting aside his father's absurd bravado, what truly overwhelmed Su Luo was the fact that his father was using his photos for online dating. What a surreal feeling. Who could possibly comprehend this? Even a melodramatic short play wouldn't dare to portray such absurdity. Faced with his father's ludicrous antics, Su Luo could no longer contain himself. Su Luo, Dad, are you serious? Dad, of course I'm serious. Otherwise, why would I waste my time and energy? Su Luo, I'm going to tell Mom about this. Father, your mother is also using your photo to find love online, grinning. Su Luo, Father, she strategizes while I implement the plans. You can rest assured about our operations. Su Luo, am I really your biological child? Father, that's irrelevant. Lately, your mother and I have been quite pleased with a young lady who possesses exceptional qualities. Father, she is beautiful and enjoys traveling all over the country. Father, this young lady might be a flight attendant. Father, we'll send your WeChat, take a look and see what you think. Su Luo was engulfed in confusion. In the next moment, his father sent him a WeChat account featuring a heavily edited profile picture of an internet celebrity. Though the appearance seemed acceptable, the WeChat name raised significant concerns. Exina, nationwide travel. Su Luo, is this really a legitimate flight attendant? Is she definitely not a biological experiment? Goodness, I desire a new car, yet you presented me with a trainer's vehicle? Can one simply drive a trainer's vehicle home? Su Luo was at a loss for words. He refused to misuse public resources. Although he was unaware of how his father acquired this co-exiner on WeChat, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity without any effort. Su Luo, Dad, did you add this co-exiner from Douyin? Father, no. Your Aunt Wang introduced her. What's the matter? Su Luo, nothing, but others need to flaunt luxury cars. Just to add her on WeChat. Father, what luxury car? Does her family own a car wash? Su Luo chose to remain silent. After a few minutes, several messages arrived on the screen. Father, why aren't you responding? Father, what's wrong? Aren't you interested in the girl? Father, if you're not interested, that's fine. Now that you know everything, we'll find other young ladies who might pique your interest and tell them to add you under a new number. Then you can chat with them yourself. Father, meanwhile, they'll continue to help you select suitable matches and negotiate on your behalf. Father, that's how I'll have to get back to work now. Su Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh no. Please, don't find me any more flight attendants who are available nationwide. He hurriedly messaged his father to stop, but received no reply. Su Luo felt a sinking feeling in his heart. It was too late. Meanwhile, his WeChat contact list suddenly received dozens of friend requests. Huakaifu Gue added you as a friend. Shangshan Ruo Shui added you as a friend. Dai Ci Mei Gue added you as a friend. The number of friend requests continued to increase. Just glancing at these names seemed ominous. Looking at the profile pictures. How to put it? Just from the profile pictures, it was evident that these women were all quite well off. Consider that. In other words, they were all bona fide wealthy women. The thought of being surrounded by affluent women made Su Luo's scalp tingle. He had no clue how his father found these online suitors. and he didn't want to know. Farewell. Just as he was about to reject each friend request and distance himself from these wealthy women, a peculiar sound echoed in his mind. Ding. System has detected a suitable host. System is binding. 1, 15, 50, 99. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding. The filial piety system. What's going on? A system? Is the golden finger finally here? Su Luo was not surprised to obtain a system, for he was a reincarnated individual. In his previous life, he was a humble sycophant. He devoted all his time, money, and energy to fawning over a girl. That girl now sat in the front row of the classroom. Just the sight of her back ignited countless fantasies. She was the goddess that countless boys yearned for, the belle of Binhai University, Yao Jingjing. In his past life, Su Luo ended up with nothing after being struck by a large truck while buying flowers for Yao Jingjing in the rain. He lost consciousness instantly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself reincarnated back to the summer after the college entrance examination. That in this life, he vowed to rid himself of romantic entanglements and focus solely on making money. He would never be a sycophant again. Perhaps due to the drastic change in Su Luo's demeanor, his parents became somewhat alarmed regarding his reaction to relationships, fearing he would end up alone. Thus, his father resorted to the unconventional tactic of using his son's photo to seek romantic connections online. Confronted with the newly acquired system, Su Luo felt a mix of surprise and astonishment. Filial piety system? What a peculiar name for a system. With a mind full of questions, Su Luo opened the system page. No one knows a child better than their parent, a top-tier filial child. Filial piety leads to greatness. This system enables the host to bring glory to their ancestors and expand the family tree. As long as the host's father boasts about any of your accomplishments to others, once you acknowledge it, it will become a reality. After reading the system introduction, Su Luo understood. Nice. His father's fabricated romantic tales could now come in handy. Su Luo opened a friend request records. He selected a name and profile picture that appeared pleasant and clicked approve. The girl was a foreigner. Her WeChat name was Kimur, and her profile picture was a very Instagram-style selfie taken abroad. Su Luo added her not because of her being a foreign beauty, but because her verification message read, "Hello, I heard you speak French. Is that true?" After accepting, the foreign girl named Camille began chatting with Su Luo in Chinese. Camille Kabir. Hello, do you no longer use that other account? Su Luo. Correct, I'm using this one now. Camille Kabir. All right, let me share a bit about myself in an exchange. Student from France seeking a Chinese boyfriend, but my requirement is that he must be proficient in French. Camille Kabir. You mentioned before that your French level has reached C2, is that true? Su Luo internally scoffed. His father was quite the exaggerator. The levels of French proficiency range from A1 beginner to C2 proficient. Su Luo was well aware of this because he had a French elective in his major. Now, his father had claimed to a foreign exchange student that his French was at the C2 level, and she was seeking confirmation. Of course, Su Luo chose to acknowledge it. I won't pretend anymore, it'll come clean. Su Luo. Indeed, it's true my French level has indeed reached C2. The moment he sent this message, countless French grammar rules and vocabulary surged into his mind like a tempest. Su Luo casually opened his French textbook from a desk. Once incomprehensible French words, akin to an ancient script, now appeared to him as effortlessly as recognizing Chinese characters. Ding! Your father's boast has come true. Congratulations, host! You have attained C2 level proficiency in French. The sound of Su Luo flipping through the pages drew the attention of Zhang Yang, who sat nearby. Zhang Yang was Su Luo's university roommate and close friend. They had grown up together, and now they found themselves attending the same university, making him Su Luo's best companion. As Zhang Yang observed Su Luo engrossed in his French textbook, he couldn't help but tease. Old Su, what's gotten into you? Why are you suddenly studying French? Next class is a French elective, so I thought I'd take a look at the book, Su Luo replied dismissively, puffed, as if he could actually understand it. Zhang Yang muttered under his breath, propping his head on his hand, preparing to drift off to sleep. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he leaned closer to Su Luo. Hey, wait a minute, you're not still thinking about that girl. Yao Jingjing, are you? Su Luo was taken aback. What are you talking about? Zhang Yang pointed at the French textbook in Su Luo's hands. This book. What else would you be looking at it for? What does this have to do with Yao Jingjing? Su Luo laughed. Of course it's related. Yao Jingjing is the class representative for the French elective. Zhang Yang exclaimed. You're hilarious in not studying the French textbook. Because of her. Su Luo shot him an incredulous glance. Then for whom? Pray tell? Zhang Yang asked, curiosity piqued. Su Luo raised his phone, waving it in front of Zhang Yang. I added a foreign exchange student on WeChat. I merely wish to understand her native language. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Whoa. Old Su, you're impressive. You're already chatting with a foreign girl? Not chatting, just met her. Stop pretending. You're already researching her now. You're telling me you just met? I don't buy it. Forget about that. I meant her native language. That's irrelevant. Come on. Let me see your phone. Foreign girls are often quite open. She must have sent you some revealing pictures. Get lost. Get lost. That as the two bantered, the class bell rang. Both the mathematics class and the French elective were held in a large lecture hall. In addition to Su Luo's class, students from 3 other classes in adjacent majors attended the same lesson. After class, a finance student publicly presented a bouquet of roses to Yao Jingjing, only to be rejected. The young man was undeterred, proclaiming he would wait for Yao Jingjing for a lifetime. Another lovesick admirer. Yao Jingjing frequently received confessions from boys at school. It was hardly a rare occurrence. As the campus belle, her popularity was entirely natural. Moreover, Yao Jingjing's beauty was unparalleled among the previous campus queens of Benhai University, making it reasonable for her to attract many admirers. Everyone buzzed about the recent incident of Yao Jingjing rejecting yet another suitor. Su Luo didn't even glance in their direction. Who had the time to concern themselves with whom the esteemed Yao had turned down? He had far more pressing matters at hand. Having just resolved to connect with the foreign exchange student, he acknowledged his father's boast and the attainment of C2 level in French. Su Luo decided to accept all the friend requests on WeChat. Upon doing so, a message arrived from a user named Flower Bloom's Prosperity. The avatar for Flower Bloom's Prosperity was a lotus flower with a personal signature that read, "Embrace life with a smile and find your peace." Su Luo was quite taken by this impression, for such a name was undoubtedly that of a wealthy woman. The phrase Flower Bloom's Prosperity has added you as a friend had become a running joke online. Anyone with such a name was surely no spring chicken, often a person of considerable means. Opening the conversation, Su Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. Flower Bloom's Prosperity, current location, Benhai University, Eastgate. Flower Bloom's Prosperity. Young man, I've arrived at your school's entrance. Where are you? Su Luo. How on earth did Flower Bloom's Prosperity end up at my school gate? Wait a minute. How did she know which university I attend? Did Dad tell her where I study? I'm truly grateful. What happened to the promise of online romance? Why is she suddenly here? Su Luo found himself at a loss for words. He had no idea what his father had discussed with Flower Bloom's Prosperity or how deep their conversation had gone. One wrong reply. And if this wealthy woman noticed something amiss and made a scene at the school gate, how could he ever show his face again? The thought was nerve-wracking. Su Luo hurriedly messaged his father, requesting him to send over all the chat records with Flower Bloom's Prosperity. After a long wait, his father did not respond, nor did he answer his calls. In desperation, Su Luo turned to his mother via WeChat, only to find out that his father was out drinking with his comrades. Perhaps noticing his prolonged silence, Flower Bloom's Prosperity grew anxious. She sent Su Luo several messages in quick succession. Flower Bloom's Prosperity. Where are you? Flower Bloom's Prosperity. Young man, why aren't you replying? Flower Bloom's Prosperity. Confused. Flower Bloom's Prosperity. Having second thoughts? Don't want to meet anymore? In a moment of urgency, Su Luo decided to stall for time. He typed swiftly on the screen that I am currently in class, and it's inconvenient for me to reply. He'll be done with class soon. Before Su Luo could finish his message, Zhang Yang nudged him with his elbow. Old Su. The teacher is calling you. As Su Luo glanced at Zhang Yang, who was making exaggerated gestures, he looked up to find everyone in the classroom staring back at him, including the campus belle, Yao Jingjing, seated in the front row. It then dawned on Su Luo that he had been oblivious to the class for quite some time. At the lectern, the foreign language teacher was looking directly at him on the blackboard. A short passage written in Chinese awaited translation, and the teacher was gesturing with chalk, indicating he wanted Su Luo to come up and translate it into French. Everyone present understood that the French teacher sought to punish Su Luo for using his phone during class. The outcome was predictable. He would surely be unable to translate, because no one in the room could manage it. All the students had enrolled in the French elective primarily to be closer to Yao Jingjing. Everyone hoped to seize the opportunity to interact with the campus beauty who had time to truly learn French. Zhang Yang, his close friend, awkwardly supported his forehead, thinking Su Luo had truly embarrassed himself this time. Nearby, the other boys watched Su Luo as if they were witnessing a spectacle. They too had experience being caught by the foreign teacher, and they were all too familiar with this scenario. Everyone had been through it. The next steps would involve Su Luo admitting his mistake, Yao Jingjing, the class representative, stepping up to translate the passage, and everyone applauding her for her beauty, kindness, and academic prowess. This student, if you cannot translate, then let my class representative Yao. I can translate. Before the words were even fully out, Su Luo confidently strode towards the lectern. Yao Jingjing's eyes widened in astonishment as she witnessed Su Luo unexpectedly take the initiative to approach the podium and tackle the exercise. She promptly returned to her seat, caught off guard by his audacity. The French teacher was equally taken aback, handing over the chalk to Su Luo as he stepped onto the stage. With a mere glance at the short text on the blackboard, Su Luo swiftly began to inscribe elegant French phrases, demonstrating his mastery at the C2 level. Translating this passage was as effortless for him as solving a simple math problem in the blink of an eye. Su Luo had transformed the Chinese text into fluent French. "Teacher, I have completed the translation," he announced, returning the chalk to the instructor. The foreign teacher's expression darkened as he surveyed the French writing on the board. The classroom fell into a profound silence. As the foreign teacher's demeanor shifted, the students below struggled to stifle their laughter and whispered amongst themselves, "Is he just making things up? Is he merely pretending to comprehend?" Absolutely. Did you see how green the teacher's face turned? Hilarious. Who is this character trying to lighten the mood? Quite the spectacle. Everyone was mocking Su Luo's seemingly nonsensical translation. Yet, Yao Jingjing, seated in the front row, remained silent, her fair and lovely visage etched with surprise. For she realized that Su Luo's translation was entirely accurate. This was a spontaneous question posed by the foreign teacher, and he had managed to answer it flawlessly. Yao Jingjing gazed at the boy who had pursued her for years, a hint of incredulity shimmering in her eyes. I could see that moment. The foreign teacher unexpectedly spoke a phrase in authentic French. "On lui dit, il vous prend le bras." You have truly given me a great surprise. Perhaps it was a more advanced level of French, as even Yao Jingjing struggled to comprehend the teacher's words. In the next instant, petit, l'oiseau fini. It's merely a basic skill. I must thank you for the opportunity to showcase my abilities. Su Luo replied, "Duffy plat, loin des yeux loin." Your spoken French is quite impressive. Where did you learn it? The teacher inquired. L'homme proposed, you dispose. Su Luo responded with a grin. It's a C2 level question. I possess a bit of knowledge. And so, the two engaged in fluent French conversation at the podium. They exchanged knowing smiles, appearing to be thoroughly enjoying their dialogue. Su Luo's remarkable display left all the students below in utter shock. Expressions of bewilderment adorned their faces. Who am I? Where am I? What language am I hearing? The very students who had doubted Su Luo's capabilities were now astounded. Wait, brother, you actually know how to speak. Goodness, I thought he was just making it up. I can't believe he was serious. Though I can't understand a word, it's clear that this guy speaks French fluently. Why do I get the feeling that his French is even more authentic than the teacher's? Chapter 3. You are truly unyielding. As the representative for the French class, Yao Jingjing's expression turned decidedly grim. It was not merely due to Su Luo's fluent command of the French language, but rather because she could not comprehend a single word of what he was discussing with the teacher. When she chose to enroll in French, Yao Jingjing was brimming with confidence, having consistently secured the top position in her class. Yet, here was Su Luo, who could hardly spell a French word, now effortlessly translating and engaging in seamless conversation with the instructor. This left her utterly disheartened. She was acutely aware that the vocabulary Su Luo employed in his dialogue with the teacher surpassed anything found within their textbooks. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of more advanced grammar. Su Luo conversed with the foreign teacher for several minutes on stage. Ultimately, the teacher extended a handshake to Su Luo. who then descended from the podium. However, instead of returning to his seat, he strode purposefully toward the entrance of the auditorium, leaving without a backward glance. As the students sat in bewilderment, the French teacher awkwardly cleared his throat and addressed the class in halting Chinese. From today onward, Mr. Su may freely move about in my classroom, and he is no longer required to complete the assignments I assign. Upon hearing this, the students were left even more perplexed. The combination of Su Luo's brazen exit from the classroom and the teacher's diplomatic phrasing made the situation abundantly clear to even the most oblivious observer. What does freely move about truly entail? In essence, it means he may attend class at his whim, or not at all, depending solely on his mood. Particularly intriguing was the final remark regarding his exemption from assignments. What on earth was going on? What did Su Luo say to the foreign teacher? The students remained silent. The atmosphere in the auditorium so hushed that one could hear a pin drop. The tension became palpable. At that moment, Zhang Yang, a cheeky friend seated in the last row, raised his hand. Teacher, I want to be free like Su Luo. Laughter erupted throughout the auditorium, slightly alleviating the tension, as everyone was aware that Zhang Yang was not academically inclined, and his comment was somewhat audacious. The French teacher chuckled briefly but quickly resumed a serious demeanor. If your French proficiency surpasses that of Mr. Su, you too may enjoy the same freedom. The laughter abruptly ceased, as the gravity of the teacher's words astonished everyone. Su Luo's command of the French language exceeds that of the foreign instructor? Is that not a bit too provocative? Why did everyone enroll in French classes? If not to be closer to the campus beauty, Yao Jingjing, it turned out that Su Luo was genuinely committed to his studies. Not only was he diligent, but he also surpassed the foreign teacher's proficiency in French. Learning was encouraged, but exceeding expectations was never part of the plan. Promise to get close to the campus belle. Yet you find yourself here, honing your French skills? Dear friends, you truly are impervious to reason. Everyone present was astonished by Su Luo's brazen display of ignorance towards the teacher. It was indeed quite bewildering. After the French teacher concluded his remarks, he resumed his lecture. His previous statements had been rather subtle. The moment Su Luo spoke, he immediately sensed something amiss. The words uttered by Su Luo were, to his dismay, absent from the textbook. From the outset, he spoke with an exceptionally authentic Parisian accent. The foreign teacher felt an ominous sense of foreboding, suspecting that this student had clandestinely mastered a skill and intended to show off before his classmates. Thus, the teacher decided to employ his own expertise to diminish Su Luo's arrogance. However, as the conversation progressed, the teacher began to perspire profusely. He realized that Su Luo's command of French far surpassed his own. It has been previously noted that French proficiency is divided into 6 levels. Level 1, beginner, allows one to comprehend simple, everyday expressions and introduce oneself. Level 2, intermediate, enables understanding of a broader range of everyday language, allowing for basic descriptions of individuals and simple conversations. Level 3, upper intermediate, permits comprehension of complex sentences, daily dialogues, and the narration of complete events. Level 4, advanced, facilitates understanding of more intricate sentences, participation in debates, and the ability to engage with literature, news, and shows without difficulty. Level 5, proficient, denotes a high degree of fluency, allowing for flexible communication in all social, academic, and professional debates, including seamless simultaneous interpretation. Most translators operate at this level. Level 6, mastery, represents the pinnacle of proficiency, enabling individuals to express opinions effortlessly in any official or unofficial setting, convey complex ideas effectively, and articulate nuanced implications akin to the subtleties found in the Chinese language. Currently, the top student in the French class, Yao Jingjing, barely reaches level 2. The foreign teacher himself is also at level 2, yet he is far from attaining level 1. Su Luo, however, has achieved the highest level of proficiency, level 2. This is precisely why the teacher was sweating heavily moments ago. In their interactions, Su Luo had already begun engaging in nuanced discourse with the teacher in French. This certainly constituted a hierarchical shift in their exchange. Hence, the teacher granted Su Luo the liberty to engage freely. With his level 2 proficiency, what right did the teacher have to assign him homework? It would be more appropriate for Su Luo to assign him tasks instead. It is no exaggeration to assert that Su Luo's current level of French is more suited to instructing his peers than that of the foreign teacher. Thus, it would be prudent for the teacher to excuse this exceptionally skilled student from class. All right, Class, today I shall teach you a few everyday phrases. While the teacher continued to lecture normally at the front, Yao Jingjing, seated in the front row, appeared lost in thought. Throughout the entire lesson, she was absent-minded, as Su Luo's unusual behavior truly perplexed her. After school, Yao Jingjing returned the book to the classroom and then went out to dine with her roommates, Zhang Tong and Wu Nanan. Zhang Tong and Wu Nanan were not only Yao Jingjing's roommates, but also her devoted followers. Typically, when boys sought to pursue Yao Jingjing, they would first try to win over the two charming companions by her side. Both girls were quite attractive. However, when walking alongside Yao Jingjing, they appeared rather ordinary. The trio, with the school beauty at the forefront, strolled out of the school, capturing the attention of countless young men. Jingjing, do you seem to be preoccupied with something? Zhang Tong inquired as they walked. Not at all. I have no worries, Yao Jingjing replied. Zhang Tong, with a mischievous grin, retorted, who are you trying to fool? Since school ended, you've appeared as if you've lost your soul, and you claim you have no worries? We sleep together every day. You can't deceive us. Wu Nanan chimed in, supporting her friend. Feigning nonchalance, Yao Jingjing urged, you two should stop your wild guesses. I truly have no concerns. Perhaps I'm just exhausted from not sleeping well last night. Seeing that Yao Jingjing was unwilling to elaborate, the two girls ceased their inquiries and shifted to a different topic, continuing their animated chatter. By the way, that Su Luo in French class was impressive today. His proficiency in the language is remarkable. Indeed, he left the foreign teacher quite bewildered. How come we never noticed his talent before? Jingjing, I recall you mentioning that Su Luo pursued you for quite some time. Could it be that he learned French just for you? That is certainly a possibility. The whole school knows that Jingjing is taking French, and all those boys vying for her attention are also learning the language. I believe Su Luo's performance today was a ploy to capture Jingjing's notice. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of it. But to be fair, Su Luo has indeed put in considerable effort to impress Jingjing, laboriously studying French just to make her see him in a new light. Surely, he doesn't think this will garner her affection, does he? Haha, how could that be? Our Jingjing is not so easily won over. Chapter 4. Why has my devoted admirer ceased his pursuit? Zhang Tong and Wu Nanan's remarks left Yao Jingjing in contemplation. She found their observations quite insightful. Having been pursued by Su Luo for so many years, Yao Jingjing was well aware of the type of person he was. He was neither a top scholar nor a complete slacker. His academic performance was merely average. With his grades, he would never qualify for Binhai University. Yet, in a bid to attend the same school as her, he was even willing to choose a lesser-known and seemingly fruitless major in aquaculture. Before the college entrance examination, Yao Jingjing had advised Su Luo to abandon this pursuit and not to jeopardize his promising future, yet he disregarded her counsel. Remarkably, Su Luo managed to gain admission to Binhai University. At that moment, Yao Jingjing thought to herself, oh no, I'm going to be plagued by Su Luo's relentless pursuit for the next few years. However, to her surprise, after the semester began, Su Luo seemed to transform entirely. Before entering university, he would shower her with gifts during holidays and send her heartfelt messages. On Valentine's Day and the 520 festival, monetary transfers were never in short supply. Occasionally, there would be a small surprise declaration of love in public. However, once university commenced, Su Luo ceased all pursuits of her. Not only did he refrain from pursuing her, but during chance encounters in the cafeteria, he would even feign ignorance, turning away without a glance. No messages or texts were exchanged thereafter. This peculiar behavior left Yao Jingjing feeling somewhat bewildered. Yet, she brushed it off. Throughout her life, she had been surrounded by numerous boys vying for her attention, many of whom were desperate for her affection. With one less suitor, Yao Jingjing felt relieved. She believed Su Luo had finally come to terms with his feelings and moved on. However, an incident in French class today shifted her perspective on Su Luo. Yao Jingjing sighed inwardly, realizing that he still harbored feelings for her. To capture her attention, he had diligently mastered the French language to an impressive level. He must have invested a significant amount of time and effort to achieve such proficiency. Why bother? Did he truly think this would earn him my admiration? How naive. After lunch, I shall send him a message to clarify my thoughts and urge him to cease such childish antics. No matter how fluent he becomes in French, it shall not earn him any favor in my eyes. Yao Jingjing's confusion was soon resolved, and her mood lightened. As three girls exited the campus and passed by the bus stop at the school's entrance, they spotted Su Luo standing beneath the bus sign. scanning the area with his phone, seemingly waiting for someone. "Oh, look, isn't that the French prince?" Zhang Tong teased with a laugh. "He appears quite anxious. What could he be up to?" Wu Nan chimed in. The two had no intention of approaching the bus stop. Yet Yao Jingjing abruptly changed direction and headed straight for Su Luo. Since they had fortuitously crossed paths, she decided to express her thoughts to him in person rather than through WeChat. Zhang Tong and Wu Nan quickly followed suit. As the campus bell approached the bus stop, the boys assumed she intended to take the bus. Initially, they had planned to go for a meal, but their appetite vanished as they flocked to the bus stop, all hoping for an opportunity to ride the bus with the campus beauty. Su Luo remained oblivious to Yao Jingjing's presence behind him, focused intently on the distance with a furrowed brow. Su Luo, a melodious female voice called from behind him. The voice sounded familiar, albeit one he had not heard in quite some time. Turning around, he beheld Yao Jingjing, her fair skin and high ponytail accentuating her graceful figure. Despite Su Luo's towering height of 183 centimeters, Yao Jingjing, standing at 170 centimeters and wearing high-top sneakers, appeared to match him in stature. Upon recognizing her, a flicker of impatience crossed Su Luo's eyes. "Do you need something?" he asked. Su Luo was notoriously reticent, reluctant to utter even a single additional word. The campus bell, Yao Jingjing, took the initiative to approach Su Luo for a conversation, which drew the attention of onlookers, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Yao Jingjing furrowed her brow slightly. Had it been in the past, her overture would have elicited uncontainable joy from Su Luo. Yet now, he appeared decidedly aloof and visibly impatient. Initially, Yao Jingjing intended to address the matter delicately, affording him some dignity. However, witnessing Su Luo's demeanor, coupled with the scrutiny of her peers, she decided to abandon subtlety. "Indeed, there is a matter at hand. To be concise, I hope you will refrain from engaging in peculiar antics for my sake in the future, such as the incident in French class today. I comprehend that your actions were intended to capture my attention. However, I wish to clarify that such gestures will not alter my feelings. I have no romantic inclination towards you, and we are fundamentally incompatible. I urge you to mature. We are no longer children. Instead of spending time on how to gain my attention, it would be more prudent to focus on enhancing your financial prospects." Upon hearing Yao Jingjing's words, Su Luo couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Who exactly is the genius who suggested that my pursuit of French was to garner your attention?" he inquired, bemused. "Isn't it obvious? Our Jingjing is the representative for the French class. How can you claim your studies are unrelated to her?" Wu Nan interjected. His loyal friend, Zhang Yang, chimed in. "Sister, my friend is not studying French for the illustrious Yao. He recently began courting a French exchange student, and the language barrier necessitated his studies." Zhang Yang attested to this, having witnessed their conversations during class, and added, "The exchange student is quite attractive, I assure you." Wu Nan was momentarily silenced. While Yao Jingjing's expression faltered, the surrounding male students erupted in laughter, and it became apparent that Yao Jingjing's self-importance had been somewhat deflated, rendering the situation awkward. Observing Su Luo's amused silence, another of the duo, Zhang Tong, stepped forward. "What chat logs are you referring to? I suspect it's merely a ruse. Your friend has pursued our Jingjing for years. Do you honestly believe he has found a girlfriend?" "Exactly. Spare your friend the shame. Did you not hear our Jingjing? Instead of studying French, he would be better off contemplating how to earn money." Wu Nan concurred, just as Zhang Yang rolled up his sleeves. Ready to continue the verbal sparring, a pink Cullinan suddenly pulled up at the bus stop. The Rolls-Royce, adorned in a rare Starry Sky edition, was a limited global release in a youthful pink hue. The moment the pink Cullinan appeared, it captured the gaze of everyone present. "Wow, my dream car. The Cullinan. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity," exclaimed one student. "A standard Cullinan starts at over 800, and this limited edition in pink must be priced well over 1,000, right? How envious. What a remarkable family to own a pink Cullinan. Truly impressive. This household must possess substantial wealth." The crowd buzzed with excitement, and even the person in question, Yao Jingjing, couldn't help but gaze at the utterly charming pink vehicle. Such is the allure of a top-tier luxury car. The pink Cullinan came to a gentle halt before Su Luo. In the next moment, the window of the passenger seat lowered. Behind the wheel sat an exquisite beauty with cascading long hair and sunglasses, who waved at Su Luo. She appeared to be in her 20s, her breathtaking beauty surpassing even that of Yao Jingjing. Su Luo couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "This woman is stunningly beautiful." "Hello. Classmate Su Luo, sorry to keep you waiting. Su Luo was momentarily taken aback, about to inquire who she was when the enchanting woman inside the car waved her phone. I am Blossoming Wealth, delighted to make your acquaintance. Chapter 5, A Toothless Wonder. Su Luo's mind went blank. This was the Blossoming Wealth from WeChat? Completely different from his imagination. Her jet black, lustrous hair, eyes as clear as a tranquil lake, and her graceful features resembled a painting. She exuded an elegance that was simply extraordinary, like a flawless piece of art. As the window descended, Yao Jingjing, standing beside Su Luo, also caught sight of the stunning woman. Her pupils dilated, and astonishment painted her face. The beauty of the woman inside the car left her utterly mesmerized. Yao Jingjing had always been the campus belle, pursued by countless admirers, and had confidence in her looks. Yet, standing before this woman, she felt a twinge of inferiority. Not to mention her friends Wu Nannan and Zhang Tong, who gaped in shock, covering their mouths in disbelief. The most exaggerated reaction came from their close friend Zhang Yang, who, upon seeing the woman, exclaimed loudly in awe. The onlooking boys erupted in cheers, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. Yao Jingjing, Wu Nannan, Zhang Tong, Zhang Yang, and the curious students speculated about the relationship between Su Luo and the beautiful lady. The alluring woman in the Cullinan observed everyone's expressions, a glint of amusement flickering in her eyes. In the next moment, she deliberately raised her voice, adopting an intimate, playful tone as she addressed Su Luo. Darling, why are you so late today after school? I'm starving. Take me out for dinner, one to you? Su Luo was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. All right, let's go. With that, he opened the passenger door and settled into the car. Laughter and lively conversation filled the interior. Darling, shall we have spicy hot pot? Of course. I wish to visit that roadside stall we often frequent. No problem, my dear, you are truly kind to me. The pink Cullinan gradually recedes from view. Everyone stands frozen, as if petrified. What is happening? Is the stunning lady driving the Cullinan in a relationship with Su Luo? Even a fool could discern that these two are indeed together. And not just for a day or two. From the wealthy woman's words, one can infer that she picks Su Luo up from school in her Cullinan daily. It's merely that no one has witnessed it before. What extravagant wealth this is. Most astonishingly, the beautiful lady who can afford a pink Cullinan only wishes for a meal of spicy hot pot from a roadside stall. At that moment, the onlooking young men nearly grind their teeth in envy. How can such an accommodating heiress be entangled with this fellow? Just as the boys wallow in envy and jealousy, Zhang Yang interjects with scathing remarks. Old Su, here you are, bathing with a foreign exchange student while simultaneously dining on spicy hot pot with a wealthy woman. You truly ought to be damned. The crowd erupts once more in disbelief. Is there more to this? One young man could not contain himself and inquired, Brother, did you just say he was bathing with a foreign exchange student? Is it what I think it is? Indeed, it is precisely as you understand it, a bathing companion. Colloquially termed a bath buddy. I have seen their chat records where they discuss bathing. I suspect he learned French solely to converse with the foreign exchange student during their baths. Can you fathom how infuriating that is? Zhang Yang lamented. The onlooking young men were utterly shattered. Goodness, he is both a wealthy woman and a bath buddy? This guy truly knows how to enjoy life. I wish I had a bath buddy too, sob. Alas, it's a case of drought for some and flood for others. After witnessing recent events, the observing students now believe that Su Luo studied French not for Yao Jingjing. This includes Yao Jingjing's followers, Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan. They all understand now that Su Luo's pursuit of French was purely for the pleasure of enjoying life with foreign exchange students. After all, how could he possibly be interested in Yao Jingjing when he is dating someone so beautiful, let alone studying French for her sake? Of course, the one suffering the most at present is Yao Jingjing. Her face darkened. Just moments ago, she contemplated why Su Luo had ceased to fawn over her since entering university. Why had gifts and transfers vanished? Even his tone had grown increasingly impatient when speaking to her. Now she comprehends. It is because Su Luo has encountered someone far superior to her. This woman is a super wealthy heiress driving a Rolls Royce. Yao Jingjing's heart is filled with bitterness. Women are inherently competitive. The emergence of this heiress leaves Yao Jingjing feeling profoundly unsettled. The other woman excels in every aspect, which greatly displeases her. Additionally, her earlier haughty demeanor had led Su Luo to lose all hope for her. Rather than studying French law, Su Luo ought to focus on enhancing his economic circumstances. Meanwhile, the other party had already engaged with a wealthy woman, and studying French was merely a frivolous endeavor. Everything was entirely irrelevant to her. It was her own folly to believe that Su Luo still harbored feelings for her. In reality, he had no desire to engage with her at all. The true fool was her. How utterly embarrassing. Besides the embarrassment, Yao Jingjing was inexplicably furious. She could not fathom the source of her anger. Was it due to Su Luo being with a wealthy beauty? Or was it because that beauty surpassed her in excellence? Observing the onlooking students with their expressions of intrigue, Yao Jingjing, despite her simmering rage, could only feign nonchalance as she departed, with Zhang Tong and Wu Nanan hastily following behind. Once the Cullinan had departed from the student's sight, the wealthy beauty and Su Luo instinctively ceased their performance, falling into silence. The car was enveloped in tranquility. Su Luo instinctively glanced at the long legs of the wealthy beauty. What a pity it would be to use such legs solely to press the accelerator. Judging by her height, they were comparable to Yao Jingjing's. Su Luo averted his gaze, not wishing to indulge in idle thoughts spurred by her legs. Taking a deep breath, he was met with a delicate fragrance wafting from the wealthy beauty beside him. How enchanting! It was not the scent of perfume, but rather a delightful blend of milky and floral notes. Exceedingly pleasant. Unable to resist, he inhaled a few more times. After a brief silence, the wealthy beauty remarked, "You are quite different in person compared to your WeChat persona." "In what way?" Su Luo inquired with curiosity. "You were quite chatty on WeChat, yet you seem shy in person," she laughed. "Ah, I actually suffer from social anxiety," Su Luo replied with a polite yet awkward smile. What he wished to convey was, "The person you chatted with online was not me, dear sister. You are also somewhat different from your WeChat self." Su Luo deftly shifted the subject. "Is it because of my name and profile picture?" she asked. "Indeed, to be frank, my grandmother's WeChat name is Blossoming Wealth. The contrast effect is currently in vogue," he confessed. "That is indeed quite a contrast." They continued discussing the theme of contrasts before the conversation circled back to the bus station incident. "Was that girl your ex-girlfriend?" the wealthy beauty inquired with a look of curiosity. "Impossible. She was merely a classmate," Su Luo jested. The wealthy beauty smiled faintly. "I observed you both from a distance for quite some time, and sensed that you were rather reluctant to engage with her. Thus, I spontaneously devised a little performance to help you rid yourself of her. What do you think? Will you express your gratitude?" Su Luo looked at this unfamiliar wealthy beauty and jested. "Thank you. Thank you. You are the first to provide roadside assistance in a Cullinan." Her laughter echoed through the vehicle, and in that moment, Su Luo felt as if he might just be melted away. He finally comprehended the sensation behind a glance that could enchant 100 hearts. With such a beauty seated beside him, who could remain unaffected? After sharing a smile, the affluent woman's gaze towards Su Luo suddenly became dreamy. She parked her Cullinan by the roadside, activated the hazard lights, and unbuckled her seatbelt. Her tone now exceedingly gentle. "I just assisted you, and now it's your turn to aid me." Chapter 6. The Super Rich Heiress. "What do you need help with?" Su Luo inquired with curiosity. "Why must I unbuckle my seatbelt for that?" He pondered, concerned that they might exceed the speed limit. The wealthy beauty extended her delicate hand towards Su Luo with a smile. "First, let us formally introduce ourselves. My name is Yin Luoxue. I am 24 years old, and I currently work at my father's company, Yin's Venture Capital." Yin's Venture Capital? That is one of the top 10 renowned investment firms globally. A remarkably powerful family enterprise. Many major shareholders of listed companies are affiliated with Yin's Venture Capital. The current chairman, Yin Bingjun, is indeed a prominent figure in the investment sector of Long Country. This affluent beauty, Yin Luoxue, was the daughter of Yin Bingjun. Could she be his only child? Yin Bingjun had fathered a daughter in his later years, a fact that had garnered media attention. The heir to his billion-dollar assets would undoubtedly be this daughter. Many predicted that Yin Bingjun's daughter would become the youngest billionaire female CEO in history. Hence, it was no surprise that someone her age could drive a globally limited edition pink Cullinan. She was destined to be a future super-rich heiress. If all goes smoothly, and Yin Luoxue becomes the successor of Yin's Venture Capital, she would undoubtedly top the list of wealthy women. Now it was Su Luo's turn to introduce himself. He took her slender hand in his. "I am Su Luo, 20 years old, currently studying at Benhai University." Yin Luoxue smiled and replied, "You've already shared this with me on WeChat." "Oh, my memory isn't the best," Su Luo chuckled awkwardly. It wasn't that his memory was poor. Rather, His father had been overly thorough in their discussions. Yin Luoxue dismissed this with a wave, resuming her serious demeanor. Now, I shall speak candidly. My family has been pressuring me to marry, yet I have no desire for marriage at present, let alone romance. I am not even interested in dating. However, my parents continuously arrange blind dates for me, and I am becoming quite exasperated. Since they urge me to marry daily, I might as well find someone myself. I think you are quite suitable. Our conversations online have gone well. You could pretend that we have been together for a long time and assist me in dealing with my family. Rest assured, I won't allow you to toil in vain. Once this matter is resolved, you can demand any compensation you desire. Money is not an issue, and I can arrange a respectable job for you as well. Su Luo grasped Yin Luoxue's intentions. He could understand her predicament. Yin Bingjun had only recently been blessed with such a precious daughter in his 40s. As the elderly gentleman approaches retirement, he undoubtedly concerns himself with the matrimonial prospects of his daughter. Observing Su Luo's silence, Yin Luoxue pleaded pitifully, I beg you, please help me. Remembering how Yin Luoxue had recently assisted him in extricating himself from the clutches of the bothersome Yao Jingjing, and recognizing the value of cultivating new friendships, Su Luo ultimately consented to lend her his aid. Very well, I shall give it a try. Really? That is wonderful, Su Luo cautioned. But let me make it clear beforehand. If I falter, do not hold it against me. Acting is not my forte. Yin Luoxue reassured him, rest assured. I will not blame you. Just be yourself. The more natural, the better. Su Luo inquired. So, when shall we commence? There is no time like the present. Let us do it today, Yin Luoxue replied. Su Luo was taken aback. What? As Yin Luoxue resumed her journey, driving them home, she laughed. It's not sudden at all. The sooner I introduce you to my parents, the sooner I can have some peace. What shall I discuss with your parents? Shouldn't I prepare beforehand? Not at all. Converse with them as you do with me on WeChat. Su Luo felt a bit overwhelmed. How was he to know how his father conversed with Yin Luoxue via WeChat? Currently, his father was out drinking with comrades, ignoring messages and calls, leaving him to improvise. In truth, Yin Luoxue had her own ulterior motives. She was not merely bringing Su Luo home to play the role of a perfect boyfriend. Rather, she intended to express her dissent to her parents. To align with the Yin family, one must be of noble lineage to be deemed a suitable match. The suitors her family had presented were invariably scions of affluent families or heirs to publicly traded companies. If her parents were to discover that their precious daughter was dating an ordinary university student, they would likely faint from shock. Moreover, this university student had a rather significant flaw. He was exceedingly boastful. During their online conversations, he portrayed himself as almost superhuman, capable of anything. She often thought that such a handsome young man wasted his attractiveness on empty bravado. Yin Luoxue, like her parents, had a strong aversion to boastful individuals. Such misplaced confidence and the self-aggrandizing nature of an average man were indeed off-putting. This was the primary reason she insisted that Su Luo communicate with her parents in the same manner he did with her on WeChat. Her parents were not fools. If she were to introduce a plain, unremarkable young man, they would surely grasp her intentions. Su Luo's striking looks complimented Yin Luoxue exquisitely. Presenting a picture of a charming couple, it was entirely natural for their daughter to be enamored with such a handsome young man. However, Su Luo's penchant for boasting was a fatal flaw. Thus, Yin Luoxue's insistence that Su Luo engage with her parents as he did with her stemmed from a desire to navigate this delicate situation with care. Yin Luoxue could hardly contain her excitement at the thought of Su Luo boasting, anticipating the scene where her parents' expressions would change in disbelief. Humph, you all urged me to date, didn't you? Well, I shall now bring home a boyfriend who can boast like a peacock. As she drove, Yin Luoxue cast a glance at Su Luo, who was engrossed in awaiting a response from his father. What are you up to? She inquired. I'm perusing our chat history, reminiscing about our previous conversations, Su Luo replied casually. Yin Luoxue chuckled knowingly. She yearned to say, you can boast to me on WeChat. And later, you can do the same in front of my parents. However, she restrained herself. Don't strain yourself. Let me jog your memory. By the way, didn't you once mention that you could predict the next promising industries? Upon hearing her question, Su Luo recognized that it was a boast his father had made. Finally, the moment had arrived. Of course, he had to acknowledge his father's grand claims. Indeed, I can predict future lucrative industries, Su Luo admitted with confidence. In the next instant, ding, your father's boast has come true. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the eye of dividends. eye of dividends, enables the prediction of future lucrative industries, allowing one to seize opportunities and reap substantial investment returns. The skill was finally his. A slight smile crept across Su Luo's lips. Yin Luoxue, hearing Su Luo admit to his own exaggerations, remained silently amused. They had previously discussed investment topics, and as her family was rooted in investment, she was quite knowledgeable about it. When Su Luo claimed to be well-versed in investments and capable of foreseeing economic trends, his assertions had seemed entirely disconnected from reality. Yin Luoxue was now eager to witness Su Luo maintain his unfiltered bravado when he finally met her parents. Since you are so knowledgeable about investments, just discuss this with my parents when we meet. That's fine, but wouldn't it be a tad dull to talk only about that? Su Luo jested. Yin Luoxue recalled Su Luo's past boasts online. By the way, didn't you say you could discern the authenticity of antiques at a glance? Su Luo smiled subtly. His father had made more than one boast. Excellent. He loves to hear this. Indeed, I can discern the authenticity of antiques at a glance. Su Luo confidently affirmed once more. In the next moment, ding, your father's boast has come true. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Gems Appraisal Eye. Gems Appraisal Eye, capable of discerning the authenticity of all antiques and treasures. Chapter 7. Clueless, relying solely on words. Boast away, keep boasting. To boast before me without a hint of embarrassment, is it? A playful smile lingered on Yin Luoxue's face. My father possesses a profound passion for collecting antique paintings and calligraphy, and it seems your talent in appraising treasures may finally come to fruition. However, deep down, Yin Luoxue is acutely aware that Su Luo lacks any genuine understanding of this art. During their previous conversations on WeChat, Su Luo mistakenly referred to jadeite of the glass variety as crystal jade, which made Yin Luoxue realize his complete ignorance in the realm of treasure appraisal. She has encountered numerous young men of this ilk, individuals who, regardless of their actual knowledge, feel compelled to feign expertise in any domain. They are thoroughly uninformed, relying solely on their ability to boast. This is quite satisfactory. It is precisely the effect she desires. Indeed, discussing investments and antiques should suffice as topics, avoiding any awkwardness. Su Luo mused aloud. Yes, do remember to express your opinions and insights, Yin Luoxue replied with a forced smile. Soon, the pink Cullinan glided into the Tianhaixiangqing Villa district, an affluent enclave in Binhai City, home to many prominent figures. Each villa is owned by individuals of no ordinary standing. After parking, Yin Luoxue noticed a black Maybach stationed at the entrance, her brow slightly furrowing, her expression growing somewhat displeased, as if confronted with something distasteful. Yin Luoxue ushered Su Luo into the villa, where a housekeeper bowed in greeting and opened the door. Upon entering, Su Luo spotted 3 individuals seated on the living room sofa, Yin Bingjun and his wife, along with a young man. The latter was slender, adorned in opulent brands, and wearing an ostentatious diamond-studded watch. Welcome back, Yin Yin. And who is this handsome young man beside you? Zhang Shuhua, Yin Luoxue's mother, inquired with curiosity. Yin Luoxue naturally looped her arm through Su Luo's. Mom, this is my boyfriend, Su Luo. The mention of boyfriend elicited surprise from Yin Bingjun, Zhang Shuhua, and the young man. Since when did you start dating? I wasn't informed. The young man interjected, furrowing his brow. I have told you countless times. Yin Yin is what my parents call me. You have no right to address me that way, Yin Luoxue retorted, visibly displeased. Xiao Xue, how could you speak to Xiao Zhao like that? Yin Bingjun reprimanded tersely. This Xiao Zhao is Yao Jingjing, the son of the Haoda Group's owner, who has pursued Yin Luoxue for some time and frequently attempts to curry favor with Yin Bingjun. Zhang Shuhua rose to mediate. Yin Yin, it's not that your mother is criticizing you, but such a significant event as bringing home a boyfriend warrants prior notice. Did you inform me when you arranged my blind dates? Yin Luoxue replied, somewhat petulantly. This child only knows how to retort. Zhang Shuhua glanced at Su Luo. Young man, don't just stand there. Please, have a seat and let us converse. Of course, Auntie, replied Su Luo. Once everyone was seated, he offered a brief self-introduction. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, my name is Su Luo, I am 20 years old, and I am Yin Yan's boyfriend. Yin Luoxue did not exhibit any discontent upon hearing Su Luo refer to her as Yin Yin. This detail did not escape Zhao Jinyu's notice, and he furrowed his brow slightly. 20? Young man, you haven't graduated from university yet, have you? Zhao Jinyu remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Yes, I will be starting my sophomore year this fall, Su Luo replied. Which institution do you attend, and what is your major? Zhao Jinyu inquired further. Binhai University. Majoring in aquaculture, Su Luo answered. Zhao Jinyu's expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, I am familiar with that field. My family's housekeeper's son studies it as well. And he is currently selling seafood in the market. Please do not misunderstand. I mean no offense. Your major is commendable, unlike mine, where I previously studied finance at Harvard, which is far less interesting than selling seafood. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone present soured considerably. Su Luo merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhang Shuhua forced a smile. So, when did you and my Yan Yan start dating? We've been together for a year now, Yan Luoxue interjected. How come I have never heard you mention anything about your relationship with Su? Zhang Shuhua pressed. We were in a long-distance relationship online. And we only just met in person. I planned to tell you all after we met, Yan Luoxue explained. Zhao Jinyu scoffed from the side. You never know who you might encounter online. Long-distance relationships are the least reliable. As Yan Luoxue was about to retort, Yin Bingjun furrowed his brow and said, You all are chattering so much that you're giving me a headache. Could you allow me some peace and quiet? Sensing Yin Bingjun's rising irritation, everyone fell silent. He did not utter a word to Su Luo, nor did he even glance in Su Luo's direction, showing no curiosity about his situation. Yin Luoxue, noticing her father's dark expression and his silence towards Su Luo, realized that she had successfully angered him. Yin Bingjun's indifference towards Su Luo indicated that he did not wish to waste his time on him. If Yin Bingjun were genuinely inquisitive about Su Luo, it would suggest he was considering his daughter's future with him. Observing Yin Bingjun's displeasure, Zhao Jinyu felt a surge of satisfaction. Seizing the moment, he decided to take the opportunity to showcase his own worth. By the way, uncle, I know you have a passion for collecting antiques. Today I have a gift for you. With that, Zhao Jinyu produced a beautifully crafted box made of rosewood. He donned white gloves, carefully opened the box, and retrieved a palm-sized jade ding. Upon seeing the jade ding, Yin Bingjun's eyes immediately lit up. Uncle, this ding was acquired at a considerable expense from a foreign collector. It is a Qing dynasty piece made of white jade, exquisitely carved, symbolizing good fortune. I present it to you as a small ornament. Zhao Jinyu said with a beaming smile as he presented the jade ding to Yin Bingjun. Jade dings from the Qing dynasty are quite rare, young Zhao. How could I possibly accept such a precious gift? Yin Bingjun said, admiring the ding as he spoke. Please, uncle, do not be so modest. A precious ding deserves to be with a hero such as yourself, where its true value lies. All right, I apologize for the trouble. If the opportunity arises, I shall invite your father, and we can gather together. It has been quite some time since our two families dined and conversed. Certainly, uncle, Zhao Jinyu replied, then turned to Su Luo with a proud glance. My friend, today luck is on your side. For you have the privilege of witnessing the elegance of the Sanyang Kai Tai Jade Ding. Come, do not be shy, step closer and observe. Such treasures may not grace your sight again. Having recently acquired the gem appraisal spirit eye, Su Luo was eager to test the capabilities of this skill. Then I shall take advantage of uncle's generosity to behold this rare artifact, he remarked, stepping forward to examine the jade ding. Gem appraisal spirit eye activated. His eyes scanned the jade ding held by Yin Bingjun, and his brows gradually furrowed. This item of yours, Su Luo began, hesitating mid-sentence. Noticing Su Luo's reluctance to continue, Zhao Jinyu inquired, what is wrong with it? It appears that this piece is not from the Qing dynasty, Su Luo replied, his tone laden with implication. Not from the Qing dynasty? Could it be even older? That would mean he secured a remarkable bargain. In truth, Zhao Jinyu had purchased this ding for 100,000 yuan from Panjiayuan in the imperial city. At that time, onlookers claimed it was at least a Qing artifact, with a resale value of 500,000 yuan. Now, witnessing Su Luo's apparent expertise, Zhao Jinyu began to doubt the ding's authenticity. You say it is not from the Qing dynasty? Zhao Jinyu asked. Indeed, Su Luo confirmed. Then from what era is it? Zhao Jinyu pressed. Modern, Su Luo stated. Modern? Zhao Jinyu nearly exploded with indignation. Just as he was about to retort, Yin Bingjun interjected, Young man, do you possess knowledge of jade artifacts? Somewhat. Su Luo replied humbly. Then how do you discern that this jade ding is a modern imitation? Yin Bingjun asked. Taking the jade ding from Yin Bingjun's hands, Su Luo began to explain while tracing the surface patterns with his fingers. The ding is a significant vessel, typically crafted from bronze. A jade ding is exceptionally rare and valuable due to the intricate craftsmanship involved. The jade carving techniques of the Qing dynasty primarily utilized four methods: cutting, carving, polishing, and grinding. However, the patterns on this ding do not align with these traditional techniques. The fine etching on the three sheep's horns shows severe laser engraving marks, and the entire surface of the ding is evidently artificially aged by fire. In summary, I preliminarily deduce that this is a modern artifact produced through computer design and machine engraving, manufactured in bulk from quartz rock. As for its collectible value, it is worth no more than 20 yuan wholesale in Yiwu. This declaration incensed Yao Jingjing. Mind your words. I acquired this jade ding for hundreds of thousands, and you tell me it is worth less than 20? If you do not understand, do not speak foolishly. This is clearly a Qing dynasty Sanyang Kai Tai white jade ding. Yao Jingjing glared at Su Luo. Yan Bingjun picked up the jade ding, examining it repeatedly. Perhaps Xiao Su was not entirely mistaken. Uncle, you cannot possibly believe the words of a university student who knows nothing, can you? To declare this a modern craft based on just a few statements is utterly nonsensical. Yao Jingjing hastily intervened. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, Su Luo blurted out, "Have you watched Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf?" Yao Jingjing shook his head. Su Luo took out his phone, searched for images from the animation, and held the screen up to Yao Jingjing. Look closely at the three goats on the jade ding. Do they not resemble Pleasant Goat, Beautiful Goat, and Lazy Goat? Yao Jingjing leaned closer to the screen, then compared it to the three goats depicted on the ding. Ah, it does seem to be quite similar. Su Luo retracted his phone. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Either Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf existed in the Qing dynasty, or this item is a forgery. Yao Jingjing was momentarily rendered speechless, his face shifting from red to black. If you had watched more cartoons, you wouldn't have been swindled out of hundreds of thousands. Su Luo advised earnestly. Ha! Yin Luoxue, nearby, could not suppress her laughter. Su Luo's suggestion to Yao Jingjing to watch more cartoons was utterly comical. Zhang Shuhua and the nanny beside her were stifling their laughter to the point of discomfort. Yin Bingjun calmly returned the jade ding to its box and pushed it back towards Yao Jingjing. Little Zhao, your kind intentions are appreciated, but let us forget about this item. Yao Jingjing felt utterly humiliated. He quickly shoved the embarrassing imitation back into his bag. Uncle, I'm so sorry. I truly had no idea this was fake. It's all right, you cannot be blamed. After all, how could you know if you have never watched Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf? Yin Bingjun jested. Hearing the name of the show made Yao Jingyu's face turn pale, yet he could not counter the remark and could only awkwardly smile in response. Xiao Su, since you possess some knowledge of antiques, why don't you take a look at these items? Yin Bingjun led Su Luo to a nearby study. The study was adorned with numerous collectibles, and Yin Bingjun casually picked up one piece and handed it to Su Luo. After examining it, Su Luo remarked, "This is a bell-shaped pendant, a decorative piece from the late Ming dynasty. It fits perfectly in your study, uncle." Good eye. And what about this one? This item is intriguing. It is a cap worn by Taoists, engraved with the true shapes of the 5 sacred mountains. Impressive. You can even identify this. Now, how about this piece? This is a finger ring from the Mid-Qing dynasty, likely from an official workshop. The conversation between Su Luo and Yin Bingjun in the study grew animated. Meanwhile, Yao Jingjing sat awkwardly on the sofa, holding the jade ding, enveloped in a suffocating silence. The living room was steeped in an uncomfortable quietude. Yin Luoxue was astonished by Su Luo's appraisal skills. She had not anticipated that he would truly possess such knowledge. This was entirely different from the extravagant claims he had made on WeChat, where he seemed clueless. Could it be that he had been boasting just to amuse me? A few minutes later, Yin Bingjun and Su Luo returned from the study to the living room. It was evident that Yin Bingjun felt as though he had encountered a kindred spirit, his face radiating joy. Typically, the antique collectibles he cherished were beyond the comprehension of his family members. However, with Su Luo's arrival today, he was able to articulate the nuances of his collection with clarity. This greatly elevated Yin Bingjun's spirits, and even after sitting down, he continued to engage Su Luo in discussions about his antiques. After conversing for quite some time, Yin Bingjun resumed his serious demeanor. Having exchanged a few words with Su about the antiques, it was now time to address more pressing matters. He paused momentarily, then spoke earnestly. Our Yin family venture capital has always maintained an allied relationship with Zhao's Haoda Group. We have jointly invested in numerous burgeoning industries. Today, Zhao came to our home primarily representing Haoda Group, seeking to collaborate with us on a new venture. Now that Yin has returned, let us deliberate together and assess the value of this new opportunity. Upon hearing her father's words, Yin Luoxue grasped the situation. It turned out that Zhao Jinyu's visit was not merely a personal call, but rather a solicitation for investment. Haoda Group was engaged in the real estate business, and in previous years, the Yin family had collaborated frequently with them. However, as the real estate market declined in recent years, opportunities for collaboration had diminished. Zhao Jinyu then presented a project proposal. Our Haoda Group intends to venture into the fitness industry, aiming to lead the nationwide fitness movement in the shortest possible time. Our plan is to utilize the already delivered properties in Bin Mountain District to convert an entire building into a fitness complex. Every floor will be equipped with the most comprehensive fitness equipment, spanning a total of 30 floors, each accommodating 200 individuals simultaneously. Once this project is realized, Haoda will establish the nation's first fitness skyscraper. Given the current emphasis on health, dedicating an entire building to a gym presents a highly promising business model for the future. Our initial funding goal is 100 million, and considering our relationship with Uncle Yin, we have deliberately reserved 50 of the shares as a benefit. Uncle, what do you think of our project? Yin Bingjun remained silent. Zhao Jinyu's intentions were unmistakable. The mention of reserving 50 of the shares essentially meant raising 100 million, requiring Yin Bingjun to contribute 50 million alone. The project sounded tantalizing. Yet, any discerning individual could recognize this as yet another scheme to exploit investors. Transforming vacant residential buildings into fitness complexes amid a failing housing market? One had to admit, this was a rather audacious endeavor. Yin Bingjun was reluctant to create a scene with Haoda Group, yet he was equally disinclined to become a victim of this venture, losing 50 million in the process. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, Su Luo spoke up quietly. Are you serious about establishing a fitness skyscraper in Bin Mountain District? Chapter 9. Unrefutable. Zhao Jinyu's lips twitched slightly. You scoundrel, you have caused me to lose face in front of the Yin family. I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to make you look foolish, and now you come crashing into my line of fire, don't you? He continued. While I may not be well-versed in antiques, your success was merely a stroke of luck. The topic at hand is real estate. Our company, Haoda, has its roots in real estate. It is my forte. I shall seize this opportunity to thoroughly teach you a lesson and, in the process, regain some dignity before Yin Yin. With that thought, Zhao Jinyu's brow relaxed. What? Are you interested in real estate? Su Luo shook his head. I have no interest in sunset industries. Zhao Jinyu, somewhat irked, retorted, if you don't understand, refrain from making baseless claims. Which of your eyes sees real estate as a sunset industry? Then why are you converting residential buildings into gyms? Su Luo countered. That was merely capitalizing on the nationwide fitness trend, seizing the next opportunity. Zhao Jinyu explained. But the fitness trend has long since cooled, Su Luo teased. What do you know about trends? I am a prodigy in investment, while you are merely a fisheries major. Zhao Jinyu boasted about his academic credentials. However, Yin Bingjun interjected. Unconvinced, young Zhao, one cannot speak so dismissively. Academic qualifications do not define everything. Just like the matter of the imitation jade we discussed earlier, that cannot be discerned solely by one's education. Since young Su has his own perspective on the fitness building, let him share his thoughts, and we can engage in a fair discussion. Seeing that Yin Bingjun had spoken, Zhao Jinyu felt compelled to refrain from further remarks. Yin Bingjun turned to Su Luo. Young Su, from what you just implied, you have some doubts regarding the Banshan District project, correct? Su Luo nodded. Indeed, a gym is ill-suited for the Banshan District, let alone a fitness building. How so? Yin Bingjun inquired. Su Luo produced his phone, opened the map, and held it before Yin Bingjun. Uncle, the Banshan District is the most remote area in the entire coastal city, situated 50 kilometers from the city center. Gyms are ubiquitous nowadays, and the project by Haoda lists equipment akin to that of standard gyms. Given this, who residing in the city would be willing to drive 50 kilometers, making a round trip of 100 kilometers, just to visit a slightly larger gym? Yin Bingjun nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed a valid concern. The Banshan District is too far from the city center. Zhao Jinyu, exuding confidence, replied, It is a fact that the Banshan district is distant from the city center. Yet the land is also inexpensive. If the fitness building were to be established in the city center, the investment cost would soar by at least fivefold. Furthermore, our target clientele for this project in the Banshan district is not the city residents, but rather those from the Banshan district itself. Though it may be remote, it boasts a permanent population of 100,000. We have conducted our calculations, and if only 1,000 of those residents become our clients, the fitness building project can indeed be realized. A conversion rate of 1% is exceedingly effortless for the fitness mansion project. Yin Bingjun pondered. Among 100,000 people, it is indeed not difficult to have 1,000 engaging in fitness. Indeed, uncle, a threshold of 1,000 fitness enthusiasts among 100,000 is quite low. Zhao Jinyu concurred. Yin Bingjun turned to Su Luo. What are your thoughts on a 1% conversion rate? Uncle, I believe not a single individual among those 100,000 would partake in fitness, Su Luo replied. Zhao Jinyu exclaimed. Your words are nothing short of audacious. From the outset, you have consistently taken an opposing stance. First, he remarked that the city center is too distant from Bin Mountain District, and no one would drive 100 kilometers back and forth to work out. Zhao Jinyu acknowledged this concern, as the project is not aimed at the urban clientele, but rather the population of 100,000 in Bin Mountain District. After he had finally convinced Yin Bingjun of the viability of the target demographic, Su Luo again made the rather dismissive claim that not a single individual among the 100,000 would work out. Zhao Jinyu could no longer contain his frustration. The Haodao project has been evaluated by professional institutions, and the 1% conversion rate is a conservative estimate provided by experts. Are you truly asserting that within the 100,000 residents of Bin Mountain District, there exists not a single soul inclined towards fitness? Such utterances are sheer folly. Yin Bingjuan's expression also darkened, for Su Luo's assertion was indeed rather far-fetched. With a population of 100,000 in Bin Mountain District, how could one possibly fail to find even one fitness enthusiast? Xiao Su, some jests should not be tossed about lightly, Yin Bingjun remarked pointedly. I am not jesting. After which, Su Luo promptly searched for relevant data online and presented it before Yin Bingjun. This is the census data for Bin Mountain District over the past 5 years. The population of 100,000 is not comprised of ordinary residents, but rather farmers. It is well known that Bin Mountain District supplies grain, crops, and fruits to Binhai City throughout the year, all thanks to the diligent labor of its 10,000 farmers. They toil from dawn till dusk, tilling the land and sowing seeds as their daily occupation. Now, to expect these 10,000 farmers, who rise early and labor tirelessly, to produce 1,000 individuals willing to spend money at a gym is to imply that those 1,000 have simply not exhausted themselves sufficiently. Upon hearing this final remark, all present nearly lost their composure. Su Luo's analysis continued, stating bluntly that Bin Mountain District resembles rural areas of the past. Establishing a fitness mansion in Bin Mountain District is akin to opening a gym in the countryside. Such an endeavor is as superfluous as constructing a public restroom in a community. Nowadays, even laborers, exhausted after a long day, are reluctant to exert themselves further to visit a gym. What farmer would be inclined to do so after a day of hard labor? To speak candidly, if one were to establish a gym in rural areas, it would be far more prudent to set up an internet CAF instead, where farmers could unwind together after a long day. Perhaps I shall open a CAF, serving refreshing iced Americanos in the early morning, invigorating the hard-working farmers as they head out to the fields. Ha! Yin Luoxue could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Zhang Shuhua joined in the mirth, and even the nanny beside them stifled her giggles. Yin Bingjun suppressed his amusement behind his tea. Zhao Jinyu's face fluctuated between crimson and pallid, for Su Luo's words left him utterly speechless. The simplicity and bluntness of her reasoning made it abundantly clear that establishing a gym in the countryside would be an endeavor doomed to failure without at least a decade of effort. Haodao Group entirely overlooked the fact that the 100,000 residents of Binshan District were predominantly farmers. Yin Bingjun had no intention of investing the 50 million, and now, after Su Luo's incisive analysis, not only had Zhao Jinyu been rendered mute, but Yan's venture capital also found itself relieved of an awkward predicament. Xiao, Yin Bingjun said, I find Su's analysis quite compelling. You must reconsider the Haodao project. The risks are exorbitant, and there are indeed numerous unreasonable aspects. As for the investment, Yan's venture capital shall not partake this time. Chapter 10. the wealthy woman's assistants. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinyu grew anxious. His primary purpose for visiting the Yin family was to secure an investment of 50 million from Yin's venture capital. Little did he expect that Su Luo's few remarks would dismantle their meticulously planned project. The money he thought was within grasp had slipped away. Naturally, Zhao Jinyu felt discontented. But uncle, he began, I wholeheartedly agree with Su's perspective on the fitness trend. The wave of the fitness industry has long passed. Recklessly venturing into this field means risking not just the profits, but perhaps struggling to even earn a mere pittance. Yin Bingjun interjected, cutting off Zhao Jinyu. Yin Luoxue, eager to support, chimed in, exactly. The trend now favors home workouts, following along with fitness instructors through short videos. The number of people going to gyms is clearly dwindling. At this point, Yin Luoxue showcased her affection openly in front of everyone, leaning against Su Luo's shoulder. Darling, you are wonderful. You immediately recognized the issues with this project. Zhao Jinyu watched in ire as the woman he had long desired displayed affection for another man. Not only had he lost the potential profit, but he also witnessed his romantic interest slip away. He felt utterly defeated. Damn it, if I do not quell your audacity today, I shall never hold my head high again. Zhao Jinyu forcibly suppressed his anger, forcing a smile as he gazed at Su Luo. How easy it is to speak from a position of comfort, he said. You claim the fitness trend is faltering. Then tell me, which trend is thriving? The moment he uttered those words, the room fell silent, as everyone recognized it as a trap. It was evident that Zhao Jinyu sought to retaliate against Su Luo. Whatever trend Su Luo might propose, it was certain that Zhao Jinyu would oppose it. After all, no one can predict which industry will thrive in the future. And Zhao Jinyu possesses a certain confidence despite his opposition. Zhao Jinyu has resolved in his mind to oppose any viewpoint presented, engaging in a relentless debate. Whether one speaks incorrectly, he will mock. If one speaks correctly, he will still oppose, ensuring that regardless of the outcome, he emerges victorious. Yin Luoxue discerned Zhao Jinyu's cunning intentions. She tightened her grip around Su Luo's arm, subtly urging him not to act impulsively. Well aware that Su Luo lacks understanding of investment and finance. Previously, in a conversation on WeChat, when Yin Luoxue mentioned her focus on investment, Su Luo attempted to find common ground by discussing investment-related topics, but his contributions were utterly lacking. At that moment, Yin Luoxue realized this university student was merely boasting. His recent dismissal of the Haoda Group project was purely fortuitous, a lucky guess at best. Although Yin Luoxue found Su Luo's tendency to boast quite irritating, she did not wish for him to become the target of Zhao Jinyu's ridicule. Thus, she discreetly signaled Su Luo to refrain from engaging further. The less one speaks, the less prone one is to error. Just then, Yin Luoxue's father, Yin Bingjun, interjected. Little Su, since Zhao is so engrossed, why don't you, as an observer, share your insights on the future trends? I would like to hear the perspectives of the youth. Uncle, you are absolutely right. I am particularly eager to hear the wisdom of Su Luo. Please enlighten us. Zhao Jinyu provocatively gestured for Su Luo to speak. Yin Luoxue immediately became anxious. Turning to her father, oh dad, Su Luo's major has no relation to investment, and besides, who can accurately predict future trends? Our family has been investing for decades and still cannot precisely foresee the next opportunity, let alone Su Luo, a student yet to graduate. Zhao Jinyu, noticing Yin Luoxue's attempt to provide an escape for Su Luo, persisted. Su Luo articulated his analysis of our Haoda project quite professionally. He does not seem to lack understanding of investment. I merely wish to hear his views on the future economy, to learn and avoid falling into outdated ventures like gyms. Yin Bingjun nodded in agreement. Little Su, do not feel overly pressured. You excelled in the antique and collectibles discussion earlier. I am curious to see how you assess the next potential opportunity. Dad, please don't put Su Luo in a difficult position. If predicting the next trend were so simple, everyone could become an investor. Yin Luoxue continued to defend Su Luo. She knew that if Su Luo could not resist speaking and uttered ignorant remarks as he had in their WeChat conversation, Zhao Jinyu would undoubtedly mock him harshly. She did not want Zhao Jinyu's scheme to succeed. However, Yin Bingjun seemed keen to take this opportunity to delve deeper into Su Luo's thoughts. Look at you, child. How could I be making things difficult for little Su? It's merely a conversation. You are overthinking it. Dad, but what? Yin Bingjun's expression was somewhat displeased, prompting Yin Luoxue to refrain from saying anything further. She tightened her grip on Su Luo's arm, silently urging her not to engage. In response, Su Luo gently placed her hand over Yin Luoshue's, offering a reassuring pat, as if to convey a sense of calm. Subsequently, Su Luo lifted her gaze to Yin Bingjun, acknowledging, "Uncle, you are correct, it is merely a conversation. However, I find myself in a bit of a quandary regarding which burgeoning industry you might be interested in hearing about." This declaration left everyone momentarily stunned. They had anticipated that Su Luo would struggle to identify even a single trend, yet it appeared she was overwhelmed by the multitude of opportunities at her disposal. Yao Jingjing couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. He was eager for Su Luo to expound on her absurd notions, ready to ridicule her. "Oh, it seems young Su possesses an impressive understanding of the future economic landscape. Please, do share. We are all ears," Yin Bingjun remarked with a smile. "Very well. I shall briefly outline my thoughts." Prior to her arrival at the Yin household, Su Luo had acquired the eye of dividends, enabling her to discern the lucrative sectors of the future, those that promise substantial returns. In truth, the emerging trends for the coming years have become quite evident since this year. Allow me to mention a few broad directions, without delving into specifics, as this is merely a casual discussion and not an investment pitch. Firstly, the economy of social anxiety. Today's youth are increasingly averse to social interactions and communication with strangers, leading to a greater demand for private services. This could manifest in the creation of unmanned self-service restaurants and hotels, tailored to such preferences. Secondly, the economy of singlehood. Currently, our nation boasts a single population of 2.3 billion, with 100 million individuals living alone, a number that continues to rise. These busy individuals lack the time for romantic pursuits, suggesting a market for exquisite single-person meal packages and entertainment services. This might include offline companionship for activities like dining or attending appointments, emphasizing the provision of emotional value and outlets for stress relief. Given the scale of Binhai City, daily revenues could reach around 50,000, with a gross profit margin of 40 to 60. Thirdly, the economy of stress relief. As Su Luo methodically articulated her insights into future economic trends, a profound silence enveloped the living room. Even Yao Jingjing, who had intended to counter her arguments, found himself rendered speechless. He was unable to formulate any rebuttals, as her analysis was both incisive and compelling. Yin Bingjun was equally taken aback. Su Luo's visionary commercial acumen surpassed even that of this seasoned investor. In that moment, he not only regarded this young woman, still pursuing her degree, with newfound respect, but also developed a significant interest in the proposals she had presented. Chapter 11. Should I thank you? Yin Bingjun inquired. "Young Su, do you have a concrete monetization strategy for the single-person restaurant concept you mentioned?" "Indeed, uncle," Su Luo replied confidently. "Based on your earlier mentioned profit margin of 40 to 60, what budget would be necessary to realize this?" Yin Bingjun asked. Considering the consumer capacity of Binhai City, a budget of 500,000 would suffice, Su Luo asserted with utmost confidence. "Suppose I were to invest 500 with you. How would you implement the specific details of the project?" Yin Bingjun inquired further. At this, Su Luo chuckled meaningfully. "Well, discussing the specifics delves into trade secrets, which makes it somewhat inconvenient to disclose in the presence of outsiders." Outsiders. Yin Bingjun understood Su Luo's implication and signaled to the maid beside him. The maid, perceiving the cue, discreetly exited the living room, leaving only Yin Bingjun, Zhang Shuhua, Yin Luoxue, Su Luo, and Yao Jingjing present. However, Su Luo remained silent, calmly sipping his tea. Noticing Su Luo's reluctance to speak, Yin Bingjun shifted his gaze towards Yao Jingjing. "Ah, Zhao, it seems the hour is late. Do you have other matters to attend to?" Yao Jingjing, still in a state of bewilderment, quickly stood up upon hearing Yin Bingjun's subtle dismissal. "Oh, right, uncle and aunt. I won't disturb you any longer. Until next time. Old Zhang, see him out," Yin Bingjun called out impatiently. Old Zhang, the loyal butler and driver who had served Yin Bingjun for many years, promptly entered to escort Yao Jingjing out. "Mr. Zhao, we welcome you to visit the Yin family again." Despite his strong reluctance, Yao Jingjing had no choice but to leave. Clutching the sandalwood box, he exited the Yin residence, and Old Zhang firmly shut the door behind him. Outside, Yao Jingjing remained in shock, still processing the events that had just transpired. The 3 sheep bringing good fortune jade cauldron he had gifted was exposed by Su Luo as a mere trinket from Yiwu. While the project proposal for the Haoda Group's 5,000 was sabotaged by Su Luo, he had intended to leverage the next market trend to regain his footing, only to have Su Luo secure a 500 investment from Yen Bingjun. Fuming with rage, he gripped the sandalwood box tighter, feeling increasingly frustrated, and abruptly smashed the jade cauldron to the ground. Damn that sheep. Upon returning to his car, Yao Jingjing retrieved his phone and made a call. After venting his frustration with a few expletives, he instructed the other party, find a first-year male student from Binhai University named Su Luo, studying aquaculture. Get a few agile ones and break this kid's legs. And remember to take pictures and videos. I want him to kneel and bow. I want everyone at his school to see this. After finalizing his arrangements, Zhao Jinyu drove away from Tianhai Xiangqing in his Maybach. Once Zhao Jinyu had departed, Su Luo and Yen Bingjun engaged in conversation for the entire afternoon. Yen Bingjun was astounded by Su Luo's business acumen. He could hardly believe that such depth and experience could belong to a mere 20-year-old. Su Luo articulated insights about future industry trends and the fluctuations of the global economy with remarkable clarity. His professionalism in investment rivaled that of the elite financial talents at Yan's venture capital firm. Yen Bingjun even felt that Su Luo's capabilities far surpassed theirs. Ultimately, he made the decisive choice to invest 500 in the single restaurant project that Su Luo had conceptualized. Firstly, it was an encouragement for him to embark on an entrepreneurial journey. And secondly, it served as a token of their first meeting. Yen Bingjun employed this method to convey his satisfaction with Su Luo. Zhang Shuhua shared the same sentiment as Yen Bingjun. In truth, both of them had immediately recognized the charm of this handsome young man, despite the disparity in their educational backgrounds and social standings. However, Su Luo's subsequent actions significantly enhanced his appeal. Initially, the couple had harbored doubts, pondering whether their daughter had merely brought home a random boy to deceive them. Yet, after several unexpected and delightful surprises from Su Luo, their apprehensions dissipated. They became utterly convinced of their daughter's romantic involvement with Su Luo. During this time, Zhang Shuhua couldn't help but privately commend her daughter's discerning taste in choosing a partner. After discussing investment matters, Yen Bingjun earnestly insisted that Su Luo stay for dinner, but Su Luo excused himself, citing the need to attend evening study sessions, prioritizing his academics. Yen Bingjun refrained from pressing the matter further and allowed Yen Luoxue to drive Su Luo back to school. In reality, Su Luo was not preoccupied with evening classes. Rather, he was eager to validate the grand claims his father had made. Since the afternoon, his phone had incessantly vibrated with notifications. After accepting friend requests from numerous affluent women, his WeChat messages had not ceased. Unfortunately, he had spent the entire afternoon engrossed in discussions about investments with Yen Bingjun, leaving no time to check his messages. Upon leaving the Yen household, he discovered that his phone had powered off due to a depleted battery. As he headed back to school, he was determined to engage with the wealthy women on WeChat, hoping to transform his father's lofty assertions into reality. On the journey back, Su Luo occupied the passenger seat, temporarily charging his phone with the data cable plugged into Yen Luoxue's car. Yen Luoxue, gripping the steering wheel, found her thoughts in disarray. Her emotions were quite complex. Initially, her plan was to bring Su Luo home to provoke her parents. To her astonishment, instead of being irritated, her parents were thoroughly impressed with Su Luo. The handsome young man beside her not only left Zhao Jinyu humiliated, but also secured a 5 million investment from her father. Everything felt surreal. Although the events did not unfold as she had envisioned, her objective was achieved. Her parents no longer pressed her about marriage and ceased arranging blind dates with wealthy suitors. Now, they held Su Luo in high regard. While driving, Yen Luoxue discreetly stole glances at the striking young man beside her. She could not deny that Su Luo's looks were indeed to her liking, and his cheerful demeanor and humor added to his charm. It dawned on her that he had not been embellishing his abilities. What embellishing? Su Luo inquired. Just what you told me, Yen Luoxue replied. You claimed you could discern the authenticity of antiques at a glance and predict lucrative industries of the future. I initially thought you were boasting. But it turns out you truly are remarkable, she exclaimed in admiration. Realization washed over Su Luo. Are you referring to what happened today? Indeed, boasting is rather pointless. Everything I've shared with you on WeChat is genuine, Su Luo remarked with a smile. Well, now I believe you. Wholeheartedly, Yen Luoxue replied, her tone imbued with sincerity. You are truly a good person. How come you've issued me a good person card? Su Luo chuckled. No, No, that's not what I meant. I simply wanted to express my gratitude for today, Yin Luoxua said, her face radiating appreciation. It is I who should be thanking you. Su Luo responded with a meaningful glance. Why should I be thanked? Yin Luoxua inquired, puzzled. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to deceive your father. To the tune of 5 million, Su Luo joked. Yin Luoxua dismissed the comment nonchalantly. Oh, that's trivial. It's just my father's saving me money. Otherwise, I would have had to dig into my own pockets. She gestured with her fingers to indicate a small sum. Wait, were you originally planning to spend 5 million to hire me as your boyfriend? Su Luo feigned surprise. Not quite. I intended to invest a few million. But now that my father is contributing 5 million, you can pretend to be my boyfriend for the next year. Yin Luoxua laughed. Chapter 12. What's wrong with eating spicy hot pot? Wow, an annual subscription? Yes, an annual subscription, she giggled. Noticing Su Luo's silence, Yin Luoxua added. During the time you are impersonating my boyfriend, feel free to pursue any romantic interests at school. I assure you, I won't interfere with your love life. Privately, you may call me sister, but when you meet my parents, refer to me as Yin Yin, or something more endearing. Most importantly, you must be there whenever I need you. Such as today when I introduced you to my parents. They are quite pleased with you and will likely invite you over for dinner frequently. It would be rather odd if you vanished. Su Luo understood Yin Luoxua's concerns and agreed with her. Furthermore, with Yin Bingjun investing 5 million, he would inevitably maintain close ties with her family, be it for their faux relationship or business dealings. To whom much is given, much is expected, he mused, recognizing the simplicity of the principle. After all, this first substantial investment came from this affluent young lady. Thus he readily acquiesced to her request. As their conversation flowed, the car arrived at the entrance of Binhai University. We've arrived. Until next time, Su Luo said as he prepared to exit. However, just before he stepped out, Yin Luoxua suddenly grasped his arm. Wait a moment. Yes, let us partake in some activities that couples typically engage in. Activities that couples engage in? How intriguing. Su Luo pondered, questioning whether this wealthy young lady wished for their pretense to become reality. Before he could react, Yin Luoxua leaned closer, enveloped by an intoxicating fragrance that grew increasingly overwhelming. With such a captivating beauty drawing near, Su Luo's heart raced uncontrollably. Who could withstand such a lure? Yin Luoxua's exquisitely beautiful face edged closer, prompting Su Luo to embrace the moment. Their heads gradually inclined toward one another, and the next second, a click resonated through the air. Yin Luoxua held up her phone and captured an incredibly sweet selfie with Su Luo, reminiscent of affectionate couples indulging in a moment of public display of affection. Once back in her seat, Yin Luoxua opened WeChat to craft a caption. Su Luo felt a wave of exasperation. It appeared her sister intended to share this photo on her social media. Was this a test for her leadership? Before long, Yin Luoxua posted their intimate photograph, accompanied by the caption, introducing my Mr. Su to the family. Looking forward to the journey ahead, please guide me. Having completed this, Su Luo opened the car door, ready to make her exit. At this hour, it was the peak time for students returning to campus. The pink Cullinan stood out remarkably against the night backdrop. As she stepped out of the vehicle, Su Luo waved goodbye to Yin Luoxua, and the pink Cullinan gradually drove away. Just then, Zhang Yang happened to pass by, rushing towards Su Luo with exuberance. Old Su! Old Su! Without even catching a glimpse of him, Su Luo recognized Zhang Yang's distinctive voice. Upon reaching her, Zhang Yang bore an expression akin to that of a brother who had just learned his close companion acquired a luxurious vehicle. Old Su, you've been hiding too well. Hiding what? A wealthy woman. When did you get involved with such a rich lady? Zhang Yang had been waiting all afternoon for the chance to ask. I'm not involved with any wealthy woman. Stop talking nonsense, Su Luo retorted. Stop pretending. You've just saved yourself 20 years of hard work. Zhang Yang expressed his envy. You're overthinking it. She's merely an older sister I met online. Our relationship is entirely innocent, Su Luo replied earnestly. Innocent my foot. She called you dear at noon. Is that still innocent? Zhang Yang scoffed. Even customer service from Pinduoduo calls me dear. What's the big deal? Su Luo dismissed him. And what about that spicy hot pot? You took her out for spicy hot pot, for heaven's sake. Zhang Yang exclaimed with excitement. What's wrong with having spicy hot pot? Don't act like you don't know. 6 you want a bowl, 13 times, get it? Go away. You see dirt in everything. They continued their banter while walking towards the school, with Zhang Yang persistently doubting that nothing had transpired between Su Luo and Yin Luoxua. growing weary of his incessant prattling. Su Luo casually mentioned his plans for entrepreneurship, revealing that he had secured an investment from Yin Luoxue's father, which was why she had come to pick him up. Zhang Yang, upon hearing that Su Luo had landed a 5 million yuan investment, found it even more astonishing than any supposed relationship with a wealthy woman. Noting Su Luo's stubborn denial of any connection with Yin Luoxue, Zhang Yang shifted the topic to foreign exchange students. Old Su, you truly are despicable. Riding in a wealthy lady's car while enjoying a bath with a foreign exchange student. Have you ever considered the feelings of us single folks? Zhang Yang feigned indignation. When the hell did I ever bathe with a foreign exchange student? Su Luo chuckled in disbelief. Stop pretending. I've seen the chat records, and you still deny it. Come on, take a look for yourself. As Su Luo powered on his device, he raised the chat history between himself and Camille before Zhang Yang. Upon reading it, Zhang Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Oh, I see now. Nothing transpired between you two. It appears I was mistaken. The two continued their conversation as they made their way into the boys' dormitory. However, unbeknownst to them, two girls were stealthily trailing behind them. These girls were none other than the loyal followers of Yao Jingjing, Zhang Tong, and Wu Nannan. Moments prior, as Su Luo descended from the luxury car, Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan had just returned from dining out. Once Zhang Yang arrived, they discreetly eavesdropped on the conversation between the two. Although they only caught the gist of the discussion, they diligently noted down all the crucial information. It turned out that Su Luo and the affluent beauty driving the luxury car were merely siblings. The foreign exchange student he bathed with was merely an online acquaintance. This meant that Su Luo was still single. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan relayed all this information to Yao Jingjing. After lunch, Yao Jingjing had been feeling quite disheartened, unsure of the reason behind her discomfort. Perhaps it was the humiliation of being publicly rebuffed by Su Luo that stung her pride? However, after hearing Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan's revelations, her spirits lifted unexpectedly. So, Su Luo and that woman with the luxury car were not a couple? And the foreign exchange student was merely an online friend? Indeed, how could a woman who could afford such a vehicle possibly be in a relationship with him? And as for the foreign exchange student, it was likely just an online interaction. Jingjing, I believe Su Luo is attempting to provoke your jealousy in hopes of rekindling your feelings for him, Zhang Tong remarked. Exactly. He must think this will make you feel threatened enough to agree to be with him, Wu Nannan chimed in. Such immaturity in boys. Jingjing, I think it would be best for you to clarify things with him, Zhang Tong advised. I agree. You ought to tell him to cease these childish antics. It's simply clownish, Wu Nannan added. Yao Jingjing found some merit in their words. If she did not clarify, it would seem as though she cared deeply. She certainly did not wish for him to misconstrue her feelings as jealousy or insecurity. With these thoughts in mind, Yao Jingjing picked up her phone, preparing to send Su Luo a WeChat message to express her thoughts clearly. She intended to persuade him not to waste his time any longer, as she had no intention of being with him. After typing for over half an hour, she composed a small essay encapsulating her feelings. Essentially, she urged Su Luo to face reality and relinquish his misguided affections, expressing her preference for more mature individuals over someone as juvenile as him. To ensure Su Luo understood her resolve, she intentionally chose harsh words. After completing her message, she clicked the send button, only for the screen to display a glaring red exclamation mark. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not yet their friend. Please send a friend verification request first. Yao Jingjing furrowed her brow. Has he deleted me? Chapter 13. Let go and blow. Seeing Yao Jingjing staring blankly at the screen, Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan eagerly inquired, Jingjing, did you send it? How did that Su Luo respond? I bet he must be panicking now, frantically typing apologies to Jingjing. What's the use of apologies? Where was he when it mattered? If he hadn't been so arrogant, Jingjing would have at least given him a courteous response. I tell you, Jingjing, don't be soft-hearted. No matter how he pleads, do not forgive him. Men like that are simply worthless. Yes, such men deserve scorn. If you feel too embarrassed, we'll do the scolding for you. Before Yao Jingjing could react, the two leaned in, ready to offer their advice. However, they were met with the sight of Yao Jingjing's phone screen showing that Su Luo had blocked her. This is awkward. Not only did he not apologize, but he also went so far as to block the campus beauty. If it weren't for the company of her friends, Yao Jingjing would have been stomping her feet in frustration. Alas, she had to maintain her image as the campus belle. In truth, I've long wanted to block him. He has been pestering me every day, It's about time he gained some self-awareness. Yao Jingjing feigned calmness and smiled. Zhang Tong and Wu Nan quickly chimed in. I reckon he finally realized pursuing you would lead nowhere and has chosen to give up. Congratulations, Jingjing. Yes, Jingjing. You are free from his entanglement. A narrow-minded man like him will never achieve greatness. In the boys' dormitory, room 320, after Su Luo and Zhang Yang returned, he hurriedly connected his phone to the charger. He had only a little battery left after the earlier ride with Yin Luoxue. As soon as he plugged in the charger, his phone vibrated incessantly. Picking it up, he saw it was a video call from his father. Earlier, when Yin Luoxue had come to meet him, he had been unable to contact his father. Later, his mother mentioned that he had gone drinking with his comrades. So, he had been drinking all this time? Su Luo accepted the video call. Instead of his father's face, a drunken middle-aged man appeared on the screen. This man, Wang Liangu, was a comrade of Su Luo's father and often visited their home, maintaining a close relationship with the family. Good evening, Uncle Wang. Su Luo greeted the camera. Hello, little Su. Wang Liangu slurred his words, clearly having had quite a bit to drink. Uncle Wang, where's my dad? Why are you the only one here? Su Luo asked. Your dad is right here. Wang Liangu adjusted the camera, revealing Su Luo's father, who was dazed, propping his head up with his hand, swaying back and forth. Oh dear, Uncle Wang, please take it easy on my dad. I'm a lightweight, and he's an old lightweight. The two of us can barely handle a bottle of beer. Su Luo joked about himself. Laughter echoed as Su Luo recalled his father boasting moments ago, claiming that his drinking capacity far surpassed that of others, insisting that he could never be intoxicated. Initially, Su Luo intended to dismiss Wang Liangu's comments. Yet upon hearing his father bragging to others, he felt compelled to acknowledge the truth of the claim, despite its improbability. My father is not exaggerating. He speaks the truth. I truly cannot get drunk, Su Luo chuckled. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Your father's boast has materialized. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the immunity to intoxication skill. Is it really possible? Su Luo pondered, realizing that his father's bravado extended beyond mere flirtation. However, he soon concluded that this newfound ability seemed rather trivial. Being immune to intoxication merely implied he would never lose in drinking contests, and he rarely engaged in such competitions. As he contemplated this, he received a call from his aunt, prompting him to conclude the conversation and escort his father home. Wang Liangu's assertions sparked an idea within Su Luo. Could it be that to gain the abilities he desired, he merely needed to encourage his father to boast about them, and then acknowledge those claims as truth? With this thought, Su Luo conceived a bold plan. He decided to take matters into his own hands and teach his father how to boast about his son's accomplishments. Skills like immunity to intoxication, antique appraisal insight, and profit vision seemed rather pedestrian. He yearned for his father to unleash more audacious claims, perhaps even one of immortality. However, the system interjected with a warning. Host cannot induce or suggest that your father boast. Only genuine claims made by your father will yield results. Should you employ any means to compel your father into passive boasting or suggest that others repeat his claims, both you and your father will face dire consequences. Cherish your father, for he is irreplaceable. Realizing this approach would not bear fruit, Su Luo acknowledged that his father must voluntarily boast for it to be effective. Thus, he decided to leverage the boasts his father had already made. After spending some time at Yin Luoxue's residence, he now turned his attention to the unread messages from wealthy patrons that had accumulated while his phone had died earlier that afternoon. With hundreds of unread messages awaiting him, each one represented a boast his father had made. Filled with anticipation, Su Luo began to sift through the messages, only to discover that things were not unfolding as he had envisioned. He had imagined that these affluent women would, like the international students and Yin Luoxue, first seek confirmation of his father's claims. For instance, they might ask, is your French proficiency truly at level 2? Or can you really discern the authenticity of antiques at a glance? Most messages from wealthy women were merely casual conversations, without any mention of other matters. Perhaps the impressive prowess of his father's boasting left these affluent ladies with no suspicions. Furthermore, since Su Luo's father claimed to have changed his WeChat number, there was no need for them to revisit previous discussions after adding his so-called new account. This situation parallels informing friends of a new WeChat number once they add it. There is no necessity for awkwardly revisiting prior conversations. Without referencing the past boasts, Su Luo found himself unable to transform such fabrications into reality. He could not inquire directly, for that would lead to an explosive revelation alongside his father. The most prudent course of action was to maintain a steady rapport with these numerous affluent women, as one could never know when the conversation might drift toward the extravagant tales his father had spun. Thus, he employed a strategy of perfunctory responses, beginning to reply to the unread messages from the wealthy women. At that moment, a profile featuring a woman with luscious brown waves, donned in sunglasses and a striking red bikini, caught his attention. Judging by her profile picture, she possessed an eye-catching fair complexion and an archetypal Western physique, exceedingly voluptuous. Her WeChat name was Steamed Peach. Upon opening her chat, Su Luo was greeted with a selfie showcasing a pair of long, alluring legs, perfectly proportioned, appearing quite enticing. These legs were propped up on a bed, with the background hinting at a hotel setting. Following this, 3 textual messages arrived in quick succession. Steamed Peach. I've booked the room. It's at the Hilton near your school, room number 1302. Steamed Peach. I've already taken the medication, and I have the medical report with me. Steamed Peach. Hurry up. My useless green turtle is already lying on the floor waiting to drink. Chapter 14. Let the world be filled with love. The brevity of these 3 messages left Su Luo utterly astonished. What brazen words! The volume of information was overwhelming. After adding him, Steamed Peach had said nothing else, directly sending these messages. All previous conversations resided with his father. Su Luo was at a loss regarding how his father had conversed with this woman, leading her to prepare a room. What was the situation with the medication and the medical report? And what on earth did she mean by her useless green turtle lying on the floor waiting to drink? Did this woman keep a turtle? What was it supposed to drink? Water? While it was entirely reasonable for a turtle to drink water, as they dwell in aquatic environments, he had never seen a turtle lying on its back drinking water, unless it were raining, in which case it could lie back to catch drops from above. But wouldn't that be rather uncomfortable? What a peculiar image. Quickly, Su Luo realized that the turtle she referred to was not a conventional turtle at all. Su Luo sought to inquire about the matter concerning the steamed water peach from his father, but alas, his father had already indulged to the point of inebriation, leaving Su Luo to navigate this conundrum alone. To avoid raising suspicions, he chose to feign indifference. I cannot go out tonight. Let us postpone to another day, he sent. And indeed, the response was swift. Steamed water peach. Have you finished your medication and then say this? How could you be so inconsiderate? That was an expensive imported medicine. Steamed water peach. You had previously promised me that we could meet at any time. Now that I have prepared the venue, you say another day? Are you even human? Seizing the opportunity, Su Luo pressed for information. Su Luo, when did I ever say we could meet at any time? Steamed water peach. Chat history, steamed water peach. Come, take a good look. See if you ever said that. The other party sent a lengthy excerpt of their prior conversations. After perusing the exchange, Su Luo felt utterly disheartened. To put it simply, his father and the woman had engaged in a conversation that, while seemingly disparate, had nevertheless aligned in a peculiar manner. Initially, the woman sought a master in the craft of cream puffs. Unfortunately, Su Luo's father misinterpreted her underlying implication, believing she was in search of a boyfriend who could make the delightful pastries sold in dessert shops. In an effort to find common ground, Su Luo's father boasted of his prowess in making cream puffs. The woman, in turn, hinted that the expert she sought must produce puffs that were plentiful and not meager, unlike those found in shops. Su Luo's father, eager to impress, declared that his puffs were generously filled with cream, unlike the paltry offerings of commercial establishments. Subsequently, the woman revealed that her peculiar craving stemmed from her pet turtle, which had an insatiable appetite for cream puffs, asserting that her motivation was solely to indulge her turtle. This revelation left Su Luo's father perplexed, as he had previously cared for turtles and knew they typically feasted on small fish, shrimp, and insects. A turtle that relished cream puffs? That was a first for him. It appeared this turtle had quite the discerning palate. This incident provided a glimpse into the woman's affluent background. After all, cream puffs are a luxury, often sparingly enjoyed. What ordinary household could afford to feed a turtle such extravagant delicacies? When the woman inquired if Su Luo's father could prepare cream puffs for her turtle, he deemed it a trivial matter and consented. He even thoughtfully discussed with her the possibility that if her turtle enjoyed cream puffs, it might be due to a fondness for cream, given that it is the primary ingredient. He suggested that if that were the case, there would be no need for elaborate preparations. Simply purchasing cream from the supermarket would suffice. However, The woman explained that her turtle had rather unique tastes and would not consume cream alone. The cream must first be injected into the puff pastry, after which it is absorbed and consumed by the puff. Upon hearing this, Su Luo's father couldn't help but mentally scoff. This peculiar method of consumption is rather particular. Whether eating the cream directly from the container or stuffing it into the puff, is it not the same cream? Is there truly a discernible difference in flavor? Is it too rich when consumed alone? Su Luo's father was too apathetic to ponder these questions further. Then, the woman insisted on a meeting. Yet she proposed a peculiar condition. The meeting must include that turtle, and she required the preparation of puffs on site to feed the turtle. Naturally, Su Luo's father agreed, believing that this woman must have a deep bond with her pet turtle, necessitating its presence even outside. In a bid to help his son swiftly find a girlfriend, he assured her that any time would be suitable for their meeting. Subsequently, today marked the father-son showdown, where Su Luo's father sent a mass WeChat message to all the women he had been conversing with over the past few months, informing them of his new number and requesting them to add his current WeChat account, which happened to be Su Luo's. What followed was the unfolding of the current events. Upon grasping the entire situation, Su Luo's worldview was utterly shattered. Such peculiarities exist in this vast world. Are there truly individuals with such eccentric preferences? As for the woman's request, Su Luo was resolute in his refusal. Although the woman possessed an impressive physique and even presented a health report, the thought of someone waiting for a steaming puff made him shudder. He hastily decided to block her, just as Su Luo prepared to sever ties with Steamed Peach. A message from her halted his actions. Steamed Peach, why are you silent? Steamed Peach, you were so boastful online, claiming to be a professional puff maker. Are you truly a professional? Ever since acquiring the system, Su Luo had developed a strong aversion to being questioned, particularly about the exaggerations made by his father. He would not allow anyone to challenge his father's bravado. Although the woman's inquiry did not pertain to a skill Su Luo particularly desired, an opportunity presented must not be squandered. Typing swiftly, he confidently affirmed, "Of course, I am a professional at making puffs. Everything I told you before was genuine, not an exaggeration." Ding! Your father's boast has come true. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the title of Master of Puffs. Master of Puffs, a master craftsman, inheriting the essence of a century of skill, filling the world with love. A new skill had been granted. Su Luo assessed his physical state for any unusual sensations. After a thorough examination, he realized he felt no different from usual. Wait a moment, could this Master of Puffs be an authentic skill? One akin to a true master of desserts and pastries? Yet, Su Luo did not sense any enlightenment regarding his ability to create desserts. This proves that the system has not erred. The skills he acquired are indeed as he comprehends them. Perhaps, until that moment arrives, the skills may not manifest their full potential. Su Luo is currently experiencing his newfound abilities when his phone receives yet another message from the other party. Steamed Peach, I won't believe anything you say now, unless you come over and let me see for myself just how formidable you are. Chapter 15. If I engage with him, I am but a dog. Su Luo finds this rather amusing. Is she attempting to provoke him? Now that he possesses the skills, he has little interest in entertaining such a peculiar woman. Having acquired the extraordinary skill of Puff Master, he certainly has no intention of letting her benefit from it. Such a splendid skill ought to be reserved for those deserving. His WeChat is inundated with hundreds of unread messages awaiting his attention, leaving him no time to squander on a woman with eccentric tendencies. Most importantly, he has no interest in engaging in games of deception. However, Su Luo does decide to have a bit of fun. After all, she has been vociferous in her challenges. Su Luo, all right, I'm on my way. You and your husband wait for me. After sending the message, he promptly blocks her. Let this peculiar couple engage in their own standoff through the long night. He has more pressing matters to attend to. He just wasted time dealing with Steamed Peach, delaying his progress on the unread messages. As of now, his friend request list is still filled with dozens of people awaiting approval. Su Luo does not rush to accept them all, otherwise, he would be overwhelmed by the conversations. Chatting with dozens of women simultaneously would be more taxing than a scam operation. Even if he were to engage in superficial exchanges, it would still demand a considerable effort. Of course, Su Luo's diligent maintenance of these online romantic prospects is solely to trigger the system and acquire more skills during their interactions. He has no interest in romance. What he desires is extraordinary powers. The next day, Su Luo and Zhang Yang rise early to dine at the cafeteria. The other two roommates, Tianjijia and Zhou have gone to the internet CAF for an overnight stay and have yet to return. Upon arriving at the cafeteria and serving themselves, Su Luo eats while communicating with representatives from Yan's venture capital regarding investment matters. Early that morning, Yan's venture capital reached out to him. In truth, a 5 million project is but a trifling matter for a large company like Yan's venture capital. However, this project had been personally instructed by Chairman Yan Bingjun just the day prior, and the responsible personnel dare not treat it lightly. Moreover, there are rumors that the initiator of this project is the boyfriend of Yan Luoxue. And who is Yan Luoxue? The cherished pearl of the Yan family, a young lady of great fortune and the future successor of the Yan group. In essence, this project is akin to that of the man destined to be the chairman of Yan's venture capital. Naturally, the company holds it in high regard. Thus, the individual responsible for liaising with the project added Su Luo on WeChat early in the morning. Their demeanor was exceedingly humble and sincere, which made Su Luo feel somewhat unaccustomed. Next, Su Luo was to draft a project proposal, after which Yan's venture capital would advance the subsequent processes. After breakfast, Su Luo and Zhang Yang were engaged in light banter as they strolled outside. At that moment, they unexpectedly encountered Yao Jingjing, who had just entered the cafeteria. Yao Jingjing's class had physical education in the morning, hence she was clad in a fitted gray tracksuit. The snug attire accentuated her slender figure, rendering her particularly eye-catching. It must be said that Yao Jingjing possessed an enviable physique. She was indeed the goddess of thunder at Binhai University, a fact that explained the fervent admiration she received from the male students across the campus. Who could resist a beauty of such caliber, adorned with an impressive presence? Su Luo's gaze inadvertently drifted to Yao Jingjing's chest, not out of intention, but as a consequence of their face-to-face encounter. Upon noticing that this boy, who had pursued her for years and had even blocked her, was now staring at her chest, Yao Jingjing felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. What irked her the most was that Su Luo did not utter a single word. They merely brushed past each other. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan, who were accompanying Yao Jingjing, of course, witnessed the scene and began to mock them. Trying to act aloof? Does he really think that will make Jingjing regret it? They scoffed. These boys are all the same. When they can't win a girl over, they pretend to be strangers to ease their own awkwardness. Jingjing, for goodness sake, don't you dare speak to him. Don't let him think his aloof act is working. Exactly. There are plenty of suitors for you. Who does he think he is? Just ignore him. The two roommates fanned the flames of Yao Jingjing's frustration, which had already been stoked by Su Luo blocking her. The fact that he wouldn't even speak to her while ogling her made her fury boil over. She muttered under her breath, if I engage with him, I might as well be a dog. Su Luo and Zhang Yang returned to the classroom, where their other roommates, Tianjijia and Zhou, were slumped over their desks catching up on sleep. During the early self-study period, with no teacher present, the atmosphere was filled with idle chatter. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Zhao Yanqing, entered the classroom, prompting an instant hush. Zhao Yanqing stood at the door and waved at Su Luo. Su Luo, come out for a moment. Oh, okay. Su Luo rose and stepped out of the classroom. Upon reaching the corridor, he noticed two officers in uniform standing alongside Zhao Yanqing. Su Luo wondered what was happening. Why were the officers at school? Hello, you must be Su Luo, one of the officers inquired. Yes, that's me, Su Luo replied. We have a case that requires your assistance at the police station. A case? Yes, rest assured, it won't take too long. We just need to gather some information from you. Seeing that the two officers did not elaborate further, Su Luo understood that the specifics would have to be discussed at the police station. Collaborating with Officer Hat is a civic duty, and thus, Su Luo refrained from further inquiries. Seizing the opportunity to skip a day of classes under the guise of official business was rather delightful. All right, no problem. Su Luo acquiesced to Officer Hat's request. The two officers escorted Su Luo away from the school and into the police car parked outside. This marked Su Luo's inaugural experience in a police vehicle, which he found rather exhilarating, provided, of course, that one had not engaged in any unlawful activities to warrant such a ride. Silence enveloped the journey as the police vehicle made its way to the Jishan police station in Binhai City. Upon disembarking, the officers guided Su Luo into the interrogation room. As soon as he entered, a sense of unease washed over him. If the intention were merely to gather information, there would be no necessity to convene in an interrogation room. This was not Su Luo's first encounter with Officer Hat. Throughout both his past and present, There had been instances where he received calls from the officers to verify certain details, or where he was stopped on the street for an identity check. Friends had been invited to the police station for a casual chat in the reception area or discussion room. A more serious situation would lead to the interrogation room. Typically, the latter was reserved for significant witnesses or key suspects. As Su Luo pondered the unfolding situation, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and two plainclothes officers, a man and a woman, entered. Su Luo noticed their badges bearing their names, ranks, and departments: Lu Chao and El Manchi, both detectives from the Binhai City Criminal Investigation Division. A furrow creased Su Luo's brow. What was the meaning of this? How had he become entangled in a criminal case? Chapter 16. He found himself quite suspicious once inside. The law enforcement recording device in the center of the room activated, initiating the interrogation process. The male officer, Lu Chao, spoke first. "Young man, there's no need to be anxious. Just answer our questions truthfully." Su Luo nodded. "Of course, I will certainly speak the truth." The female officer, El Manchi, with her short hair, produced a photograph and held it up before Su Luo. "Do you recognize this woman?" Su Luo glanced at the image of the woman. She possessed an unmistakably artificial appearance: double eyelids, plump lips, a sculpted nose, and a face that appeared unnaturally filled, resembling a mannequin. "I do not recognize her," Su Luo asserted, shaking his head decisively. "You had better take a closer look," El Manchi replied sternly. Su Luo feigned scrutiny once more, then shook his head even more insistently. "I truly do not recognize her. I have never seen her before." With a resounding thud, El Manchi slammed her hand on the table. "Are you still lying?" "I am not lying," Su Luo protested, his expression one of innocence. "Then how do you explain that you do not recognize this woman when you were chatting with her on WeChat last night, only to deny it now?" El Manchi inquired. Her brow furrowed. Last night. Su Luo engaged in a conversation on WeChat with numerous women, many of whom did not even have photos. Given the current situation, it is highly probable that the woman in the photograph is one among those many. Thus, she must have some sort of criminal record or be wanted by the police, which explains why he was contacted last night and subsequently brought in for questioning. The pressing question remains: who exactly is this woman? Lu Chao produced a mobile phone encased in a transparent bag. "Young man, what is your relationship with the woman whose WeChat name is Steamed Water Peach?" Su Luo suddenly realized something. It turns out the woman in the photograph is indeed her. Truly, her WeChat profile picture is nothing but a deceptive facade. The altered visage renders her unrecognizable, a completely different person. Who could discern that she is Steamed Water Peach? Su Luo hastily explained, "I do not know her at all." "Unfamiliar? How could she have approached you to book a hotel room then?" LV Manchi glared at Su Luo. "The situation is not as you presume. I genuinely do not know her. I don't even know what she looks like," Su Luo confessed, his face flushed with embarrassment. If one were to merely examine the chat history, it would indeed lead to misunderstandings regarding Su Luo's intentions with this woman. However, the reality is somewhat more intricate. LV Manchi maintained a serious demeanor. "Su Luo, I must formally remind you that WeChat chat records, which possess objective authenticity and have not been altered or deleted, can be utilized as legal evidence. If your chat with Steamed Water Peach is legitimate and remains unaltered or unedited, then you are now entangled in a heinous criminal case. Every word you utter henceforth must be entirely truthful. Otherwise, you will incur severe legal repercussions." Unable to restrain himself, Su Luo inquired, "May I ask what crime she has committed that is so grave?" "She was murdered," LV Manchi replied. "To be precise, she and her boyfriend were both victims." Su Luo was taken aback. "You were her last contact before her demise, and your final conversation was about you going to the hotel to meet her. This is the reason we have summoned you today." Su Luo was bewildered. The surgery-obsessed woman had cooled off after he had playfully teased her the previous night. What a predicament. Last night, in a moment of jest, Su Luo had intended to stand her up and sent the message, "All right, I'm on my way. Wait for me and your husband." That message turned out to be the last correspondence from the surgery-obsessed woman. Now, Su Luo comprehended why he had been brought to the interrogation room. This was a matter of life and death. Had he inadvertently become a suspect? "Let me clarify that I truly do not know her. The chat history will reveal that we are not acquainted. From last night until today, I have remained in my dormitory, never leaving the school premises. Should you doubt my words, you may verify through surveillance footage or inquire with my roommate." After listening to Su Luo's explanation, Lu Chao spoke up. "Young man, We are currently retrieving your alibi. The pressing issue lies in the fact that your last communication with the deceased closely coincides with the time of their demise, approximately 15 minutes after you sent your message. The victim was murdered, and the walking distance from your school to the Hilton Hotel is precisely around 15 minutes. Lu Chao ceased to elaborate further. Yet his insinuation was unmistakable. Lu Manchi took the opportunity to continue. Through our investigation, we have uncovered that the deceased had a habit of clearing their chat history daily. You are the sole contact remaining in their phone. The crux of the matter is that after the deceased added you as a friend, they promptly disclosed their hotel room number to you, coupled with suggestive remarks indicating an intention to engage in illicit relations. If you were unfamiliar with the deceased, how could they have randomly added you and shared such explicit content? We have examined screenshots from the deceased's chat history, which reveal that you possess another WeChat account. All your conversations with the victim prior to the hotel rendezvous reside within this alternative account, yet the deceased contact list does not include this secondary number. Why did you switch WeChat accounts to converse with them after they proposed meeting? It is evident that your other WeChat account likely conceals the motive behind the victim's unfortunate fate. Upon hearing Lu Manchi's analysis, Su Luo felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was not entirely unexpected that they would suspect him. Were he in their position, he too would find himself dubious. Young man, what you must do now is cooperate with our investigation and provide us with your other WeChat account and the complete chat history with the deceased. Only in this way can your innocence be substantiated, Lu Chao earnestly urged. The issue is, I am currently unable to provide you with my other WeChat account. Su Luo awkwardly replied. Why is that? Lu Manchi inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Because that WeChat account does not belong to me, Su Luo responded. Do you dare to argue? The profile picture and details on that account are your personal information, and you still insist it is not yours? Lu Manchi raised his voice. Yes, the profile picture and details are indeed mine, but I am not the one using that account, Su Luo insisted. Then who could it possibly be? Lu Manchi pressed. It is my father's, Su Luo revealed. Both Lu Manchi and Lu Chao stared in bewilderment, prompting Su Luo to hastily clarify his father's dubious actions. In a matter of life and death, failing to elucidate this would lead to greater complications. After all, his father had committed no illegal acts. There is no law prohibiting a father from impersonating his son in online romantic pursuits, right? Su Luo recounted the entire situation in detail. After listening to Su Luo's thorough explanation, both Lu Manchi and Lu Chao fell into a profound silence. Chapter 17. Indeed, my father was not boasting. Wait a moment. Things are a bit tangled. Let me first clarify. Lu Manchi supported her forehead with one hand while holding a pen in the other, meticulously organizing a relationship chart in her notebook. Are you suggesting that your father changed his WeChat profile to your photograph, impersonating you in pursuit of online romances? Subsequently, once he had established rapport, he would inform them of a number change and direct them to add your WeChat account? The unfortunate victim from last night was one of these online romantic interests, and prior to last night, you had no acquaintance with the deceased. The chat logs captured in the screenshots were not from you, but rather from your father. When your father conversed with the deceased, he was unaware of the suggestive terminology he was using, which inadvertently led to a misunderstanding, causing the victim to believe you possessed certain exceptional abilities that could satisfy their peculiar inclinations. Upon mentioning such notable abilities, Lu Manchi noticeably blushed. Throughout her years of investigation, she had encountered numerous similar cases. However, this was the first instance where a woman was so fixated on an abundance of peculiarities, which left Lu Manchi feeling somewhat awkward. Thus, her tone quickened as she elaborated on this matter. Next, the deceased suddenly added you last night, expressing a desire to meet at a hotel. Yet you did not go, correct? Yes, that is indeed the case. If you do not believe me, you may contact my father for verification, Su Luo interjected. If that is the case, it is indeed necessary to verify via phone, Lu Manchi concurred. Su Luo provided her father's mobile number, and Lu Chao picked up the landline in the interrogation room to dial. Moments later, a voice answered on the other end. Hello, who is this? Hello. May I ask if you are Comrade Su Yuejin? I am. Who are you? I am Lu Chao, a detective from the criminal investigation team of Binhai City. The situation is such that your son is in our... Get lost, you deceitful scoundrel. Lu Chao. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly terminated. Lu Chao's face turned a shade of green as Su Luo awkwardly explained, well, my father has a strong anti-fraud awareness. He often receives calls from scammers claiming that I have been kidnapped, so you understand. Lu Manchi, both amused and exasperated, suggested, then use your own phone to call him. I will speak with your uncle once the call is connected. All right, no problem. Su Luo took up her mobile phone and called her father, Su Yuejin. Once the call connected, she first assured him that she had not been kidnapped and was currently at the police station, leaving the rest of the conversation to Lu Manchi. Hello, Uncle. I am Detective Lu Manchi from the Criminal Investigation Team of Binhai City. I would like to verify some information and hope you can cooperate. Absolutely. I will fully cooperate with the police. Very well. Lu Manchi proceeded to inquire about the circumstances discussed earlier. Su Yuejin's responses were entirely consistent with what Su Luo had conveyed. At that moment, a colleague who had been reviewing the surveillance footage brought forth the latest updates. Through the examination of the school's surveillance footage and the testimony of Su Luo's roommate, Zhang Yang, it was confirmed that Su Luo was indeed present in the dormitory from last night until this morning, providing him with a solid alibi. Additionally, Su Luo's father, Su Yuejin, clarified the circumstances surrounding the incident, revealing that there was indeed a case of someone impersonating his son in an online romance. The truth is now unveiled. Thank you, sir. For your cooperation, Lu Manchi expressed politely. It is I who have caused you trouble, leading to such a significant misunderstanding. Su Yuejin replied awkwardly. Not at all. The misunderstanding has now been resolved. We will return Su Luo to school shortly, so you need not worry. Lu Manchi reassured him as she exchanged a few pleasantries with Su Yuejin before preparing to end the call. Suddenly, Su Yuejin interjected, Young lady. May I ask how old you are? Lu Manchi was taken aback. I am 26 this year. Perfect for a rabbit year. So, do you have a boyfriend? Su Yuejin inquired. And no, Lu Manchi responded awkwardly. That is wonderful. Let me tell you, my son's lifelong aspiration has been to become a people's police officer. He possesses a strong sense of justice. Moreover, he is kind-hearted and respectful towards the elderly and the young. He often helps old ladies cross the street, Su Yuejin boasted. Oh, is that so? That's quite admirable, Lu Manchi replied, a mix of amusement and exasperation in her voice. Upon hearing his father's rambling, Su Luo realized that his father was still under the influence of alcohol from the previous night. To make matters worse, Su Yuejin continued to boast about his son. Young lady, although my son is not studying at a police academy, he is exceptionally skilled at solving cases, be it petty theft or even murder. My son can crack any case. If you have any unsolvable cases or unclear clues, feel free to consult with my son. He will undoubtedly assist you. As Su Yuejin's exaggerations escalated, he painted Su Luo as more capable than even Conan. Lu Manchi could only respond awkwardly before ending the call. Perceiving that Su Yuejin was merely trying to help his son make friends and disregarding his earlier remarks, Lu Chao, who had been listening nearby, joked. This old man has quite the sense of humor. He is willing to exaggerate anything just to find a partner for his son. Actually, my father isn't exaggerating. Su Luo interjected. Lu Chao turned to Su Luo, repeating Su Yuejin's earlier boast. Are you implying that your father spoke the truth? And you are indeed skilled at solving cases? You can handle theft, murder, and arson? Su Luo nodded solemnly. Indeed, what he said is true. I can solve any case. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Your father's boast has come true. Congratulations, host. You have acquired God-level psychological profiling. Seeing Su Luo's earnest demeanor, Lu Chao's expression darkened considerably. Young man, one may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. Matters of life and death are no trifling matter. Do you truly believe that solving a case is as effortless as portrayed in animated films? If you are indeed as formidable as your father asserts, why do you not unearth the murderer and clear your name? At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and a man in a hat hurriedly entered. He leaned closer to the two and spoke in hushed tones. The forensic report has been released. Both the method of the crime and the target bear an uncanny resemblance to the recent heinous dismemberment case in Binhai City. Upon hearing this, the expressions of El Manchi and Lu Chao darkened considerably. El Manchi took the forensic report and scrutinized it, letting out a resigned sigh. Indeed, the characteristics of the crime aligned perfectly with previous dismemberment cases, confirming that the perpetrator of last night's Hilton dismemberment case was the same individual responsible for several earlier cases in Binhai City. It is indeed that wretched fiend. This despicable pervert. When shall we capture him? Lu Chao could not help but curse. Chapter 18. This beast specializes in tormenting women. Su Luo, of course, heard every word clearly. The heinous dismemberment case in Binhai City? He was well aware of it. To be precise, the entire populace of Binhai was cognizant. For the case was horrifically gruesome. The uproar surrounding it had rendered single women in Binhai City too frightened to venture out alone. 3 months prior, a brutal dismemberment case unfolded in Binhai City. The victim was a single female programmer, brutally murdered and disposed of in the wilderness. Due to the perpetrator's cunning methods and high level of counter-surveillance awareness, the police failed to uncover any advantageous leads. 2 weeks following this incident, the murderer struck again, claiming a solitary female streamer as the next victim. It was only after a week that neighbors discovered her dismembered body. The entire building permeated with a foul stench. The 2 dismemberment cases occurred in quick succession, with the same method employed. The perpetrator first struck the victim's head with a blunt object, rendering her unconscious. Before commencing the gruesome dismemberment, both victims had their chests completely removed and their hands severed, with one hand stuffed into the abdomen and the other into the intestines. An atrocity beyond comprehension. A month after the 2 dismemberment cases, citizens reported a floating corpse discovered along a river in Jishan district. The police arrived to confirm the identity of the body, that of a high school girl who had been missing for over half a month. This girl too had her chest entirely removed, with her hands severed and inserted into her abdomen and intestines, mirroring the previous cases. The modus operandi of these 3 dismemberment cases was identical, undeniably the work of the same perpetrator. What troubled the police the most was that the 3 victims bore no connection to one another, and all surveillance cameras in the vicinity of the crime scenes had been deliberately destroyed. The indiscriminate acts of murder and dismemberment, compounded by the assailants' exceptional counter-detection skills, have left the police with no progress over the past 3 months. 3 women have suffered the inhumane fate of dismemberment, igniting widespread outrage across various sectors of society. This has instilled fear in many single or solitary women, making them hesitant to venture out alone. The coastal serial dismemberment case has thus evolved into a sensational national incident. Recently, Su Luo learned from El Manchi that the case from last night, along with the previous 3 dismemberment cases, was perpetrated by the same assailant. This implies that the fate of steamed watermelon peach mirrors that of the 3 preceding victims, all viciously dismembered. Has the forensic analysis of the deceased's boyfriend been completed? El Manchi inquired. Yes, he died from excessive blood loss due to blunt force trauma to the head, with no other injuries found on his body, Uncle Hat replied. Clearly, the perpetrator has no interest in males, opting instead to eliminate them directly. This beast specifically torments women, El Manchi asserted with indignation. Have we examined the surveillance footage around the hotel? Lu Chao asked. Yes, the hotel surveillance was compromised during the incident, and the street cameras captured nothing, came the response. The assailant's counter-detection abilities are formidable. He has managed to evade cameras during previous attacks, so it is not surprising that the nearby street footage yielded no results. Let us investigate the guests entering and exiting the hotel at the time of the incident to see if we can uncover anything. The 3 of them were deeply engrossed in their discussion of the case, completely oblivious to the presence of another individual in the room. Excuse me, but if there is nothing else, may I return to school? Su Luo interjected, unable to contain himself. El Manchi suddenly realized her oversight, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Of course, we shall arrange for your transport back immediately. She rose to open the door for Su Luo, with Lu Chao following suit. As Su Luo walked out, he cast a glance at the forensic report on the table. With his newfound superb psychological profiling skills, he could glean numerous hidden details from merely a glance at the report. El Manchi and Lu Chao escorted Su Luo out of the interrogation room and to the entrance of the police station. A misunderstanding was resolved, and Su Luo prepared to board the vehicle back to school. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a crew cut approached them. El Manchi and Lu Chao saluted him in unison. Good day, Captain. Su Luo observed the badge on his chest, identifying him as Zheng Chaoi, the head of the Coastal Criminal Investigation Team. He was likely the superior of El Manchi and Lu Chao. Zheng Chaoi regarded Su Luo for a moment, prompting Lu Chao to promptly report the situation. Captain Zheng, everything has been thoroughly investigated. This young man had no acquaintance with the deceased. Both El Manchi and I have completed the statements. Zheng Chaoi nodded. Very well, let us expedite this young man's return to school, ensuring his studies are not hindered. Understood, Captain Zheng. By the way, this is the criminal sketch recently created by the technical department's profiler. The assailant is male, approximately 25 to 35 years old. standing around 190 centimeters tall, weighing about 90 kilograms, with a robust build and considerable strength. L. Please relay this information to our colleagues across departments and have them remain vigilant. With that, Zheng Chaoyi handed the sketch to El Manchi. Excellent. With the sketch artist's depiction in hand, we shall soon bring the perpetrator to justice. El Manchi exclaimed with fervor. Lu Chao leaned closer to the image and clicked his tongue. This fellow's face is all flab. He certainly doesn't look like a good person. El Manchi held the image aloft, scrutinizing it repeatedly, before expressing her disdain. The physical characteristics indeed align with those of the suspect. Let us print several copies of this image to ensure that the local citizens remain vigilant. Precisely. Especially those residing near the Hilton Hotel. Lu Chao concurred. His words triggered a realization in El Manchi. She noticed Su Luo preparing to get into his car and quickly called out to him. Su Luo, please wait a moment. Su Luo halted his steps. El Manchi presented the image to him. This is the sketch of the serial dismemberment case's perpetrator. Please take a photo and, once you return to school, share it with your classmates and friends, urging them to be cautious of the man depicted. Remember, if you spot the individual in the photo, do not hesitate to report it. Never consider playing the hero to subdue the criminal. Indeed, I must emphasize again that upon citing the depicted felon, your safety must come first before contacting the authorities, as the suspect is exceedingly dangerous. We must not alert him prematurely, Zheng Chaoyi reminded from the side. Zheng's foresight is commendable. Lu Chao, embodying a sycophant, gave Zheng a thumbs up. Su Luo gazed at the sketch but hesitated to take out his phone for a photograph. Noticing this, El Manchi urged, classmate, what are you pondering? Hurry up and take a picture. Take a picture? Of this. Su Luo pointed at the image. Yes. What else would you take a picture of? El Manchi questioned, perplexed. Why would I photograph this? Su Luo retorted. Lu Chao rolled his eyes beside him. Have you been daydreaming? Didn't you hear what we just said? The man in the sketch is the murderer. Why aren't you acting quickly? He is not the murderer. Su Luo interrupted Lu Chao's words. Everyone fell silent in shock. Lu Chao, taken aback, found the situation rather amusing. You say he is not the murderer? How would you know what a murderer looks like? Lu Chao scoffed. I've never seen one. Su Luo replied, shaking his head. Then how can you claim he is not the murderer? Lu Chao pressed aggressively. Because the murderer is not male. Su Luo asserted with conviction. Chapter 19, awaiting your good news. This declaration stunned everyone present. The perpetrator of the sensational coastal serial dismemberment case is not male? Such a statement, if it were to circulate, would surely elicit laughter. Lu Chao was somewhat speechless. Today's university students truly do not shy away from making outrageous claims. Young man, you should return to your classes. We are busy with the case and have no time for your nonsense. Lu Chao waved his hand dismissively at Su Luo. All right. Su Luo had no intention of engaging further with Lu Chao and simply stepped towards the car. Classmate, please wait a moment. El Manchi called out to Su Luo. Upon witnessing Lu Manchi beckoning to Su Luo, Lu Chao was left perplexed. Manchi, why are you calling him? Lu Manchi, disregarding Lu Chao's query, turned her earnest gaze towards Su Luo. Classmate, why do you assert that the perpetrator is not male? Because the characteristics of the assailant do not align with those typically associated with men, Su Luo replied. Could you elaborate further? Lu Manchi pressed. Lu Chao interjected. Unable to contain himself, do you genuinely believe the words of a university student? Lu Manchi countered. I do not merely believe what he says. I wish to consider an alternative possibility. Lu Chao retorted, but Lu Manchi interrupted. Have you forgotten what team leader Zheng mentioned? To become an exceptional detective, one must not dwell on impossibilities when solving cases, but rather contemplate the possibilities. Upon hearing Lu Manchi reference Zheng Chaoyi's classic words, Lu Chao found himself at a loss for a retort. Team leader Zheng, look at Lu Chao, hesitating. Team leader Zheng, the eyes of the public are keen. It is never detrimental to heed their analyses. Lu Manchi made a face at Zheng Chaoyi. We certainly must listen to the public's analysis. But whether to adopt it is a decision we must make ourselves. Otherwise, what purpose do we serve as the police? Zheng Chaoyi's demeanor was grave. His words bore truth. While it was acceptable to consider the clues provided by Su Luo, they were, after all, seasoned detectives who had unraveled countless complex cases. Surely they could not be directed by a university student. Lu Manchi turned to Su Luo. You may continue to express your viewpoint. Su Luo, noting that Lu Manchi and the others were growing weary of listening, stifled a yawn and employed his recently acquired god-tier psychological profiling skill for a brief analysis. Psychological profiling, also known as criminal psychological mapping, is a skill mastered only by seasoned detectives. It primarily involves analyzing the perpetrator's modus operandi, the arrangement of the crime scene, and various criminal characteristics. By utilizing these clues, one can delineate the psychological state of the assailant, including predictions regarding their gender, age, physical attributes, profession, and personality traits. Astute psychological profilers can even anticipate the perpetrator's next moves, aiding the police in narrowing their search. To excel as a psychological profiler, one must possess profound knowledge in criminal psychology, behavioral psychology, microexpression psychology, and other specialized fields. Su Luo's current profiling abilities surpassed even the world's most elite psychological profilers. The daunting series of coastal dismemberment murders posed no challenge for him. The assailants' characteristics were unmistakable. Each victim had their chest meticulously removed, and their hands severed and inserted into their own bodies. Such an aberrant method of dismemberment indicated the perpetrator's extreme agitation, possible sexual deviance, or past trauma, and might suggest a melancholic or self-harming personality. The removal of the victim's chests could either signify indiscriminate rage or an extreme expression of personal experiences endured by the assailant. The grotesque injury of having both hands inserted into the body signifies that the perpetrator is a typical case of M-Hler syndrome. A moment ago, while in the interrogation room, I glanced at the forensic report. There were no signs of a struggle at the Hilton Hotel crime scene last night. Both victims exhibited no external injuries resulting from a fight, and no traces of anesthetics or hallucinogens were detected in their systems. This indicates that the victims were entirely caught off guard at the time of their demise. Ruling out the possibility of the assailant being a tall and robust man exceeding 190 centimeters. Although the forensic examination concluded that death resulted from blunt force trauma to the head, the precision of the dissection suggests that the perpetrator likely possesses medical experience or at least 8 years of surgical practice. Additionally, one male victim bore blunt force trauma to the forehead, standing at 178 centimeters. Based on the size of the weapon and the depth of the wound, it can be inferred that the assailant's height ranges between 170 and 173 centimeters. Notably, there was a discernible hitch when cutting into the female victim's chest, implying that the assailant has an old injury to their right hand or elbow, which affected the thoroughness of the incision. In conclusion, Su Luo summarized the findings. With the limited clues at hand, he could only sketch a preliminary profile of the criminal, a female aged between 30 and 35 years, standing at 170 to 173 centimeters. Possessing medical experience, skilled in surgical procedures, and with an injury to her right hand or elbow. Su Luo's remarkably professional analysis left Lu Manchi, Zheng Chaoyi, and Lu Chao astounded. Regardless of whether his hypothesis is correct, the clarity of his reasoning and logic made it apparent that Su Luo was indistinguishable from the exceptional psychological profilers in the Criminal Investigation Unit. Regrettably, Su Luo's final conclusion starkly contrasted with the assessments provided by the psychological profilers of the police force. The assertion that the perpetrator is a woman was particularly difficult for Zheng Chaoyi and the others to accept. Any seasoned investigator would recognize that the assailant in the coastal serial dismemberment case must undoubtedly be a strong male, as a female's physical capabilities cannot possibly allow for the dismemberment of human bones with bare hands and the disposal of remains in the wilderness. Zheng Chaoyi refrained from engaging Su Luo further, considering him merely a university student and not worth the effort of a seasoned investigator. He simply smiled knowingly, patting Su Luo on the shoulder before escorting him to the vehicle. Lu Chao, meanwhile, chuckled and shook his head, expressing, "Young man, thank you for your analysis. Be sure to keep an eye on the news in the coming days. I fear you may miss it when we apprehend the male suspect towering at 190 centimeters." Su Luo smiled faintly in the car, aware that Lu Chao did not truly believe his earlier statements and was merely mocking him. "I will keep an eye on the news. And I wish you success in capturing this male suspect." Su Luo emphasized the phrase male suspect. Lu Chao retorted, "Then I won't trouble you, young man. After we catch the perpetrator, I will personally come to your school to deliver the good news. All right, I shall await your good tidings." With that, the police car whisked Su Luo away from the precinct. Lu Chao watched as Su Luo departed, crossing his arms and letting out a scoff. What affliction plagues today's university students, that they can spout such nonsensical assertions with such conviction? Initially, their words were rather intimidating. I was nearly persuaded, but when they concluded that the perpetrator was female, I almost burst into laughter. Zheng Chaoyi chuckled slightly, dismissing Su Luo's remarks as inconsequential. Enough of this. Let us return to serious matters. We now possess the suspect's likeness. It is imperative we disseminate this image and proceed with the apprehension of the criminal. Chapter 20, A Momentous Discovery. El Manchi and Lu Chao spoke in unison. Received. I shall inform our comrades at the precinct. You two should return to the criminal investigation team, Zheng instructed. Understood, Captain Zheng. Lu Chao responded, driving El Manchi towards the police station. Along the way, Lu Chao continued to ridicule Su Luo's earlier statements, deeming them absurd. I nearly died laughing at that young man. If the dismemberment case's assailant turns out to be a woman, I, Lu Chao, shall eat my hat. El Manchi remained silent, appearing lost in thought. Lu Chao, feeling neglected after his tirade, glanced at El Manchi in the passenger seat. Manchi, what occupies your mind? I am contemplating that we must not confine our investigative thinking. We truly need to consider all possibilities. However, the nature of this case is unique, and we require the expertise of the department's criminal investigation elites, she replied. Lu Chao, somewhat disgruntled, retorted, are you implying that you believe that young man's ramblings? I neither believe nor disbelieve. I merely trust my instincts. El Manchi responded with depth. You don't actually think the assailant is female, do you? Lu Chao inquired, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. El Manchi remained silent, for she genuinely wished to concede. She too felt the perpetrator might be a woman. Su Luo's psychological profiling had indeed astonished her, and she found his analysis remarkably compelling. Yet, the predicament lay in his identity. In her eyes, he was merely an attractive university student lacking in worldly experience, previously deemed a suspect in the Hilton case. Although his suspicion had been lifted, it was all a misunderstanding. Nonetheless, to accept his analysis of the criminal would be somewhat untenable. Furthermore, Zheng Chaoyi had already provided the criminal profile, meticulously crafted by a seasoned psychological profiler from the technical department, based on 4 case files. Even if El Manchi privately acknowledged Su Luo's insights, she dared not voice such assertions. Shortly after the two returned to the criminal investigation team, Zheng Chaoyi reappeared. He summoned all the detectives to the conference room for a meeting. With the suspect's likeness now available, the purpose of this assembly was to strategize the apprehension of the criminal. All the department's key personnel and heads of various divisions were in attendance. Given the gravity of the situation, the director of the Binhai Public Security Bureau, Luo Qingfeng, was also present. The conference room was filled to capacity, the atmosphere exceedingly solemn. We have disseminated the suspect's likeness to all departments within the Binhai Public Security System, as well as to various agencies connected to our network. Simultaneously, we have coordinated with the officers from various precincts, who will deploy plainclothes personnel at major urban hubs bustling with crowds to ensure the thorough investigation of the perpetrator can proceed smoothly. After listening to Zheng Chaoyi's report, Luo Qingfeng nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed on the image of the assailant displayed on the large screen. Has the Big Data Unit retrieved detailed information about the suspect? Director Luo, we have not been able to ascertain that yet. The facial recognition database has only recently been connected, and if the assailant has consistently used a false identity or has not been registered in the facial recognition system, it may prove impossible to track them down. Zheng Chaoyi replied, indeed, this criminal possesses remarkable counter-surveillance capabilities. It is plausible that he has been evading the facial recognition statistics. Luo Qingfeng concurred with Zheng Chaoyi's assessment. It is imperative that we do not overly rely on advanced technology in our investigations. We should conduct visits to the residences and public spaces near the crime scenes. If necessary, we should also engage with the Census Department to explore every possible avenue, spoke Lu Tianxiao, seated beside Luo Qingfeng. Lu Tianxiao, the deputy director of the Binhai City Public Security Bureau and Zheng Chaoyi's mentor, had nurtured Zheng Chaoyi into the position of chief detective when he first joined the police force. Their relationship echoed that of the present-day Zheng Chaoyi and Lu Chao. With decades of experience, Lu Tianxiao had solved countless complex cases. Although nearing retirement, he retained considerable influence within the police department, earning respect even from Luo Qingfeng. However, Lu Tianxiao was somewhat antiquated in his approach, favoring traditional methods over reliance on high-tech electronic equipment, which was evident in his recent remarks. It was apparent to all that his words were a subtle admonition directed at Zheng Chaoyi. Their mentor-student relationship was well known throughout the department, and it was entirely reasonable for a mentor to guide their disciple in such matters. Understood, Director Liu. I will arrange for personnel to conduct investigations immediately after this meeting. Zheng Chaoyi nearly addressed him as master, quickly offering a respectful salute to Lu Tianxiao. Luo Qingfeng chimed in. I believe Lu is absolutely correct. This suspect has consistently and precisely disabled cameras and surveillance equipment, leaving us with no leads at the crime scenes. Therefore, we should adopt an unconventional approach, eschewing excessive reliance on high-tech devices and collecting clues through the most fundamental methods, which may yield unexpected results. Zheng Chaoyi nodded in agreement, understood. Just as the criminal profile provided by the technical department in critical moments, we must rely on profilers to provide insights into the perpetrator using the most traditional methods of criminal profiling. Luo Qingfeng and Lu Tianxiao nodded in unison, signaling Zheng Chaoyi to continue with the meeting. Next, we prepared to discuss the dumping sites related to the 4 dismemberment cases. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the conference room door was flung open, and a very young male officer rushed in. All eyes turned towards the entrance, and the department heads exchanged curious glances, wondering whose subordinate this impetuous young officer was. Zheng Chaoyi's expression darkened. It was the intern from his team, Shaoli. Zheng Chaoyi assigned him the task of monitoring the scene, instructing him to report any discoveries immediately. Team leader Zheng. There's a significant breakthrough. Upon seeing the heads of various departments present, Shaoli realized he had acted somewhat inappropriately and awkwardly scratched his head. Zheng Chaoyi sensed that Shaoli must have uncovered some vital clue, for otherwise, he would not have rushed in so flustered. And thus he did not press for further details. What have you discovered? The murderer. I have identified the murderer. The room erupted in astonishment. The leaders of various departments stood up as if preparing to spring into action. Zheng Chaoyi urgently inquired, "Where's the murderer?" "Here, I sent it to you." Shaoli raised his phone. "Are you saying you captured a photo of the murderer?" Lu Tianxiao interjected. "Yes, Director Lu. The dashcam of a vehicle near the crime scene recorded the murderer." Lu Tianxiao urged, "Show us." Zheng Chaoyi promptly connected the phone to the large screen. He operated the device to open the image sent by Shaoli. The image displayed a screenshot from the dashcam. Upon seeing the figure of the murderer, everyone was taken aback. Lu Tianxiao, unable to contain his astonishment, exclaimed, "How can the murderer be a woman?" Chapter 21. This was simply unimaginable. The large screen revealed the back of a woman. She was of average height, clad in a black dress, with her hair styled up, rendering her face indistinguishable. By comparing her with the surrounding vehicles, it was evident that she stood at least 170 centimeters tall. Given that the photo was taken by a dashcam at night, the quality was somewhat blurry. Nevertheless, it was indisputable that the individual was a woman. Witnessing this revelation, not only Lu Tianxiao but also Luo Qingfeng and all the officers present displayed expressions of disbelief. "Are you certain there is no mistake?" Zheng Chaoyi could not help but ask Shaoli. "Absolutely no mistake," Shaoli replied with unwavering conviction, producing a stack of documents. Team leader Zheng. This is the latest report from the forensic team. They discovered hair that does not belong to the victim inside the victim's body. This hair likely resulted from the murderer's error while attempting to sever the victim's hands and subsequently inserting them into the victim's body. Forensic analysis confirmed that this hair belongs to an adult female. Furthermore, Shaoli continued, his excitement palpable, if we assume the murderer is indeed female. I investigated the parking lots near the hotel. After the victim was attacked, a suspicious woman did indeed leave the hotel through the staff passageway. Unfortunately, we did not capture her face. Lu Tianxiao rose and approached Shaoli to meticulously examine the forensic report. He seemed unable to accept the conclusion that the perpetrator was a woman. However, upon examining the forensic results and the photographs captured, a complex expression overtook his face. The timing of the crime aligned perfectly, and significant evidence had been found within the victim's body. It appeared that the killer was indeed a woman. Lu Tianxiao furrowed his brow. With the endorsement of Lu Tianxiao, a seasoned detective, the conference room erupted in astonishment. The shocking revelation that the notorious serial dismemberment case in Binhai had a female culprit was almost inconceivable. The brutal method of dismemberment, the meticulous planning, and exceptional counter-surveillance skills made it hard to fathom what sort of woman could commit such acts. All the officers present were rendered speechless by the shock. Just moments ago, The psychological profilers from the criminal investigation team had produced a suspect sketch. The profile depicted a male, approximately 25 to 35 years old, standing around 190 centimeters tall, weighing about 90 kilograms, with a robust physique and immense strength. This conclusion had garnered unanimous agreement within the police force. Even without the psychological profile, past investigative experiences would have led everyone to conclude that the perpetrator was a physically strong male. Yet, the latest evidence brought by Xiao Li had utterly blindsided them all. Especially for Zheng Chaoyi, who recalled that earlier in the day at the precinct, Su Luo had asserted that the murderer was a woman. At that time, Zheng had dismissed the claims of a mere university student as nonsensical. However, now that it was confirmed that the killer was indeed female, his mind buzzed with disbelief. Su Luo's voice echoed in his ears. The female perpetrator was estimated to be between 30 to 35 years old, with a height of 170 to 173 centimeters, possessing medical experience, particularly in surgical procedures, and bearing an injury on her right hand or elbow. Realizing this, he reviewed the footage from the vehicle's dashcam. After repeatedly scrutinizing the scene of the woman exiting the parking lot, he was astounded to notice that her right arm appeared unnaturally positioned, seemingly injured. This perfectly matched Su Luo's psychological profile. Zheng Chaoyi felt increasingly overwhelmed. Merely based on last night's incident at the Hilton, Su Luo had deduced not only that the assailant was female, but had also accurately guessed her profession and physical condition. This left the seasoned detective feeling somewhat embarrassed. If Zheng Chaoyi was in disbelief, it was needless to say how Lu Manqi and Lu Chao felt. Lu Manqi had already sensed that Su Luo's psychological profiling held some merit. Now, with evidence laid bare before them, she felt a sense of pride in having her suspicions validated. As for Lu Chao, his mouth hung agape as if it could accommodate a fist, unable to close for quite some time. With these revelations, everything began to make sense. Why had their diligent investigation yielded no progress over the past 3 months? Why was the suspect's image absent from facial recognition databases? Because the perpetrator was not a man at all. There lies a grave issue with our investigative direction. Luo Qingfeng's words cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere in the conference room, particularly affecting the leaders of the technical department within the criminal police. Although the entire police force has concluded that the perpetrator is male, the criminal profile was provided by the psychological profiler from their department. If blame were to be assigned, the technical department bears an undeniable responsibility. Director Luo, this is indeed a misstep on our part. We shall reflect earnestly on it. The leader of the technical department confessed, visibly sweating. Psychological profiling inherently involves reasoning and predicting the suspect's behavior. Thus, the fault does not lie within your professional duties, but rather, it is evident that we have all been misled, Luo Qingfeng remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, this is not the time for reflection. Given that the perpetrator has been identified as a woman, we must promptly overturn our previous assumptions and formulate a new investigative strategy. Lu Tianxiao concurred. Luo Qingfeng nodded, acknowledging. Lao Lu is correct. Regarding the notion that the perpetrator is female, I invite everyone to share their thoughts freely. No sooner had he spoken than Zheng Chaoyi raised his hand. Director Luo, I have information to report. Go ahead, Xiao Zheng, he replied. And all eyes in the room turned towards Zheng Chaoyi. His expression was complex, as if he were grappling with how to articulate what was to come. Actually, prior to today's meeting, someone had approached me with the conjecture that the perpetrator is female. They precisely deduced the suspect's gender, age, height, and physical characteristics. Yet, this was so divergent from our assumptions that I dismissed it at the time. I never imagined the perpetrator would indeed be female. Xiao Zheng, why did you not mention such a crucial lead earlier? Luo Qingfeng's tone carried a hint of reproach. Director Luo, it's not that I refrained from sharing it early. It was due to the identity of the informant being quite delicate. Zheng Chaoyi hesitated. What do you mean by that? Luo Qingfeng inquired. The informant is a university student. Zheng Chaoyi replied. And what of it? I am not criticizing you. After all, university students from police academies are our reserves in the criminal investigation field. Did you not acquire your investigative knowledge from a police academy? You cannot underestimate someone's investigative capabilities merely due to their status as a university student. Luo Qingfeng challenged. The issue is, he is not a police academy student, Zheng Chaoyi said awkwardly. Luo Qingfeng pressed, not a police academy student? Yes, he is from Binhai University. Zheng Chaoyi confirmed. Binhai University? Luo Qingfeng echoed. Indeed, He is the very student we initially regarded as a suspect and brought back to the precinct for questioning. Zheng Chaoyi clarified. Chapter 22. Is this reasonable? The conference room fell into a profound silence, with confusion etched across every face. Initially, everyone had assumed the individual Zheng Chaoyi referred to as a top student from the police academy. To possess such foresight to predict the perpetrator's gender contrary to the consensus of the police force, that top student from the police academy surely must be an exceptional talent. However, what everyone failed to anticipate was that Zheng Chaoyi was not referring to a police academy student, but rather to a university student who had been labeled as the prime suspect. Xiao Zheng, you are speaking of the last contact the deceased had before their untimely demise. The university student who left a message expressing a desire to meet the deceased at a hotel, correct? Luo Qingfeng confirmed repeatedly. Indeed, that is the case. Luo Qingfeng remained silent, lifting the thermos cup from the table to sip some tea, seemingly striving to regain his composure. As Zheng Chaoyi's mentor, Lu Tianxiao found it increasingly difficult to contain his frustration. Do not forget your own identity. You are a criminal investigator, and you must take responsibility for your statements. Lu Tianxiao's admonition in front of so many esteemed colleagues was intended for Zheng Chaoyi's own good. The elite members present were all aware of Su Luo's status as the prime suspect. The deceased had shared intimate interactions with Su Luo, and their final conversation indicated Su Luo's intent to meet the deceased. Fortunately, the truth eventually emerged, and investigations cleared Su Luo of suspicion. However, the majority present remained oblivious to the reality of the situation. Zheng Chaoyi's assertions made it seem as though he was being led astray by the suspect. Is it reasonable for a criminal investigator to heed a suspect's analysis of the perpetrator's identity? Is this sensible? Observing the complex expressions on the faces of those gathered, Zheng Chaoyi felt a profound weight of pressure. In truth, he could have entirely omitted Su Luo's involvement. After all, only LV Manchi and Lu Chao were privy to today's developments, and the latter was merely an ordinary university student. Yet, Su Luo's extraordinary talent in psychological profiling was simply too remarkable to overlook. Zheng Chaoyi believed that failing to mention it could result in missing a crucial lead. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to clarify. Through our investigations and evidence collection, this university student named Su Luo has been absolved of all suspicion. Prior to the commencement of today's meeting, he was returned to his school. The reason I bring this up now is due to Su Luo's exceptional aptitude in psychological profiling. Captain Zheng Chaoyi, I apologize for interrupting, spoke Han Linyong, the head of the technical department of the criminal investigation team. The technical department's primary function is to employ advanced technological methods to aid investigators in their cases. Psychological profilers fall under the jurisdiction of the technical department, which Han Linyong oversees. Hearing Zheng Chaoyi commend Su Luo's proficiency in psychological profiling in front of so many people was somewhat of an affront to him. As the leader of the technical department, Han Linyong undoubtedly felt a twinge of discomfort. Was Zheng Chaoyi suggesting that he intended to place faith in the psychological profiling of a university student devoid of any criminal investigation knowledge? I can only assert that the knowledge he possesses regarding criminal investigation is not inferior to that of a professional psychological profiler, Zheng Chaoyi responded. This statement only served to further incite Han Linyong's ire. You assert that this university student possesses criminal investigation knowledge comparable to that of my psychological profilers, merely because he deduced that the perpetrator is a woman? Such assertions are commonplace. One could easily conclude that a murderer is either male or female. Upon observing a composite sketch depicting a male suspect, this student contrarily insisted the assailant was female, and by sheer happenstance, he was correct. I can only attribute his success to luck. It does not signify any remarkable prowess in psychological profiling. The essence of profiling lies in the methodology rather than the conclusion, a fact I believe is well understood by all present. Upon hearing Han Linyong's remarks, Zheng Chaoyi wished to convey that he was not merely fixated on the conclusion. It was Su Luo's psychological profiling process that astonished him. However, he lacked evidence. He could not possibly request Su Luo to reiterate his earlier statements at the police station. At that moment, LV Manchi removed her body-worn camera. Captain Zheng, I recorded the dialogue between Su Luo and us this morning. Although LV Manchi was relatively new to the force, her inclination to document was a common trait among newcomers. She enjoyed meticulously recording the details of daily cases. Fortunately, She had captured Su Luo's psychological profiling of the perpetrator earlier that day on her camera. "Little LV, you have made a significant contribution this time," Zheng Chaoyi whispered, then projected the footage from the body camera onto the large screen. Soon, the scene from the police station entrance that morning was vividly replayed. Su Luo's voice resonated throughout the conference room. The manner in which the hands were tucked inside the body indicates that the perpetrator is a typical case of M-bias syndrome. Although the forensic examination attributed the cause of death to blunt force trauma to the head, the dismemberment exhibited an exceptionally skilled and professional technique. The assailant likely possesses medical experience or at least 8 years of surgical expertise. As the attendees absorbed the information, their expressions shifted to incredulity, particularly Han Linyong. As the head of the technical department, he oversaw many proficient psychological profilers. Su Luo's analytical insights were on par with, if not superior to, those of his esteemed subordinates. His psychological analysis of the perpetrator and comprehension of the crime scene were nothing short of exceptional. He was, without a doubt, a masterful psychological profiler. The immense shock rendered Han Linyong speechless as he perspired profusely, continuing to listen to Su Luo's psychological analysis of the perpetrator. Though Luo Qingfeng and Lu Tianxiao lacked Han Linyong's expertise, their extensive experience in criminal investigation left them equally astounded by Su Luo's analysis. The expressions of the other attendees mirrored their astonishment. As the presentation concluded, Su Luo's final deduction emerged. The perpetrator is a woman, aged between 30 and 35, standing 170 to 173 centimeters tall, possessing medical experience and surgical proficiency, with an injury to her right hand or elbow. A hushed awe enveloped the room as all present were left speechless by Su Luo's concluding statement. All the data he presented astonishingly aligned with the latest evidence obtained. The impact was truly overwhelming. After all, the individual in question was merely an ordinary university student, without any formal training from a police academy. How could he achieve such a feat? Han Linyong sat down in frustration, utterly speechless. The meeting room descended into a stifling silence, as if everyone required a moment to process the shock. It was abundantly clear to all present that this university student, Su Luo, was no ordinary individual. Possessing such remarkable skills, he was indeed an exceptional candidate for criminal investigation. After a prolonged pause, Luo Qingfeng and Lu Tianxiao exchanged hushed whispers. Subsequently, Luo Qingfeng raised his gaze towards Zheng Chaoyi. "Xiao Zheng, please invite Su Luo to the bureau at your earliest convenience." "Understood, Chief Luo," Zheng Chaoyi responded, just as he was about to take action when Han Linyong interjected. "Xiao Zheng, please hold on a moment." All eyes turned towards Han Linyong. Luo Qingfeng, observing Han Linyong's interruption, inquired with curiosity, "Old Han, do you have any reservations?" Feeling somewhat awkward, Han Linyong replied, "Chief Luo, is it entirely appropriate to involve a university student who has not graduated from a police academy in a criminal case?" The failure of the psychological profiler to accurately depict the criminal had left Han Linyong feeling somewhat disheartened. Moreover, with Luo Qingfeng requesting Zheng Chaoyi to bring Su Luo to the criminal investigation team, Han Linyong felt an additional sense of embarrassment. Nonetheless, he had a point. After all, Su Luo was merely an ordinary student. Although his analysis in the video had indeed been remarkably professional and was acknowledged by everyone present, the awkwardness of his identity could not be overlooked. This was the reason Han Linyong felt emboldened to question Luo Qingfeng in front of so many people. Unexpectedly, Luo Qingfeng's response left Han Linyong momentarily speechless. "Do you think it would be more appropriate for the higher-ups to clean up our mess?" Luo Qingfeng's tone carried a hint of self-deprecation. The sensational serial dismemberment case had already attracted the attention of higher authorities. The pressure on Luo Qingfeng was immense. The higher-ups had explicitly stated on several occasions that if Luo Qingfeng's team could not resolve the case, the provincial authorities would dispatch a special task force to assist him. Luo Qingfeng had communicated this sentiment to everyone in the bureau. It was clear to all that if a special task force were to arrive to assist with the dismemberment case, it would reflect poorly on the capabilities of the Binhai Police Department. Luo Qingfeng shared the sentiment that matters concerning his own jurisdiction should be resolved internally. If involving a university student without formal police training could lead to a resolution, it would certainly be preferable to having the higher-ups send a special task force. Thus, Han Linyong settled back into silence. The others present had little to add, all awaiting Zheng Chaoyi's efforts to bring Su Luo to the police bureau. Meanwhile, at Binhai University. Upon returning to school, it was already noon. Students poured into the cafeteria from all directions. Zhang Yang, Tian Jijia, and Zhou Zhu had secured a table in advance. Once Su Luo had filled his tray, he joined them at their table. Noticing Su Luo's nonchalant demeanor, the other three brothers from the dormitory surrounded him with concern. Old Su, you haven't gotten into any trouble, have you? Uncle Hat was chatting with me for quite a while. Zhang Yang said anxiously. He spoke to Zhou Zhu and me as well. Damn, he almost exposed our overnight escapade. Tian Jijia lamented. So, Old Su, what illegal activities have you been involved in? Zhou Zhu joked. If I were engaged in anything unlawful, would I be sitting here dining with you? Su Luo chuckled lightly. That indeed makes sense, Zhang Yang nodded. However, it's true that nothing good can come from sharing a meal with you lot, Su Luo teased. Come on, stop with the nonsense. Seriously, what did Uncle Hat want with you? The whole class is buzzing about you getting caught at that massage parlor, Zhang Yang exclaimed. Massage parlor? The version I heard was that Old Su hit someone while riding a shared bike and fled the scene, Tian Jijia chimed in. What the hell? I wasn't even drunk when riding the bike. This is all so absurd. Su Luo replied, exasperated. College is merely a microcosm of society. Being questioned by Uncle Hat inevitably invites gossip. If one were to do something commendable, they would receive accolades rather than inquiries about their character. Thus, after being taken away by Uncle Hat for an entire morning, rumors about Su Luo's supposed misdeeds began to circulate. Aside from murder, it seemed he had been implicated in a myriad of other offenses. Now, with Zhang Yang and the others relentlessly probing him, he hurriedly clarified the situation. It's really not that serious. Uncle Hat just wanted to gather some information since there was a homicide involved. Su Luo explained the circumstances to Zhang Yang and the others. There was nothing to conceal. It wouldn't be long before the news broke. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang and the others perked up with excitement. Wow, is it really that thrilling? So the rumors about the green-haired turtle online are true. Zhang Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Why can't I ever encounter such fortuitous events? It's always Old Su who gets the highlights. Tian Jijia expressed his envy. Speaking of which, Old Su dodged a bullet. Otherwise, he would have ended up like that couple. Zhou Zhu remarked with a sigh. Su Luo nodded. Yes. It seems the timing of the crime coincided perfectly with my conversation with that woman. It truly is quite eerie. Indeed, quite frightening. Had you been there, you might have encountered the perpetrator in the act, and they would surely have silenced you as well. Tian Jijia mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. Being silenced could have its perks. You three could have still enjoyed playing the puff game together. Zhang Yang joked with a grin. Come on, I'll send you over to join them. Su Luo playfully squeezed Zhang Yang's head with his arm. No. I was wrong. Zhang Yang pleaded repeatedly. A few individuals engaged in a lively discussion, eventually steering the conversation back to the tragic incident of the previous night. 4 lives have been taken in Binhai. Do you think the Hilton couple was targeted by the same murderer? Zhang Yang remarked while eating. That's quite uncertain. Otherwise, what motive could there be to suddenly eliminate these two? Tian Jijia responded thoughtfully. The perpetrator must undoubtedly be a deranged psychopath. Otherwise, such heinous acts could not be committed. Zhou Zhu concurred. It's likely a middle-aged, lecherous man, the sort who harbors a brutal demeanor. Yes, or perhaps a brawny giant, capable of delivering a knockout punch to a child. Su Luo refrained from voicing his thoughts, opting instead to engage in light-hearted banter with his roommates, deeming it unnecessary to delve into serious discourse. As the group chatted amiably, a commotion arose outside the cafeteria as a contingent of individuals entered. Leading the way were 2 officers clad in hats, the very same ones who had escorted Su Luo earlier that morning. Following closely behind were Zheng Chaoyi, El Manchi, and Lu Chao. The arrival of the officers immediately captured the attention of numerous onlookers, as they made a beeline for Su Luo. Unbeknownst to him, as he sat with his back to the entrance, he was unaware of the unfolding scene. Zhang Yang was the first to notice the approaching officers. Oh no, the cops, or rather, the hat-wearing gentlemen, are back. Upon hearing this, Su Luo turned to look. Zheng Chaoyi and the others had already reached him. Su Luo, it's good to see you again, El Manchi greeted with a smile. Recognizing the detectives from their morning encounter, Su Luo returned the smile and glanced at Lu Chao. Officer Lu, have you apprehended the suspect so soon? Chapter 24. A detective emerges from Binhai. Earlier that morning, after Su Luo had utilized his superb psychological profiling to describe the characteristics of the murderer, Lu Chao had been skeptical about the possibility of a female perpetrator. Just before getting into the vehicle, Lu Chao had mockingly stated that once they captured the male suspect, he would personally inform Su Luo. Now, hearing Su Luo's inquiry, Lu Chao appeared noticeably embarrassed. While Lu Chao stammered, uncertain of how to respond, having already experienced significant embarrassment within the precinct. El Manchi's body camera had captured not only Su Luo's psychological profile, but also a conversation between the two officers during their return to the Criminal Investigation Unit. In front of numerous superiors and colleagues in the conference room, Lu Chao's earlier boast echoed painfully in his mind. I would be utterly shocked if the murderer of this dismemberment case turned out to be a woman. I, Lu Chao, would eat my hat upside down. The laughter that ensued from everyone present had left Lu Chao feeling mortified. The irony of the situation was swift and stinging. Now, he found himself humbly requesting Su Luo's assistance once more. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chao finally managed to utter, "Young man, I sincerely apologize, but we must trouble you to accompany us back." "What? You want me to return with you again?" Su Luo asked in surprise. "Indeed," Lu Chao clarified. "But please do not misunderstand. We seek your assistance in solving a case." "Assisting in solving a case? So the perpetrator remains at large?" Su Luo inquired with curiosity. "Yes, that is correct," Lu Chao replied. "I had assumed you were here to inform me that the male assailant had been apprehended, as we previously discussed," Su Luo chuckled. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao's complexion turned pale. Zheng Chaoyi and El Manchi, observing the situation, quickly comprehended what had transpired. Lu Chao had previously boasted to Su Luo, with Zheng Chaoyi and the others present at the scene. Witnessing Lu Chao rendered speechless, Zheng Chaoyi, the team leader, patted Su Luo on the shoulder. "My friend, the earlier remarks were indeed thoughtless on my brother's part. Please do not take them to heart. We have come to represent the Binhai City Police Department, inviting you to assist us in unraveling the heinous serial dismemberment case plaguing our city." Unable to contain herself, El Manchi interjected, "Based on our latest findings, the assailant aligns with your earlier speculation regarding their gender being female. Your deductions regarding the assailant's height, age, and physical characteristics perfectly match the photographs we have obtained." Su Luo nodded, unperturbed by the accuracy of his deductions, as he had utilized his superlative psychological profiling skills. For a case involving such a dismemberment, his talents felt somewhat underutilized. "Since you have obtained a photograph of the assailant, you should proceed with the arrest. My involvement would be of little consequence, as I am not equipped to apprehend criminals," Su Luo remarked with a smile. Zheng Chaoyi's expression grew grave. "The issue at hand is that we have only captured the assailant's silhouette, and the information available is exceedingly limited, making any attempts at arrest unfeasible. Therefore, we request that you return to the precinct, where, with the detailed case files we provide, you may conduct a psychological profile of the assailant once more, allowing us to gather more information to identify them." Understanding their intent, Su Luo acknowledged, "I am certainly willing to aid the police, but I have classes to attend this afternoon." El Manchi quickly grasped his predicament and responded, "Rest assured, we will liaise with your school to ensure that your studies are not disrupted. Moreover, once the case is resolved with your assistance, the Binhai City Police Department will certainly recognize and commend your contributions." Satisfied with El Manchi's assurances, Su Luo felt content. His desire was not for accolades. Rather, he sought a legitimate excuse to skip class and enjoy some leisure. "Very well, it is settled." With that, Su Luo departed the cafeteria alongside Zheng Chaoyi and the others. After Su Luo's exit, Zhang Yang, Tian Jijia, and Zhou Zhu stood frozen, maintaining their previous postures. Zhang Yang had a noodle dangling from his lips, while Tian Jijia and Zhou Zhu remained dumbfounded, as if they had just witnessed something utterly astonishing. What were they discussing? It seems that the Hat Uncle was seeking old Su's assistance. The short-haired, exceptionally beautiful Hat sister mentioned that old Su had deduced the appearance of the murderer. They wished for old Su to conduct another psychological profiling session. What on earth is psychological profiling? How am I supposed to know what psychological profiling is? I need to look it up online. Zhang Yang, Tian Jijia, and Zhou Zhu quickly searched for psychological profiling on the internet. All three were astonished. Old Su actually possesses such a skill? Isn't that typically a talent reserved for the Hat Uncles solving cases? Zhang Yang stammered. It seems that only advanced Hat Uncles would have such capabilities. Tian Jijia explained. So, old Su was invited to the police station to assist the Hat Uncles with their investigation? Zhou Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, it appears that way from what they said. Good gracious. My mind is nearly in a frenzy. Old Sue can actually solve cases. The trio was engulfed in a state of shock that words could scarcely convey. It was akin to a casual gathering where everyone was joking and wasting time, and suddenly, a group of powerful figures made a grand entrance, saluting your roommate and declaring, "The organization requires your assistance." What would you feel? Surely, one would be utterly bewildered. Presently, Zhang Yang, Tian Jijia, and Zhou Zhu were experiencing just such emotions. Among their dormitory brothers lurked a hidden genius akin to Conan. Who could possibly handle such a revelation? The fact that the police personally sought this brother's help in solving a case was a staggering blow to Zhang Yang, Tian Jijia, and Zhou Zhu. Typically, their conversations revolved around what to eat for lunch, what to do at night, and the school beauty's outrageous antics. Now, Su Luo was discussing how to capture the perpetrator of a series of gruesome murders in Binhai. The brothers in the dormitory felt their mental state unraveling. Could it be that old Su's true identity is not that of a university student, but rather an undercover operative for the police? Zhang Yang stated earnestly. If you put it that way, it does seem plausible. Why else would they enlist old Su's help in solving a case? Tian Jijia concurred. Regardless of whether old Su is an undercover agent, he is undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Zhou Zhu analyzed. No wonder. I thought it was strange how suddenly proficient he became in French. It turns out he has been deceiving us all along. Zhang Yang realized belatedly. Due to the trio's overwhelming astonishment, they could hardly contain their excitement. They completely overlooked the fact that they were in the cafeteria, surrounded by fellow students. After Su Luo was taken away by the Hat uncles, no one knew what had transpired. However, upon hearing the trio's loud exclamations in the cafeteria, the surrounding students quickly became aware of the truth. Soon, the news of a genius akin to Conan emerging from Binhai University spread throughout the campus. Chapter 25. You truly are a genius in the girls' dormitory, in Yao Jingjing's room. I never would have guessed that Su Luo was so remarkable, being invited by the Hat uncles to assist in solving a case. Wow, that's incredibly impressive. Zhang Tong couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, in the morning, when he was taken away, I initially believed he had committed some wrongdoing, completely misunderstanding him. Wu Nan chimed in. Jingjing, that Su Luo has pursued you for so long. You must know him better than we do. Are you aware of his capabilities? Zhang Tong directed his gaze towards Yao Jingjing. Surely you do not genuinely believe that Uncle Hat would enlist his assistance in solving a case? Yao Jingjing retorted. Zhang Tong was momentarily taken aback by her response. Her tone suggested she was privy to some truth. At first, we certainly did not believe it. But rumors among our classmates indicated that he had been summoned by Uncle Hat to help apprehend a murderer, and we eventually accepted it, Zhang Tong explained. Mainly because Su Luo's 3 roommates all mentioned it. We heard it from them, Wu Nan added. However, Yao Jingjing wore a knowing smile. You all are so gullible. How could Uncle Hat possibly request a college student S8 in a case? This is not the first time I have encountered such a scenario. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tong and Wu Nan grew intrigued. Jingjing, are you implying that Su Luo assisted Uncle Hat in solving a case before? Or that he had been taken away by Uncle Hat previously? Zhang Tong inquired. Yes, during high school, Yao Jingjing nodded. What was the reason? Zhang Tong pressed. Because of me, Yao Jingjing replied. Zhang Tong and Wu Nan exchanged bewildered glances, prompting Yao Jingjing to sigh and recount a story from her high school days. Back then, Su Luo and Yao Jingjing attended the same high school. As the school bell, Yao Jingjing was pursued by many boys, with Su Luo being one among them. At one point, a local delinquent harassed Yao Jingjing, and upon learning of this, Su Luo confronted the delinquent and gave him a sound thrashing. A few days later, the delinquent gathered a group of unsavory characters to ambush Su Luo after school. Realizing that assistance had arrived for the delinquent, Su Luo rallied his classmates to engage in a fierce altercation outside the school. The following day, Uncle Hat arrived at the school to take Su Luo away for questioning, and those who fought alongside him were also interrogated. Although the delinquent was clearly in the wrong, Su Luo had to cooperate with Uncle Hat's investigation. Thus, the tale of Su Luo as the gallant protector, single-handedly defending the school bell, endured through the years. In truth, it was long after the incident that I learned about it, as he had kept it from me, quietly addressing the situation on his own. At that time, I was rather moved. He has always been this way, selflessly supporting me from the shadows, yet never disclosing his deeds to my face. This was true back then. And to my surprise, it remains the same in college. Yao Jingjing shrugged in resignation. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan were left speechless. If that is the case, could it be that Su Luo was taken by Uncle Hat once more to stand up for you? Zhang Tong speculated. It is quite possible. Countless boys harboring feelings for Jingjing surely include some with ill intentions. Su Luo must have defended Jingjing by teaching them a lesson, which led to him being taken away by Uncle Hat for questioning. Wu Nannan concurred. Consequently, all of Su Luo's roommates were summoned for inquiries. Perhaps they were involved in a brawl led by Su Luo? It's confirmed. Who would have thought that Su Luo would be Jingjing's gallant protector? Truly a warm-hearted individual. Thus, the fabricated tales concocted by his roommates about assisting Uncle Hat in solving the case must certainly have been to shield Jingjing from the truth. Faced with Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan's wild speculations, Yao Jingjing could only nod in resignation. Back in high school, he had similarly deceived everyone upon returning from Uncle Hat's questioning, claiming that a neighbor's house had been robbed and that Uncle Hat was seeking information. It was surprising to see him spin even more elaborate tales in college, asserting that Uncle Hat had enlisted his help in solving a case. Yao Jingjing remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Su Luo really should just be upfront about his intentions instead of shrouding them in mystery. Zhang Tong appeared bewildered. Indeed, it would be prudent to ascertain who harbors malevolent thoughts toward our Jingjing so that we may keep our distance. Wu Nannan echoed. Could it possibly be some local ruffians again? Jingjing, have you ever been harassed by someone from outside? Zhang Tong inquired. Yao Jingjing pondered briefly before responding. No. But last week at the bus station, a boy from the nearby school asked for my WeChat, which I refused to give. The nearby school? Are you referring to the Tourism Institute? Zhang Tong asked. Yes, Yao Jingjing nodded. That settles it. It must be that Su Luo took it upon himself to deal with him. Zhang Tong declared confidently. It was wise of you not to give it. The Tourism Institute is nothing but a disreputable vocational school, filled with unsavory characters. I've heard the boys there indulge in all sorts of vices, and as for the girls, let us not even begin to mention it. Some have even resorted to abortions in their dormitories. Wu Nannan lamented. Yao Jingjing sighed thoughtfully. It seems he has once again acted without my knowledge. Thus, everything makes sense now. Zhang Tong clapped his hands, as if a realization had dawned upon him. Tong, what are you saying? Wu Nannan inquired. If Su Luo is indeed the type of silent guardian, it would explain his recent aloofness toward Jingjing, as well as the incident of blocking her. He must have feared that Jingjing would feel guilty upon discovering the truth, which led him to sever ties with her entirely, bearing all the burden alone. This is why he had his roommates fabricate the ludicrous rumor about Uncle Hat seeking his help in solving a case. It was all to conceal the truth of his defense for Jingjing. He certainly couldn't reveal that he fought with the boy from the Tourism Institute for her sake, lest Jingjing be taken away by Uncle Hat for questioning. One must admit, Su Luo is incredibly considerate. He silently shoulders everything, resolving Jingjing's troubles with unsavory boys while ensuring she remains untroubled. How admirable. After absorbing Zhang Tong's analysis, Yao Jingjing felt a sudden clarity. Tong, you truly are a genius. Had you not mentioned it, I would never have conceived of these thoughts myself, exclaimed Yao Jingjing, her heart swelling with joy. The perplexities that had troubled her for many days were finally resolved. Yao Jingjing had assumed that Su Luo had given up on her. In truth, he had been secretly acting as her guardian. It appears that Su Luo is not only undeterred in his affections for Jingjing, but rather more devoted than ever. Such a warm-hearted man. Jingjing, wouldn't you consider accepting him? Hee. Wu Nannan chimed in supportively. Chapter 26. On-site sketch. Nannan is right. If a young man were so attentive to me, I would undoubtedly be with him. Zhang Tong concurred from the side. He is so handsome, so responsible, willing to endure hardships himself to spare the girl he likes any distress. I am already moved. Jingjing, are you truly not considering a relationship with him? Wu Nannan pressed further. A flicker of conflict crossed Yao Jingjing's delicate features. I acknowledge his kindness towards me, but I genuinely do not harbor any romantic feelings for him. Since childhood, I have regarded him as an older brother. So, if he were to confess after resolving matters with Uncle Hat, would you still refuse him? Zhang Tong inquired. Refusal is assured, yet I would certainly speak to him kindly, especially since he has stood up for me. I would be more gracious in my response. Yao Jingjing articulated clearly. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan nodded in agreement. Indeed, one must separate matters. Just because he concealed the truth and confronted the boy from the neighboring tourism college does not mean you should agree to be with him. Exactly. One cannot be morally coerced into a relationship. I fully support Jingjing's stance. Meanwhile, Su Luo had been summoned to the Binhai Police Bureau by Zheng Chaoyi and his colleagues. He had initially gone to the precinct to gather information, but mere hours later, the situation escalated. Zheng Chaoyi escorted Su Luo directly to the conference room. Upon entering, all eyes in the room fell upon this prodigious youth, the university student who, relying solely on the Hilton forensic report, could delineate the characteristics of the perpetrator through psychological profiling, sparked the curiosity of everyone present. Under the scrutinizing gaze of numerous criminal investigation elites, Su Luo felt a twinge of discomfort. Luo Qingfeng rose and approached Su Luo, extending his hand in greeting. Zheng Chaoyi introduced the parties to one another. This is our police chief, Luo Qingfeng. Chief, this is Deputy Chief Lu Tianxiao. As the head of the technical department, Han Linyong also made a point to meet Su Luo. Once Su Luo had exchanged pleasantries with those present, Zheng Chaoyi arranged for him to take a seat as an observer. Luo Qingfeng then declared the meeting officially commenced. Let us dispense with idle chatter and delve straight into the matter at hand. Upon concluding his statement, the large screen displayed all the documents pertaining to the Binhai serial dismemberment case. According to regulations, criminal case files cannot be shown to Su Luo individually. However, given the urgency of the situation with the perpetrator still at large, Luo Qingfeng opted for this approach to circumvent certain protocols. He chose to revisit the case files of the dismemberment case during the meeting, enabling Su Luo to grasp the intricate details of all the cases. The slides on the large screen gradually unfolded the particulars of the 4 victims, including the time and place of the incidents, as well as the locations where the bodies were disposed of. Su Luo, with his arms crossed, regarded the screen with utmost seriousness. Zheng Chaoyi deliberately slowed down the playback speed, and the attendees shared a tacit understanding. In truth, everyone present in the conference room was already well versed in the entirety of the dismemberment case files. This perplexing case had troubled the police department for over 3 months, leading to countless meetings. The origins, developments, reports, and every detail of the 4 dismemberment cases had been scrutinized repeatedly. It was clear to all that when Luo Qingfeng replayed the case files, it was primarily for the benefit of the exceptionally talented university student, Su Luo. Before long, Zheng Chaoyi presented the complete case files of the dismemberment case to Su Luo. As the final page displayed on the screen, all eyes in the room turned once more towards Su Luo. Having reviewed the files countless times, they had extracted the necessary clues. Now, all their hopes rested upon Su Luo. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, with everyone's hearts racing, as they were uncertain of the conclusion Su Luo would draw. Su Luo, what are your thoughts on the perpetrator of the dismemberment case? Luo Qingfeng inquired tentatively. The tension in the conference room heightened palpably. In truth, the one under the most pressure was Zheng Chaoyi. Su Luo's previous psychological profile had left a profound impact on all present. Naturally, they acknowledged Su Luo's earlier deductions. Otherwise, he would not have been invited here. Yet, no one knew what conclusion Su Luo would arrive at after perusing the complete case files. A vague answer from him would be rather awkward. It wasn't that Zheng Chaoyi doubted Su Luo. It was simply that this case had confounded the veteran detectives of the Bureau for over 3 months, presenting a formidable challenge. At that moment, the seasoned detectives of Binhai awaited Su Luo's response. Su Luo withdrew his gaze from the screen and spoke with an air of calm. The perpetrator is a female, aged between 30 and 35, approximately 172 centimeters tall, and suffers from myopia. She is employed as an obstetrician-gynecologist at a private maternal and child health hospital in our city. The perpetrator has experienced a marital disruption, possibly due to an inherent inability to conceive or an accident resulting in infertility, which may account for the turmoil in her marriage. Furthermore, her right elbow has endured a fracture within the past year, likely due to a vehicular accident. In just 3 succinct sentences, he nearly divulged the perpetrator's identification number. Luo Qingfeng, Lu Tianxiao, Han Linyong, and Zheng Chaoyi were left utterly astounded. Unlike in the morning, when he had elaborated on complex reasoning processes, Su Luo now presented a direct conclusion, offering an image of the perpetrator. The 3 clues provided by Su Luo can be summarized as follows. The perpetrator is divorced, has experienced a car accident within the past year resulting in a fractured right arm, and possesses either congenital infertility or has lost the ability to conceive due to an accident. Coupled with the details of the perpetrator's profession and physical characteristics, a gynecologist at a private maternal and child health hospital, a 172 centimeters tall woman in her 30s with myopia. This immediately narrows down the identity of the suspect. There are 3 private maternal and child health hospitals in Binhai City, and with such distinct features, locating her should be a matter of mere moments. Xiao Zheng, dispatch a team to investigate and see if we can identify the suspect, said Luo Qingfeng. Understood, Director Luo, Zheng Chaoyi replied, exiting the conference room. The suspect's workplace is now within one of the 3 maternal and child health hospitals. The police initiated a system search for women matching the criteria while also deploying personnel to stand by near the hospital, ready for any orders. As time ticked by, the conference room fell into an unprecedented atmosphere of tension. After a while, Zheng Chaoyi rushed back into the conference room, exclaiming, "We've found her. The suspect has been identified." Luo Qingfeng and Lu Tianxiao immediately rose to their feet. Zheng Chaoyi held up a file, breathless with excitement. "Through our filtering and investigation, we have definitively identified the perpetrator. This individual meets all the characteristics that Su Luo just mentioned. Most importantly, her movements are highly suspicious." Chapter 27. I am quite insecure during the time frame of the 4 dismemberment cases. The suspect was neither at home nor in the hospital. In other words, she had ample opportunity to commit the crimes. Furthermore, the hospital has reported that the suspect took annual leave 3 days prior and has yet to return to work. The last recorded use of her identity was this morning when she booked a flight to Durian Country, with the departure scheduled for 8 o'clock tonight. Zheng Chaoyi's findings solidly point to the suspect's guilt. All evidence supports her implication. With the proof laid bare, there is no time to waste in apprehending her. Otherwise, given the circumstances, she may very well flee. Luo Qingfeng immediately issued orders for everyone to mobilize. Xiao Zheng, you and your team head to the suspect's residence to keep watch. Lao Han, notify the airport authorities to assist in screening passengers. Xiao Zheng, take a team to investigate nearby hotels and shopping malls for any crowded areas. Everyone else, follow me. No sooner had he finished speaking than the entire assembly sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, the conference room was left with only Su Luo. Just as Luo Qingfeng was about to leave with his team, he suddenly remembered their external support was still present. He quickly returned to the conference room to address Su Luo. Young man, I will arrange for someone to take you back to school shortly. After we conclude the interrogation of the suspect, I will personally express the police department's gratitude to you. With that, Luo Qingfeng turned and exited in a flurry. Now the murderer has been apprehended by Su Luo, and naturally, the responsibility of capturing the culprit has been entrusted to the police. Once the crowd dispersed, a duty officer drove Su Luo back to school. After such a tumultuous day, it was already evening by the time Su Luo arrived back at school. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, he began to handle messages on his phone while making his way toward the campus. The events of the past couple of days had been overwhelming. Furthermore, having spent the entire day in the company of the uncles, several messages in his WeChat remained unanswered. Most of these were casual exchanges initiated by his father's online romantic interests. The content of these messages was largely trivial. Comments about the pleasant weather, busy workdays, or the occurrence of rain, consisting of utterly insipid topics. Su Luo had little interest in such exchanges. His primary concern was whether any female interlocutors were available to discuss the grandiose tales his father had spun. After perusing the chat history, only one individual stood out. However, to be precise, it was perhaps inaccurate to refer to her as a young woman, as her profile picture depicted a vast ocean, and her WeChat name was Hai Jixin. Her moments showcased her cultivation of flowers and various upscale afternoon teas. This sort of laid-back online presence suggested she was likely a woman in her 30s. Yet, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of her being a sister in her 20s. After all, who would suspect that the WeChat name Hua Kai Fu Gui belonged to a poised heiress poised to inherit a fortune? Last night, after engaging with Hai Jixin, she first sent a handshake emoji and then mentioned that it was getting late and suggested continuing the conversation the following day. After Su Luo replied affirmatively, there was no further correspondence. He was not in any rush. The system dictated that he could not initiate discussions about his father's exaggerated tales, lest they both spontaneously combust. Thus, he maintained a consistent approach to all his online romantic interests. Do not initiate, do not reject, and do not take responsibility. He refrained from initiating conversations, did not reject opportunities for in-person meetings, and bore no responsibility for his father's fabrications. A mere 10 minutes ago, Hai Jixin sent 2 messages. Hai Jixin, hello, are you there? And Hai Jixin, I would like to discuss what we had previously agreed upon. I wonder if you have time now? Upon reading this, Su Luo sensed that the main event was about to unfold. He promptly replied that he was indeed available at that moment. Seconds later, Hai Jixin responded, actually, I am quite insecure. I have been searching for a man who can protect me well. Hai Jixin, you mentioned that you have excellent physical fitness, capable of defeating 10 opponents alone, and that you are proficient in various martial arts. Is that true? A slight smile crept onto Su Luo's lips. Finally, the moment had arrived. He couldn't help but appreciate his father's boastful claims this time. In response to the inquiries from this enigmatic lady, Su Luo confidently affirmed, Su Luo, indeed, I have mastered various martial arts. Defeating 10 opponents is merely fundamental. In the next moment, a notification echoed in Su Luo's mind. Ding! Your father's boast has come true. Congratulations, host, you have attained the title of martial arts master. In that instant, Su Luo felt as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. His body was imbued with an unprecedented sense of ease, agility, and an indescribable surge of power. This power was distinctly different from the sheer muscle gained through weightlifting at the gym. Su Luo sensed an explosive enhancement in the agility and strength of all his joints. Could this be the sensation of the yin and du meridians being unlocked? Simultaneously, the essence of various martial arts and techniques flooded into his consciousness. Su Luo had now truly become a martial arts master. He had comprehended the entirety of martial arts from ancient to modern times, making it second nature to him. Fist techniques, palm strikes, kicks, footwork, internal energy practices, each movement was seamlessly integrated into his very being. The sensation of being filled with power was beyond the capacity of language to describe. As Su Luo strolled past a willow tree with a trunk the size of a bowl, he took a deep breath and subtly summoned the power within him. He then gently tapped the willow tree beside him. What appeared to be a casual gesture concealed an inner strength capable of moving mountains. Crack! The trunk of the willow tree instantly split apart, resembling dry wood that had dried and cracked. Watching the branches of the tree divide and sway precariously, Su Luo stared at his hand in astonishment and excitement. No wonder it is said that martial arts can be lethal. He had barely held back his strength. If that strike had been delivered with full force to a person, would they not meet their demise on the spot? Realizing this, Su Luo withdrew his hand and continued toward the school entrance. In the distance, concealed within the foliage across from the school, a white imitation Iveco van was parked. The windows were draped with curtains, obscuring the scene within. Inside sat a dozen burly men, each muscular and wielding a baseball bat. In the passenger seat, a bald man clad in a black jacket held up his phone, displaying a photograph of Su Luo. As he observed Su Luo approaching the school from across the street, a smirk crept onto his lips. Indeed, it was this little brat. Let us make a move. With that, the rear doors of the van swung open, and the muscular men jumped out, baseball bats in hand. The bald man, unperturbed, retrieved his phone and activated the video recording function. Yao Jingjing had previously instructed him to capture footage of Su Luo kneeling and apologizing, intending to share it online. Naturally, the bald man was determined to document the entire process of imparting a lesson to Su Luo, ensuring that not a single captivating moment would be missed. Chapter 28. A question emerges slowly. Su Luo remained oblivious to the situation across the street. As he strolled towards the school gates, he could feel the transformations in his body following his attainment of the title of martial arts master. At that moment, his phone buzzed incessantly, receiving 3 messages in quick succession. Su Luo glanced at his device, discovering that the messages were from Hai Jixin. Preoccupied with savoring his newfound abilities, he had nearly forgotten that this woman, who had bestowed these skills upon him, was either an aunt or an older sister figure. Hai Jixin, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. It seems I truly did not misjudge you. Hugging emoji. Hai Jixin, my wish for many years has been to find a man who can protect me, and now I have finally found him. Shy emoji. Hai Jixin, can you protect one more person? A question mark slowly materialized in Su Luo's mind. Was Hai Jixin seeking a partner or a bodyguard? To avoid missing out on his father's pretense, Su Luo decided to continue the conversation in accordance with her words. Su Luo, who do you want me to protect? Hai Jixin, protect my daughter. Su Luo nearly choked on his own breath. This woman already had a child and was still engaging in such banter. Hai Jixin, I apologize for revealing only now that I have a child. I was afraid of losing you, which is why I hesitated. It's only because we connected so well before that I felt this way. I truly am quite pleased with you. Hi Jixin. I even feel that you do not resemble a young man in his early 20s. Rather, you come across as a man in his 40s. You possess a youthful appearance paired with a mature heart, which is precisely what my daughter and I need. Su Luo. Hi Jixin. Rest assured. Even though my daughter is in college, I am not that old. I seek a man who can provide a sense of security, as well as a responsible father for my daughter. Hi Jixin. You are the same age as my daughter, which means that once we are together, there will be no generational gap, unlike other single-parent families that often experience discord. The three of us will surely live harmoniously. Su Luo. Hi Jixin. Could you please say something? Your continuous ellipses frighten me. Crying emoji. What a charming notion of no generational gap. What a delightful vision of harmony. But with a daughter already in college, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Su Luo held no interest in a woman who was a mother to a college student. He directly tapped the upper right corner of Hai Jixin's message, preparing to block her. Before he could complete the action, an exceedingly bothersome voice emerged from behind him. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't walk away. Su Luo paused and turned to glance back. Behind him stood a bald man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, approaching him while brandishing a phone. Following the bald man was a group of burly men wielding baseball bats. Su Luo was taken aback, as he did not recognize any of these individuals. Assuming he had made a mistake, he surveyed his surroundings for any other people. What are you even looking at? We've been looking for you. The bald man growled. Looking for me? Su Luo questioned, pointing to himself. The bald man, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exaggeratedly nodded his head, causing the flesh on his face to jiggle. Are you here for something? Su Luo smiled. What? Can't you tell we're looking for you? The bald man smirked, his crooked grin accompanied by laughter from the burly men behind him. Of course I can see that. Why ask such a pointless question? Su Luo replied with a chuckle. I was merely inquiring whether you wish to discuss matters here or prefer a different location, he continued. Choose for yourself. It's all the same no matter where we go, the bald man sneered. Very well, then let us find a quieter spot, Su Luo suggested, gesturing toward a small grove in the distance. That place seems ideal. It won't disturb anyone else. Huh, sounds good, the bald man said, extinguishing his cigarette on the ground. He placed a hand on Su Luo's shoulder, feigning camaraderie, yet his true intention was to prevent Su Luo from escaping. The hulking figures behind them lazily followed, fully aware of Su Luo's thoughts. It was evident that he believed he could not flee and wanted to relocate to a less populated area to endure the impending beating, preserving at least a modicum of dignity. As the bald man draped his arm over Su Luo's shoulder to cross the street, coincidentally, three girls, Yao Jingjing, Zhang Tong, and Wu Nannan, emerged from the school. Upon witnessing Su Luo being led away by the intimidating bald man, accompanied by a gang of thuggish men wielding baseball bats, Yao Jingjing quickly pieced together the situation. This scenario was all too familiar. It must be that Su Luo was standing up for her against that boy from the neighboring tourism college who had previously asked for her WeChat. And now he had summoned a group of toughs to retaliate against Su Luo. This was dire. He was in danger. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan also noticed the troubling scene. Though their intelligence often faltered, they instantly grasped the unfolding drama, recalling how Su Luo had once defended Yao Jingjing during their high school days. In an instant, they, like Yao Jingjing, realized that the protector of their campus beauty was in peril. Oh no, should we do something? Zhang Tong exclaimed in a panic. Call the police. Quickly, call the police. Yao Jingjing urged. Wu Nannan hurriedly grabbed her phone to dial, but Su Luo had already been taken into the depths of the small grove, vanishing from their sight. No, it's too late. Yao Jingjing thought frantically for a moment before suddenly devising a clever plan. Nannan, you stay here and wait for Uncle Hats to arrive. Tong Tong, come with me. With that, Yao Jingjing grabbed Zhang Tong and sprinted toward the grove. Zhang Tong, seeing Yao Jingjing pulling her toward the grove, felt a surge of panic. Jingjing, wait, don't go over there. It's too dangerous. It's fine, trust me. Yao Jingjing reassured her as she brought Zhang Tong beneath a pine tree, a perfect vantage point to observe the happenings in the grove. Tong Tong, use my phone to live stream everything that occurs next. This way, even if we are discovered and the phone is taken, it won't matter. Zhang Tong immediately comprehended Yao Jingjing's intention. She aimed to document evidence before Uncle had arrived. However, surreptitiously filming posed risks. If her phone were seized, all would be lost. Live streaming was a different matter. In the event of a theft, the recorded footage would have already been transmitted online in real time. Yao Jingjing's social media account boasted over 50,000 followers. Should she commence the broadcast now, numerous viewers would undoubtedly flock to her stream, thereby preserving the evidence. Without hesitation, Yao Jingjing swiftly opened her app and initiated the live stream, thrusting her phone into Zhang Tong's hands. She then pivoted to dash into the thicket. Zhang Tong grasped her arm tightly. "Wait, Jingjing, what are you planning to do?" "I'm going to buy time for Nan Nan," Yao Jingjing declared resolutely. "Don't. It's too perilous," Zhang Tong exclaimed, her face etched with terror. Yao Jingjing turned back, offering a calm smile. "Su Luo is in trouble because he stood up for me. Ultimately, everything stems from my actions. Before Uncle Hat arrives, I must find a way to stall these individuals. Regardless of the outcome, they certainly won't dare to harm me, so don't worry." With that, Yao Jingjing strode confidently toward the distant crowd. Chapter 29. Please, stop the fighting. In truth, Yao Jingjing harbored her own calculations. The previous day, her clownish antics at the school gate had caused her considerable embarrassment. Now, the entire school was aware that Su Luo was involved with a wealthy and beautiful girl, one who was even more alluring than she. Coupled with the distress of being blocked by Su Luo, she felt profoundly dejected, believing her devoted admirer had ceased to cherish her. However, upon learning that Su Luo had been taken away by Uncle Hat, she realized he had secretly become a protector once more. This indicated that he still cared for her. Ecstatic, Yao Jingjing desired for all her peers to recognize that Su Luo still held affection for her. Thus, she conceived the idea of utilizing live streaming. Through this medium, she would broadcast Su Luo's efforts on her behalf to the entire school, while simultaneously establishing a reputation as a courageous school belle, an exquisite twofold accomplishment. The group of ruffians before her had been summoned by boys from the neighboring tourism college, and she felt no trepidation regarding her safety. After Yao Jingjing departed, Zhang Tong discreetly hid behind a large tree, lifting her phone to live stream. The screen displayed that there were 135 viewers in the broadcast room, and the number continued to rise. Most of Yao Jingjing's followers were students from Binhai University. Upon seeing the school belle's live stream, they hurriedly clicked in. Once inside, they beheld Yao Jingjing approaching a group of burly men, and the comments section was flooded with confusion. What is happening? Is the school belle filming a short skit? It's evident that it's either a skit or a comedic segment. ISNT that the guy who was taken away by Uncle Hat? Why is he here? Where did they find these actors? Each performance has been quite commendable, yet none of them appear to embody the essence of virtuousness. From a distance, Su Luo and the bald man stood in confrontation. The bald man seized the baseball bat handed to him by one of his subordinates, swinging it twice through the air. "Listen well, kid. Today, I shall teach you a lesson by breaking your leg. From this day forth, should you dare to provoke Brother Yu again, I will shatter the other leg as well." Su Luo, perplexed, inquired, "Brother Yu? Who is Brother Yu?" The bald man and his burly companions erupted into laughter. "I'm genuinely amused. Do you not realize whom you have offended?" "I truly do not." "Very well, then I shall enlighten you today. You have offended none other than Zhao Jinyu, the son of the owner of Haoda Group," the bald man declared emphatically. "Oh, so it's him, the one planning to open a gym in the countryside?" Su Luo chuckled. The bald man's smile faded as he recorded the incident on his phone, intending to show the footage to Zhao Jinyu later, and he was unwilling to waste any further time with Su Luo. "You two, restrain him," he commanded, gesturing to the burly men beside him. The two men approached Su Luo, who, with a calm demeanor, lowered his center of gravity and let his arms hang naturally. The burly men, unimpressed, reached out to grab him. Just then, a woman's sharp voice rang out, "Stop. Do not continue to strike him." Turning towards the sound, they beheld a striking young woman with a ponytail, an alluring figure clad in a blue dress, advancing towards them. Su Luo furrowed his brow. "Yao Jingjing, what is she doing interrupting now?" The bald man was momentarily taken aback by Yao Jingjing's sudden appearance. He scrutinized her from head to toe, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he remarked, "Little sister, are you lost?" The other burly men whistled and shouted lewd remarks. "This girl is quite the catch. Let us see you dance a little. Aren't you hot in that dress, little sister? Ha. Lift your skirt a little for us." Yao Jingjing, her expression stern, advanced and positioned herself directly in front of Su Luo, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. The bald man, slightly surprised, said, "Well, little sister, you are quite bold. What do you intend?" Do you wish to suffer on behalf of that lad behind you? The burly men behind him cheered enthusiastically. You had better treat me with respect. Don't think I am unaware of who sent you. Yao Jingjing's tone was sharp. The bald man chuckled in response. What is this? Do you know our brother you? Of course. Hasn't he your brother? You mentioned how he groveled before me not long ago? Yao Jingjing retorted with a cold snort. The bald man's laughter dissipated, and the amusement of his companions faded as well. Zhao Jinyu groveled before you? What is your connection with brother Yu? The bald man asked, probing cautiously. Why don't you ask him? He will tell you what our relationship is. Yao Jingjing glared at the bald man, seeing her so assertive. The bald man swallowed hard. To be frank, he felt a twinge of panic. Zhao Jinyu was a notorious playboy, whose greatest passion lay in the pursuit of women. Moreover, he had a peculiar flaw. He regarded women as kin while treating his brothers as mere garments. Others would risk their lives for their brothers. Yet he would sacrifice his brothers for the sake of women. If it weren't for Zhao Jinyu's affluent status, the bald man would not have been so eager to serve him. Now, this striking young lady claimed to know Zhao Jinyu, and that he had sought her out for something. Clearly, their relationship was anything but ordinary. Could she be Zhao Jinyu's kept university student? Judging by her attributes, she indeed seemed to match Zhao Jinyu's taste, as he favored such bold and captivating women. However, encountering one of Zhao Jinyu's preferred types at this moment seemed rather coincidental. Did it not? The bald man intended to probe Yao Jingjing further. So you are his sister-in-law. I am Anan, one of Yuji's subordinates. Hasn't he mentioned me to you? Who is your sister-in-law? I never agreed to be with him, so don't spout nonsense. Yao Jingjing retorted angrily. The bald man felt a sudden jolt of realization. Damn it, this girl was indeed the woman Zhao Jinyu had set his sights on. Zhao Jinyu became even more fervent about the women he couldn't possess. Thankfully, he had refrained from overstepping any boundaries. Otherwise, that mad dog Zhao Jinyu would surely have finished him off. Oh, you and Yu Gu are bound to be together. Don't be upset, future sister-in-law. We are all on the same side. The bald man chuckled, attempting to defuse the situation. The burly men also withdrew their grins, no longer daring to tease Yao Jingjing. Observing the situation under control, Yao Jingjing felt a sense of triumph. Indeed, this group was sent by that boy who had previously asked for her WeChat. And the name of that boy likely contained the character Yu. Otherwise, why would they refer to him as Yu Go? Future sister-in-law, could you step aside? The bald man cheerfully explained. Yu Go instructed us to teach that young man behind you a lesson. I won't step aside. If any of you dare to lay a finger on him today, I will never speak to your Yu Go again. I mean what I say, Yao Jingjing declared defiantly. The bald man found himself in an awkward position. The standoff continued. Future sister-in-law, what exactly is your relationship with that guy? He couldn't help but inquire. We are merely classmates. Yao Jingjing emphasized the word classmates. If it's just a classmate relationship, why are you so protective of him? The bald man replied helplessly. That's none of your concern. None of you are allowed to touch him. Otherwise, your Yu Gu will never see me again. Yao Jingjing proclaimed with an air of superiority. The bald man sighed. Zhao Jinyu had sent him to deal with Su Luo, and now the woman he was pursuing had stepped in to halt his actions. Reluctantly, the bald man had no choice but to call Zhao Jinyu in front of everyone. Hello, Yu Gu. Is everything taken care of? Zhao Jinyu inquired. No, not yet. Why the hell are you calling me? Zhao Jinyu scolded impatiently. The bald man glanced at Yao Jingjing in the distance, then awkwardly continued. Brother Yu, it's mainly because your sister-in-law is here. She's preventing us from dealing with that kid. Chapter 30. Don't get too familiar with me. Sister-in-law? Zhao Jinyu frowned. He assumed the bald man was referring to Yin Luoxue, as the impending marriage between the Zhao and Yin families was well known in their circles. No one anticipated that Yin Luoxue would suddenly bring home a boyfriend yesterday, and they appeared utterly smitten with one another. Now, upon hearing that Yin Luoxue was present and shielding her boyfriend, Zhao Jinyu felt a surge of anger. The woman he cherished was now entangled with a gold digger, flaunting their relationship before his subordinates, inciting his rage further. Give me the phone. I wish to speak with her. Of course, brother. The bald man, beaming widely, approached and handed the phone to Yao Jingjing. Sister-in-law, brother Yu wants to talk to you. Yao Jingjing accepted the phone with irritation, and Zhao Jinyu's voice came through the receiver. So, you're completely disregarding my dignity now, aren't you? Zhao Jinyu gritted his teeth. How amusing. Do we know each other well enough for me to owe you any respect? Yao Jingjing retorted. Why does your voice sound peculiar? Are you catching a cold? Zhao Jinyu inquired, perplexed. Stop trying to get close to me. Whether I'm ill or not is none of your business. Yao Jingjing shot back, casting a glance at Zhang Tong, who was stealthily extending his phone from behind a tree. She straightened her posture, preparing to deliver her performance. Yao Jingjing raised her phone, cleared her throat, and deliberately raised her voice. Listen closely. I know you harbor immense hatred for Su Luo. You resent him for humiliating you, right? Let me clarify. Su Luo is acting for my sake. He didn't want me to be entangled with someone like you, and his intentions were noble. He sought to protect me from being deceived by unscrupulous individuals. If you wish to exact revenge on him, confront him like a man, rather than gathering a group of thugs to confront just one person. Bullying the weak is hardly a display of skill. You were so persistent in pursuing my WeChat, yet I refused to give it to you. It seems my decision was indeed wise. At this juncture, Yao Jingjing, fully embracing her role, turned to Su Luo. And you, classmate Su Luo. I saw you confront those unscrupulous individuals who were pestering me for my WeChat. I am truly touched. I understand you acted out of concern for me, fearing that I might be deceived by bad people. Hence, you deliberately distanced yourself from me, avoiding me to prevent dragging me into trouble. But have you considered my feelings? You quietly defended me without informing me. And if today you were to be bullied by this gang, how guilty and remorseful I would feel. Thus, Su Luo, I implore you to refrain from such foolishness in the future, for your actions greatly disturb me, as I have always regarded you as a close friend. This outburst from Yao Jingjing left everyone utterly bewildered. An unusual silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. After a while, Yao Jingjing's phone rang, and the voice of Zhao Jinyu erupted from the receiver, his furious tirade deafening. Who the hell are you? Upon hearing Zhao Jinyu's insults directed at her, Yao Jingjing was incensed and prepared to retort. However, Su Luo, standing behind her, spoke up slowly. When did I ever come to your defense? Yao Jingjing was taken aback and turned to face Su Luo. It's that guy from the neighboring tourism college. Didn't you confront him? She inquired. Su Luo replied, Why would I confront him? Yao Jingjing insisted, Because he asked for my WeChat. Su Luo retorted, What does his request for your WeChat have to do with me? Besides, I had no idea about this matter. Yao Jingjing exclaimed, Huh? Didn't you offend this group of people because of me? Su Luo clarified, It was not because of you. Nearby, a bald man grew increasingly uneasy as he listened. He stepped forward to seize the phone, only to discover that Zhao Jinyu had already hung up. Just as he was about to call back, Zhao Jinyu initiated a video call. Upon connecting, Zhao Jinyu's face appeared on the screen, flushed with anger. Come on, turn the camera around. The bald man hastily directed the camera towards Yao Jingjing. Upon seeing her, Zhao Jinyu's face turned an even deeper shade of green with fury. Who the hell is this woman? Sister-in-law? You absolute fool. Where did this wretched woman come from that you would call her sister-in-law? Brother you, there are so many women around you. I just call them all sister-in-law. Sister-in-law my ass. I thought you were referring to Yan Luoxue. What kind of nonsense is this woman? As Zhao Jinyu unleashed a torrent of profanities, Yao Jingjing suddenly grasped the reality of the situation. It was all a misunderstanding. Su Luo had not been acting as her protector, and the foul-mouthed Zhao Jinyu was not the one who sought her WeChat. The thugs before her had no connection to Su Luo's personal grievances against her whatsoever. Yao Jingjing was drenched in sweat. Upon learning the truth, the anger she had felt moments before dissipated. Faced with the intimidating figures around her, she felt her legs grow weak. After concluding the video call, the bald man's lips twitched in irritation. Damn it, you audacious woman. He had been thoroughly berated by Zhao Jinyu in front of his subordinates, all of which he blamed on Yao Jingjing. What was supposed to be a simple reprimand of Su Luo had been complicated by the unexpected appearance of a false sister-in-law stirring the waters. This left the bald man looking utterly befuddled. He was now filled with fury, intending to vent all the humiliation he had just endured upon Su Luo. Of course, there was also Yao Jingjing. Initially, the bald man had merely jested with Yao Jingjing, captivated by her beauty and figure. However, his thoughts had drastically shifted. Consumed by rage, he sought to unleash his wrath on Yao Jingjing. He planned to break this brat's legs and then hang this foul woman to face the consequences. He intended to seize every opportunity available, the bald man growled. Upon hearing this, the burly men around him became exhilarated. Yao Jingjing, oblivious to the impending danger, had never encountered such a scenario before. As the muscular men closed in, she could no longer maintain her composure and collapsed onto the ground, her legs giving way beneath her. Help! Yao Jingjing lacked even the strength to call for assistance. In the distance, Zhang Tong stood in utter shock. Likewise, over 1,000 viewers in the live stream were equally astonished, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Even the most oblivious could decipher the situation. The campus bell was about to be violated by this group of hulking brutes. Zhang Tong trembled as she held her phone, paralyzed with fear, terrified of being discovered and subjected to the same fate. She could do nothing but watch in horror as the tragedy unfolded before her eyes. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were nearly grinding their teeth in despair. Oh heavens! The campus bell they had longed for was about to be ravaged. Right before their very eyes. It was a heart-wrenching betrayal. On the screen, the two foremost hulks had reached out towards Yao Jingjing, their faces twisted with lewd grins. Zhang Tong and the viewers could hardly bear to look. The sense of hopelessness was suffocating. Just as despair loomed over everyone, the next second, they witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. Bang! With a dull thud, one less figure appeared on the screen. More precisely, one less burly man. Among the two who had charged forward, now only one remained. The surviving hulking figure looked momentarily bewildered, glancing left and right, puzzled about the whereabouts of his comrade. Bang! Another dull thud echoed. The burly man, who had been contemplating his missing companion, vanished as well. However, this time the viewers caught a glimpse of a detail. They saw a shadow soar upwards. Zhang Tong, mirroring the viewers' reactions, adjusted her camera upwards. Above Yao Jingjing, the two previously vanished giants were now hanging from a tree. In the distance, Zhang Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. She nearly gasped aloud, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Beneath the tree, Su Luo maintained the posture of having just thrown a punch. He slightly bent his body, his feet positioned one in front of the other. His left arm bent and clenched at his waist, while his right fist soared towards the heavens. From his stance alone, it was evident that he exuded an astonishing strength. The live stream erupted in excitement. Had Su Luo just sent two burly men flying? With just two powerful blows, they had collided against the tree? This was truly terrifying. The viewers online, separated by a screen, were left astounded, while those present at the scene gasped in disbelief. The once jovial, burly men now wore expressions devoid of mirth. The youth before them was nothing short of terrifying. Yao Jingjing, sprawled on the ground, was equally astonished by Su Luo's prowess. She had initially closed her eyes in despair, but upon hearing the dull thuds, she opened them to witness the two grotesque men she detested hanging from the tree. My goodness, Su Luo is incredible. Yao Jingjing had never realized Su Luo possessed such strength. Was it even possible for a human to achieve this? At that moment, Su Luo appeared to her as a deity. The bald man instinctively swallowed hard. Having danced with death for years, he had encountered numerous scenes. Yet he had never witnessed anything like this. He had seen tough fighters before, but never someone who could send a man flying to hang from a tree with a single punch. No, this was beyond mere toughness. This was superhuman. Damn it. You little punk, you think you're tough? Everyone, attack together and take him down. He cursed, brandishing a baseball bat as he charged forward. Seeing their leader rush in, the other burly men could not afford to hesitate. A single fist could not withstand the onslaught of many. A fierce tiger could not contend with a pack of wolves. With their numbers and their weapons, how could they fear a lone opponent? 7 or 8 hulking figures, wielding baseball bats and shouting curses, advanced towards Su Luo, creating a truly intimidating scene. The viewers in the live stream were filled with anxiety for Su Luo. This was no choreographed duel. It was a genuine fight. Unlike those staged in films where opponents lined up to attack one by one, there were no flashy moves, only a relentless exchange of blows, aiming for a decisive victory. In reality, fighting demanded a swift and brutal approach to incapacitate the enemy. Thus, this group of burly men showed no regard for martial ethics. Rushing towards Su Luo in unison. Startled, Yao Jingjing scrambled to her feet and sought refuge behind Su Luo. At that critical moment, Su Luo grounded himself, spreading his legs into a horse stance. The viewers failed to notice that beneath his feet, the cement ground began to crack, as if the earth itself could not bear the weight of his formidable presence. Meanwhile, the bald man, leading a group of burly men, charged towards Su Luo. Damn it! The bald man swung a baseball bat, taking a running leap before aiming a fierce blow at Su Luo's head. This was a lethal strike. Yet, Su Luo remained unfazed, casually raising his arm to block the attack. Clang! The bat struck what seemed to be an unyielding stone. The bald man felt a jolt that numbed his grip. Ouch! He yelped in pain, dropping the bat to the ground. At that moment, the other muscular men swung their bats at Su Luo, targeting his abdomen, knees, and head, vital areas. However, their fate mirrored that of the bald man. The bats met Su Luo's body as if they were crashing against a massive mountain. Clang, clang, clang. The burly men were rattled, unable to maintain their grip. The metallic bats clattered to the ground. Before they could regain their composure, Su Luo stepped forward with his left foot, his right arm bent as he launched an attack. 8 extreme fist, Iron Mountain crash. Bang! This strike sent the bald man flying backward. Immediately, Su Luo moved gracefully through the crowd, transforming his fists into palms, seemingly delivering casual blows to the burly men. Yet, upon contact, it felt as if a freight truck had collided with them, sending those men sprawling. The small grove echoed with a cacophony of muffled groans, thuds, and the sound of bones fracturing. None of the burly men uttered a scream as they were struck. Each one lost consciousness upon being hit. In the blink of an eye, only Su Luo and Yao Jingjing remained standing in the grove. The bald man lay slumped beside the iron railing, while the others were either sprawled on the ground or lying on their backs, each barely clinging to life. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Was it over? The viewers in the live stream seemed unable to believe their eyes. Describing this sequence of actions might be complex, yet to the onlookers, it transpired in an instant. From the moment the burly men charged at Su Luo to their subsequent unconsciousness, the entire ordeal lasted merely a few seconds. Excluding the time taken for the men to run and Su Luo's initial movements, the actual time spent in combat calculated to an average of 1 burly man per second. This was the shock of instant annihilation. Such a thrilling plot could hardly be captured in film. On screen, Su Luo stood like a formidable god of death. After half a minute of silence, the comment section of the live stream erupted. What the hell? What is up with this guy? He's incredible. Are you telling me you're not it, man? Taking on 10 by yourself? This can't be real, right? By Jove. Those individuals were utterly beaten to a pulp. Incredible. Absolutely ruthless. I never anticipated that our esteemed Bin University would harbor such formidable individuals. This gentleman's prowess has rendered my mind utterly bewildered. Su Luo's astonishing display of strength, effortlessly dispatching a burly man with a single punch, was indeed revolutionary. This left many in disbelief, questioning how a hulking figure could be sent flying into a tree by such a blow. Numerous onlookers speculated that it was merely a special effect. Just as the crowd descended into chaos, a commotion erupted from a distance. Wu Nan Nan, accompanied by 3 gentlemen in hats, hurriedly approached. Upon their appearance, all those who had previously doubted fell silent. The gentlemen, upon witnessing the scene before them, were momentarily taken aback. 5 robust men lay sprawled awkwardly on the ground, while a bald man leaned against a fence several meters away. The gentlemen were startled to discover that 2 more were inexplicably hanging from the tree. Chapter 32. May I have a word with you? What on earth is happening here? The lead gentleman inquired. Well, esteemed sir, here's how it transpired. Zhang Tong recounted the events. After listening to the eyewitness account, the gentlemen were left in a state of realization. Those who were aware of the recent altercation understood the situation, while others might have mistaken it for the aftermath of a vehicular accident, particularly the 2 hefty men dangling from the tree, which could easily lead to misinterpretation. The gentleman noticed that Zhang Tong's phone was live streaming. Dear student, please assist us by ceasing the recording. Oh, certainly. I shall turn it off at once. The live stream screen flickered momentarily, and the viewers were left only with the voices of the gentlemen. Shall please call for an ambulance to transport the injured to the hospital. Furthermore, contact the fire department to assist in retrieving those 2 from the tree. The live broadcast concluded at this point. Those who witnessed the events online found themselves in a state of profound contemplation. The sheer volume of information was staggering. To begin with, the campus belle, Yao Jingjing, had intruded upon the brawl, leading to a series of chaotic responses that nearly left her overwhelmed. Following this, Su Luo transformed into a master, taking on 10 adversaries and sending a burly man flying with a single punch. Had it not been for their own eyes, many would have found it utterly implausible. Among the viewers of the live stream, several had fortuitously recorded the event. Unable to contain their excitement, they promptly shared the footage with friends and family. Soon, this segment of the live stream began to circulate widely online. In order to assist the police investigation, Su Luo, Yao Jingjing, Zhang Tong, and Wu Nannan were all summoned to the police station. The leadership of Bin University arrived upon hearing the news. With the video evidence from Zhang Tong's phone, the case became considerably more straightforward. As she unraveled the sequence of events, Yao Jingjing came to realize the absurdity of her own actions. Coupled with the fact that the bald man and his associates had criminal records, Su Luo was clearly acting in self-defense, and thus bore no legal responsibility. After the tumultuous ordeal, the group emerged from the police station well past 9 o'clock in the evening. The school leaders escorted Su Luo and his companions to the school gate before returning home. Su Luo, Yao Jingjing, Zhang Tong, and Wu Nannan entered the school, making their way towards the dormitory. After spending the entire afternoon until nightfall, Yao Jingjing and her 2 followers felt utterly humiliated, as the entire incident had nothing to do with them. Upon leaving the police station, Su Luo had not uttered a single word to Yao Jingjing and her companions. Now, he walked briskly ahead, seemingly eager to distance himself from them. Reflecting on the events of the past couple of days, Yao Jingjing could no longer contain herself and called out to Su Luo. Su Luo, wait a moment. Su Luo halted and turned back, his face etched with impatience. Is there something? Yao Jingjing paid no heed to the expression on Su Luo's face. She turned to Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan, saying, "You two head back first. I would like to speak with Su Luo privately for a moment." "All right, we'll head back then." Jingjing, Zhang Tong, and Wu Nannan replied, hastily departing. Yao Jingjing quickly walked up to Su Luo, gazing up at the boy who had pursued her for so many years. At that moment, she found him strangely unfamiliar. "May I have a word with you?" "Sure, but you'd better be quick. I'm eager to return to my dormitory," Su Luo replied, glancing at his phone. "What is the rush to get back to your dorm?" Yao Jingjing inquired curiously. "Is it for a bathroom break? Do I need to report that to you?" Su Luo retorted, feeling exasperated. Yao Jingjing paused, taken aback. The old Su Luo would have shared even the most mundane details of his life with her, using any excuse to engage in conversation. But now, her expression darkened. "Su Luo, you weren't like this before." "How was I before?" Su Luo frowned. Yao Jingjing responded, "You used to be warm and patient with me." I was young and naive back then. I've matured now." Yao Jingjing took a moment to compose herself. "I understand that you are upset with me because I misunderstood you over the past few days. You didn't study French for me. And you're being taken away by Uncle Hat wasn't for my sake. I was simply overthinking. But I just want to ask you one thing. Why did you delete me?" Su Luo replied, "Because keeping you takes up space on my phone." Yao Jingjing retorted, "So? I no longer fit into your list of friends?" "Indeed." Yao Jingjing, I refuse to believe it. Su Luo, with an expression of exasperation, picked up his phone and casually scrolled through a plethora of unread messages from wealthy women. He then opened his friend requests, scrolling through them without end. "See for yourself. I am not deceiving you." Yao Jingjing glanced briefly, astonished at the sheer volume of Su Luo's social engagements. "Why are you chatting with so many women?" she asked, biting her lip. "Why shouldn't I converse with numerous women?" Su Luo retorted, "Because when you were pursuing me, you claimed that you would only ever chat with me, that you would forever love only me. Can we not dwell on the past? Back then, men could have multiple wives. Is there any merit in reminiscing about that?" Su Luo countered sharply. Yao Jingjing, "Fine, you win." "Su Luo, let me ask you one thing. Was there anything you said while courting me that was genuine?" Su Luo, "Not entirely." Yao Jingjing, "Which part was true?" Su Luo, "I genuinely like women." Yao Jingjing, feeling utterly disregarded by Su Luo, could no longer maintain her composure. "Su Luo, please don't act this way." Su Luo, irritated by Yao Jingjing's whiny demeanor, snapped back. "What do you want from me? Should I kneel with flowers in hand, begging you to be with me? Or declare to the entire school that I, Su Luo, will marry no one but you?" Yao Jingjing, "That's not what I meant." Su Luo, "I don't care what you meant. Since you insist on making this difficult, let us clarify matters today to avoid future misunderstandings. I admit, I was foolishly persistent in the past, but that was then. Now I wish we had never met. Do not continually misinterpret my actions as being related to you. Just like the events of today, you insisted on dramatizing the situation, broadcasting live, even involving the police. Yao Jingjing, you are a university student. Can you refrain from such bizarre antics? If you cannot comprehend my words, let me be blunt. Please do not overestimate your significance or assume that every man in the world is enamored with you. You have studied geography. Surely you understand that the earth continues to revolve regardless of who is absent? I know many pursue you, but I am no longer among them. Therefore, let us not waste each other's time. From now on, unless one of us is in dire need, let us avoid one another. Chapter 33. We are all adults. Yao Jingjing's eyes widened in disbelief. Her stunningly beautiful face was etched with incredulity. She thought she had misheard. The boy who had pursued her for so many years had uttered such callous words. This left Yao Jingjing momentarily unable to process the reality of the situation, particularly Su Luo's final statement about not communicating unless one of them was in dire need. Your words are truly hurtful. Yao Jingjing's voice trembled with emotion as she said, I find your standards to be quite hypocritical. These words you speak were once uttered by you to me. When I echo them back, it becomes hurtful? Su Luo chuckled softly. But, dear, I am a girl, Yao Jingjing replied, her tone laced with melancholy. Su Luo rolled his eyes, weary of the argument. He was now a martial arts master, not merely a fighter. Regardless, his message had been conveyed, and how she received it was no longer his concern. Seeing Su Luo turn away in silence, Yao Jingjing hastily stepped in front of him. Do you really dislike me so much? She implored. How could a boy dislike a girl? It is usually the other way around. Girls are wonderful, while boys are foolish, Su Luo retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Yao Jingjing, oblivious to the underlying tone, bit her lip and said, I do not wish to lose you as a good friend. I want our relationship to return to how it once was. Brother, I have no desire to return to the past. Su Luo could no longer contain his frustration. Why don't you want to go back? We had it so good before. Yao Jingjing asked, perplexed. Good? What a joke. Su Luo restrained himself from cursing. He suddenly realized he may have been too harsh on Yao Jingjing. Perhaps her thought process was not aligned with that of an average person. When you speak plainly, she might not comprehend. Thus, Su Luo resolved to clarify matters in the most straightforward manner. You wish to return to the past, correct? Yes, I do. Then may I sleep with you? Yao Jingjing's face flushed crimson. She furrowed her brow, her gaze darting around, clearly flustered. What are you saying? That is so inappropriate. What do you take me for? She stammered. Let us not dwell on trivialities. Just answer me. Do you permit me to sleep with you? Su Luo maintained an air of calm. Of course not. Yao Jingjing's face burned with embarrassment. Then that settles it. Since you do not allow me to sleep with you, why should I want to return to the past? Su Luo chuckled. What does your suggestion of sleeping have to do with our returning to the past? Yao Jingjing queried, puzzled. Because my previous kindness towards you was motivated by the desire to be intimate with you. Do you understand? Su Luo articulated each word deliberately. How can you be like this? Yao Jingjing exclaimed in astonishment. To clarify, it's not just me. All those suitors of yours act similarly. They pursue you and shower you with affection solely for the hope of intimacy, Su Luo explained. That is impossible. Yao Jingjing exclaimed, incredulous. How can it not be possible? What do those pursuing you seek? Do they genuinely wish to be your friends? Please, we are all adults. Can relationships exist without intimacy? Perhaps there are indeed men who solely seek companionship without intimacy, but I am not one of them. Rather than that, I would prefer to seek intimacy without the pretense of romance. This is why I do not wish to return to the past. If you will not allow me intimacy, why should I waste my time? Confronted with Su Luo's astonishingly candid remarks, Yao Jingjing found herself utterly shaken. It took her a considerable time to regain her composure. Su Luo, I never anticipated you to be such a person. I apologize for disappointing you. In truth, I am far worse than you can imagine. I had merely restrained my words earlier. Now that you comprehend the essence of my character, I am certain you would not desire for me to revert to how I once treated you. Let us part ways and cease wasting each other's time. With that, Su Luo circumvented Yao Jingjing and proceeded towards the male dormitory. One must admit, there is a certain liberating sensation in speaking one's mind, reflecting on the past. Every word exchanged with Yao Jingjing required meticulous consideration, pondering whether it might incite her ire. Even sending a mere emoticon necessitated prolonged deliberation, contemplating whether it would elicit a knowing smile from her. Now, such thoughts are entirely unnecessary. Su Luo no longer feels compelled to maintain a favorable image in Yao Jingjing's eyes. In fact, he would prefer for her to perceive him as a complete scoundrel. Ultimately, as long as it distances her from him, he is willing to embrace the role of a villain. This is not born out of a desire to feign indifference, but rather a realization that entanglements with this woman invariably lead to misfortune. In his previous life, his infatuation with her resulted in a disastrous accident. Having been reborn, Su Luo has learned his lesson. He must keep his distance from her. Yet, It vexes him that the more he yearns to avoid her, the more she seems to gravitate towards him. Today's events serve as a prime example. Had Yao Jingjing not reported him to the authorities, nor engaged in her theatrical live-streaming antics, he would never have found himself lingering in the police station until nightfall. Those burly men could have been dealt with in under a minute. Instead, he could have comfortably returned to his dormitory to play games with Zhang Yang, or perhaps indulged in some street food at the campus entrance, or even chatted with wealthy patrons on WeChat, potentially acquiring a new skill. Anything would have been preferable to spending time in a police station. All of this is attributable to Yao Jingjing's incessant meddling. To be fair, had she merely been concerned for Su Luo's safety and reported him out of genuine worry, he would have had no objections. However, it was evident that Yao Jingjing had her own ulterior motives. First, the report, then the live stream, followed by a heartfelt essay. This behavior is quite distasteful. It is precisely why Su Luo felt compelled to clarify matters with her today. He genuinely wishes for Yao Jingjing to maintain her distance and refrain from entangling herself in his affairs. Watching Su Luo's retreating figure, Yao Jingjing mused. Su Luo is no longer the person I once knew. We shall no longer engage with one another. All that he once offered was merely a pretext for such deeds. Her mind was a tumultuous whirl as she made her way back. She was still grappling with the reality of the situation, feeling rather dazed. At that moment, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Distracted, Yao Jingjing retrieved her phone to take a glance. A profile picture of a vast sea belonged to a user by the name of Hai Jixin, who sent a message. Baby, why haven't you replied to your mother's message? From afternoon until evening, Yao Jingjing had been at the police station taking statements, leaving her no time to respond to her phone. To prevent her mother from worrying, she opted not to disclose the truth. Mom, I went shopping with my roommate and just saw your message, she replied. Oh, that's good, came the response. Hug followed. Darling, do you have time now? Her mother inquired. I have something very important to discuss with you. Chapter 34. Online romance is quite pleasant. I have time, Yao Jingjing replied. Under normal circumstances, she would have inquired about her mother's reason for discussion or exchanged playful banter, as their conversations typically brimmed with joy. However, Yao Jingjing found it difficult to muster enthusiasm at this moment. She simply responded that she had time, lacking the inclination to ask further. The events of earlier had cast a shadow over her spirits. To put it plainly, Yao Jingjing had lived under the radiant aura of being the campus belle for far too long and was unaccustomed to even the slightest defeat. Now, with Su Luo's direct confrontation, she had received a sobering lesson. It was only natural for her to feel disheartened. After sending her message, Yao Jingjing observed that her mother's side indicated that she was typing, seemingly composing a lengthy discourse. Yao Jingjing chose not to press further and continued her way back to the dormitory. Upon her arrival at the girls' dormitory building, her mother's message finally appeared. Darling, this is something I should discuss with you in person, but I find it difficult to express my thoughts face to face, so I have chosen to convey this through text. I have contemplated this matter for a long time and have wrestled with my feelings. I apologize for not telling you sooner and hope you do not hold it against me. For 20 years, we have relied on each other. And now you have grown up, entered university, and your life is on the right track. You no longer need to worry about me. Sweetheart, one day you will marry and leave my side. I do not wish to burden you or cause you concern. Thus, I intend to find you a father. Primarily, so that after your marriage, I and your future stepfather can support each other in our later years, relieving you of the responsibility of caring for me. I hope you can understand my good intentions. Upon reading this, a look of surprise crossed Yao Jingjing's face, quickly transforming into a sense of relief. Was her mother really planning to remarry? Yao Jingjing murmured softly. Her lack of prolonged astonishment stemmed from her deep understanding of the hardships her mother had endured. Indeed, Yao Jingjing hailed from a single-parent family. Unlike many other single-parent families, Yao Jingjing's mother, Yao Meijing, gave birth to her at the tender age of 16. The man responsible for her pregnancy vanished without a trace, leaving Yao Meijing to navigate the tumultuous waters of early motherhood alone. This early romance bore heavy consequences. Resentful of the man who abandoned her, Yao Meijing chose to bestow her own surname upon her daughter. Since the day of her birth, Yao Jingjing has never laid eyes on her father, nor does any record of him exist within their home. Whenever Yao Jingjing inquires about her father, Yao Meijing falls silent, her eyes brimming with tears, conveying profound sorrow. Out of concern for her mother's feelings, Yao Jingjing refrains from probing further. Over the years, Yao Jingjing has shouldered immense pressure to raise her daughter, and fortunately, Yao Jingjing has proven to be a source of pride, excelling in her studies and possessing striking beauty, a trait she undoubtedly inherited from her mother. Standing side by side, they appear more like sisters than mother and daughter. Yao Jingjing dotes on her beloved daughter, often feeling a deep sense of indebtedness for not being able to provide her with paternal love like other children receive. Yet, Yao Jingjing has never voiced any complaints. Fully aware of the hardships her mother endures, the bond they share has flourished over 2 decades. Thus, when Yao Jingjing learned that her mother was seeking a new partner, she surprisingly felt a sense of relief. Although she has always been her mother's cherished companion, Yao Jingjing is still young and deserves companionship. Concerned by her daughter's prolonged silence, Yao Jingjing sent another message. "My dear, please do not feel burdened. Your happiness is my priority. If you disagree, I shall reconsider my decision to seek a partner." Upon reading this message, Yao Jingjing felt a pang of sorrow. Throughout her life, her mother has consistently consulted her on every matter, refraining from decisions that she might not approve of. Now, as her mother seeks her own happiness, she adopts a tone of consultation that fills Yao Jingjing with guilt. Given her mother-esque qualities, had she desired to find a partner, suitors would surely have lined up. Yao Jingjing has remained single all these years not out of inability, but from a lack of desire. Now that her mother has bravely taken the first step, Yao Jingjing's heart swells with genuine happiness for her. Seeing her mother seek her opinion, Yao Jingjing felt compelled to offer unwavering support. Just as her mother has always considered her feelings, this time, she is determined to prioritize her mother's happiness. "Mom, I wholeheartedly support you in finding a partner. Embrace love and pursue it boldly. I shall raise my banner in your honor." "Hai Jixin, thank you, my precious daughter." Yao Jingjing, "No need to send it to me, Mom. This concerns your feelings, and I prefer not to intrude as a third wheel." Yao Jingjing, "Moreover, any man who catches your eye must be exceptional. I trust your judgment in choosing a partner." Having chosen to unconditionally support her mother, Yao Jingjing does not wish to burden her with excessive pressure. The mere fact that her mother mentioned finding her another father is sufficient proof that this man is worth her trust. Furthermore, viewing a photograph holds little significance. Regardless of the man's appearance, Yao Jingjing would never express dissatisfaction. Ultimately, it is her mother who will share her life with him. And as long as her mother is happy, that is what truly matters. Eventually, she will meet this future stepfather, and Yao Jingjing harbors no curiosity regarding his looks. "Hai Jixin, seeing you support my decision brings me peace, but I met him through online dating, and I hope you don't harbor any biases against it." Yao Jingjing chuckled. She hadn't expected her mother to be so modern, embracing online romance. She quickly typed words of reassurance. "Yao Jingjing, online dating is quite wonderful. It shows that my future stepfather is quite progressive. Besides, it's often easier to find a soulmate this way rather than merely judging by appearances. I see no issue with online dating. Hai Jixin, my dear daughter, you truly are understanding. Now, there is just one last question. There is quite an age gap between me and your future stepfather, and I fear you may not accept it." Yao Jingjing, "How much older is he?" "Hai Jixin, he is 16 years my senior. Her mother is 36, which means this man is 52. That indeed reveals a significant difference. The fact that a 52-year-old man has so deeply touched her mother's heart confirms that this is genuine love." Yao Jingjing, "Mom, I believe that as long as two people are truly in love, age is merely a number. My high school teacher and his wife have a 20-year age difference, and their relationship is quite strong." Yao Jingjing, "Besides, a man who is a bit older often brings maturity. If he is sincere in his feelings for you, what does it matter if he is 16 years older?" Hai Jixin, "Sweetheart, you have misunderstood my meaning. The 16-year difference does not imply that he is older than me." Yao Jingjing, "Hai Jixin, it means I am 16 years older than him." Chapter 35, a brain-teasing math problem. This revelation left Yao Jingjing utterly astounded. The events of the day had already rendered her mind somewhat sluggish. Now, her mother posed a math problem that felt downright perplexing. The man her mother is interested in is 16 years younger than her. If she subtracts 16 from 36, that results in 20? Yao Jingjing almost doubted her calculations. She read her mother's message once more, confirming that she had not misinterpreted the numbers within. In other words, her mother had indeed found a 20-year-old man to be her partner. Yao Jingjing was at a loss for words. Compared to having a 20-year-old stepfather, she found it far more reasonable to have a 52-year-old one. The man was only 20 years old, the same age as herself. What a ridiculous notion. Setting aside the reliability of this 20-year-old stepfather and the potential longevity of his relationship with her mother, what would she call him when they finally met? They were both 20. Would she address him as father? Calling him uncle seemed even more inappropriate. The prospect of the three of them going out together in the future conjured an image that seemed rather peculiar. While Yao Jingjing was lost in her thoughts, Yao Meijing sent several messages. Hi Jixin, perhaps you find it hard to accept this reality all at once, but your mother understands your feelings. The relationship between him and me is not as you might imagine. Hi Jixin, although he is just over 20, his demeanor is remarkably mature. Engaging in conversation with him feels akin to speaking with a man in his 40s. Despite his youthful appearance, he possesses a heart that is both mature and steady. Hi Jixin. Most importantly, he is in excellent physical condition, capable of protecting us both from any harm, providing us with a profound sense of security. Hi Jixin. This is why your mother wished to discuss this with you. He is the most captivating man she has encountered in years. Although she is 16 years his senior, as you just mentioned, if we are soulmates, age is merely a number. As Yao Jingjing observed her mother extolling the virtues of this young stepfather, her mind became a tangled mess. Initially, she wholeheartedly supported her mother's bold pursuit of love. However, she never anticipated her mother's audacity. Yao Jingjing began to suspect that her mother was engaged in a rather avant-garde romance. While relationships between older women and younger men were becoming commonplace, her mother was venturing into a realm of aunt-nephew love. After much contemplation, Yao Jingjing ultimately decided to respect her mother's wishes. Initially, she felt conflicted about how the three of them would coexist in the future. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized her mother was entitled to her own life. And as a daughter, she had no authority to interfere with her mother's choice of partner. Yao Jingjing. All right, as long as you are happy. Mother, covering her face and crying. Hi Jixin. Sweetheart, does that mean you support my relationship with him? Yao Jingjing. I support it, as long as you are happy. I have no concern for his age, and I will always stand by you, mother. Hi Jixin. Truly my dear, precious daughter. Your mother loves you. Yao Jingjing. Yes, I love you too. I feel a bit fatigued from shopping today and wish to retire early. Mother, you should also rest early. After finishing her conversation with her mother, Yao Jingjing let out a weary sigh. What on earth had transpired today? The boy she had pursued for many years had cut all ties with her, and her single mother, who had remained unattached for 2 decades, was now preparing to remarry a 20-year-old man. All Yao Jingjing wished for was to lie down and indulge in a restful slumber, not wanting to contemplate anything else. Meanwhile, at the boys' dormitory of Binhai University, room 320, Su Luo had just entered. Zhang Yang, Tian Jijia, and Zhou Zhu quickly surrounded him, their eyes gleaming with excitement. More fervent than one would observe while watching a film. Su Luo felt uneasy under their scrutinizing gaze. What has gotten into you three? He asked. Zhang Yang leaned in, grasping Su Luo's arm for a closer inspection. I never expected you to be such a martial arts expert. Tian Jijia and Zhou Zhu joined in, eagerly squeezing Su Luo's biceps. Damn, your arms are indeed muscular. No wonder you can send someone flying with a single punch. When did you train so intensely? Teach us. Yeah, it can't be just you who is formidable. We feel so inadequate. Su Luo was well aware that they had probably seen that viral video. He was not surprised at all. It seemed that nearly every student in the school had viewed it. Do you aspire to be as formidable as I am? Su Luo feigned mystery. Absolutely. Do you wish to know how I achieve this? Yes. Then quit your nonsense. Scram. As Su Luo bantered with them, he proceeded to wash up, while Zhang Yang and the others trailed closely behind like persistent shadows. Did you see how Hou Yuanjia could strike a tree without sending anyone flying? Are you some kind of master coming down from the mountains? Not only can you solve cases, but also excel in martial arts. Tell us the truth, Su Luo, do you have some special identity? A special forces soldier? The Dragon King has returned? That is how the male protagonists in novels are typically portrayed, seeing them doggedly pursue him. Su Luo casually fabricated an excuse to appease their curiosity. All right, I'll come clean. I have been practicing martial arts since childhood. You'd better spill the details. That line might fool old Tian and Zhu, but it won work on me. Zhang Yang scoffed. What is that supposed to mean? Are you implying your IQ surpasses theirs? Su Luo teased. Intelligence is just one aspect. The key is, we grew up together. And how could I not know you practice martial arts? Zhang Yang challenged. There are many things you are unaware of. Martial arts are merely a trifle to me. Su Luo retorted with an eye roll. Wow, you really caught me off guard with that. Zhang Yang, Tianjijia, and Zhou Zhu bantered for quite a while. But Su Luo chose not to indulge them further. Realizing their attempts were futile, they shifted the conversation back to how impressive and sensational Su Luo's video had become. In the dormitory, a prodigy akin to Yip Man emerged, and it is only natural for his roommates, Zhang Yang, Tianjijia, and Zhou Zhu, to be exhilarated. It is reminiscent of a remarkable individual emerging from school. Years later, when conversing with others, one might boastfully smirk and declare him, "P.S. my brother. He slept in the bunk above me during college." Upon returning to his upper bunk after freshening up, Su Luo listened to the three of them engage in their boastful banter while retrieving his phone to attend to messages. Today, he had ventured in and out of the police station thrice, laboring from dawn till dusk, yet he had yet to respond to the messages from those affluent women. At that moment, he noticed an abundance of messages from Hai Jixin. Initially, he intended to delete this peculiar individual in the afternoon, but before he could act, he was confronted by the thugs sent by Yao Jingjing. Consequently, he found himself at the police station taking statements, without a moment's opportunity to erase Hai Jixin. Now that he was finally finished with his tasks, he opened the chat window. To his astonishment, just moments ago, Hai Jixin had sent him several messages. "Hai Jixin, I have wonderful news to share. My daughter has agreed to our relationship. Hai Jixin, there is nothing now to prevent us from being together. I would like to invite you out for a meeting, Shai." Chapter 36. In truth, we are incompatible. Su Luo was rendered speechless. "Your daughter has agreed to our relationship. But I certainly have not. This daughter is quite the oddball, not opposing her mother's choice of a 20-year-old as a father figure. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that today, he owed a debt of gratitude to Hai Jixin. Had she not fortuitously mentioned the grand tale spun by her father, Su Luo would not have acquired the title of martial arts master, making today's predicament considerably more challenging. This was precisely why he had refrained from deleting the older woman immediately. In light of the skill she had inadvertently provided, Su Luo resolved to part ways amicably, intending to inform her to relinquish hope and not to keep this older woman in prolonged anticipation. He typed swiftly on the screen, "In truth, we are incompatible. It would be best to let this go." Just as he was finalizing his message, she sent several more. "Hai Jixin, having known each other for so long, you've only seen my pictures. You probably don't even know what I look like, do you? Hai Jixin, I shall send you a few recent photos of myself, Shai." Hai Jixin, image, image, image. As Su Luo opened the photos, he was somewhat taken aback. This woman was indeed striking. With large, expressive eyes, an oval face, and her long, thick brown hair styled in a single, elegant braid, she appeared quite captivating. Furthermore, her skin was fair and free of any wrinkles, suggesting she took great care of herself. One of the images depicted her in profile, standing by the ocean, adorned in a form-fitting blue dress that accentuated her alluring figure flawlessly. To be frank, she was a beautiful woman with an exquisite physique and undeniable charm. Did she really say her daughter is already in college? Who on earth would believe that? Assuming her daughter just entered her freshman year, the woman must be at least 40 years old. Many who marry and have children later could be around 50 by now. Yet, the woman in the photograph, if anything, appears to be under 30, unless these images are sourced from the internet or are entirely fabricated. Reflecting on the previous incident involving steamed honey peach, Su Luo quickly deduced that this was yet another case of deceit. His greatest disdain in life was for those who distort their appearance, particularly women who alter their faces or bodies to the extent that even their own mothers would fail to recognize them, insisting that it is indeed them. Living for likes on social media is utterly bewildering. Now, this Hai Jixin is even more contemptible, claiming her daughter is in college while sending a set of such provocative photos, asserting they are of her. How utterly shameless. Su Luo resolved to expose her falsehoods and promptly sent a video. Let the deceitful scammer reveal her true self. He anticipated that she would either hang up or refuse to answer, citing inconvenience for a video call. To his astonishment, upon sending the video, she answered instantaneously. On the screen appeared the fair-skinned, beautiful woman exuding grace, identical to her photographs. She was adorned in a red silk camisole, showcasing her alabaster neck and slender arms, completely barefaced. Beneath her natural look, her skin radiated a luminous, flawless whiteness. As she lay on her side, the deep valley of her collarbone was striking. "What a surprise. Why did you send me a video?" came her deep and alluring voice, plunging the dormitory into silence. Zhang Yang and his two companions, who were previously engrossed in their own banter, were now rendered speechless upon hearing that enticing voice. Realizing he had forgotten to wear his headphones, Su Luo hastily ended the call. In the next moment, Zhang Yang, Tian Jijia, and Zhou Zhu leapt onto Su Luo's upper bunk like three monkeys. Damn, the bed is going to collapse, Su Luo exclaimed. The trio, completely unfazed, jostled for a glimpse of Su Luo's phone. He swiftly locked the screen. Come on, old Su. Don't be like that. We want to see the girl. That voice was too enchanting. Is she the fairy sister driving the Cullinan? Hurry up and let us hear that mesmerizing sound again. We're all set. Zhang Yang and his friends clung to Su Luo like a stubborn adhesive. He kicked them off with a swift motion. Get lost. I'm trying to sleep. After shooing away his boisterous roommates, Su Luo reopened his phone. The woman inquired why he abruptly ended the video call. He explained that it was too noisy on his end and suggested they speak another day. To his surprise, she guessed his intentions. Hi Jixin, you must think the photos are fake, so you wanted to video chat to see me, right? Smiling Su Luo, indeed. You mentioned that your daughter is already in college, but this photo seems quite distant from that reality. Hi Jixin, I can understand. Everyone who has met me finds it hard to believe I have a daughter in college. Smiling. Su Luo, emoji, awkward but polite forced smile. Hi Jixin. During our first video chat, you weren't even dressed. Smiling. Su Luo had not anticipated the possibility of the other party accepting the video call. He was simply shirtless. To his surprise, she accepted the call instantly, which created a rather awkward situation. Hi Jixin, let us meet. I wish for you to understand me better, grinning. While this woman was quite charming, Su Luo was not inclined towards an online romance. Even though she maintained her allure, the notion of her having a college-age daughter felt rather strange to him. Thus, he hastily concocted an excuse to deflect her invitation. Su Luo, I have been quite busy with my studies lately. Let us talk when I have more time. Hi Jixin, all right. I'll wait for you. Lips. Hi Jixin, I may have been too abrupt, after knowing each other for so long. We only discussed emotional matters without touching on your academics. Which university are you attending? Su Luo, just an ordinary university in a third-tier city. There's really nothing worth discussing. School always brings me down. Hi Jixin, I understand. My daughter feels the same. She gets irritated whenever school is mentioned. Let us talk about something that brings us joy instead, grinning. Every time Su Luo heard her mention her daughter, he felt a sense of discomfort. Had the recent video not caught him off guard, he would have unfriended Hi Jixin long ago. Furthermore, it seemed from her words that his father had been posing as him, conversing with this woman for an extended period. Perhaps amidst their discussions, something unexpected might arise, or he could acquire a new skill. Su Luo decided to keep Hi Jixin around for a while longer to observe. The next day, the sun rose as it always did. The morning news captured the attention of society at large. The sensational coastal serial dismemberment case had captivated the nation, and the perpetrator was apprehended by the police the previous night. The assailant, Zhang Jieru, a 32-year-old female surgeon at the Binhai Maternal and Child Health Hospital. The specifics of the case were still under investigation. The Binhai police expressed particular gratitude to a student from Binhai University for providing crucial information. The final line of the news left Binhai University students collectively stunned. They were aware of Su Luo's assistance to the police, yet they could hardly fathom that the case he helped solve was the nationally sensational serial dismemberment case. Chapter 37, He has switched to another girl? This was a case that had eluded the police for over 3 months. For 3 months, the perpetrator had instilled fear among all women in Binhai City. Who would have thought it could be resolved by a college student? Moreover, this detective was right beside them. The entire faculty and student body of Binhai University erupted in excitement, especially among the classmates who share a close bond with Su Luo. In recent days, Su Luo first astonished them during French class and subsequently aided the police in resolving a significant case. The impact of such events is indeed profound. However, the most shocking revelation was the gender of the perpetrator. The individual responsible for the heinous dismemberment of 4 women turned out to be a woman herself. This revelation has left society in a state of uproar. What type of woman possesses such a ruthless heart? At noon, the director of the Coastal Police Department, Luo Qingfeng, along with Deputy Director Lu Tianxiao, personally visited Binhai University. Accompanying them were the captain of the criminal police team, Zheng Chaoi, and officers El Manchi, Lu Chao, as well as the family members of the victims. The gathering at Binhai University was intended to express their gratitude to Su Luo in person. The university's president and other officials had already been waiting at the entrance. Having just finished breakfast in the cafeteria, Su Luo was summoned to the principal's office by his homeroom teacher, Yao Jingjing. Principal Ma Longhui briefly explained the situation to Su Luo, who was then surrounded by everyone and escorted to the entrance of the university for a public acknowledgement. A red carpet had been laid out at the university gate, and traffic was regulated at the scene, with media coverage deliberately kept to a minimum. This was due to the grave nature of the dismemberment case and the presence of the victims' families, making extensive publicity inappropriate. Furthermore, it was to protect Su Luo's personal privacy and avoid unnecessary public scrutiny and complications. Consequently, only the publicity officers from Binhai University and the police department were present to photograph and record the event. Firstly, Luo Qingfeng, representing the entire Binhai Police Department, commended and expressed gratitude to Su Luo. Following this, the victims' families conveyed their thanks to both Su Luo and the police. Without Su Luo's assistance, the perpetrator could not have been apprehended so swiftly. The emotions of the victims' families were somewhat overwhelming as they knelt and bowed, creating a poignant atmosphere. After a group photograph, Luo Qingfeng and the police personnel departed. Although the perpetrator, Zhang Jiru, had been captured, the case's procedural aspects still required normal handling. Only El Manchi remained behind, seeking to learn from Su Luo. The details of the entire case and the investigative approach were primarily provided by Su Luo. El Manchi wished to seize this opportunity to gain further insights from him. Su Luo first returned a thick stack of commendations and certificates to his dormitory. El Manchi was already waiting for him at the university gate. It was the noon dismissal time, and students were gradually exiting through the entrance. Upon their emergence, they were drawn to the striking figure of a short-haired, poised young woman at the gate. El Manchi, dressed in a khaki shirt, loose black jeans, and white sneakers, exuded an athletic elegance, a result of her consistent engagement in sports. Perhaps the need for speed in apprehending criminals had contributed to the well-defined contours of her thighs and hips. Soon after, Su Luo stepped out. After the two met, they walked forward, chatting and laughing. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" "It's on me." "Well, I shall not be polite, as I've exceeded my living expenses this month." "No need to be courteous. Are there any good places to eat nearby?" "There are plenty of delightful eateries close to our school." The students dining out were unaware of El Manchi's identity, as everyone was in class when Luo Qingfeng took photos with the police. Consequently, as Su Luo and El Manchi strolled along the road, numerous whispers ensued. "Isn't that the guy from the aquaculture department? Why has he switched to another girl?" "Indeed. Whatever happened to that wealthy beauty from before? This short-haired girl is truly stunning. She has a great figure, clearly someone who works out regularly. How enviable. This fellow seems to have a penchant for beautiful women." Yao Jingjing also noticed Su Luo and El Manchi together. She merely sneered and continued on her way. After Su Luo's hurtful words yesterday, she had completely given up. Since they had agreed to go their separate ways, who Su Luo chose to be with was of no concern to her. Yao Jingjing did not wish to show that she cared about Su Luo. That would only signify her defeat. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan also sensed the shift in Yao Jingjing's demeanor. She would certainly not share the harsh words Su Luo had spoken with them. However, after her private conversation with Su Luo the previous night, her spirits were notably low, and she returned home to sleep immediately. Even if they guessed, they could surmise what had transpired. Now, witnessing Su Luo with a new girlfriend, Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan deliberately criticized him in front of Yao Jingjing. What a fickle heart. Thankfully Jingjing didn't end up with him. He clearly falls for every pretty face. I never imagined he would turn out to be such a scoundrel. I wonder what this short-haired lady sees in him. Yao Jingjing said nothing, holding her head high as she intentionally passed by Su Luo and El Manchi. She aimed to convey that she was entirely indifferent to who Su Luo dated, that it did not concern her in the slightest. Yet, Su Luo appeared oblivious to her presence, continuing his conversation with El Manchi. Ultimately, Su Luo chose a quiet little restaurant. They found a seat tucked away in a corner. While waiting for their food to arrive, El Manchi took the opportunity to voice her queries regarding the case. "I have been perplexed about how you inferred the detailed information about the murderer. What specific details are you referring to?" Su Luo inquired. "Everything, such as age, gender, occupation, and so forth. I'm curious about your method." El Manchi rested her chin on her hands, her expression one of eager anticipation. "It's not as complicated as it seems. One could say the characteristics of the perpetrator revealed everything. Characteristics of the crime? Yes, in 4 murder cases, the culprit removed the victim's chests, which symbolized the nurturing of new life for women. The perpetrator severed the victim's hands and stuffed them within their abdomens and intestines, signifying a release of intense personal emotions. To put it plainly, the murderer is employing this extreme method to punish the 4 deceased. El Manchi inquired, punish the deceased? Why would the murderer do such a thing? Su Luo responded, because what the deceased possessed is precisely what the murderer lacks. El Manchi asked, are you suggesting that the murderer is envious of the 4 deceased? Su Luo replied, that is somewhat accurate. In addition to envy, the murderer is predominantly driven by rage. El Manchi pondered. But the murderer is completely unfamiliar with the 4 victims. Why would she feel envy toward strangers? Su Luo remarked, that depends on what the murderer is envious of. This statement left El Manchi somewhat bewildered. Only those harboring profound animosity would commit such brutal acts. Yet Su Luo asserted that the murderer was entirely motivated by jealousy and anger, which left El Manchi perplexed. What could the murderer possibly be envious of? What could provoke the murderer to dismember their victims and dispose of their remains in desolate places? Chapter 38. Quite common, noticing El Manchi lost in thought. Su Luo continued without hesitation. In fact, I was able to deduce the murderer's circumstances so swiftly, thanks to the murderer's own assistance. Do you recall the case at the Hilton Hotel? Upon hearing Su Luo's question, El Manchi nodded. Of course I remember. The murderer struck for the last time just a few days ago. Su Luo pressed further. Do you think the last crime differs from the previous 3? Reflecting on the details of the Hilton Hotel case, El Manchi recalled that the previous 3 dismemberment cases had all targeted women, while this time, the murderer had also killed the deceased's husband. Su Luo shook his head. Indeed, the details of the crime differ, but that is not the distinction I am referring to. El Manchi remained silent, choosing to listen attentively. If you carefully review the cases, you will find that the first 3 dismemberment incidents yielded virtually no useful clues. This indicates that the murderer had meticulously planned and rehearsed for a long time, possessing intimate knowledge of the disposal locations, and exercised extreme caution in every detail. However, when you revisit the Hilton case, you'll observe that the murderer not only left a fatal silhouette, but also left her hair inside the victim. This is markedly different from her previous modus operandi, as the Hilton case was riddled with flaws. It is evident that the murderer was unprepared and acted on a sudden impulse. The question arises, why did the murderer suddenly lose control and risk exposing her identity to commit the crime? The answer is straightforward. The first possibility is that the peculiar couple at the Hilton knew the murderer's identity, prompting her to eliminate them to cover her tracks. The second possibility is that the peculiar couple inadvertently touched upon the murderer's sore spot, causing her to lose emotional control and act violently. For 3 months, the police were unaware of the murderer's identity, and it is highly likely that the peculiar couple was equally oblivious, making the first possibility nearly impossible. Thus, the answer lies in the second possibility, which incites greater envy and loathing in the perpetrator towards this peculiar couple than towards the previous 3 victims, rendering them more deserving of death. El Manchi seemed to grasp something. Are you implying that the deceased in the 4 dismemberment cases share some resemblance? Precisely, Su Luo nodded. However, the identities of the victims in these 4 cases are entirely dissimilar: an employee, a broadcaster, a high school student, and an internet celebrity. Their ages, heights, and family backgrounds are vastly different. How could they possibly share any commonality? El Manchi inquired, perplexed. Indeed, they all share the fact that they are female. Which is the most significant similarity? Su Luo asserted. El Manchi, both amused and bewildered, responded, are you jesting with me? It is common knowledge that all 4 are women. Then let me ask you, what is something that only women can do, which men cannot? Su Luo questioned. Bearing children? El Manchi's mind swiftly conjured this answer. Correct. Giving birth is a commonality among these 4 women, irrespective of their ages and identities. They all possess the capacity to bear children. More accurately, they all have had children at some point, Su Luo clarified. Are you suggesting that all 4 victims have undergone abortions? El Manchi probed. Indeed. No way. How did you deduce that? The case files do not mention any abortions among the victims. Even the forensic reports lack such records. How could he ascertain that all 4 had experienced abortions merely by perusing the files? Not to mention, one of the victims was a high school student. Have you meticulously examined the medical examination reports of the 4 deceased? Su Luo asked. I have. The department even convened a meeting to discuss the health conditions of the victims, fearing that we might overlook hidden clues, El Manchi replied. Did you notice that the values for all 4 victims were exceedingly low? Su Luo continued to inquire. I actually did not pay attention to that. The examination reports encompass hundreds of values, and the forensic team only compared blood types and a few critical data points. While some less significant data were excluded from the investigation, El Manchi explained. Su Luo nodded in understanding. I can comprehend that. It pertains to the human chorionic gonadotropin levels, which indeed are not deemed important. However, after an abortion, these levels experience a dramatic decline, and even 6 months post-abortion, they do not return to normal levels. The values for all 4 victims were tens of times lower than those of the average individual, indicating that they had all undergone abortions within at least the past 6 months. Upon hearing this, El Manchi finally grasped the situation. I understand now. The perpetrator faced a car accident, resulting in the loss of her marriage and her fertility, a heavy blow that incited her desire for revenge against women. Working in obstetrics and gynecology, she had access to numerous women seeking abortions. These women became her targets. Their reckless and unrestrained behavior provoked the perpetrator. She aimed to vent her resentment through such extreme measures. Hence, the modus operandi revolves around the reproductive system. Indeed, the truth is as such. It seems remarkably simple. Does it not? Su Luo remarked with a smile. Not at all simple, I assure you. It only appears so due to your analysis. Were I to ponder it alone, I fear I might never arrive at an answer in my lifetime. El Manchi exclaimed. At this juncture, El Manchi seemed to recall something and continued, by the way. Your explanation still does not elucidate why the murderer lost control during the final act of violence, does it? Su Luo took a sip of water and replied. The perpetrator's loss of composure is quite straightforward. The victim Hilton's values were nearly non-existent, indicating that the individual had undergone multiple abortions in a short span. As you are aware, the circumstances surrounding the Hilton couple were rather scandalous. They likely terminated several pregnancies, possibly involving children fathered by others. Their actions were even more egregious than those of the previous 3 victims, treating the matter of pregnancy as casually as one would eating or drinking. Such behavior incited the murderer's fury, leading to a rash and poorly executed crime. El Manchi nodded in sudden realization, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. She had perused the chat records between Su Luo and the user known as Steamed Water Peach. It was evident to her what peculiar demands Steamed Water Peach had. To take no precautions and allow a stranger such liberties would indeed make it challenging to avoid conception. Most notably, the spouse was also engaged in a drunken stupor. How could that be permissible? I understand now, but I must admit, this is the first time I've encountered such a bizarre couple, El Manchi murmured awkwardly. Really? The first time? Isn't this rather commonplace? Su Luo responded nonchalantly. Commonplace? Where have you ever seen such a thing? El Manchi queried, perplexed. In a forum online, actually. Su Luo replied casually. Oh, what kind of forum? Do elaborate. El Manchi narrowed her eyes in curiosity. Just the DIHI community, Su Luo stated. DIHI community? I've never heard of it. What is the URL? Please send it to me, El Manchi urged. Sure, though I might not recall the exact details. Su Luo began, suddenly realizing something. Damn, that was close. Almost revealed too much. After all, I am conversing with Sister Hat. He thought to himself. Realizing that had he not restrained his words, he could have found himself in a predicament with the authorities. Why the sudden silence? El Manchi tilted her head with a smile. I forgot what I was going to say next. I'll send it to you once I remember, Su Luo asserted earnestly. El Manchi let out a prolonged "oh." So, how did you come across that website? She inquired further. I have a friend who informed me about it. I always see it on his phone while I sneak a glance. Su Luo began his familiar refrain about having a friend. Your friend seems quite loyal. El Manchi chuckled knowingly. Of course, Su Luo replied. By the way, my friend has asked me to inquire whether that website is illegal. Su Luo spoke with a serious tone. El Manchi, without hesitation, responded, according to relevant regulations, it falls under the category of minor illegal activities. Engaging in downloading or copying before and after viewing could potentially violate public security management regulations. If one were to share the downloaded content, it would be even more precarious, as the severity of the offense would be determined by the nature of what was shared. Su Luo nodded. I didn't realize there were so many nuances involved. I'll inform my friend to refrain from aimlessly browsing. El Manchi chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, dishes began to arrive at their table, prompting Su Luo to feign an interest in the meal to shift the conversation. The two continued discussing the case. In truth, El Manchi had acquired her insights into the perpetrator's motives solely through interrogation. Her purpose in conversing with Su Luo was primarily to understand her investigative thought process. I never expected that your psychological profiling was self-taught through reading. It seems I should also devote more time to my studies, El Manchi remarked. Reading is merely one aspect. My main interest lies in crime films and animations. The more I watch, the more I learn, Su Luo casually fabricated. A good friend of mine from the police academy shares a similar sentiment. Although those suspenseful films and animations are fictional, they can indeed spark some innovative ideas. At this juncture, El Manchi turned to Su Luo. In the future, if you come across intriguing suspense films, do remember to recommend them to me. I would like to learn. Absolutely. Su Luo readily agreed. If I encounter a particularly challenging case, may I seek your counsel? El Manchi inquired with a smile. Of course. I hope you will come to school every day to rescue me, Su Luo teased. That sounds as if asking for your assistance is akin to orchestrating an escape from prison, El Manchi laughed. School is not much different from incarceration. I'll help you achieve first-class merit, and you can assist me in skipping class for some leisure, Su Luo declared confidently. Ah, such bold claims. I eagerly await your promised first-class merit, El Manchi jested. Before long, their light-hearted and pleasant lunch came to a close. Su Luo and El Manchi parted ways at the entrance of the restaurant. As they were about to separate, El Manchi deliberately provided Su Luo with her duty phone number. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, such as a lack of response on WeChat, Su Luo could reach out to her using this number. After all, having an acquaintance in law enforcement was undoubtedly advantageous for resolving any legal issues. Moreover, El Manchi possessed a commendable character, maintaining a respectful boundary during conversations. Su Luo had initially assumed that someone in El Manchi's profession would delve deeply into every matter, yet after their lunch, she felt entirely at ease. Their discussions revolved mainly around the case. As they were parting, El Manchi cheerfully reminded Su Luo, "Oh, and don't forget to tell your friend to steer clear of those peculiar websites." "Absolutely, I will convey your message," Su Luo replied, grinning awkwardly. In the following days, Su Luo finally enjoyed a period of tranquility. The aftermath of the case at Coastal University had a significant impact. This led to students from neighboring classes frequently approaching Su Luo during lectures, exclaiming, "Brother, you are the one who assisted the police in solving the dismemberment case, aren't you?" Initially, it was tolerable, but as the inquiries increased, Su Luo began to feel quite uncomfortable, as if he were somehow implicated in the crime himself. In recognition of Su Luo's assistance in unraveling a major criminal case, Coastal University held a commendation ceremony, overflowing with positive energy and motivational speeches. The class teacher, Yao Jingjing, also basked in Su Luo's glory, striding about with an air of superiority. The banner presented by the police was prominently displayed in the most visible spot in the classroom. Yao Jingjing's words were, "After over a decade of teaching, it is rare to produce a genius like D. Renjia. Of course, I must showcase this achievement." Aside from the resolution of the case, the campus belle, Yao Jingjing, had also settled down completely. Ever since that night, when Su Luo employed the audacious tactic of "Can I sleep with you?" to communicate with her, Yao Jingjing realized that Su Luo genuinely wished to distance himself from her. As the belle of the school, she would certainly not indulge in futile pursuits, as it would imply she cared too much about Su Luo. Occasionally, they would cross paths in the cafeteria, yet they would feign ignorance of each other, passing by without a word. If there were any constants, it was that the number of boys pursuing Yao Jingjing remained unchanged. Su Luo could hear a male student confessing his feelings to her each day, yet he remained indifferent to these affairs. Whether Yao Jingjing accepted or rejected those suitors was of no concern to him. A week later, during a rather mundane morning study session, class teacher Yao Jingjing entered the classroom. His presence during this time was rare and usually signified an important announcement. "All right, everyone, may I have your attention? I have an announcement to make." The students immediately ceased their activities, gazing expectantly at their teacher. Yao Jingjing adjusted his glasses. "Today, our school welcomes an exceptionally talented transfer student. This new student will be joining our class. I hope that in the years to come, you will all share an enjoyable and memorable learning experience together. Now let us all extend a warm welcome to our new classmate." With that, Yao Jingjing initiated applause. Su Luo clapped half-heartedly and then murmured to Zhang Yang beside him, Can one really transfer to a university? I'm hearing this for the first time. Do you think I could transfer to Qing University? You transfer to Qing University just to be a security guard? Zhang Yang retorted. While they bantered, the new student entered from outside. Upon seeing this new classmate, everyone instinctively gasped in astonishment. Wow! The exclamation seemed to signal that they were all captivated by an extraordinary presence. Zhang Yang lifted his gaze, and immediately, his pupils contracted in astonishment. He hurriedly nudged Su Luo's arm with urgency. Oh my! Old Su, look quickly! It's her. Chapter 40. Not tired at all, Su Luo raised his head and was equally taken aback by the appearance of this new classmate. With golden hair, long and dense eyebrows, and deep brown eyes, her skin was radiant, and her tall figure was striking. An exchange student? The new arrival was indeed a foreigner? Goodness! Has Bin University now gone international? Moreover, this foreign female classmate possessed an extraordinary beauty, resembling a Hollywood star. Beside him, Zhang Yang flailed his arms in excitement, almost as if he were reverting to a primal state. Haven't you ever seen a foreigner? Su Luo scoffed. Old Su. She is here. It's really her. Zhang Yang exclaimed with delight. What are you saying? Do you know this foreign girl? Su Luo inquired. I don't know a thing. Isn't she your bath buddy? Zhang Yang replied hastily. Bath buddy. Upon hearing this, Su Luo suddenly recalled. No wonder he found this foreign exchange student so familiar. Wasn't she the one he had initially engaged in an online romance with? The foreign exchange student from France? What was her WeChat nickname again? Su Luo pulled out his phone and scrolled through previous chat records. Indeed, the new transfer student was the very first foreign female student who had chatted with him. Her WeChat nickname being Carmel. How did she end up at Bin Hai University? The crowd's exclamations continued, and the atmosphere grew somewhat chaotic, as this foreign girl's beauty was undeniably breathtaking, resembling a porcelain doll. However, what went unnoticed was that throughout her walk from the entrance to the podium, she had been fixated on Su Luo. All right, everyone, please quiet down. After the students settled, Yao Jingjing began to introduce the new classmate. Our new student is visiting Long Country for the first time and may encounter some language barriers. Allow me to briefly present her background. She is from France. Named Illicit Carmel, and in Long Country, she goes by Carmel. Although her nationality is French, she grew up in Russia, which is our neighbor. Carmel previously studied at Lina Academy in France, majoring in foreign trade. I hope everyone will extend their kindness and support to Carmel in her studies and daily life. With that, Zhao Yanqing gestured for Carmel to come to the podium and offer a brief self-introduction. Carmel, with a warm smile, confidently approached the podium and greeted everyone in very halting long language. Hello, my name is Carmel. I am very happy to meet you all. Su Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Why did this foreign girl speak with such a strong accent? After Carmel completed her greeting, the students below erupted into applause, welcoming her warmly. Following Zhao Yanqing's instruction to arrange a seat for Camille, the entire class of boys straightened in their chairs, their faces etched with a fervent plea. Please, let me sit beside her. The prospect of sharing a desk with such an extraordinary foreign classmate was simply exhilarating. Before they could fully indulge in their imaginative musings, Zhao Yanqing decisively stated, from now on, Camille will sit next to you, Su Luo. Surprised, Su Luo momentarily paused before nodding. All right, teacher. Zhang Yang interjected, pointing at himself. Teacher, what about me? Zhao Yanqing replied nonchalantly, find any seat you like. It doesn't matter where you sit. Zhang Yang lamented. A foreign girl sharing a desk with Su Luo. This ignites envy and resentment among the boys. They felt as if all the fortune had been claimed by Zhang Yang. Why should he be the lucky one? If they could not have her, then neither should another boy. Teacher, please let Camille sit quietly by herself. She clearly doesn't need a desk partner. I strongly suggest she sits with the girls. Shouted several voices in agreement. Amused yet exasperated, Zhao Yanqing responded. What are you all clamoring about? I did not choose the seating arrangement. The crowd was perplexed. Zhao Yanqing clarified. It was Camille's own request to sit with Su Luo. Seeing the bewildered expressions, he elaborated on the situation. Camille wished to sit with Su Luo to learn French, as his proficiency had reached level 2. While many in the country achieved this level, Su Luo was the only university student capable of such an accomplishment. Camille's family was involved in import-export trade and planned to establish a branch in Bin Hai City, specializing in Franco-Chinese merchandise. However, having grown up in Russia, her command of French was inadequate. Upon arriving in France for university, she found it challenging to assimilate. prompting her transfer to Benhai University for both personal growth and to learn French from the rare talent that was Su Luo. Upon hearing Zhao Yanqing's explanation, the boys were struck by a sudden clarity and unanimously accepted the situation. They were well aware of Su Luo's superior French skills, surpassing even those of native instructors. If Camille sought to improve her French by sitting next to Su Luo, there could be no more fitting companion. Resigned, they could only watch as Camille, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, took her place beside Su Luo. The classroom resonated with the sound of boys grinding their teeth in envy, a palpable sense of longing that was almost tangible. Once Camille settled in, Zhao Yanqing offered a few final words to Su Luo before departing. This afforded Su Luo a chance to scrutinize his new desk mate closely. Camille stood tall, approximately 175 centimeters in height. With her high ponytail, she and Su Luo, standing at a towering height of 183 centimeters, appeared to be a perfect match. Su Luo sniffed, recalling the common notion that foreign women possess a strong body scent. Yet, Camille exuded a delightful fragrance. This aroma was not only pleasant, but also remarkably intense. If one could discern a woman through her scent, Su Luo sensed an exuberant passion and vitality emanating from Camille, perhaps due to her mixed heritage. Camille inherited the fair and voluptuous skin of Russian women, along with the innate romanticism and elegance characteristic of French women. Even clad in a loose denim jacket, her impressive figure was unmistakably evident. Su Luo felt that Camille surpassed Yao Jingjing in allure. One could only surmise that foreign women thrive on superior nutrition, which might jeopardize Yao Jingjing's title as the campus beauty of Ben University. Notably, Camille possessed a quintessential pear-shaped figure, with hips broader than her shoulders, resembling a finely crafted hourglass. While other girls donned loose-fitting black sweatpants, Camille appeared slightly snug on her. This was pure, innate talent, a genetic advantage that one could hardly replicate. Sitting beside such an exotic beauty, Su Luo finally grasped the joy of attending school. Typically lethargic during classes, he felt invigorated at that moment. Seizing the opportunity before the first lesson commenced, he resolved to provide Camille with a primer on the profundities of knowledge. Chapter 41. The New Campus Beauty. Hey, Cam, that's nice, Su Luo playfully uttered in a local accent. Camille chuckled at his whimsical pronunciation. With her large, glistening eyes, she began to converse with Su Luo in French. Su, your French is impeccable. Why does your English sound so peculiar? She inquired with a smile. That's authentic Chinese English. It's just how we speak it around here. If you don't use this accent, others won't understand you at all. Su Luo jested. To his surprise, Camille took him seriously. Su, could you teach me Chinese English sometime? She asked earnestly. Su Luo found himself both amused and bewildered by her innocence. You need to be taught. With time, you'll pick it up naturally, he replied. Oh, in that case, how do good friends address each other in casual conversation? Camille asked. There are numerous terms. Girls often refer to each other as besties or sisters, while boys call each other brothers or mates, Su Luo explained. What about when a boy and girl are quite close? Camille pressed on. The first term that sprang to Su Luo's mind was male best friend. However, considering the complexities of platonic relationships between genders, he decided against misleading her. Furthermore, male best friend was not exactly a flattering term. If a boy and girl share a good rapport, they can simply call each other mates, Su Luo answered. My friend, Camille is practicing with a rather clumsy rendition of the dragon language. Aside from a few words, the conversation between Su Luo and Camille is conducted entirely in French. They engage in light-hearted banter, leaving others in the dark, as if they are whispering sweet nothings in a crowded room. Listeners are left intrigued, feeling a pang of envy at the apparent joy Su Luo shares with this foreign girl. Indeed, had I foreseen this day, I would have diligently learned French myself. It seems Su Luo has struck gold. Damn, who knew that French could be a tool for flirting? It is evident that Su Luo is particularly fortunate. The boys express their discontent in hushed tones. Zhang Yang interjects with a scoff. Stop being so bitter. This foreign girl has known Su Luo for quite some time. What? They've known each other for a while. What is the story? The boys gather around Zhang Yang, eager for gossip. Previously, to clarify a misunderstanding regarding their bathing partners, Su Luo had shared his chat records with Camille with Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang relayed the tale of their online romance to the boys. Upon hearing this, they were taken aback. So, you're saying this foreign girl likely transferred to our school for Su Luo? How infuriating. Su Luo is already in a relationship? And with such a stunning girl. I'm so envious. I saw Su Luo dining with a short-haired girl a few days ago. Has he switched partners so quickly? I don't understand. Wasn't he pursuing Yao Jingjing all along? Why has he suddenly lost interest? Zhang Yang chuckled coldly. Do you really need to ask? Wake up. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Which of these girls doesn't surpass Yao Jingjing? With superior options. It's no surprise Su Luo has turned his gaze elsewhere. The boys suddenly see the light. Whether it was the wealthy beauty driving a Cullinan or the short-haired beauty waiting for Su Luo after school, or now, the newly transferred camel, all three girls undeniably eclipse Yao Jingjing, even if just by a fraction, especially Camel, whose presence could easily threaten Yao Jingjing's status as the campus belle at Banhai University. Were they given a choice, they too would choose Camel. For who wouldn't he want a taste of imported sweetness? After a single class, the entire school buzzed with news of Camel. Utilizing their free time, many boys gathered at the entrance of Su Luo's classroom, stealing glances at Camel. A fairy-like foreign student had transferred to Banhai University, and of course, the boys were eager to witness her beauty firsthand. Once they laid eyes on her, it was undeniable. Camel swiftly ascended to the status of the new goddess among the male populace. With her angelic visage and devilish figure, she ignited a fervor among all the boys. Banhai had birthed a new campus beauty, and this news inevitably reached Yao Jingjing's ears. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan, ever in the know, quickly acquired photographs of Camel from the boys next door. During their free time, the boys stood at the entrance of Su Luo's classroom, discreetly capturing a profile shot of Camille. Even just her side profile could outshine 90% of the female students at Coastal University. Upon seeing Camille, Yao Jingjing was equally astonished by her beauty. To be candid, Camille's allure was indeed striking. With her genetic advantages, Camille's physique could easily overshadow Yao Jingjing's. This did stir a slight jealousy within Yao Jingjing, yet she chose not to dwell on it. She possessed a broad-minded disposition. Although she had been adorned with the title of campus beauty throughout her life, she was well aware that many women in the world surpassed her in beauty. Should Camille usurp her position as the campus flower, she would feel a tinge of regret. Akin to a student who has consistently secured first place only to find themselves in second one day. It's a natural sentiment. However, Yao Jingjing would not let this concern her excessively, nor would she view Camille as a rival. After all, having been the campus beauty for so long, she had grown weary of it. If Camille truly replaced her, so be it. At noon, as classes ended, everyone headed to the cafeteria. To help Camille acclimatize to her new surroundings, Su Luo naturally took her along. On their way to the cafeteria, he narrated the school's features to Camille in French. That circular building is the library. I can teach you French there after class. The rectangular one is the gymnasium, where you can play basketball, badminton, and even swim. Camille listened attentively, committing every word to memory. As they walked together, the other students murmured among themselves. Look, isn't that the new foreign girl? She is stunning. Indeed. So fair and tall. Those long legs are extraordinary. Her figure is unparalleled. Other girls seemed like mere elementary students in comparison. She truly embodied the essence of a university student. Isn't that kid over there Conan, the one who helps the police solve cases? What is his connection with the foreign girl? At that moment, Zhang Yang, Tian Jijia, and Zhou Zhu approached them. Hello, I'm Zhang Yang, a good buddy of old Su. Zhang Yang introduced himself with a smile. Upon hearing the term buddy, Camille responded with a knowing expression, repeating, buddy. I understand, buddy. Buddy. I'm also old Su's good buddy. Tian Jijia chimed in. Yes, yes. All buddies here. Zhou Zhu laughed. All buddies indeed. Camille echoed, all buddies. Zhou Zhu then received a sharp glare from Su Luo. Could you please refrain from your nonsensical chatter? Camille interjected, nonsensical. Quickly, Zhang Yang and Tian Jijia whisked Zhou Zhu away, concerned that their presence might lead to misunderstandings with the foreign girl. Once it was just Su Luo and Camille. He took the opportunity to clarify the meaning of their earlier banter, explaining the concept of civility and the implications of nonsensical. Upon learning that these were vulgar words, Camille's delicate face flushed. Although foreign girls are typically open-minded, she felt a considerable embarrassment at having such expressions on her lips. Fortunately, Camille's amiable nature allowed her to quickly regain her composure. She and Su Luo exchanged light-hearted banter as they approached the cafeteria entrance, where they fortuitously encountered Yao Jingjing and Zhang Tong, as well as Wu Nannan. Chapter 42. In the midst of blossoms, the two school beauties, embodying contrasting styles, stood face to face. It was indeed an epic convergence. Yao Jingjing gazed at Camille, her heart stirred with astonishment. The reality of Camille's beauty surpassed her photographs, particularly her enviable figure. It was evident that Camille possessed a physique admirable enough to earn Yao Jingjing's recognition as a school beauty. Standing at 175 centimeters, Camille towered over Yao Jingjing by a whole 5 centimeters, leaving the latter feeling a palpable sense of intimidation. While Camille's stunning presence captivated Yao Jingjing, it was Su Luo standing beside her that transformed Yao Jingjing's expression into one of displeasure. Why was Su Luo with her? Hadn't this foreign girl just transferred in that morning? Were they about to dine together? Unbeknownst to Camille, she was unaware of the relationship between Yao Jingjing and Su Luo. Upon seeing Yao Jingjing, Camille was momentarily taken aback by the beauty that exuded an Eastern charm. The two school beauties felt an unspoken camaraderie. Camille instinctively gave Yao Jingjing a thumbs up, catching her off guard, flustered by the compliment. Yao Jingjing quickly responded in English with a smile. Su Luo, feeling disgruntled, pulled Camille away, muttering under his breath, "Not you, but you." Yao Jingjing remained bewildered until Su Luo and Camille vanished from her sight. What had he just said? Had he implied that she was unattractive and that the foreign classmate was beautiful? Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan, witnessing her distress, quickly rushed to defend Yao Jingjing's honor. How shameless of Su Luo. He's already trying to get close to the new girl. One exclaimed, "Does he think it's impressive to dine with a foreign classmate? Has he forgotten how he previously begged Yao Jingjing to be with him?" Though Yao Jingjing remained silent, her expression darkened, and she trembled with indignation. Earlier, she had heard boys nearby mention that the newly transferred foreign girl was more beautiful than her, but she hadn't felt particularly upset at the time. She was indifferent to male classmates praising other girls. However, hearing Su Luo declare that this foreign classmate was more attractive than she, Yao Jingjing felt an explosive rage surge within her. She was puzzled by her own reaction. Why did Su Luo's words strike such a nerve? Was it that she cared too much about her standing in his eyes? Yao Jingjing bit her lip in contemplation. She urged herself not to dwell on the words that Su Luo had just spoken. Yet, the more she pondered, the more her anger intensified, and the more aggrieved she felt. How could he possibly believe that that foreign classmate was more attractive than she? They had only known each other for a mere morning. Why was she deemed inferior? After pursuing her for so many years, constantly praising her beauty and expressing his affection, how could he now deem a girl he had known for merely a morning to be more appealing? Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan, observing from the sidelines, sensed the fury radiating from Yao Jingjing. They exchanged knowing glances. "Jingjing, why don't we skip the cafeteria and eat out instead?" Zhang Tong suggested with a smile. "Yes, let us eat out. I'm tired of the cafeteria food. Besides, it's too crowded and noisy." Wu Nannan chimed in. Yao Jingjing understood their intentions, yet she had no desire to dine elsewhere. All she wanted was to enter the cafeteria. A sudden flame of defiance ignited within her. She decided against leaving and resolved to eat in the cafeteria. With that, Yao Jingjing strode directly into the cafeteria. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan exchanged glances and reluctantly followed her inside. As Su Luo entered the cafeteria with Camille, they instantly attracted the attention of countless onlookers. Even the elderly man at the cafeteria window was captivated by Camille. Who could resist such exotic charm? The students in the cafeteria marveled at Camille's beauty and figure, while simultaneously harboring a wave of jealousy towards Su Luo. Just as everyone was engrossed in discussions about the new campus beauty, Yao Jingjing stepped in. Suddenly, all eyes turned towards her. The presence of two goddesses left the crowd in a quandary over whom to admire. Hundreds of eyes flitted back and forth between Camille and Yao Jingjing. After Su Luo taught Camille how to use her meal card, they collected their food and seated themselves by the window. With a tray in hand, Yao Jingjing casually grabbed some fried noodles and sat at the table adjacent to theirs, separated only by a narrow aisle. The cafeteria erupted with excitement. Su Luo and Camille were seated side by side, with Yao Jingjing just across the aisle. It was as if Su Luo was flanked by two beauties. The male students collectively sighed, wishing to experience the sensation of being nestled between two campus queens. Upon noticing Yao Jingjing sitting nearby, Su Luo furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of distaste crossing his face. He glanced around, realizing there were no other available seats. Otherwise, he would have gladly changed positions. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan finished getting their meals and sat opposite Yao Jingjing. The trio ate in silence, each absorbed in their thoughts. Su Luo regarded Yao Jingjing as if she were invisible, conversing with Camille in French while eating. Are you accustomed to our Dragon Nation's cuisine? Absolutely. I particularly relish dumplings. And that Peking duck. Indeed, you've had Peking duck? Hearing their conversation in French only intensified Yao Jingjing's irritation. Suddenly, everything clicked for her. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan had previously learned from Zhang Yang that Sulo had taken up French to communicate with an international student. Thus, it dawned on her that Sulo had indeed learned French for her. Yao Jingjing finally understood why Sulo had been so indifferent towards her. It was because he had taken a liking to this foreign girl. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan also grasped the situation. They dared not utter a word, fearful that they might provoke Yao Jingjing further with an ill-chosen remark. At that moment, Wang Zhiliang approached Yao Jingjing, holding a bottle of peach-flavored energy drink. Wang Zhiliang was the class monitor of Sulo's group and also a devoted admirer of Yao Jingjing. He had been openly pursuing her for quite some time, yet she had consistently declined his advances. This peculiar fellow would profess his feelings in the cafeteria, presenting Yao Jingjing with peach-flavored drinks, only to be rejected each time. By the end of the semester, he had single-handedly depleted the school's supply of that particular flavor. Moreover, he always approached her under the guise of a chance encounter, using the same lines. Jingjing, what a coincidence. You're dining in the cafeteria too? This is for you. Yao Jingjing had grown weary of hearing those preposterous lines. Upon seeing Wang Zhiliang approaching her with another peach-flavored drink, she frowned. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, her expression softened. Watching Sulo and Camille engrossed in their conversation, Yao Jingjing decided to alter her course. She would no longer reject Wang Zhiliang and accepted his drink. She intended for Sulo to see that she had admirers aplenty. Wang Zhiliang approached with a smile. Jingjing, what a coincidence. The familiar opening line made her sigh as she put down her chopsticks and stood up. Well, I might as well accept it. I hope he doesn't get the wrong idea. With a disdainful expression, Yao Jingjing reached out to take the drink. However, Wang Zhiliang turned and presented the drink to Camille instead. Camille, what a coincidence. You're dining in the cafeteria too? This is for you. Chapter 43. I have Sulo. That's enough. Yao Jingjing felt the atmosphere shift to one of palpable awkwardness. Everyone was taken aback, especially Yao Jingjing. She had not anticipated that Wang Zhiliang's offering was not meant for her. How could he have switched targets? The most awkward moment occurred when Wang Zhiliang feigned a gesture towards Yao Jingjing that appeared rather peculiar. Yao Jingjing stood frozen in place, her right arm slightly raised as if she were about to shake hands. Uffed. Su Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter, instantly rendering Yao Jingjing mortified. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words and could only sit down with a stiff upper lip. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan were infuriated by Wang Zhiliang's foolish antics. One could not possibly execute such a move without years of cerebral mishaps. In an effort to restore Yao Jingjing's dignity, they abandoned all else and confronted Wang Zhiliang directly. What is wrong with you, Wang Zhiliang? If you had no intention of bringing Jingjing a drink, why on earth were you speaking to her? Are you deliberately trying to create misunderstandings? Have you suffered heat stroke that has affected your brain? You deliver drinks to Jingjing daily at noon. Yet today you switched it up. Do you think you are amusing? Wang Zhiliang's face flushed crimson from their rebuke. I was merely acting on muscle memory. I forgot today's drink wasn't tea for Jingjing. Su Luo found himself both amused and exasperated by his class leader's clownish behavior. In this instance, he sided with Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan. Class leader, perhaps you should carry an extra bottle of sports drink next time? Su Luo quipped. Oh, mainly I was preoccupied with watching classmate Camille. I only noticed Jingjing was here when I got closer, but I couldn't just ignore her. Greeting her is fine, but you absolutely didn't need to bring her a drink. Su Luo retorted, exasperated. But I had the drink in hand. It would feel strange not to offer it. Wang Zhiliang replied, somewhat petulantly. Is it absolutely necessary to give away this drink? Why not just drink it yourself? Or you could simply give it to me. We're all good friends. No foul language. Camille interrupted, playfully nudging Su Luo. In truth, Camille was merely responding to the situation as it unfolded. However, the surrounding students were oblivious to the context. Camille's playful jab carried an undertone of flirtation that sent Yao Jingjing's blood pressure soaring. After hearing Su Luo's sage advice, Wang Zhiliang appeared enlightened. Old Su, you're right. How could I have been so foolish? I should have just handed the drink to you. That way, neither side would be offended. Su Luo teased. It seems our bond isn't strong enough. You'd rather offend the campus beauty than part with a drink for me. Ha! I truly didn't think of that. You really are adept at thinking on your feet. Wang Zhiliang grinned widely. Su Luo, weary of engaging with this dimwit. Reflected on how some boys remain perpetually unsuccessful in their pursuits of women. If he couldn't even navigate the simple act of giving away a drink, how could he hope to charm a lady? The students surrounding Su Luo were nearly at their breaking point from suppressing their laughter. Wang Jiliang's blunder was truly exasperating. This trivial episode seemed to underscore that Camille was, in fact, more attractive than Yao Jingjing. Most crucially, Wang Jiliang had no intention of leaving. He directly seated himself opposite Su Luo and Camille. Classmate Camille, I am the class monitor. It is essential for us to unite and assist one another. Should you encounter any difficulties within the class, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall support you wholeheartedly. Camille responded with a puzzled expression. Su Luo interjected. Is it possible that she cannot comprehend your elaborate idioms? Wang Jiliang's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh right, Camille's command of the dragon language is not very strong. I must have made my words too complex. Fear not, I shall translate for you. With that, Su Luo eloquently conveyed Wang Jiliang's message in fluent French. Upon hearing this, Camille nodded in understanding. Her brown eyes turned towards Wang Jiliang, and she attempted to respond in her rather clumsy dragon language, writing with good intentions. I have known Su Luo long enough. After speaking, Camille cheerfully patted Su Luo's shoulder, anxious that he might misinterpret her meaning. At this, the surrounding students exchanged amused glances. Clearly intrigued by the unfolding scene, Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan also appeared astonished. Concerned that others might misunderstand Camille's words, Su Luo hastily clarified, We're just friends, right? Camille, somewhat confused, nodded in agreement. Friends. Witnessing their camaraderie, Wang Jiliang managed an awkward smile. All right then, enjoy your meal. I shall return to my dormitory. With that, he rose and made his way outside. Halfway through, he seemed to recall something and turned back to take the bottle of energy drink from the table. Wang Jiliang's eccentric behavior lightened the atmosphere in the cafeteria just a tad, though the mood remained grim near Yao Jingjing. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan buried themselves in their meals, noticeably hastening their eating pace. After finishing half of her fried noodles, Yao Jingjing stood and exited, followed closely by Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan. Once they had departed, Camille narrowed her eyes at Su Luo. Was that beautiful girl your ex-girlfriend? Su Luo nearly choked on a grain of rice. What are you joking about? Are you insulting me? Not at all. I merely noticed that she kept stealing glances at you, Camille laughed. Please, do not make baseless accusations. I am not familiar with her at all, Su Luo insisted. Yet her gaze towards you is filled with hostility, Camille shrugged. Su Luo chuckled. That is to be expected. After all, you did overshadow her. Camille could hardly grasp the entirety of the dragon language, and thus was bewildered by Wang Jiliang's earlier antics. Su Luo recounted Wang Jiliang's ludicrous actions in French, after which Camille erupted in laughter. Ha, this is simply too amusing. Now do you understand why her gaze towards you is filled with animosity? Su Luo inquired with a grin. I understand. Camille responded, still giggling. Perhaps due to their differing upbringings. Although Camille is strikingly beautiful, she does not possess the same air of composure as Yao Jingjing. When she hears Su Luo recount amusing anecdotes, she bursts into hearty laughter, doubling over and slapping the table. Conversely, had the same tale been recounted to Yao Jingjing, she would have suppressed her laughter, perhaps covering her mouth to stifle a giggle, lest her image as the campus belle be tarnished. 10 minutes later, Su Luo and Camille exited the cafeteria, making their way towards the dormitory. The male and female dormitories at Binhai University stand side by side, separated by a fire corridor. From a distance, the two buildings and the corridor resemble a grand letter. However, typically, this corridor is locked, preventing passage between the two dormitories. Su Luo accompanied Camille to the entrance of the female dormitory. According to the university's regulations, males entering the female dormitory face immediate expulsion, while females bear the consequences of entering the male dormitory. They parted ways at the entrance, with Camille entering to meet her new roommates, while Su Luo returned to his room, number 320. As he pushed open the door and stepped inside, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The modest room, just a few square meters, was crammed with people. The 4 beds were occupied, and a dozen others stood in the narrow aisle, with those unable to stand opting to sit atop the tables. In summary, every corner of the dormitory was filled with individuals. Su Luo felt as if he had entered a train compartment in a bustling foreign land. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of male students from his class, including Wang Jiliang, Have you all run out of dorm space? What brings you all here? Su Luo inquired. Puzzled. Old Su, if you don't return soon, we're going to suffocate, Zhang Yang exclaimed, poking his head through the sea of heads. Upon seeing Su Luo, the boys quickly parted to make way for him. Make some room for Conan, they shouted, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Who are you calling Conan? Clearly, I am Yi-Wan, Su Luo retorted as he settled down, only to be surrounded by a flurry of playful jabs and shoulder massages from the eager boys. Feeling somewhat awkward under their exuberant attention, he urged them to skip the massages and get straight to the point. The boys exchanged glances before erupting in a cacophony of questions. Their primary concern revolved around the new foreign girl and her relationship with him. They had learned from Zhang Yang that Su Luo was already acquainted with Camille, yet the status of their relationship remained uncertain. If Camille were indeed Su Luo's girlfriend, the boys felt it would be futile to pursue her, as they were well aware of the competition they faced. Lao Su, be honest with your brothers. Do you have a fondness for that foreign girl? If you do, we won't waste our time. Exactly. If you intend to pursue her, we shall refrain from accompanying you. The class monitor has informed us that the foreign girl seems to hold an interest in you. So do not feign disinterest only to betray us later. Such treachery is most disconcerting. We certainly do not wish to be mere purveyors of pure love. Su Luo comprehended the implications of their words. After experiencing setbacks at noon, Wang Zhiliang must have returned to share his woeful tale with the group. Now, the boys in the class awaited his response. Did he truly like Camille? Su Luo shrugged his shoulders. I have no interest in romance whatsoever. My sole ambition is to amass wealth. Upon hearing this, the boys collectively sighed in relief. They were uncertain about Su Luo's financial aspirations, but were assured of his disinterest in romance. Previously, he had been, much like them, an admirer of Yao Jingjing. However, since the commencement of the school term, he had seemingly transformed, entirely disregarding Yao Jingjing. First, he made a remarkable impression in French class, and later, he became entangled with a wealthy foreign beauty who drives a Cullinan, and recently even assisted the police in solving a series of gruesome murders. The boys felt that Su Luo was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Thus, upon hearing his disinterest in romance, the former admirers of Yao Jingjing shifted their focus, preparing to become Camille's admirers. Su Luo thought that after his declaration, they would disperse. Yet, they remained stationary, gazing at him. Why are you still here? The boys exchanged awkward glances before Wang Zhiliang, the class monitor, finally spoke up. Su Luo, we lack the ability to communicate with Camille, and you are the only one capable of conversing with her fluently. Would you be willing to teach us some French? Even a basic understanding would suffice. Of course, that is no problem at all, Su Luo readily agreed. The boys erupted in jubilant cheers. This is fantastic. Su Luo is truly generous. Su Luo added, each of you will be charged 2,000 yuan per hour. Everyone, Su Luo, I am a certified level 2 French speaker. 2,000 yuan per hour is already a preferential rate, so please consider it carefully. I can vouch for this. Su Luo's level 2 certification is highly valuable. Do seize this opportunity, for once it passes, it shall not return. Zhang Yang chimed in agreement. The other boys collectively scoffed. While it may be said, even if Su Luo were willing to teach them, they knew they were not cut out for it. Rather than waste time, they would be better off learning a couple of words from the foreign teacher during French class. Gradually, the boys dispersed, and the dormitory finally fell silent. Zhang Yang, Tianjijia, and Zhou jumped down from the upper bunk. These admirers truly have no self-awareness, thinking they might actually win over the foreign campus beauty. Zhang Yang remarked with a cold smile. Indeed, especially Wang Zhiliang, that fool, who couldn't even win over Yao Jingjing, yet still hopes for a fine dining experience. Tianjijia added with a look of disdain. A group of sycophants, enamored with foreign allure, appeared as though they had never encountered a foreign woman before, chuckling derisively. Zhou curled his lip in disdain. Su Luo, observing his three roommates adopting an air of lofty superiority, feigned surprise, remarking, well, look at you three. Have you truly turned over a new leaf? We speak nothing but the truth. Zhang Yang replied earnestly. Indeed, one must act according to one's capabilities. Are you not aware of your own dimensions? There was no fault in that logic. Given their limited prowess, it was unnecessary to pursue foreign women. Witnessing Tianjijia and Zhou echoing Zhang Yang's sentiments, Su Luo waved his hand dismissively. Let us not do this. Your sudden seriousness is quite disconcerting. He was all too aware of their usual antics. They were all men, after all, who did not understand the unvoiced thoughts of their kind, especially Zhang Yang, his childhood friend, who had been fascinated by the works of his teachers since elementary school. Regardless of the license plate number, he could recite it with ease. Merely utter a string of digits, and he would accurately identify the corresponding teacher and the type of work. In the realm of adult films, no one could surpass Zhang Yang. He was the sort who, upon opening his mouth, rarely spoke with sincerity. Tian Jijia and Zhou Zhu had merely been corrupted by his influence. Initially upright during military training, they returned to school after being schooled by Zhang Yang's hidden collection, thus becoming seasoned enthusiasts themselves. It was rather absurd that these three individuals were now earnestly critiquing those who harbored affections for Camille. Su Luo's discomfort was entirely understandable. Zhang Yang regarded Su Luo with a serious expression. In all honesty, old Su, we three possess self-awareness. We cannot possibly handle foreign women. Our height is a significant obstacle. I can barely reach. How does that saying go? With great power comes great responsibility. The honor of representing our nation rests upon your shoulders. We seek nothing more than for you to remember your brothers. Do share with us the experience of dining on Western cuisine. Huh? Yes, particularly the flavors and textures. The balance of saltiness. Be sure to enlighten us. I heard that the spatula used in Western cooking must be long and substantial. Otherwise, one cannot achieve the right cook. Old Su, you are more than capable. Su Luo shot them a disdainful glance. Am I a Michelin chef? Just as they were bantering, Su Luo's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a photo sent by Camille. Chapter 45. The intrigue unfolds upon hearing Su Luo's phone ring. Zhang Yang and the others gathered around. Wow. Did that foreign girl send you something special? I knew old Su wouldn't let us down. It has to be something from the foreign realm. Did she send a revealing photo? Su Luo thrust the phone screen toward their faces, revealing a rather innocent picture sent by Camille. In the photograph, she is seated on her dormitory bed, seemingly just having moved into her new residence. Zhang Yang and his companions wear expressions of disillusionment. However, the astute Zhou Zhu has spotted an intriguing detail. Isn't that Yao Jingjing sitting on the upper bunk? Upon hearing Zhou Zhu's observation, the others gathered around, and indeed, Camille's upper bunkmate is none other than Yao Jingjing. At that moment, Camille sent a text message to Su Luo. As it was in French, the others were unable to comprehend it. After reading the message, a look of surprise crossed Su Luo's face. Camille had moved into Yao Jingjing's dormitory, which appears to be the only room with 3 occupants, leaving one position vacant. Upon hearing Su Luo's revelation, Zhang Yang and his friends displayed expressions of intrigue. Goodness, they are living together? What a twist of fate. Surely, Yao, the campus belle, will confront her tonight. It goes without saying. Yao Jingjing must seek revenge on Camille for the humiliation she faced in the cafeteria at noon. Zhang Tong and Wu Nan, both of whom are Yao Jingjing's loyal followers, will undoubtedly conspire to bully the foreign student. I've heard that female bullying can be even more ruthless than that of males. While Zhang Yang's imagination may be a tad exaggerated, Su Luo still concurs on one point. Camille will undoubtedly face isolation. The relationship between Yao Jingjing and Camille is currently fraught with animosity. The remaining pair in the dorm, the talented duo, are also Yao Jingjing's minions. Having 2 campus beauties cohabiting in the same dormitory is akin to a grand palace intrigue. Old Su, you ought to advise the foreign student to remain vigilant and ensure her safety, Zhou Zhu counseled. I have no interest in meddling in others' fates or playing the role of a helper, Su Luo jested. Why should I, a man, involve myself in the squabbles of women? Moreover, no discord has yet arisen. It is merely speculation at this point. Perhaps Yao Jingjing, out of a sense of pride, will feign friendship with Camille to maintain her dignity and alleviate the embarrassment of having her title as campus belle challenged. This would perfectly diffuse the rivalry. It's akin to when she consistently ranks first in exams, but suddenly finds herself in second place. She cannot afford to openly confront the top student, lest she appear unable to accept defeat and petty. The most prudent course of action would be to maintain cordial relations publicly while secretly seeking opportunities to undermine the opponent. Su Luo believes that Yao Jingjing is likely to adopt such a strategy, provided she employs some common sense. The following day, after breakfast with her roommates, Su Luo arrived at the classroom. Camille was already there, dressed in a gray hoodie, her hair styled in an adorable bun. Strands of golden hair framed her face, giving her an exuberant appearance. Such a doll-like visage contrasts sharply with her rather unconventional physique. Upon spotting Su Luo, Camille greeted her with a cheerful wave. Good morning. After Su Luo took his seat, before he could inquire about her sleep last night, Camille, in a proactive manner, initiated the conversation in French. I slept quite well, though it was too quiet. She sighed. None of them spoke to me. Su Luo, taken aback, asked, None of them spoke to you? Camille nodded. Indeed. After the dormitory supervisor assigned me to my room, those three haven't uttered a word to me. Last night, Su Luo pondered how Yao Jingjing would perform next and how she would play her role. Little did he expect that Yao Jingjing would forego any pretense and choose to confront Camille directly. This was somewhat unexpected for Su Luo. It seemed that Yao Jingjing was determined to compete with Camille. After all, Yao Jingjing had always been the belle of the school. Her pride would not allow her to tolerate the presence of a more beautiful girl beside her, especially not a foreign girl, one who could potentially usurp her title as the school beauty. It was understandable that Yao Jingjing intended to stand her ground. Camille neither lied nor exaggerated. Yao Jingjing and her loyal followers had indeed not spoken a single word to her. Several times, Camille attempted to ease the tension by greeting them in English, but Yao Jingjing completely ignored her. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan were devoted followers of Yao Jingjing, and naturally, they followed her lead in disregarding Camille. So, did you go to the cafeteria for breakfast alone? Su Luo inquired. I didn't have breakfast. Without you, I didn't know how to order, Camille admitted awkwardly. Su Luo chuckled. Why didn't you tell me? I could have taken you to the cafeteria. I was afraid of disturbing your sleep. So I thought I would wait until you arrived to mention it. It's fine. I can endure, Camille replied, looking somewhat pitiful. Su Luo glanced at her, realizing that this foreign girl was perhaps a bit too considerate. Was it really acceptable for a foreign student to face such isolation on her first day? She shouldn't endure such treatment. After all, she was a guest in the Dragon Kingdom, and it would be a disgrace for her to go hungry during her first morning class. Wait here, he said, rising from his seat. After a brief interval, Su Luo returned with a pancake roll and a cup of soy milk. Here, eat this, he offered, handing the food to Camille. Camille accepted the pancake roll and soy milk, her large eyes filled with curiosity as she asked, What is this? It's a pancake roll. You can think of it as an Eastern version of a taco, Su Luo explained. And what about this milk-like drink? She inquired. That's soy milk, a beverage made from soybeans and water. Camille glanced around and noticed a few classmates enjoying their breakfast at their desks. She relaxed and picked up the pancake roll to take a bite. The moment she did, she was instantly enchanted by its flavor. A look of bliss and satisfaction spread across her face. This is delicious. It's the most delightful breakfast I have ever had. She took another sip of soy milk, her brown eyes widening in astonishment. This Eastern delicacy is delightful, absolutely exquisite. Watching Camille rave about the jianbing guozi and soy milk, Su Luo thought to himself that this foreign girl seemed to have never tasted anything truly remarkable. A mere jianbing guozi and a cup of soy milk had completely captivated her. I must admit, Camille's eating style is rather charming. This foreign girl unabashedly showcased her jianbing guozi, seemingly indifferent to her image. The crispy bits of the jianbing fell from the corner of her mouth, yet none landed on the table, all intercepted by her enviable physique. It seems that having a good figure has its advantages. One does not have to worry about food falling onto the table. Once Camille finished her breakfast, she looked at Su Luo with satisfaction. Just as Su Luo was about to inquire if she enjoyed it, Camille smiled and leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. Chapter 46. The Schoolflower's Sister? This scene was witnessed clearly by all the classmates. They had been secretly observing Camille as she dined, eager to see her reaction to the distinctive breakfast of the Dragon Kingdom. However, no one anticipated her response would be this. The classroom erupted with excitement, especially among the boys. Just the previous day, these boys had confirmed with Su Luo in the dormitory that he was not interested in romance. He only wished to make money. They had believed him. Yet, to their shock, Camille suddenly kissed Su Luo. This left them seething with envy. The boys gritted their teeth in frustration. Wasn't he supposed to be uninterested in relationships? Surely, he must have been secretly involved with her. Otherwise, why would she kiss him publicly? Su Luo felt the warmth and softness of the lingering kiss on his cheek, fragrant and warm. He was somewhat bewildered. Was this foreign girl really that easy to impress? A jianbing guozi and a cup of soy milk could elicit a kiss? Suddenly, he recalled how he had delivered breakfast to Yao Jingjing for 3 consecutive years, and she hadn't even allowed him to touch her finger. Look at this foreign girl. That's the difference. Camille returned to her seat, smiling as she explained to Su Luo. This is a custom from my country, a kiss of greeting reserved for family. I have no relatives in the Dragon Kingdom, and your breakfast reminded me of my mother. You are my family here. Su Luo understood at last. It turned out that this kiss on the cheek was a gesture of familial affection. Camille shared that in her culture, to express gratitude to parents and other relatives, they would kiss each other's cheeks. The kiss from an elder to a younger person is on the forehead. Camille had just arrived in the Dragon Kingdom and had already been isolated by Yao Jingjing and her friends, and to make matters worse, she had woken up hungry. Su Luo treated her to breakfast, enveloping her in the warmth of home, prompting Camille to express her gratitude with a kiss. This gesture also signified Camille's regard for Su Luo. Aside from my parents and grandparents, I have never kissed another boy, Camille added with a smile. After grasping the context, Su Luo explained to her in French. This act of kissing may be commonplace in your country, but our society tends to be more conservative. Such displays are reserved for those in very close relationships, like couples or spouses. Even among couples, public displays of affection such as hugging or kissing can attract gossip. Camille, somewhat flustered, responded, "Is it really that serious?" "Indeed. Therefore, you should refrain from kissing others casually, as it may lead to misunderstandings." "Understood. I won't use kissing as a greeting with anyone else," Camille replied, her realization dawning. "Of course, except for me. I want to misunderstand your intentions. Feel free to kiss as you wish, without concern for my feelings," Su Luo added. "All right," Camille nodded. After their class concluded, news of the foreign school belle kissing Su Luo spread throughout the campus. The revelation was indeed explosive. Just the day after her arrival, the foreign beauty had engaged in such intimate behavior with Su Luo, igniting rampant speculation among the students about a potential romance between the two. Naturally, this rumor reached Yao Jingjing's ears. Upon learning that Su Luo had bought Camille breakfast, pancakes, and soy milk, her expression darkened. Previously, when Su Luo was pursuing her, he would bring her breakfast every morning. Now, it seemed he had transferred all his affections to another girl. How disgusting. Su Luo buys breakfast for a foreign girl who just transferred. Does he really think she would be interested in him? She mused. And that Camille isn't any better. Su Luo buys her breakfast, and she kisses him. Foreign girls truly are not worth much. Exactly. Let's ignore her. From now on, no one should speak to her in the dorm. Let her learn the consequences of crossing us. Zhang Tong and Wu Nen gossiped about Camille like village matrons. Yao Jingjing did not intervene, as isolating Camille was indeed her plan. She wanted the foreign girl to understand that she was the most popular girl at Binhai University. In truth, Yao Jingjing herself could not comprehend why she harbored such animosity toward Camille. Was it because Camille was more beautiful and popular than she? Or was it due to the closeness between Camille and Su Luo? As noon approached and classes ended, students began to stream out of the school. Outside the gates, a stunning woman with waist-length hair and sunglasses stood beneath a large tree. Clad in a coffee-colored long dress, she wore a vivid green jade pendant around her snow-white neck, its vibrant hue nearly swallowed by the deep neckline. This enchanting woman appeared to be waiting for someone. She exuded an air of elegance akin to that of a model. The passing students could not help but turn their heads in admiration. This enchanting woman was Yao Meijing. Yesterday, Yao Meijing had agreed with Yao Jingjing to visit her at school today. However, Yao Jingjing, consumed by the turmoil surrounding Su Luo and Camille, entirely forgot about her mother's anticipated visit. It was not until she stepped out of the school gates and spotted her mother smiling and waving that she suddenly remembered this significant occasion. "Tong Tong, Nan Nan, you two can have lunch without me. I have something to attend to." With that, Yao Jingjing hurried towards her mother in the distance. Zhang Tong and Wu Nan stood dumbfounded. They had originally planned to go out for lunch together, but now Yao Jingjing had abandoned them. They watched as Yao Jingjing approached the stunning woman, linking arms and engaging in cheerful conversation. Although they could not hear their words, it was evident that the beautiful woman was inquiring after Yao Jingjing's well-being. Who is this gorgeous woman speaking with Jingjing? She possesses such grace, almost like a movie star. Zhang Tong remarked in awe. She must be her sister, right? They do bear a resemblance. Wu Nan speculated. Indeed, the likeness was striking. They must surely be siblings. It was surprising to discover that Jingjing had such a beautiful sister. Truly, genetics are formidable. Due to Yao Meijing's youthful beauty, Zhang Tong and Wu Nan mistakenly assumed she was Yao Jingjing's sister. Fellow students passing by overheard their conversation and accepted the notion that the campus belle's sister had come to visit her. "Mom, have you been waiting long?" Yao Jingjing asked as she clasped Yao Meijing's hand. "Not at all. I actually just arrived. Yao Meijing replied with a smile. Was the journey congested? Was it easy to drive? Yao Jingjing inquired. It was smooth. Your mother is quite the experienced driver. Over 200 kilometers is nothing. Mom, you're amazing. The mother and daughter shared an intimate exchange. At the school entrance, Su Luo and Camille emerged, engaged in lively conversation. Before long, they approached Yao Meijing and Yao Jingjing. Yao Meijing was facing away from the school gates, oblivious to the unfolding scene behind her. However, Yao Jingjing was fully aware. Upon seeing Su Luo and Camille approaching, her expression darkened. She had no desire to eat in the cafeteria today, particularly to avoid encountering them. To her dismay, they were also dining out. What bad luck. Watching Su Luo and Camille enjoying themselves only fueled her frustration. Yet, with her mother present, she refrained from expressing her anger, not wanting to spoil her mother's visit. She said, Mom, let us go have lunch, and with that, Yao Jingjing quickly led Yao Meijing in the opposite direction. At the moment when the two individuals turned to leave, they inadvertently brushed past Su Luo, who caught only a glimpse of Yao Meijing's silhouette. He mistakenly presumed she was merely a female classmate from school, albeit one adorned in high heels and possessing a voluptuous figure, starkly contrasting with the malnourished girls typically found in the institution. Believing her to be a friend of Yao Jingjing from outside the school, he dismissed the thought entirely, preferring not to expend any mental energy on matters related to Yao Jingjing. As for the outing with Camille, it was entirely her suggestion. After enjoying a breakfast of jianbing guozi and soy milk that morning, Camille found herself utterly captivated by the enigmatic allure of Eastern cuisine. She implored Su Luo throughout the morning to lead her on a culinary adventure to sample more local delicacies. After much persuasion, Su Luo resolved to take her to the bustling snack street near Binhai University. Soon, they arrived at the snack street, which was teeming with Binhai University students. Upon entering, Camille's brown eyes nearly turned green with excitement, and Su Luo could even hear the sound of her swallowing in anticipation. It was evident that this foreign girl was genuinely hungry. More accurately, she was ravenous. The array of snacks, shengjianbo, bobo chicken, grilled cold noodles, fried chicken racks, and roasted sweet potato skins, left Camille utterly dazzled. Growing up in Russia, she had never encountered such a vibrant scene. Overwhelmed by the tantalizing aromas and visually appealing food, Camille succumbed entirely to the charms of the snack street. An amusing tableau unfolded as Camille, an exotic foreign girl, flitted from stall to stall, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Accompanying this striking doll-like figure through the snack street, Su Luo attracted numerous glances, with passers-by eagerly snapping photographs. Although Camille was eager to sample everything, her appetite was limited, prompting her to order just a small portion of each delicacy to share with Su Luo. This dragon country pasta is truly delightful, she exclaimed. Actually, it's called hot dry noodles, Su Luo corrected her. As they shared a bowl of hot dry noodles, their heads would occasionally touch. Struggling with chopsticks, Camille ate slowly, leading Su Luo to adopt the role of her feeder, deftly lifting noodles to her mouth. She obligingly opened wide, awaiting his offering. After feeding her, Su Luo would take a large bite himself. This scene incited envy among nearby boys, who lamented, how unfair. Eating from the same pair of chopsticks is practically a kiss. That foreign girl's saliva is stretching. I wish I could be those chopsticks to know what her saliva tastes like. However, after less than a fifth of her time spent exploring the snack street, Camille found herself unable to eat any further. There is no denying that every stall here presents an immense temptation for Camille. At this rate, it would take at least a week to sample all the delights of the snack street. Camille expressed her intention to return to the snack street in the evening. Surprisingly, her favorite delicacy at present is the starch sausage. Encountering such a high-tech culinary marvel for the first time, Camille was utterly enchanted by the flavor of the starch sausage. Perhaps it is the innate talent of foreign girls. Camille's approach to the starch sausage is almost effortless. She can devour approximately 15 centimeters of an 18-centimeter sausage in a single bite. Essentially, after just one bite, only a small fragment remains. Su Luo was slightly taken aback by Camille's voracious manner of consuming the starch sausage. It seems that only an 18-centimeter sausage could satisfy Camille's appetite. If it were one of those 10-centimeter black pepper sausages from a breakfast stall, it would hardly be sufficient for her to showcase. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yao Jingjing is dining with Yao Meijing at the popular Kaiyun restaurant near the school. This establishment is a trendy hotspot, adorned with decor that reflects the unique characteristics of Cayenne province. Many young women frequent this place not primarily for the food, but rather to capture picture-perfect moments. Having traveled a considerable distance, Yao Jingjing hoped to treat Yao Meijing to a pleasant dining experience and engage in heartfelt conversation. Just as Yao Jingjing placed their order, a smiling waitress approached to promote a new offering. "Excuse me, ladies, is this your first visit to our establishment?" The waitress inquired cheerfully. "Yes," Yao Jingjing nodded. "Oh, I see. We have just launched a best friends card specifically designed for wonderful companions like you two. It comes with complimentary afternoon tea and delightful treats. Perfect for capturing those Instagram-worthy moments." The waitress continued with enthusiasm. "Thank you, but this package isn't suitable for us. We are mother and daughter, not friends." Yao Jingjing politely declined. "My sincerest apologies for the misunderstanding." The waitress quickly retreated. She rushed to the front desk to recount the incident to her colleagues, who began to jest about the situation. If they didn't want the package, they could have just said so. Why lie? One remarked. Claiming they are mother and daughter is quite amusing. Indeed, they clearly appear to be sisters. Another chimed in. "I've never encountered such a peculiar excuse for declining a card. Humph, just because they are beautiful doesn't mean they can fool us. I've seen plenty of so-called best friends. They may seem close now, but they will inevitably fall out over a man." Absolutely. Two stunning women together are the classic example of a superficial friendship. If they both fancy the same man, I can only imagine the chaos that would ensue. I even read a story where two best friends ended up pregnant by the same man. Their due dates were aligned. What a bizarre situation. Yao Jingjing and Yao Meijing paid no heed to the waitress's misunderstanding. They had encountered such situations too often. Frequently, when they ventured out together, they were mistaken for sisters. They continued to eat and converse, discussing Yao Jingjing's experiences at school. Is studying exhausting? Is the pressure overwhelming? Of course, Yao Jingjing only shares good news and conceals her worries. Recently, she has been troubled by matters concerning Camille, compounded by her estrangement from Su Luo, which has left her in a state of deep discontent. However, she does not wish to burden her mother, Yao Meijing, with her troubles. Thus, she strives to project an image of everything being well, not wanting her mother to worry. As their conversation progresses, the topic shifts to Yao Meijing and her romantic pursuits. Previously, Yao Meijing had mentioned her online relationship on WeChat. Now that they are face-to-face, Yao Jingjing is eager to inquire about her mother's relationship and its progression, while subtly diverting the conversation away from her own academic frustrations. "Mother, do share some details about your relationship with my stepfather," Yao Jingjing chuckled. Chapter 48. What a small world. Before speaking, Yao Jingjing carefully considered her words. With her mother embarking on an online romance, she pondered how she should refer to the man in her mother's life. If he were of a similar age to her mother, calling him uncle would be appropriate. However, since he is a young man of her own age, that would be quite awkward. She certainly could not ask, "Mother, how is it going with that young gentleman?" Or "What about that charming youth?" Yao Jingjing felt that such phrases might cast her mother in an unfavorable light. After much contemplation, she decided that simply referring to him as her stepfather would be the most fitting choice. Upon hearing her daughter inquire about her romantic life, Yao Meijing blushed. "We had planned to meet up recently, but he mentioned he has been quite busy and suggested we meet sometime later." "Oh, where is he from? Which university does he attend?" Yao Jingjing asked. "He studies in Binhai City as well, though he hasn't specified which school. We rarely discuss his studies. Most of our conversations revolve around life and personal experiences," Yao Meijing replied with a smile. "Really? He is also in Binhai City? What a small world," Yao Jingjing exclaimed. "Yes, I plan to stay in Binhai for a few more days, and if he has some free time, we could finally arrange to meet and chat. I have yet to meet him in person." "What? You two haven't met yet?" "Indeed, we have only engaged in an online relationship." Yao Jingjing had assumed her mother had already met this potential stepfather, only to discover they had been communicating online all along. "Mother, while I support your online romance, do be cautious. Many individuals use fake photos to deceive others for financial gain," Yao Jingjing advised. "Rest assured, my dear, I was initially hesitant to video call him, but a few days ago, he unexpectedly initiated a video call. Perhaps he thought I was using a fake image as well," Yao Meijing chuckled. "Oh, that is reassuring. As long as you can confirm he is indeed the person in the video, that is all that matters," Yao Jingjing said, feeling relieved. "Absolutely, it is indeed him. And he appears even more handsome in the video," Yao Meijing remarked, her gaze becoming dreamy as she spoke. Yao Jingjing was witnessing her mother in such a light for the very first time. Throughout her life, Yao Meijing had always been a solitary figure, epitomizing the archetype of an independent and strong woman. She had heard of numerous suitors attempting to court her mother, yet all were met with resolute rejections. In her memory, Yao Meijing harbored a palpable aversion towards men. Upon reflection, her mother seemed rather pitiable. 2 decades had passed since she was 16, and those 20 years devoid of male companionship must have been profoundly tormenting for her. This realization fueled Yao Jingjing's staunch support for her mother's online romance. What was wrong with her exceptional mother dating a 20-year-old? Many dubious women outside were engaged with younger men, fully aware of the allure of youth. Having adhered to traditional values for 20 years, her mother certainly deserved this right. In essence, her mother and that young man were merely engaged in a sister-brother relationship. Upon noticing her daughter's bemused expression, Yao Meijing recognized her momentary lapse and quickly composed herself. "Dear, it's not merely about appearances. My affection for him stems from his inner qualities. We are kindred spirits," Yao Meijing elaborated. "Mom, I understand. You need not explain your romantic life to me. What is that saying? Adults should not involve children in their affairs," Yao Jingjing replied with a smile. A look of contentment graced Yao Meijing's face as she affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair. "My daughter has truly grown up." After a brief exchange, Yao Meijing gazed meaningfully at her daughter. "All right, having discussed my matters at length, let us turn to yours." "My matters?" "Yes, share your innermost thoughts with me." "What matters could I possibly have?" Yao Jingjing retorted stubbornly, prompting her mother to playfully poke her forehead. "You are the flesh of my flesh. Any concerns you harbor are immediately apparent to me." Initially, Yao Jingjing intended to maintain her facade of indifference, but she soon realized that no secret could remain hidden from her mother. Reluctantly, she began to recount the situation with Camille. Upon hearing the tale, Yao Meijing appeared enlightened. "Ah, I see. It seems this foreign classmate must indeed be quite beautiful. Indeed, she is stunning, with a figure far superior to mine, but she is a foreigner. Blessed with racial advantages," Yao Jingjing lamented. Yao Meijing, intrigued, remarked, "Throughout your life, my daughter has never been one to harbor jealousy towards other girls. You are not the type to be troubled by such matters." Yao Jingjing fell silent for a few moments before conceding. "Well, I am not particularly jealous of her. I merely find the boys at school exceedingly bothersome. Ever since that foreign girl transferred, they have all been fawning over her, acting as if they are infatuated with anything foreign. It appears that among them, there is a young man who has displeased my daughter." Yao Meijing discerned everything. Yao Jingjing's thoughts were accurately captured by her mother, leading to an expression of embarrassment on her face. "It's not solely due to him. It's just exceedingly bothersome. He never considers the feelings of others, and my disdain for him grows ever stronger." Yao Jingjing spoke in a disjointed manner. Yao Meijing let out a long, drawn-out "oh." In an instant, she comprehended the situation. It was evident that Yao Jingjing was not troubled by the fact that a foreign female classmate was more attractive or popular than she. Rather, her distress stemmed from the boy she liked showing undue attention to that foreign classmate. Although Yao Meijing possessed little experience in matters of love, she understood her daughter well. Throughout their lives, Yao Meijing had never broached the subject of romantic relationships with Yao Jingjing, unsure of how to approach such discussions. After all, Yao Jingjing was raised in a home without a father and had a mother who was merely 16 years her senior. This unique family dynamic led Yao Jingjing to harbor a strong aversion to boys from a young age. Now that Yao Jingjing had blossomed into adulthood, Yao Meijing felt it was time to guide her daughter to bravely engage with young men. "Darling, if a boy is causing you distress, then you should express your worries to him directly. Articulate the thoughts that weigh heavily on your heart. You will find great relief. Worries are akin to a tightly sealed bottle of water. If you do not unscrew the cap, they will remain forever trapped inside. However, once you release that cap, your worries will dissipate like vapor." After listening to her mother's words, Yao Jingjing fell into contemplation. After a moment, her furrowed brow relaxed. "Mom, you are right. I will find an opportunity to speak with him." Yao Meijing squinted with a knowing smile. "My precious daughter has indeed encountered a boy she fancies." "Mom, please do not say such things. I do not like him. I merely wish to clarify a few things with him." Yao Jingjing insisted earnestly. All right, perhaps I misspoke. Quickly, show me a picture of that boy so I can assess him." Yao Meijing said with a playful grin. Chapter 49, I won't show you. "What picture?" "I certainly do not have any of him on my phone." Yao Jingjing retorted with a haughty demeanor. What? No pictures? Then let me see his social media. I can analyze it for you. Yao Meijing persisted. I cannot view his social media. He has blocked me, Yao Jingjing replied, her face clouded with displeasure. Blocked? Why? Did you have an argument? Yao Meijing asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. It wasn't an argument. It's just. Yao Jingjing struggled to articulate her situation with Su Luo to her mother. The matter was far too complex. In any case, he suddenly stopped engaging with me, acting as if we were enemies, ignoring me when we crossed paths, and ultimately, he blocked me, Yao Jingjing explained in a jumbled fashion. Yao Meijing pondered thoughtfully. Every situation has its cause and effect. You cannot have a disagreement without a reason. Can you? A reason? Yao Jingjing recalled the last words Su Luo had spoken to her. Since you refused to let me sleep, why should I return to the past? Perhaps this is why Su Luo harbors resentment towards her. Yao Jingjing certainly cannot confide such matters to her mother. Yet, unwilling to elaborate, she deftly shifts the topic. Oh, I am not sure of the reason, but it no longer holds significance. By the way, Mom, weren't you going to show me what my stepfather looks like? Please, show me. Yao Meijing chuckled mischievously. I want to show you. Yao Jingjing. Yao Meijing, when you show me a photo of that boy you had a quarrel with, then I will show you a picture of your stepfather. Mom, that is not fair. Hee, it's only equitable to exchange photos. Mom, you've gone astray. Surely, it is my stepfather who has led you astray, right? Don't tarnish the reputation of your yet-to-be-seen stepfather. He is truly a wonderful person. I am genuinely curious what kind of man can leave my mother so infatuated. Be patient, you will meet him soon. After lunch, Su Luo returned to school with Camille. As they entered the classroom, they overheard the boys discussing something animatedly. Zhang Yang spotted Su Luo and hurried over. Lao Su, did you see Yao Jingjing's sister at noon? Yao Jingjing's sister? Yes. She is absolutely stunning. Her figure is remarkable. The surrounding boys chimed in, expressing their astonishment at the beauty of Yao Jingjing's sister. Su Luo was bewildered. Does Yao Jingjing have a sister? This is something I should be asking you. Weren't you quite familiar with Yao Jingjing before? Zhang Yang inquired. How could I not remember her having a sister? Su Luo muttered to himself. During the years he pursued Yao Jingjing, he had never heard of her having a sister. In fact, he had never even met Yao Jingjing's parents. Back in high school, whenever parent-teacher meetings were held, it was always Yao Jingjing's grandmother who attended. Moreover, given Yao Jingjing's exemplary academic performance, she was regarded as a model student by her teachers and had never been summoned for a parent meeting. Additionally, the school strictly prohibited early romantic relationships, so Su Luo had always been discreet in his affection for Yao Jingjing, avoiding her family altogether. He didn't even know what Yao Jingjing's mother looked like, let alone her sister. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's inquiry, Su Luo recalled brushing past Yao Jingjing at noon and indeed saw her leaving with a woman. However, he had only glimpsed her back. Could it be that the woman was Yao Jingjing's sister? Zhang Yang, realizing Su Luo was entirely unaware of Yao Jingjing's sister, couldn't help but exclaim, Let me tell you. Lao Su, Yao Jingjing's sister is just as delightful. Her figure is akin to that of a model. Tian Jijia and Zhou Zhu concurred. Indeed, she is merely a mature version of Yao Jingjing. Given her age, she must be around 28 or 29. If we had known this, we could have pursued her sister instead of the school bell. At that moment, a boy approached, holding up his phone. I have a photo. A friend of mine surreptitiously captured a photo and sent it to me. Are you certain it was your friend who took the photo? Or was it you? Yet, that matters little now, my comrades. Behold the image. Su Luo and Zhang Yang gathered around to view the photos on the phone. The images depicted Yao Jingjing linking arms with Yao Meijing, with only one side profile amidst numerous candid shots. Regrettably, Yao Meijing was wearing sunglasses, obscuring her visage. However, even from the silhouette and her figure, one could ascertain the striking beauty and physique of Yao Jingjing's sister. Although Su Luo harbored a strong aversion towards Yao Jingjing, he had to admit, objectively speaking, that her sister was indeed quite impressive. He could not help but wonder how, after pursuing Yao Jingjing for so many years, he had never encountered this enigmatic sister of hers. Perhaps, just as Zhou Zhu suggested, if he could not win over Yao Jingjing, her sister would suffice. If he truly managed to win her sister's affections, would he not become Yao Jingjing's brother-in-law? Su Luo even entertained a whimsical thought of Yao Jingjing referring to him as brother-in-law, a notion that seemed rather amusing. Zhang Yang and the other boys continued their exclamations. One cannot deny the remarkable power of genetics. Yao Jingjing is beautiful, and her sister is equally stunning. Of course, they share the same womb. Their beauty and physique must undoubtedly be exceptional. If that were the case, the woman who bore Yao Jingjing and her sister must be even more enchanting. Indeed, I am curious about what the school beauty's mother looks like. She must also be quite extraordinary. In the days that followed, Binhai University underwent a complete transformation. Every morning, the aunt selling jianbing guozi in the cafeteria was bustling with activity. It remains a mystery why jianbing guozi has become so sought after lately. Moreover, it was predominantly the boys who came to purchase them. A similar phenomenon occurred at the soybean milk stall. After buying jianbing guozi, the boys would invariably buy a cup of soybean milk as well. Once they acquired these two items, they would personally deliver them to Camille. However, Camille never accepted the boys' breakfasts. She only consumed the jianbing guozi and soybean milk that Su Luo bought for her, along with the 18-starch sausage he procured. The French class also experienced subtle changes. Initially, this obscure elective course had few students, primarily those attending for Yao Jingjing. Yet, after Camille's arrival, French class became the most popular elective at Binhai University. Each session was filled to capacity. Some boys, eager for the chance to share a classroom with Camille, were willing to stand at the back, displaying a fervor akin to that of preparing for the college entrance examination. Lastly, regarding the title of school beauty. Since Camille transferred to Binhai University, Yao Jingjing's popularity waned significantly. Camille's beauty and figure surpassed Yao Jingjing's, and her personality was far more vivacious. The boys who once fervently pursued Yao Jingjing now collectively shifted their affections towards Camille. Yet, Camille graciously declined their advances, choosing instead to spend her days in the company of Su Luo. Two individuals ventured to the dining hall for a meal, returned to their classroom together, explored the street food scene, and studied at the library side by side. This left the boys with no opportunity to spend time alone with Camille. As for the university's belle, was it Camille or Yao Jingjing? The boys had already demonstrated their preference through their actions. This reality was a significant blow to Yao Jingjing. Before she could recuperate, an even more disheartening event transpired. Chapter 50. Experiencing the joy of the belle. This event involved Camille launching a social media account, amassing over 100,000 followers within a mere day, far surpassing Yao Jingjing's follower count. Over the course of her high school years to her freshman year, Yao Jingjing had painstakingly shared hundreds of posts, ultimately accumulating 50,000 followers. In stark contrast, Camille's casual visit to the food market instantly garnered her 100,000 fans, causing Yao Jingjing's mindset to shatter completely. While the conclusion of the matter was straightforward, the journey to that point was far from simple. It all began when someone shared a video of Camille from a few days prior at the university's food street online. Consequently, Camille became an overnight sensation. Various angles of her were captured in photos and videos, yet Camille was captivating from every perspective, leaving viewers in awe of her beauty and figure. Coupled with her carefree personality and ever-present smile, she quickly won over countless admirers. The entire internet buzzed with discussions about this stunning foreign girl. A simple search for the university's food street revealed an abundance of topics related to Camille, the foreign beauty of Binhai University, the Russian-style vixen, and foreigners enamored with Chinese street food. Enthusiasts from across the nation flocked to Binhai City in hopes of catching a glimpse of Camille in person. Even before the summer holiday commenced, the foot traffic at the food street had surged to triple the usual amount. Then, Camille's social media account appeared. She had only one post, featuring her seated in the library, greeting everyone in her halting Chinese. The post received over 50,000 likes, 8,000 comments, 10,000 saves, and 5,000 shares. Upon entering the comments section, one would find a plethora of praises from netizens. What a beautiful foreign friend we need more of. Her hair color is world-class, a light golden hue, and her figure outshines all domestic starlets. This beauty and physique are simply irresistible. Welcome, lovely foreign sister, to live in our country. This is the nicest white girl I've ever seen. Whoever marries her is truly fortunate. In no time, Camille's follower count surpassed 30,000. Shortly thereafter, the Binhai City Cultural and Tourism Bureau intervened, promoting Camille to attract attention to the local attractions. This wave of publicity propelled Camille's social media account beyond 100,000 followers. Interestingly, it was not Camille who registered the account. It was Su Luo who took the initiative to set it up for her. There are two reasons for this. Firstly, some girls who do not resemble Camille have been impersonating her, deceiving netizens into transferring money. Su Luo does not wish for others to exploit Camille's identity for free gains. Thus, he created an account for Camille on a popular platform to reveal the lies of these fraudulent accounts. Secondly, this immense traffic must not be squandered. In the current climate, nothing is as lucrative as becoming an internet celebrity. While Camille's father's investment is yet to materialize, Su Luo is determined to develop comprehensively and pursue multiple avenues for profit. Naturally, he sought Camille's consent beforehand, only to discover that she was entirely indifferent to the matter. Although she had no interest in becoming an internet influencer, she was willing to provide material for Su Luo's filming endeavors. But with one condition: Su Luo must take her on a culinary tour to savor the delicacies of the Dragon Kingdom. Given this stipulation, Su Luo readily agreed. Showcasing delicious food and snacks requires financial resources. Thus, monetizing the income from the account is far more reasonable than personally funding such excursions. Consequently, Su Luo manages Camille's account entirely, unbeknownst to the netizens, who mistakenly believe that Camille operates it herself. Her internet admirers inundate her with private messages, either attempting to get close or professing their affection, while others engage in rather vulgar and inappropriate commentary, such as requests for risque photos or personal items, clearly revealing their unsavory intentions. Each day, Su Luo is met with hundreds of private messages upon opening the platform. The sheer volume of messages is overwhelming, rendering it impossible for him to respond to them all. Thus, he resorts to replying during his morning routine, utilizing the time spent in the restroom to address the messages from these admirers. Upon receiving responses from Su Luo, they mistakenly believe they are conversing with a foreign girl, each one becoming overly excited. Among these admirers are the boys from his class, including their class leader, Wang Zhiliang, who is a notorious admirer. The most amusing part is that his own roommates, Zhang Yang, Tian Jijia, and Zhou Zhu, also sent private messages to Camille. These three had previously put on airs, pretending to be above such behavior, regularly mocking Wang Zhiliang in front of Su Luo. Yet, they turned out to be even more obsequious than the other boys in the class. To spare them any embarrassment, Su Luo chose not to expose their sycophantic behavior. Instead, he responded individually to their messages from Camille's account, sending each a smiley emoji. As a result, the trio promptly replied, "Zhang Yang, thank you, Camille, for responding with a smile. I hope you have a wonderful day every day. Tian Jijia, your smile brings me joy for the entire day. The summer in Binhai has significant temperature variations, so remember to drink plenty of warm water. Zhou Zhu, making you happy is my greatest honor. It's going to rain tomorrow. Don't forget to bring an umbrella. I look forward to communicating more in the future." The three continued to reply, as if composing essays. She merely returned a smile, yet Zhang Yang and the others were already in high spirits. Suddenly, Su Luo felt the joy of Yao Jingjing. No wonder Yao Jingjing used to respond to messages one word at a time. Was this the pleasure of tormenting a devoted admirer? Surprisingly, it was somewhat exhilarating. The snack street had been ignited by Camille's singular charm. Fortunately, Su Luo had already taken her through the entire culinary stretch. After evening classes, Su Luo decided to offer Camille a change of pace. He intended to introduce her to some distinctive late-night snacks, as it was the perfect season for food stalls. Just 2 stops away from the school was a night market. Su Luo prepared to take Camille for a stroll through the market, indulging in food and drinks. Given the short distance, he opted for a shared electric scooter. However, he was unaware that Camille could not ride one. Nevertheless, the night market was not far, so Su Luo planned for them to share a scooter. He mounted the scooter, leaned forward, and patted the back seat. "Hop on, I'll ride you." "Oh, okay." Camille swung her legs and settled behind Su Luo. She wore a denim jacket over a light gray camisole. Once on the scooter, she instinctively grasped Su Luo's waist. "Hold on tight, here we go." Su Luo twisted the throttle, and the scooter surged forward abruptly. Camille, caught off guard by the inertia, leaned back in alarm. Su Luo did not anticipate the scooter's sudden burst of speed and quickly applied the brakes. The scooter came to a screeching halt. Camille's body collided forcefully against Su Luo's back. Chapter 51. Wrong turn. Su Luo had not expected that riding an electric scooter would evoke the sensation of a sports car. That maddening thrust. Domestic vehicles lacked such comfort. Since arriving in Longhua for her studies, although Camille's attire had become more modest, her essence remained unchanged. Like other foreign girls, she preferred not to wear a helmet, opting instead for hair clips. Moreover, with her denim jacket left unbuttoned, the thin gray camisole beneath was quite revealing. Thus, when Su Luo abruptly braked, the situation became all too clear. Camille, startled, quickly distanced herself from Su Luo's back. My apologies, the scooter has too much power. I mismanaged the speed, Su Luo turned to explain. It's all right, Camille smiled in response. Su Luo slowly twisted the throttle again. This time, the scooter did not lurch forward unexpectedly, but instead moved forward at a steady pace. However, just a few meters ahead, they unexpectedly hit a speed bump. The scooter jolted momentarily. Su Luo held tightly to the handlebars, but Camille, not gripping securely, was jolted upwards. Oh, Camille instinctively wrapped her arms around Su Luo's waist, pressing her body against his back once more. Yet, she quickly withdrew and sat up straight, an unspoken understanding lingering between them. Su Luo relished the benefits of the speed bumps, but alas, after riding smoothly for over 200 meters, he encountered no more such obstacles. Cursing inwardly, he thought, could they not construct a few more? After 2 minutes of riding, a steep descent loomed ahead. To the left lay the roadway, while the right featured a pedestrian path, transformed into a lengthy staircase due to the incline. The steps, though not particularly high, numbered at least 100, densely packed together. Su Luo was supposed to remain on the left side of the road, yet in a sudden whim, he veered the front of his bike to the right, entering the pedestrian area. Oh no, wrong turn, he warned. Hold on tight, it's going to get bumpy. Upon hearing this, Camille instinctively leaned closer to him, though a gap of about an inch remained between her chest and his back. In the next moment, the electric bike rattled violently over the densely packed steps. The jolt was even more jarring than the speed bumps, as if the bike were on the brink of disassembling. Camille quickly clutched Su Luo's waist, pressing herself firmly against him, terrified of being thrown off. The two of them jolted up and down, their teeth clattering together, producing a series of tremulous sounds. Finally reaching level ground, Camille prepared to release Su Luo to catch her breath. However, Su Luo's bike once again veered right, entering yet another section of steps on the pedestrian path. Oh no, another wrong turn. Hold on tight. Sitting in front, Su Luo felt quite comfortable, while Camille, seated behind, endured a rough ride. At 9:30 in the evening, in the girls' dormitory of Binhai University, room 203, Yao Jingjing had finished her evening routine and was applying a face mask while dressed in her pajamas. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannin were scrolling through their phones on their respective beds. It's so annoying. Every time I scroll through a certain app, I keep seeing those videos of Camille. Why does the app always promote her account? Perhaps it's because we attend the same school. They default to promoting accounts of people we might know. Just set it to not interested. I've already done that, but it's ineffective. They still keep pushing her account to me. Did she pay for promotion? Very likely. Otherwise, how could her follower count rise so rapidly? In just a few days, she's gained 100,000 followers. Our Jingjing only. Wu Nannin shot Zhang Tong a glance, prompting her to realize she had misspoken. Quickly shifting the topic, she said, the follower counts on that app are all inflated. You can buy them. Followers on another platform are far more valuable. Exactly. The individuals on the Xiaohongshu platform are indeed real people, while those on a certain video platform are merely virtual users provided by the officials. At that moment, Camille pushed open the door and entered. Upon seeing her, Zhang Tong and Wu Nannin fell silent. Camille remained unfazed by their reaction, having long grown accustomed to the subtle coldness from her three roommates. Their opinions mattered little to her. Yao Jingjing, perched on the upper bunk, stole a glance at Camille and noticed a pained expression as she removed her coat, as though discomfort lingered within her. She discarded the coat carelessly, revealing only a delicate gray camisole, which starkly contrasted against her porcelain skin, almost blinding in its brilliance. Yao Jingjing's attention was drawn to Camille's neck, which bore a patch of crimson that extended towards her chest, obscured by the camisole below. Yao Jingjing dismissed the concern, assuming Camille was merely scratching an itch. Camille sprawled across her bed, appearing exhausted as if something had just transpired that drained her energy. After a while, she retrieved her phone and sent a voice message in French. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannin could not comprehend her words, but Yao Jingjing, albeit not fluent, understood enough as the representative for their French class. Camille's message conveyed, "It's all your fault today, my chest still aches." Yao Jingjing furrowed her brow, peeking at Camille's phone screen to confirm. Indeed, she was chatting with Su Luo. Camille's voice continued, I held on tight. But it was futile. The pace was too rapid. You only bully me because I can't ride. Once I learn, I won't be behind next time. I want to be in front. In that instant, Yao Jingjing's eyes widened in shock, nearly dislodging her face mask with disbelief. What was she saying? What had she and Su Luo just done? Why was her chest in pain? What had transpired between them? And what did she mean by being in front or behind? Just then, Camille rose from her bed. I can't talk right now. I'm going to take a shower. I've been sticking close to you, and I'm drenched in sweat. After sending the message, Camille tossed her phone onto the bed, retrieved her small wash basin from under the bed, and hummed a tune as she entered the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from within. Yao Jingjing, overwhelmed by the revelations, tore off her face mask and hurled it into the trash, clenching the bed sheets tightly. She bit her lip, her expression a tempest of emotions, as if grappling with an unfathomable reality. What indeed had transpired between Su Luo and her? Could they possibly have done such a thing? Yao Jingjing's mind was a tumult of confusion. She glanced at the phone that Camille had tossed onto her bed, which remained unlocked. The screen displayed a conversation between her and Su Luo. Yao Jingjing was acutely aware that prying into someone else's privacy was improper, yet she could not suppress her overwhelming curiosity. Thus, she feigned a descent from her upper bunk to search for something, seizing the opportunity to steal a glance at Camille's phone screen. Chapter 52. His little secret at that moment. The bathroom door suddenly swung open. Camille strode out briskly. Yao Jingjing was caught in the act of grasping the ladder leading down from her bunk. She hurriedly continued her descent and slipped on her slippers. Camille, oblivious to any oddity in Yao Jingjing's behavior, wrapped in a towel, approached her bedside to retrieve her toothpaste and toothbrush. It appeared she had forgotten her dental hygiene items. As Camille turned to return to the bathroom, she noticed her phone still unlocked on the bed and promptly pressed the lock screen button. Having completed this task, Camille resumed her shower. Yao Jingjing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She had been so close to uncovering the contents of their messages. Defeated, she ascended back to her upper bunk. Once settled in her own bed, Yao Jingjing's heart was a cacophony of emotions. Although she was unaware of the specifics of what had transpired between Su Luo and Camille, the brief exchange she had witnessed hinted at something significant. Frowning, she was consumed by irritation. An hour later, Camille emerged from the bathroom, her hair dried and her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue. As she reclined back onto her bed, tranquility enveloped the dormitory once more. In the pitch-black room, the only illumination came from the glow of Camille's phone on the lower bunk. Across the way, Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan were already fast asleep. Yao Jingjing, however, remained wide awake, anxiously awaiting Camille's return. Several times, she nearly succumbed to slumber, but resolutely held on. Noticing the light from the phone screen below, Yao Jingjing took a deep breath, stealthily peeking out. Much like before her shower, Camille was once again engaged in a chat with Su Luo. Yao Jingjing cautiously attempted to discern the subject of their conversation, when suddenly, Camille pulled the covers over her head. The dormitory was plunged into darkness. Yao Jingjing's heart sank. Surely, she couldn't have discovered that I was spying. As Yao Jingjing's curiosity grew, she heard the sound of a camera clicking from the lower bunk, accompanied by flashes of light escaping from beneath the covers. It was a mystery what Camille was capturing in her blanket cocoon. After what felt like an eternity, Camille finally lifted the covers. Yao Jingjing discreetly extended her head over the edge of her bunk once more. The screen displayed several photographs. She witnessed Camille sending the freshly taken pictures to Su Luo. However, due to the angle, Yao Jingjing could not discern the contents of those photographs. Moreover, after Camille returned from her bath, her conversations with Su Luo were solely through text, leaving Yao Jingjing entirely oblivious to their discourse. Now, witnessing Camille ensconced in her covers, snapping selfies to send to Su Luo, and recalling the tantalizing remarks made prior to her shower, Yao Jingjing bit her lip. The words Su Luo had last imparted to her echoed in her mind. I was kind to you when I pursued you because I desired to sleep with you. We are all adults. In a romantic relationship, how can one engage without consummation? If you refuse me, why should I squander my time? Yao Jingjing could no longer contain herself. She abruptly sat up in bed, her mind consumed by a singular thought. She could not allow the two to succeed. Uncertain of her own actions, her body felt utterly ungovernable. In any case, she could not tolerate Camille and Su Luo continuing in this manner. Swiftly, she descended from the upper bunk. Camille assumed Yao Jingjing had merely gone to the restroom, but was taken aback when she found her standing directly before her. Speaking in French, "I wish to have a word with you privately." Camille was momentarily stunned. This was the first sentence Yao Jingjing had uttered to her since moving into the dormitory, and it was laced with hostility. The most striking aspect was that Camille had not anticipated Yao Jingjing speaking in French. "A word? Now?" Camille inquired. "Yes, just the two of us. Let us step outside to talk." Yao Jingjing gestured towards the corridor. "Very well." Without further contemplation, Camille set down her phone, donned a jacket, and climbed down from her bed. Yao Jingjing, clad in her pajamas, quietly opened the door and led the way, with Camille following closely behind. The girls' dormitory, much like the boys', was structured with a hallway lined with rooms on either side. It was late at night, and all were asleep. Speaking in the corridor would disturb others. Yao Jingjing guided Camille to the third floor. As previously mentioned, a fire escape connected the male and female dormitories at Benhai University. Typically locked, from a distance, the two buildings appeared to be bridged, resembling the letter H. This bridge was located on the third floor. Notably, there were no student dormitories adjacent to the fire escape, prompting Yao Jingjing to decide that this would be the place for their conversation. The corridor was enveloped in darkness as Yao Jingjing brought Camille before the fire escape door, crossing her arms and turning to face her. Illuminated by the soft glow of her phone screen, Camille observed the displeasure etched across Yao Jingjing's face. "Did I disturb you by bathing too late? If so, I apologize," Camille expressed with a look of contrition. Yao Jingjing shook her head in response. "I did not bring you out here for that." "Then what is it?" Camille asked, puzzled. "I want to know, what is your relationship with Su Luo?" Yao Jingjing asked, directly addressing the matter at hand. Camille was momentarily taken aback by Yao Jingjing's blunt inquiry regarding her relationship with Su. "We are good friends, or as you might say in your dragon country, comrades," Camille replied with a smile. However, Yao Jingjing maintained a stern expression. Noticing that Yao Jingjing was not joking, Camille quickly suppressed her smile. "Tell me the truth. Are you two dating?" Yao Jingjing pressed on. "Dating? What kind of dating do you mean?" Camille inquired. "I mean the romantic kind," Yao Jingjing stated directly. Camille paused for a moment before she couldn't help but laugh. "Yao, why would you ask that? Do Su and I really look like we're in a relationship?" "Absolutely. You two seem like a couple, which is why I asked about your relationship." Yao Jingjing articulated each word with precision. From the beginning, her tone had been accusatory, almost aggressive in a manner reminiscent of the French language. Unfazed by Yao Jingjing's unfriendly demeanor, Camille stood her ground. "Yao, what does it matter to you?" This retort left Yao Jingjing momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated Camille's fortitude. The air between them crackled with tension. After a few seconds of the standoff, Camille shrugged her shoulders, her tone softening slightly. After all, this was the first time Yao Jingjing had spoken to her, and as a foreigner, she wished to avoid escalating the situation. "Yao, I am not dating Su," Camille stated calmly. "Really? Do you like him?" Yao Jingjing queried. Camille, bemused, responded, "Yao? I don't understand why you would ask such a question. Do you have feelings for Su?" "What a joke. How could I possibly like that kind of guy?" Yao Jingjing scoffed. "What do you mean by that kind of guy?" Camille inquired, puzzled. Seeing Camille's bewildered expression, Yao Jingjing's eyes gleamed with mischief as she calculated her next move. "Camille, are you unaware of Su Luo's little secret?" "Little secret? What secret?" Camille was even more confused. Yao Jingjing sighed, regarding Camille with a sympathetic gaze. "Let me be frank with you. Su Luo is not the good guy you think he is. His kindness towards you is not genuine." Camille, puzzled, asked, "Yao? Why do you say that?" "Because he treated me the same way before," Yao Jingjing replied. She then recounted in detail how Su Luo had pursued her, including the breakfasts he used to buy her, pancakes and soy milk, and how he would text her every night, persistently seeking her attention. In conclusion, Yao Jingjing summarized, "After hearing my story, you must be wondering why I didn't end up with him. This is due to the fact that his kindness towards me was not genuine. Rather, he sought a form of recompense. As for what he expected in return, Yao Jingjing paused momentarily before lowering her voice. He wished to engage in intimate relations with me, but I consistently thwarted his advances, which ultimately led him to abandon his pursuit. He even remarked that if he treated me well, but I denied him intimacy, it would be a waste of his time. He claimed that all men in the world were the same. Those who were kind to me only desired to sleep with me. I found this notion quite amusing, as it implied my lack of excellence necessitated involving every man in the world. These were not mere fabrications of mine. He expressed these sentiments directly to me. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with him." Upon hearing this, Camille nodded, her expression betraying no surprise. It seemed she found nothing astonishing in Yao Jingjing's revelations. Yao, is your reluctance to allow Su to sleep with you due to his insufficient kindness? Or is it that you do not harbor enough affection for him? Camille inquired. It is certainly because he does not treat me well enough. Yao Jingjing replied instantaneously. Oh, so if he were to treat you adequately, you would consent to intimacy with him, would you? Camille probed further. This question momentarily left Yao Jingjing speechless. She quickly rephrased her stance. No, my refusal is due to my lack of affection for him. Oh, so if you truly liked him, you would agree to engage with him, correct? Camille pressed again. At this point, Yao Jingjing recognized the depth of Camille's inquiry. After some contemplation, she reluctantly nodded, yes. If I liked him enough, I would certainly be open to intimacy. Therefore, you do not have feelings for Su, am I right? Camille asked. Indeed. Yao Jingjing affirmed emphatically. If you do not harbor feelings for him, why share this with me? Camille questioned, puzzled. I wanted to make you aware of his true nature. I do not wish for you to be deceived by him. Yao Jingjing replied, her expression earnest and concerned. Yao, in truth, I am indifferent to your remarks. Camille said with a playful squint. If I were to develop feelings for Su in the future, I would find it perfectly normal to engage in intimacy with him. Neither Su nor you have erred. It simply indicates that you two are not compatible. You perceive Su's constant presence as a source of annoyance. Yet I would welcome his companionship daily, as it brings me joy. Moreover, I concur with his sentiments. It is indeed true that those pursuing you are primarily driven by desire. Otherwise, why would they seek your WeChat or go to great lengths to approach you, if not for something more than mere friendship? Surely, you cannot genuinely believe there are men in this world who are purely interested in you for your sake? You may assert that Su is not sufficiently good to you, or you might claim that your fondness for him is inadequate. However, it is unjust to label him as a poor gentleman simply because he spoke the truth to you. On the contrary, after hearing your words, I find Su to be more candid than other young men. With this, Camille cast a glance at the speechless Yao Jingjing, gently patting her shoulder. Yao, regardless of your reasons for sharing these thoughts with me, I am truly grateful. You have provided me with a deeper understanding of Su. I hope we can become good friends in the future. With that, Camille turned and departed. Yao Jingjing remained rooted in place, momentarily at a loss for words. Camille's remarks had left her speechless. Yao Jingjing felt a heavy sensation in her chest, as if she were unable to swallow her emotions. She had anticipated that Camille would be disappointed in Su after hearing her account, yet to her surprise, Camille seemed entirely unconcerned, harboring a significant bias against her instead. Particularly striking was Camille's remark. Surely, you do not truly believe there are young men who simply like you? The tone echoed Su's own during their candid conversation. Yao Jingjing clenched her fists in frustration. Who would want to be your friend? Dream on, you foolish foreigner. She stood in the fire escape, throwing punches at the air in a dramatic display of frustration. After some time, she finally calmed her emotions and returned to her dormitory. The following evening, as usual, Su led Camille to the library. For the past few days, Su had been providing one-on-one French tutoring to Camille after school. Camille's desire to master the language was entirely motivated by her wish to assist her family in managing their business in France. Their frequent visits to the library had become customary. Camille chose not to mention to Su the encounter with Yao Jingjing from the previous night. Acting as if nothing had transpired, Su guided Camille to their usual secluded corner in the library, ensuring they would not be disturbed. After imparting some grammatical knowledge, Su felt a thirst and ordered 2 cups of milk tea. The drinks arrived promptly. This was not Camille's first experience with milk tea. Su had previously treated her to a cup at the food street. Camille adored bubble tea, particularly the pearls within. As she accepted the milk tea Su had purchased, she happily began to sip. After a couple of sips, however, Su found the straw clogged with pearls. It was then he realized the vendor had provided the wrong straw. How ridiculous. This straw is for coffee, not for bubble tea. How is one supposed to enjoy the pearls? The wider straw was just right for drawing up the pearls, though it did not provide a perfectly smooth experience. Not to mention, the narrower straw made the task all the more challenging. While grumbling, Su placed the milk tea on his lap. He prepared to argue with the shopkeeper using his phone. However, he quickly realized something. Wait a moment. His straw and Camille's were identical. Why hadn't she complained about the straw being too thin? With this thought, Su Luo turned to glance at her, and the sight beside him nearly made his eyes pop out. Chapter 54. Absolutely not your fault. There was Camille, casually sipping her milk tea through the straw. She showed no signs of struggle. It was remarkably smooth. Su Luo could even see the pearls at the bottom of her cup being effortlessly drawn up the straw into her mouth. She appeared entirely at ease, as if she were drinking from a wide straw without any difficulty. Su Luo couldn't help but lean in for a closer look. Indeed, Camille's straw, like his, was also slender. What on earth? You. What is it? Camille tilted her head to look at Su Luo. Don't you find it difficult to suck the pearls through that straw? Su Luo inquired. Difficult? Not at all. I'm drinking just fine, she replied. And then she took the straw back into her mouth and sucked hard. With a whoosh, the pearls in her milk tea were instantly drawn into her mouth. Her doll-like face puffed up as she chewed on the pearls, and then she raised an eyebrow at Su Luo with a look of triumph. Su Luo was momentarily stunned. This is unbelievable. It must be the foreigner's prowess. No, it should be said that her sucking power is extraordinary. He noticed that the pearls within Camille's straw had all become oval-shaped. That deformation was a result of tremendous suction. Could it be that the pearls in his milk tea were somehow flawed? What are you thinking about? Camille asked, still holding the straw. I was wondering if the pearls in my milk tea are larger than yours. Otherwise, how could they get stuck? Su Luo shook his milk tea cup and then placed it back on his lap. Seeing the pearls stuck at the bottom of Su Luo's cup, Camille understood the situation. Wait for me a moment, she said, pulling the hair tie from her wrist and putting it in her mouth. Then, she began to gather her hair into a ponytail. Soon, her golden locks were tied up high. The ponytail looked quite manageable. She tucked the golden strands from her temples behind her ears, seemingly ensuring that no hair would obstruct her view. Thoughtful girls, regardless of nationality, always tie their hair back first. Let me help you, Camille said with a playful smile. She leaned down, bringing her head close to the milk teacup resting on Su Luo's lap. Then, she opened her mouth and took hold of the milk tea straw. Taking a deep breath, she sucked forcefully. Whoosh! The stuck pearls were instantly drawn into her mouth. Su Luo's straw was now clear. A significant portion of the milk tea had disappeared from the cup. Amazing! Su Luo couldn't help but exclaim. He was indeed captivated by Camille's allure. Camille, chewing on pearls, playfully straightened up, saying, I took a big gulp of the pearl milk tea from your cup, so don't blame me. Absolutely no blame. Consider it a tip for the straw, Su Luo replied with a chuckle. He placed the straw in his mouth, still warm from Camille's touch. However, as he took a sip, the straw became completely blocked by the pearls. Frustrated, Su Luo placed the milk tea back on his lap. Camille giggled at his exasperation. Haha, it seems you owe me another tip. Indeed, this milk tea and I are not meant to be. Then allow me to assist you once more. Su Luo leaned back to give Camille room to maneuver. Camille, understanding the situation, leaned forward again, intent on helping Su Luo clear the straw. With his head lowered, he watched as Camille supported herself on the chair, her head nestled near his lap. From this angle, he could only see the back of her head. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon her profile. Her golden hair shimmered with a radiant light, creating a breathtaking scene. However, this time, Camille did not succeed immediately. She took several deep breaths while holding the straw, yet the pearls remained stubbornly stuck. Su Luo observed the pearls unmoving within the straw. See, I told you it's not my fault. There's an issue with the pearls in my cup, he remarked with a smile. Camille released the straw and sat up, displaying a determined expression. I can't exert enough force like this. You need to lean back a bit. Otherwise, let us just give up and not bother. No way. I must get them up. Seeing Camille so determined against the straw, Su Luo shifted slightly backward. Camille squatted right in front of him. She took a deep breath and once more grasped the straw. Remarkably, after squatting down, she was indeed able to exert more force. The pearls, which had been firmly lodged, began to loosen slightly, but they still would not budge. Su Luo watched as Camille focused intently, and he began to cheer her on. Just then, Yao Jingjing strolled by, clutching a book. She had already passed, but quickly returned. From her vantage point, she could only see Su Luo's back. He sat on the library chair, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone. Yao Jingjing's gaze dropped. She noticed someone squatting in front of Su Luo. Since Su Luo completely blocked the view of the person squatting, Yao Jingjing could not discern who it was. However, she recognized Camille by the shoes she wore. What was Camille doing squatting on the ground? Unable to resist, Yao Jingjing gradually moved closer, and as she approached, she overheard Su Luo encouraging Camille. As Yao Jingjing listened to the conversation, an unsettling sensation grew within her. Her brows knitting tighter with each passing moment. Come on, almost there. Put in a bit more effort. Yes. Strain yourself. Increase the speed. Use your strength. Exactly like that. Wow, it's happening. It's about to come out. Su Luo encouraged Camille, observing the pearls within the straw gradually loosening. At long last, after Camille's extraordinary sucking power consistently worked its magic, the clogged straw finally cleared. However, due to her excessive vigor, Camille choked on the bubble tea that she had drawn up. Coughing, she instinctively recoiled, resulting in the bubble tea bursting forth from the straw and splattering across her face. Su Luo hastily produced a tissue to help wipe her clean. Are you all right? I'm fine, just choked a bit. Camille's eyes reddened from the choking. Yet she maintained a smile that made her appear quite pitiful. While dabbing her mouth with a tissue, she rose to her feet. I need to wash my face, otherwise, it will be troublesome once the tea dries. Wait for me. All right. Do you need me to accompany you? No, just wait for me. Okay. Camille, with a tissue covering her mouth, made her way to the restroom, only to unexpectedly encounter Yao Jingjing. Camille paused momentarily, flashed a friendly smile at Yao Jingjing, and then hurried off to the restroom. Yao Jingjing, witnessing Camille's red-rimmed eyes and tissue-covered mouth, and recalling Su Luo's earlier words of encouragement, stood there in stunned silence. Su Luo sensed a presence looming behind him, and upon turning, he found Yao Jingjing's eyes wide as saucers, her face etched with shock, as if she had encountered a specter. What is the former campus belle doing here? Before Su Luo could utter a word, Yao Jingjing suddenly, with a voice tinged with tears, furiously berated him. Su Luo, you are crossing the line. This is the library. What did you make her do? Chapter 55. Are you secretly learning? Since the confrontation on the playground with Yao Jingjing, they had not exchanged a single word. Su Luo finally enjoyed a period of tranquility. However, tranquility lasted but a few days before Yao Jingjing stealthily appeared behind him, and upon speaking, she launched a tirade that left Su Luo utterly perplexed. What are you talking about? He furrowed his brow. Stop pretending. I saw everything just now. Yao Jingjing's face was flushed with indignation. What did you see? Su Luo inquired, perplexed. I saw her doing something with you that was utterly disgusting. I can't even bring myself to say it. What? Su Luo was bewildered. In any case, you are such a lecher. Surrounding students, upon hearing Yao Jingjing's tearful outburst, eagerly leaned in, secretly eavesdropping. Su Luo stared at Yao Jingjing, whose resentment seemed more intense than that of an angry ghost, utterly befuddled. Once, it was agreed that they would never cross paths again, and that any future communication would only occur through the water drop fund. Yet, unexpectedly, Yao Jingjing emerged from behind, accusing him of being a rogue. This left Su Luo feeling both exasperated and amused. Yao Jingjing, what nonsensical chatter are you indulging in? Su Luo nearly uttered a curse, but refrained. Who is engaging in nonsense here? You think you have the right to complain about what happens in the library? Yao Jingjing retorted, biting her lip in anger. Come now. You must clarify what exactly we've done. Su Luo tapped his fingers on the table. Oh, you think I wouldn't dare to speak up? Yao Jingjing's voice trembled slightly. At that moment, Camille returned from washing her face. Upon seeing Yao Jingjing glaring at Su Luo like a wronged woman, she stepped between them and inquired curiously, Su, what is going on? Nothing. She suddenly went mad and started biting. Su Luo replied, You're the one who's mad. Accusing me of biting? Wasn't it you who just did that? Yao Jingjing indignantly pointed at Camille. Me? Bite? Camille questioned, bewildered, pointing at herself. Yes, Yao Jingjing affirmed. You cannot eat recklessly. But you certainly cannot bite recklessly. Su Luo interjected. Stop changing the subject. Now that Camille is back, you must explain what you both were doing. Yao Jingjing insisted. I was just teaching Camille some French. What's the issue? Do you wish to learn as well? Su Luo replied. Do I need you to teach me French? Yao Jingjing snapped. Then why were you sneaking a peek at us from behind? It's quite obvious you wanted to eavesdrop. Su Luo countered. Yao Jingjing, if you truly wish to acquire some genuine skills, there's no need for subterfuge. You could simply speak to me, and I might consider allowing you to join us next time. After all, I wouldn't mind having an extra person. However, the fewer, the better, if you join. I fear I may struggle to keep up with you, given your weak foundation. Upon hearing this, Camille understood. So, Yao was upset because Su was tutoring her in French? Realizing this, Camille kindly took Yao Jingjing's hand. Yao, we share a dormitory. I can help you with the basics. And you can ask me anything you don't understand. Yao Jingjing, however, completely misinterpreted their intentions regarding her joining their French studies. The two parties were essentially speaking past one another. Yao Jingjing forcefully shook off Camille's hand. Enough of this. I never expected you two to be so disgusting. Su, it's one thing for Camille to assist you, but to use that as a means to disgust me? What do you take me for? Hearing this, Su Luo furrowed his brow. Wait a moment, what did I make Camille do? Meanwhile, Camille also realized the misunderstanding. So, Yao was angry because Su's bubble tea straw was clogged, and she helped him suck out the pearls? Yao, are you upset because I just squatted down to help Su? I do not wish to hear this. Yao Jingjing covered her ears. Camille had confirmed her suspicions. Last night, Yao Jingjing had sought her out for a private conversation, rambling on about trivial matters. Camille understood that Yao Jingjing was envious of the intimacy she shared with Su Luo. Just moments ago, she had assisted Su Luo in extracting pearls from a straw, and Yao Jingjing had undoubtedly witnessed this act. Camille presumed that Yao Jingjing was jealous of their shared straw while drinking milk tea. Yao, please do not misunderstand. I did not intend to drink it. I merely helped him because Su was blocked. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. Yao Jingjing shook her head vehemently, covering her ears like a child. Upon hearing Camille's explanation and observing Yao Jingjing's disheveled expression, Su Luo appeared to have an epiphany. Was she truly upset because Camille drank my milk tea? What an absurdity. Camille drinking my tea is none of her business. Yao, I hardly drank any. Su has plenty left. If you don't mind, I can give you the rest. With that, Camille turned to retrieve the milk tea Su Luo had placed on the floor. Little did she know, her words struck Yao Jingjing like a dagger. The rest? All for me. Yao Jingjing exploded in rage. Get lost, she shouted, and with a voice thick with tears, she fled the library. As Camille picked up the milk tea from the ground, she found Yao Jingjing had already vanished. She stood there, holding half a cup of Su Luo's milk tea, perplexed. Su Luo wore a similar expression of confusion, as did the onlooking students, who were utterly bewildered by Yao Jingjing's hysterics directed at both Su Luo and Camille. Su Luo took a sip from the milk tea in Camille's hand. I'm simply enjoying milk tea in the library. It's not as if I'm infringing upon her space. Did she build this library herself? Truly, she must be quite unwell, he muttered to himself. Yao Jingjing stumbled her way back to the dormitory, choking back sobs. The image of Camille crouching on the ground lingered in her mind. Coupled with the words spoken between Su Luo and Camille, Yao Jingjing felt deeply humiliated. After conversing with Camille the previous night, she had suspected that Camille and Su Luo had shared intimate moments. Yet she never anticipated their relationship had progressed to such an extent, especially in the library. What shattered her the most was the thought that Su Luo wanted her to join them as well. Not only did Camille agree, but she was also willing to teach her some basics to better integrate into their dynamic. Yao Jingjing felt as though Su Luo perceived her as a disreputable girl. Upon returning to her dormitory, Yao Jingjing cried in frustration, her emotions a tumultuous blend of disappointment, anger, shame, and resentment. She was on the brink of emotional collapse. Surrounded by Zhang Tong and Wu Nan, who stood by her side, the two individuals gazed at Yao Jingjing as she wept, relentlessly pounding her pillow. Jingjing, what troubles you? Has someone wronged you? What on earth has transpired? Is there an issue at home? The two little followers persistently inquired with concern. Yao Jingjing, already feeling an unbearable weight in her heart, was desperate for an outlet for her frustration. Thus, she choked back tears and recounted the events that had unfolded in the library to Zhang Tong and Wu Nan in vivid detail. Chapter 56. Disappointment and iron. After hearing her story, Zhang Tong and Wu Nan were left utterly speechless. What? Are you saying that Camille was with Su Luo in the library? Zhang Tong could not continue, as silence enveloped the dormitory. The gravity of Yao Jingjing's words was overwhelming, leaving them in need of time to process the information. After a moment, they began to express their outrage. This is utterly outrageous. How could they behave like that in a library? Have Su Luo and Camille lost their minds? Indeed, the library is a place for study, not a hotel. It's said that foreigners are open-minded, but I never imagined it could be to such an extent. It's simply shameless. The worst part is that Su Luo actually invited Jingjing to join them. It's revolting. They comforted Yao Jingjing for a while. Zhang Tong exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Nan, and they concocted an excuse to leave the dormitory. Jingjing, don't be upset. Nan and I will go to the supermarket to buy some fruit, and will return shortly. Once outside, Zhang Tong could not contain her disgust. This is absolutely disgusting. Su Luo must be a pervert, right? Wu Nan chimed in. My worldview has been shattered. Camille seems so demure. How could she engage in such behavior? Look at how the seemingly innocent girl behaves so recklessly, especially since she is a foreigner. Foreign girls often crawl under desks during class to do such things for boys. Zhang Tong retorted with irritation. Tong Tong, how do you know all this? Wu Nannan asked curiously. Well, that is not important. What matters is that Su Luo has gone too far. Forcing Jingjing to join in is nothing short of disgusting. Zhang Tong lamented. Indeed, it is quite revolting. After pursuing Jingjing for so long, he now chooses an open-minded foreign girl and flaunts it in front of her? That is quite insulting, Wu Nannan agreed. Sigh. No wonder Jingjing is in tears. If a guy who had pursued me for years suddenly acted like that with another girl and then invited me to join, I would certainly unleash my fury upon him. Zhang Tong declared vehemently. In my opinion, Jingjing is simply too easy to bully. If it were me, I would not tolerate such a slight. Wu Nannan concurred. The two were indignant on behalf of Yao Jingjing. By the way, I once read a news article about a couple caught on camera in a library. They were expelled from school. If the incident involving Su Luo and Camille were to come to the attention of the school, even if they were not expelled, they would certainly face severe disciplinary action. Upon hearing Zhang Tong's words, Wu Nannan tentatively inquired, Tong Tong, are you suggesting that we inform the school about this matter? Indeed. Zhang Tong nodded affirmatively. Tong Tong, it's truly you. This way, we can avenge Jingjing. Wu Nannan praised. The two quickly reached a consensus and headed straight to the principal's office. At Binhai University. In the principal's office, Principal Ma Longwei furrowed his brow into a tight knot after listening to Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan's report. You both witnessed this firsthand, correct? Why yes, we did. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan hesitated to lie to the principal, for they had not seen it happen themselves. Their knowledge was entirely based on what Yao Jingjing had described to them. Now, faced with Ma Longhui's scrutiny, they had no choice but to confess the truth. After hearing their admission, Ma Longhui's frown deepened. Was it Yao Jingjing who witnessed it herself? Yes. Very well. You two, summon Yao Jingjing immediately. Understood, Principal. Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan hurriedly called Yao Jingjing. A few minutes later, Yao Jingjing, her eyes red-rimmed, arrived at the principal's office. Unaware that Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan had concealed this matter from her and reported it to the principal, she felt it was futile to escalate the situation any further. The principal confirmed the details with her repeatedly. Naturally, Yao Jingjing spoke the truth. Principal, the situation is entirely factual. I witnessed it all myself. All right, Yao Jingjing, I understand. I will certainly address this matter with the utmost seriousness. Ma Longwei declared, his expression grave. Yao Jingjing was a model student, excelling both academically and morally. Whenever the television station came to interview students, Yao Jingjing represented the entire student body. She was indispensable in various promotional events organized by the school. Now, seeing her weep with a heartbroken expression, Principal Ma Longwei felt a surge of anger. Initially, when Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan had reported the incident, he had been skeptical. However, hearing Yao Jingjing's account directly convinced him completely, for she would never lie, nor would she joke about such matters. Coupled with Yao Jingjing's expression of utter despair, Ma Longwei's blood pressure began to rise. He could scarcely believe that Su Luo could engage in such behavior. Just recently, Su Luo had brought honor to the school, receiving several banners and certificates from the police department and the victim's family. The school had intended to award Su Luo the title of Model Student of the Year. Yet, now it appeared that Su Luo's private life was so indiscreet. He had even invited a newly transferred foreign female student into the library to join him, and then he had extended the invitation to Yao Jingjing as well. Ma Longwei felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, realizing that if this scandal were to spread, Binhai University would be irreparably tarnished. He promptly called Su Luo's homeroom teacher, Zhao Yanqing. Following that, he rushed to the library with Yao Jingjing, Zhang Tong, and Wu Nannan. Simultaneously, he informed the library's monitoring room to retrieve all the footage from today. By the time Ma Longwei arrived at the library with Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan, Zhao Yanqing and teachers from the Student Union and the Discipline Inspection Commission had also arrived. After all, this was a significant matter concerning the school's atmosphere. The principal, accompanied by so many individuals, burst into the library, causing students to murmur among themselves. What was happening? Why was the principal bringing a group of teachers to the library? Was it for an inspection? I heard someone reported to the principal that there were couples in the library. So what if they were in love in the library? Many couples from our school come here to be together after class. It's not just a casual affair. Apparently, one couple was behaving too intimately. and the principal was concerned about the negative impact, so he came to review the footage. Oh, why is the school bell here too? She looks like she has been crying. Her eyes are red. Students chattered away as Ma Longwei and the teachers arrived at the monitoring room. Su Luo was teaching Camille French at the time. When he heard from the library staff that the principal was looking for him and Camille, he had no choice but to follow the library staff to the monitoring room. Upon entering, Su Luo was taken aback by the scene before him. The principal Ma Longwei, homeroom teacher Zhao Jingjing, student union teachers, and the head of the student council, all the school authorities were present. Beside the teachers stood Yao Jingjing, Zhang Tong, and Wu Nannan. Zhao Jingjing approached with a pained expression, saying, "Oh, Su Luo, how could you do such a thing?" "Huh, what did I do?" Su Luo asked, bewildered. "How can you still feign ignorance? Don't you know what you and Camille have done?" Ma Longwei glared at him angrily. At that moment, the person in charge of the monitoring room approached Ma Longwei with a computer. "Principal, the library footage has been retrieved." "All right, I understand. Do you need me to play it now?" "No, wait a moment." Ma Longwei glanced at Su Luo and sighed deeply. Considering Su Luo's contributions to the school, he wanted to spare him some embarrassment. "Su Luo, I am giving you an opportunity. If you can admit your mistake voluntarily and apologize to Yao Jingjing, I will refrain from playing the footage in front of everyone," Ma Longwei said earnestly. "Su Luo, admit my mistake? Apologize to Yao Jingjing? What did I do to her? Why should I apologize?" "Principal, I don't understand what you're saying," Su Luo replied, confused. "Even at this point, you're still pretending to be oblivious? Do you need me to play the footage for you to acknowledge your mistake?" Ma Longwei retorted angrily. Zhao Jingjing hastily intervened. "Principal, please calm down. Allow me to speak with Su Luo." With that, he turned to face Su Luo. As the homeroom teacher, Zhao Jingjing was renowned for his protective nature towards his students. On the way to the library, he had already gleaned a brief overview of the situation from the student council teacher. Zhao Jingjing shared the same sentiment as Ma Longwei. Both felt a profound disappointment. After all, Su Luo's transgression was not merely one of fighting or skipping classes. The ramifications of his actions were exceedingly severe. There had been precedents online where college couples were expelled after being caught on surveillance cameras engaging in inappropriate behavior in the classroom. Su Luo was a student Zhao Jingjing took immense pride in, having brought him substantial honor not long ago. As his homeroom teacher, Zhao Jingjing was determined to prevent Su Luo's expulsion. Fortunately, the incident had only just occurred, leaving room for redemption. "Su Luo, since you have made a mistake, it is essential to acknowledge it. The principal's earlier comments were quite clear. If you admit your fault now, at least expulsion could be avoided." Ma Longwei remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Zhao Jingjing's perspective. The surrounding teachers also understood that the principal was providing Su Luo with an opportunity to save face. Su Luo was not oblivious. He fully recognized the chance being extended to him by Ma Longwei. The problem was that he had no clue as to what had transpired. "Teacher, I understand that one must admit to their mistakes," Su Luo began. "However, I did not err. To recognize one's faults and amend them is a virtue," Zhao Jingjing replied. "But I have done nothing wrong," Su Luo insisted. "Stop being obstinate. Quickly apologize to classmate Yao Jingjing and acknowledge your wrongdoing. Maintain a good attitude to seek her forgiveness," urged the student council teacher nearby. Su Luo was already bewildered about what he had done wrong. To ask him to apologize to Yao Jingjing was simply out of the question. "Why should I apologize to her? I have not bullied her," Su Luo frowned. "Teacher Zhao, let us not waste any more time. Since Su Luo insists he is innocent, let us proceed according to the rules. Whether he should be expelled will be determined after we review the surveillance footage together," Ma Longwei stated darkly. Upon hearing the possibility of Su Luo's expulsion, Yao Jingjing panicked. In truth, she had never intended to escalate the matter. It was entirely Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan's idea. They had gone to the principal to report on her behalf. When the principal summoned her to the office, she could not lie and had to speak the truth. Watching the situation spiral out of control filled Yao Jingjing with anxiety. She did not want Su Luo to be expelled. Observing him stand tall and refuse to admit fault, she could not help but speak up. "Su Luo, if you apologize to me, I will agree to pretend that our previous encounter never happened, and I will not bring it up again in the future." Look how understanding classmate Yao Jingjing is. "Su Luo, hurry and apologize to her. Admit your mistake, and heed your teacher's advice," Zhao Jingjing chimed in, while Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan added their encouragement from the sidelines. Jingjing's heart is indeed vast. If I were in her position, not only would I refuse to forgive Su Luo, but I would undoubtedly report him to the authorities. Zhang Tong cast a scornful glance at Su Luo. Indeed, Su Luo should be grateful that this incident occurred within the school grounds. Were it to transpire in society, he would be held legally accountable for such behavior. Wu Nanan concurred. Observing the multitude supporting Yao Jingjing, Su Luo found it rather amusing. Hadn't he merely requested Yao Jingjing to assist him in learning French at the library? Why did it seem as though he had desecrated her ancestors' graves? Now, it had escalated to legal ramifications? Let me reiterate. I have committed no wrong and will not apologize to anyone, Su Luo stated emphatically, his composure unshaken. He was unperturbed. An upright individual need not fear shadows. Although the principal and teachers were present, they could not unjustly accuse someone. All right, let's proceed. Teacher Zhang, please play the surveillance footage, Ma Longwei said, his expression one of disappointment. Yao Jingjing wished to persuade Su Luo further, but upon witnessing the principal's anger, she felt unable to voice her thoughts. She was bewildered as to how the situation had spiraled out of control. Did Su Luo truly despise her to the extent that he would prefer expulsion over apologizing? Soon, the large screen in the office displayed footage from the library. The camera angle captured Su Luo and Camille from above. Their dialogue was clearly audible. After a while, Su Luo returned with 2 cups of milk tea. The two engaged in a discussion about grammatical knowledge while sipping their drinks. At that moment, Su Luo's straw became blocked by pearls. Camille bent down to help him extract the pearls from the straw. After Su Luo took a couple of sips, the straw became obstructed once more. Camille assisted him again, but this time the blockage was more severe. She instructed Su Luo to sit up straight while she crouched on the floor. At that moment, Yao Jingjing entered the frame. The subsequent footage showed Camille going to the restroom to wash her face, while Yao Jingjing went into a frenzy with Su Luo. When Camille returned, Yao Jingjing continued her outburst, ultimately crying as she fled the library. Following that, Su Luo and Camille were summoned here. The surveillance footage concluded at this point. The principal, homeroom teacher, and student council advisor all frowned in unison. Their expressions conveyed a single thought. Is this it? Zhao Yanqing could not contain himself. The teacher responsible for the surveillance nodded. Yes, this is the entirety of the video footage from the moment the 2 students entered the library until now. The teachers' faces grew even graver, for they had not witnessed the events Yao Jingjing had described. Zhang Tong and Wu Nanan were equally bewildered. This was utterly at odds with what Yao Jingjing had recounted. Where was the promised scandalous drama? They had seen nothing but Yao Jingjing behaving erratically. This was undeniably awkward. If Camille had not whispered to Su Luo, it would have seemed as though the two were deceiving one another. They exchanged glances, each uncertain of how to proceed. The most uncomfortable individual in this scenario was Yao Jingjing. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, she instinctively averted her gaze when she saw Camille lean towards Su Luo, as though she might witness something inappropriate. Yet, the next moment left her utterly stunned. The footage clearly depicted Camille sipping the milk tea resting on Su Luo's thigh. With the context provided by the audio, she realized that Camille was merely assisting Su Luo in clearing a blockage in her straw. The situation was entirely contrary to her initial assumptions. However, from her vantage point at the time, it was indeed easy to misconstrue the scene. Who would have thought that the misunderstanding stemmed from a simple milk tea straw blockage? What to do now? Yao Jingjing's mind was a blank slate. At that moment, Ma Longwei cast an incredulous look towards Yao Jingjing. Classmate Yao Jingjing, what exactly is going on here? Chapter 58, A Proper Apology Principle, I. Yao Jingjing was at a loss for words. She had brought the principal and teachers here to confront Su Luo, only to discover that it was all a misunderstanding. The nature of this misunderstanding was exceedingly embarrassing. While Ma Longwei questioned Yao Jingjing, Su Luo took the opportunity to inquire about the situation from the homeroom teacher, Zhao Yanqing. Upon learning the truth, Su Luo could hardly contain her laughter. So that's how it is. I thought drinking milk tea in the library was a crime. She deliberately emphasized the word crime. Wu Nanan, hearing Su Luo mention her name, lowered her head in embarrassment. Observing Yao Jingjing's faltering response and Su Luo's obliviousness, Ma Longwei quickly grasped the situation. Classmate Yao Jingjing, please provide me with a reasonable explanation and clarify this for everyone, Ma Longwei said, somewhat angrily. Upon hearing the principal's inquiry, Yao Jingjing was drenched in sweat. With no other choice, she reluctantly admitted to her misinterpretation. I apologize. I misunderstood the situation between Su Luo and Camille. As soon as those words escaped her lips, The surveillance room erupted in astonishment. The teachers exchanged glances, each wearing a complex expression. Was it truly all a misunderstanding? How absurd. Camille, who had remained silent throughout, could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Su Luo what had transpired. Due to the language barrier and the complexity of the situation, Camille had been unable to interject since she was brought to the surveillance room. Now, witnessing Yao Jingjing's apology only left her more perplexed. Su Luo, unfazed, directly informed Camille about Yao Jingjing's misconception regarding their interaction. When Camille heard that Yao Jingjing had assumed she was crouching down to Su Luo, her face flushed, and she covered her mouth in shock. Malangui observed Yao Jingjing's admission of guilt. He sighed, uncertain of what to say. How can you speak so recklessly when the matter remains unclear? Marlin Hui cast a reproachful glance at Yao Jingjing. I'm truly sorry. It's all my fault. Yao Jingjing did not dare to lift her head. What use is your apology to me? You must promptly apologize to classmate Su Luo. Marlin Hui shot a disdainful look at Yao Jingjing. Nodding in compliance, she approached Su Luo and Camille to express her remorse. Classmate Su Luo, I apologize. I misunderstood you, and I am truly sorry, she said, her gaze evasive. I do not require your apology, Su Luo replied with a stoic expression. The crowd's countenance darkened at his words. Zhang Tong, interjecting from the side, remarked, Jingjing has apologized to you. Isn't that sufficient? Am I obliged to accept her apology? Is this a true apology or a moral coercion? Su Luo retorted. Zhang Tong was left speechless. Zhao Yanqing, aware of his student-esque grievances, felt compelled to defend Su Luo. However, he could not be too overt in front of the numerous teachers. Otherwise, it would embarrass the principal, who had initiated today's events. Su Luo, now that everything is clarified, if you still have issues with classmate Yao Jingjing, perhaps you should communicate privately, Zhao Yanqing suggested with a subtle glance at Su Luo. Su Luo understood the implication and responded with composure. Teacher, when I say I do not need Yao Jingjing's apology, it does not imply that I harbor resentment or hold a grudge. A kind-hearted female classmate assisted me in unblocking a milk tea straw, only to be misinterpreted by someone with a heart that perceives malice in all things. Who are you calling heartless? Yao Jingjing exclaimed in distress. Those who are anxious are the ones with impure hearts, Su Luo replied. Now, Su Luo, that statement is somewhat excessive, the student council representative attempted to mediate. Is it excessive? Let me ask you, if you were in Yao Jingjing's position today, would you have thought of such a thing? Su Luo countered. Certainly not. The student council representative responded. Su Luo turned to Marlin Hui. Principal, would you have thought of such a thing? What a ridiculous notion. Why would I think of that? Marlin Hui exclaimed, eyes wide. Teacher Zhao, would you? I certainly would not. Mr. Ma, would you? Absolutely not. Su Luo surveyed the group. And everyone he queried denied ever considering such a notion. Since everyone asserts they would not, this only indicates that Yao Jingjing harbors problematic thoughts. My assertion regarding her heart is quite justified. The teachers fell silent, the situation too awkward for them to defend Yao Jingjing. After all, those who attempt to do so might find themselves sullied. Su Luo continued, surveying the crowd. Principal, esteemed teachers, the gender divide in our society is alarmingly severe. Classmate Yao Jingjing's slander today, regardless of her motives, reflects a grave nature of this incident. I emphasize, I am indifferent to the matter. Regardless of the fact that I am a man with a thick skin and that classmate Yao Jingjing harbors rather sordid thoughts. Even concocting bizarre scenarios over something as innocuous as drinking milk tea, I do not wish to stoop to her level. Therefore, I shall let this matter rest. However, this situation does not solely involve me. This is precisely why I do not require an apology from Yao Jingjing. If she genuinely intends to express remorse, it would be far better for her to apologize sincerely to classmate Camille. Camille has already been isolated by Yao Jingjing, Zhang Tong, and Wu Nannan. With this recent incident, should it become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly lead others to believe that Yao Jingjing is merely seeking to provoke trouble and maliciously slander Camille. Thus, I contend that the individual who truly deserves an apology is not me, but rather classmate Camille. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Yao Jingjing has formed cliques and isolated Camille. If that is indeed the case, then her complaint to the principal takes on an intriguing context. Yao Jingjing, is what Su Luo just said true? Marlin Hui inquired. Yao Jingjing bit her lip, nearly drawing blood. She lowered her head, clenching her fists, her body trembling. She had not anticipated that Su Luo would come to Camille's defense and simultaneously undermine her. I did not intentionally seek trouble with classmate Camille, Yao Jingjing insisted, shaking her head repeatedly. Then do you admit that your thoughts are indeed sordid? Su Luo retorted. My thoughts are not sordid at all, Yao Jingjing exclaimed in distress. If your thoughts are not sordid, do you then acknowledge that you spread rumors merely to trouble classmate Camille? Su Luo pressed again. Yao Jingjing found herself at a loss for words. She realized she had been ensnared by Su Luo's questioning. The answers now lay in two possibilities. First, her thoughts were indeed problematic, and she genuinely perceived Camille's actions in a derogatory manner. Second, her thoughts were sound, yet her character was flawed, having deliberately spread rumors to tarnish Camille's reputation. Seeing Yao Jingjing at a loss, her companions Zhang Tong and Wu Nian quickly stepped in. No, that is not it. We did not isolate Camille. We simply had a language barrier. Zhang Tong interrupted Yao Jingjing. Yes, exactly. It's just a matter of communication difficulties. Wu Nian chimed in. Marlin Hui observed Yao Jingjing's silence, then glanced at the visibly anxious Zhang Tong and Wu Nian. He understood everything clearly. They had tacitly acknowledged the existence of Camille's isolation. Regardless of your reasons, let me make myself clear. Classmate Camille is a foreign friend, and our nation prides itself on being a land of civility and etiquette. Is the manner of treating guests in a civilized society akin to school bullying? Is this what your teachers have instilled in you? Zhang Tong and Wu Nian bowed their heads in silence, refraining from further comment. They understood more than anyone that Su Luo had cleverly used the library incident to expose their isolation of Camille. They seethed with frustration, yet found themselves unable to refute her. One can only blame them for having isolated Camille first. To deny it would be tantamount to admitting that Yao Jingjing is a predatory woman. Surely, they cannot sell Yao Jingjing out, can they? Malangui turned his gaze towards Yao Jingjing. Classmate Yao Jingjing, if that is indeed the case, you ought to sincerely apologize to classmate Camille. Chapter 59. Please, do not call her over. The other teachers echoed Malangui's sentiments. The principal was right. How could students engage in such divisive behavior that undermines unity? Indeed, under the same roof, what disagreements could warrant such actions? Our university, Binhai University, upholds an exemplary ethos. We must eradicate the scourge of campus bullying. This matter requires not only an apology from classmate Yao Jingjing, but also from Zhang Tong and Wu Nian, who should join her in expressing remorse. The teachers in the monitoring room chastised Yao Jingjing, Zhang Tong, and Wu Nian. Reluctantly, Yao Jingjing approached Camille and bowed her head in contrition. Classmate Camille, I am deeply sorry. It is all my fault. I will reflect on my actions and strive to engage with you positively in the future. It is quite all right. I bear you no ill will, Camille responded graciously, accepting Yao Jingjing's apology. Zhang Tong and Wu Nian then stepped forward to Camille. We apologize, classmate Camille. We understand our mistakes and shall not form any more cliques in the future. I sincerely apologize, classmate Camille. Our previous actions were misguided, and we hope for your forgiveness. Camille, in her halting dragon language, expressed her understanding towards them. Observing the scene where Yao Jingjing and the other two girls reconciled with Camille, the teachers displayed expressions of relief. Malangui approached Su Luo and patted him on the shoulder. Little Su, I misunderstood you today. Please do not hold it against me. My frustration stemmed from my high hopes for you. I hope you can appreciate my well-intentioned concern. Principal, I completely understand. Moreover, this situation is not your fault. You acted with everyone's best interests at heart. Oh dear, little Su, you are truly perceptive. If only all students could be as understanding as you. Su Luo and the principal engaged in a brief exchange of flattery. This farce, at last, seemed to reach a temporary resolution. The misunderstanding in the library was cleared, and the issue of Yao Jingjing isolating Camille was resolved. This maneuver achieved dual objectives. With the principal and teacher's stern reprimands and moral instruction today, it is likely that Yao Jingjing, Zhang Tong, and Wu Nian will hesitate to isolate Camille again. Though they may harbor resentment internally, they must outwardly feign amicability towards Camille. The group exited the monitoring room, with Principal Malangui and the teachers departing first, leaving only Su Luo and the others behind. The five stood at the doorway of the monitoring room, the atmosphere quite tense. Let us head to the cafeteria for a bite, Su Luo suggested to Camille. All right. As Camille was about to follow Su Luo, she cast a glance at Yao Jingjing. Yao, would you like to join us? Please, stop inviting her. Her thoughts are rather unhealthy and easily misconstrued. If you ask her to dine with us, who knows how she might misinterpret it? Su Luo teased. Yao Jingjing felt a pang of guilt. Hearing Su Luo's sarcastic remarks, she was deeply unsettled. I have already admitted my wrongdoing. Can't we just move on? Yao Jingjing said, feeling aggrieved. Oh, so you think we can just move on? Didn't you almost get expelled? Su Luo retorted sharply. I'm sorry, I was wrong. But didn't you ultimately avoid expulsion? Yao Jingjing replied meekly. Damn it, Su Luo nearly cursed. If the library had no surveillance, who knows how today's incident would have unfolded? Yao Jingjing was a seasoned actress. With her tears and snot, along with Zhang Tong and Wu Nanan mindlessly taking sides, if there were no cameras, the teachers might have genuinely believed she was in the library coaxing Camille into something inappropriate, perhaps even suggesting Yao Jingjing join in. If such a rumor were substantiated, she would undoubtedly be expelled. Binhai University was renowned for its strictness. Its traditions and regulations were conservative. As the principal, Ma Longwei could not tolerate such occurrences. Yao Jingjing, what did we say that night on the playground? Upon hearing Su Luo's question, Yao Jingjing's eyes dimmed slightly. You said the earth would keep spinning regardless of anyone's presence. Yao Jingjing murmured. That's not significant. I refer to the last part. From now on, unless the other party enters the crowdfunding platform, we should have no dealings with each other. You haven't forgotten that, have you? I haven't forgotten, Yao Jingjing replied. If you haven't forgotten, why are you acting so dramatically again today? Do you feel uneasy if you don't perform? Zhang Tong couldn't help but interject. Su Luo, that is a bit harsh. Don't you think? What has Jingjing done to you? Is it necessary to be so fierce with her? What has she done? Have you forgotten the last time you three directed your own little show during the live stream, which landed us all in the police station? To be precise, it was you three who orchestrated this mess that got all four of us into trouble. You need a decade of brain freeze to pull off something like that. Su Luo said, exasperated. Zhang Tong was left speechless. Meanwhile, Wu Nanan anxiously chimed in. Wasn't it because Jingjing was worried about you that she acted that way? For goodness sake, I beg you, Jingjing, please stop worrying about me in the future. Just like today's incident in the library, what does it have to do with you? Let's not even discuss misunderstandings. Even if Camille truly did something inappropriate, it's not like you were involved in that, Su Luo said with an irritable tone. The duo of Zhang Tong and Wu Nanan could hardly grasp Su Luo's anger. In a previous life, Su Luo had been hurt precisely because he had been overly concerned about Yao Jingjing. Fortunately, the heavens granted him a second chance at life. After his rebirth, Su Luo naturally wished to distance himself from Yao Jingjing. However, Yao Jingjing persistently sought to draw closer to him. Each time she approached, it seemed to herald misfortune. First an incident at the police station, and now today, when he narrowly escaped expulsion. What would be next? His very life. Su Luo felt that Yao Jingjing was far from being the campus belle. She was, in fact, akin to a flower on the other shore. Do not delude yourself. Do you think I care about your affairs with Camille? I am merely concerned that you might disrupt the studies of others. Yao Jingjing retorted, visibly shaken. You truly are adorable, Su Luo remarked before departing with Camille. Yao Jingjing was left in a daze, his last statement catching her off guard. Moments later, her cheeks flushed, hinting at a hint of embarrassment. She gazed at Su Luo's retreating figure, softly murmuring, did he just compliment me on being adorable? Jingjing, he didn't simply say adorable. He referred to you as little adorable. Yao Jingjing pondered. Is there a difference between little adorable and adorable? Well, there is a distinction. Little adorable isn't necessarily a compliment, Zhang Tong awkwardly interjected. Indeed, it implies a certain foolishness, Wu Nanan added, choosing not to elaborate further. Foolishness. Is being a bit foolish considered adorable? Yao Jingjing inquired, intrigued. Not quite. Little adorable essentially means foolish. Wu Nanan clarified. Chapter 60. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. After finishing their meal, Su Luo and Camille returned to their dormitory. At that moment, Yao Meijing sent him a message on WeChat, inquiring about what Su Luo had been preoccupied with lately. Su Luo, filled with pent-up frustration, seized the opportunity to vent, rather, to express his grievances. Su Luo, you wouldn't believe it. I nearly faced expulsion today. Hi Jixin, what? What happened? How did you almost get expelled? Su Luo recounted the events to Yao Meijing, deliberately omitting any names. Firstly, he wished to safeguard his privacy, not wanting Yao Meijing to discover where he studied. Secondly, mentioning names was unnecessary as she was unfamiliar with them. After hearing the entire story, Yao Meijing was infuriated. Hi Jixin, That girl spreading rumors must be deranged. Hai Jixin. To misinterpret something as innocent as drinking milk tea in such a vile manner speaks volumes about her character. Su Luo. See, even you, as a woman, find her behavior abnormal. Just imagine how twisted she must be. Su Luo. Moreover, I must add, despite all this, many boys still pursue her, smiling. Hai Jixin, huh? So what if many boys are after her? She sounds like a dreadful person, filled with dark thoughts at such a young age. Her mother must not be any better. Hai Jixin. As the old saying goes, like mother, like daughter. With such openness, her mother must have been equally promiscuous. Su Luo, that makes sense. A mother serves as the finest teacher for her daughter. This girl is filled with indecent thoughts. Surely her mother is not far behind. Hai Jixin, indeed. Perhaps her mother is even more lascivious than she is. Su Luo, emoji, panda head with a sly grin. The two engaged in a lengthy discussion about their peculiar female classmate. Yao Jingjing's righteous outburst alleviated Su Luo's discomfort considerably. This highlights the distinction between women and girls. Conversing with a mature woman like Hai Jixin felt relaxed, devoid of the need for meticulous articulation. Unlike the stilted exchanges with Yao Jingjing. As their conversation unfolded, the atmosphere shifted slightly, and Yao Jingjing suddenly accelerated the pace. Hai Jixin, how many girls have you been with? Playfully, the abruptness of her inquiry nearly caught Su Luo off guard. The allure of language is indeed profound. The word is structured vertically. When read in segments, it conveys a complex action. Su Luo and Yao Jingjing had once again acquired practical knowledge. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Being adults. And considering that the other party was a woman who had borne children, he felt no embarrassment. With the pace set, he too had to keep up. Su Luo, not a single one. Hai Jixin, is that true? Su Luo, absolutely. What would I gain from lying? Hai Jixin, I don't believe you. You're so handsome. How could you not have had a girlfriend? Su Luo, I've never been in a relationship, so how could I have an ex-girlfriend? Hai Jixin, playfully nudging. Hai Jixin, your reflexes are surprisingly quick. You haven't fallen into my trap. All right, I'll take your word for it. Su Luo, since you've asked me so many questions, shouldn't I inquire about you as well? Hai Jixin, go ahead, feel free to ask. Su Luo, have you been with a man? Hai Jixin, no. Su Luo, emoji, I don't believe you. Hai Jixin, you might find it hard to believe, but I possess no experience in matters between men and women. Hai Jixin, in my lifetime, I've only had one such encounter, which resulted in my daughter. Su Luo, I apologize for what may seem an intrusive question, but are you implying that your husband passed away after that? Hai Jixin, it's akin to being deceased. After that encounter, I never saw him again, and it has been 20 years since. Su Luo had never broached the topic of her marriage before. He had assumed her husband had met with an accident or some other misfortune. He never anticipated that she had been abandoned, and after only that one encounter, no less. This woman is indeed somewhat unfortunate. Su Luo, so, has he not sought you out in the past 20 years? Hai Jixin, haha, what would he seek? After that night, he vanished into thin air. Sometimes I truly wonder if he is no longer among the living. Hai Jixin, never mind. Let us not dwell on those unhappy memories. What I wish to convey is that I have never experienced it, not even once. Su Luo, all right. Hai Jixin, what do you mean by just saying all right? Do you not believe me? Angrily. Su Luo, I truly believe. Hai Jixin, it's fine if you don't believe me. Hai Jixin, when we are together in the future, I'll let you know. Shyly. Hai Jixin, by then, you will understand that I have not deceived you. Su Luo couldn't help but gasp at the screen. Goodness. This aunt truly does not regard him as a stranger. His father had previously posed as him in their conversations, clearly intending to be their soulmates. Yet this aunt has recently been eager to meet him in person, and now the pace is quickening with sharp turns. Su Luo's mind was already conjuring images. The dilemma is that if this Hai Jixin truly were to allow him, he would find it difficult to discern anything. Four-season drivers can easily masquerade as novices, deliberately feigning ignorance of driving. Su Luo initially intended to conclude the topic. However, upon realizing he could not disappoint his father's well-meaning intentions, as well as the opportunity to gain superpowers, he reluctantly continued to flirt with Hai Jixin. Do not misunderstand. He harbored no ulterior motives. His conversations with her were solely for serious matters. In the ensuing days, Su Luo had fewer opportunities to dine with Camille. This was due to Yao Jingjing, Zhang Tong, and Wu Nan spending every day with Camille around campus. This surprised Su Luo. He had assumed Yao Jingjing and her friends would continue to isolate Camille after returning to the dormitory. That day, their words in front of the principal and teachers seemed merely superficial. Who would have thought they would genuinely reform? This was for the best. Su Luo did not wish for Camille to cling to him incessantly. Given that Camille shared a dormitory with Yao Jingjing and her friends, it would not be ideal for her to be perpetually attached to him. Uninformed students observed the first-generation campus belle and the second-generation campus belle laughing and chatting together every day, assuming they had become good friends. This was truly a historic reconciliation. Dormitory 203 had transformed into a floral abode shared by two campus belles. Unfortunately, the pleasantness was short-lived. A week later, an unprecedented and shocking incident occurred in Dormitory 203, marking a historical milestone since the establishment of Binhai University. This incident shattered the university's feudal regulations, wherein boys entering female dorms would face immediate expulsion, while girls entering male dorms would bear the consequences. Su Luo became the first and last male student in the university's history to enter a female dormitory openly without facing expulsion. Moreover, the principal, the teachers, along with Yao Jingjing and Camille, collectively implored him to grant access to the girls' dormitory. Chapter 61. Who Feasts Alone? The incident began when belongings went missing from the girls' dormitory. Ordinarily, such matters would prompt the school to involve Uncle Mao directly. However, the items in question were rather unique. These belongings were possessed by every female resident and were worn daily, although some girls, feeling stifled, chose not to wear them. They were, of course, underwear. The first to report the situation to the dormitory supervisor was Yao Jingjing, who discovered that her underwear, hung out to dry on the balcony, had vanished. She initially thought it had been blown away by the wind. After an extensive search yielded no results, Yao Jingjing confided in her 3 roommates about her missing undergarment. It was then that Camille realized her own underwear was also missing. The two initially considered it mere coincidence, but soon, girls from the neighboring dormitory reported similar losses. Sensing something amiss, Yao Jingjing hurriedly informed the dormitory supervisor, who escalated the matter to the school administration. Upon learning of the situation, Principal Ma Longwei promptly dispatched a female faculty member from the Youth League Committee to investigate. The findings were alarming. A total of 53 female students had reported stolen underwear. These students spanned across all 4 academic years and occupied various floors of the girls' dormitory. Some had lost only 1 piece, while others reported losses of 3 or 4. Notably, Yao Jingjing and Camille were the most affected, having lost all but the pair they were currently wearing. In total, over 100 pairs of underwear had gone missing. If only 1 or 2 girls had experienced such a loss, it might have been dismissed as coincidence. However, with 53 female students reporting similar incidents, it was evident that theft was afoot. The peculiar nature of the stolen items compounded the issue. The school authorities initially contemplated involving the police, but the unusual nature of the theft posed a significant concern. Binhai University, being rather traditional, would suffer irreparable damage to its reputation should news of such perverse behavior circulate. Moreover, the stolen items were not of high value, making it awkward to trouble the police over such a matter. Principal Ma Longwei decided to resolve the panty theft incident internally, and only if that failed would they seek Uncle Mao's assistance. Soon, whispers of the panty bandit began to circulate within the school, and everyone was engrossed in discussions about the scandal. Did you hear? Over 50 girls' underwear has been stolen from the dormitory. What a shocking thief. I have heard that over 100 pairs of underwear have mysteriously vanished. And one cannot help but wonder which despicable individual is responsible for such an act. How could one person possibly make use of so many? It is truly perverse. Yet, this thief seems to possess a peculiar taste. I have learned that the undergarments of 2 campus beauties have been entirely stolen, leaving not a single piece behind. This thief is utterly detestable. If I were to discover which dormitory he resides in, I would undoubtedly kneel before him, begging for just a single pair. Meanwhile, Marlin Hui and the school authorities began their investigation. Speculation arose that the perpetrator was a male student. Marlin first examined the surveillance footage surrounding the female dormitory, suspecting that a male had infiltrated the building through a ground floor window, thereby committing the theft. However, upon reviewing all the footage, nothing of significance was uncovered. The female dormitory comprises 6 floors, each equipped with a camera monitoring all students entering and exiting that level. The school thoroughly scrutinized the recordings from each of the 6 floors, only to arrive at the same conclusion. no male had ever set foot in the female dormitory. Marlon Hui and the other school officials found themselves at an impasse, utterly perplexed as to the identity of the underwear thief. In their desperation, they sought the assistance of Su Luo. Previously, Su Luo had aided the police in solving a sensational dismemberment case, prompting the Binhai Police Department to honor him with accolades and a ceremonial banner. Marlon and his colleagues were well aware of Su Luo's keen deductive abilities, and with a perverse underwear thief on the loose, they naturally placed their hopes in him. After all, if Su Luo could effortlessly uncover a serial killer who had eluded the police for months, apprehending a mere thief should be a trivial task. Thus, Marlon briefed Su Luo on the situation. Initially, Su Luo had little interest in the matter of the stolen underwear, particularly as it pertained to the female students. However, upon learning that Camille's underwear had been completely taken, he felt compelled to intervene, considering the broader implications for world peace and diplomatic relations. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to Marlon's request, primarily driven by curiosity regarding the identity of such a selfish individual. As a professional criminal profiler, Su Luo understood the necessity of revisiting the scene of the crime, the female dormitory. Given the decades-old regulations of Binhai University, Marlon could not permit Su Luo to roam freely through the dormitory. Instead, he expedited the monthly room inspection and arranged for Su Luo to accompany the female students responsible for the inspections into the dormitory. To ensure the female students were adequately prepared, the school instructed the dormitory staff to inform all residents in advance of Su Luo's impending visit, thereby preventing any embarrassing situations where students might be undressed or just emerging from the shower. Not long after the dormitory supervisor had made her announcement, Su Luo accompanied the female members of the student council into the girls' dormitory to commence a room inspection. The leader of this inspection was Yin Ting, a second-year student, who also served as the president of the student council and the vice president of the school's sports club. Su Luo had met Yin Ting during her enrollment at the university when Yin Ting was responsible for welcoming the new students. At that time, she was quite busy, and the male students tasked with escorting their junior peers to their dorms had all become preoccupied with other matters. Consequently, Yin Ting had to personally guide Su Luo to her dormitory. At that time, Su Luo was the only occupant of her room, as Zhang Yang, Tian Jijia, and Zhou Zhu had yet to move in. Their interaction was brief and lacked depth, so Su Luo was surprised to encounter her again today due to the inspection. Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory, Su Luo immediately recognized Yin Ting from a distance. Yin Ting possessed a striking beauty with an air of cool elegance. Her princess-style haircut framed a delicate oval face, and there was a hint of spirited determination in her brows, giving her a captivating and charismatic presence. As a student of physical education, she boasted impressive athleticism, standing at 170 centimeters tall with long legs that drew attention. Overall, she exuded a striking resemblance to a female emperor from a pirate tale stepping into reality. Yin Ting excelled in sprinting, having set the women's 100-meter record at Binhai University. Perhaps due to her sprinting training, she had a notably curvaceous figure, particularly a pronounced posterior. Fortunately, her tall stature balanced her physique, earning her the reputation of a goddess of sprinting on campus. Though Yin Ting was blessed with both beauty and an admirable physique, her personality differed greatly from the delicate charm that attracted male admirers to Yao Jingjing. Hailing from northeast China, she had a bold and carefree demeanor, unencumbered by trivialities, and often displayed a humorous side. This humorous attribute stood in stark contrast to the attributes of a campus belle or goddess. Moreover, her unique voice, which shifted from the soft tones of Jiangnan's waterways to the hearty timbre of the northeast grain storage, further set her apart. As a result, despite her beauty ranking just below Yao Jingjing, few suitors pursued her. As Su Luo approached, Yin Ting cheerfully waved her hand. "Hello there, Junior. Long time no see." "Indeed. It has been a while, Senior," Su Luo replied. Yin Ting stroked her chin thoughtfully, saying, "Can you believe it's almost been a year? I recall our last meeting, when I escorted you to the boys' dormitory." "Yes, who would have thought our second meeting would be you leading me into the girls' dormitory?" Su Luo remarked. "Haha. Are you nervous about entering the girls' dormitory for the first time?" Yin Ting squinted playfully. "Shouldn't the girls be the ones feeling nervous about my presence in their dormitory?" Su Luo joked. "How could that be? You're here to help catch a thief. Only the thief would be nervous." Yin Ting playfully raised her voice, as if issuing a challenge to the elusive criminal. Su Luo was known as Binhai University's very own Conan, having assisted the police in apprehending the perpetrator of a grisly murder case, a tale that had long preceded this encounter. The school authorities recently tasked her with assisting Su Luo in apprehending a thief during a dormitory inspection, and naturally, she was eager to cooperate. Curiously intrigued by this Conan-like junior, she wished to witness his prowess firsthand. With a serious expression, Ting leaned closer to Su Luo's ear and declared, "Junior, you must capture that scoundrel to avenge me. That perverse thief has stolen 8 of my panties." She gestured dramatically with her hand, mimicking a gun. 8. I've heard that most girls have only lost one. Why did you lose so many, senior? Su Luo inquired, puzzled. I, too, am curious as to why. Once we catch that vile pervert, I shall demand answers. Ting clenched her fist resolutely. Senior, since you've lost so many, perhaps we should start with your dormitory, suggested Su Luo. There's no rush. This is nothing compared to the losses of Yao Jingjing and that foreign girl from the freshman year. They've lost even more than I have. More than you? That seems rather outrageous, exclaimed Su Luo. Indeed, it's utterly absurd. Here, take this list. It details the number of panties lost from each dormitory and the names of the affected students. All right, let me take a look, Su Luo replied, accepting the list from Ting as they walked into the female dormitory. Although Ting was the newly appointed president of the student council, this was not her first dormitory inspection. In her freshman year, she had accompanied the previous president on similar rounds. With her spirited northeastern charm, she commanded cooperation during inspections, and no one dared to offend this fierce beauty. Ascending the 20-odd steps from the first to the second floor, Ting effortlessly bounded up with her long legs. Had Chao Ji possessed such agility, he would have long left the city. Perhaps this was also the reason why few boys pursued Ting. They simply couldn't keep up. Junior, do you have any ideas? Which room should we start with? Ting asked. Let us begin with room 203. That dormitory has reported the most losses, Su Luo suggested. All right. Ting led several girls from the student council, with Su Luo sandwiched in between. They marched towards room 203. Ting knocked on the door and then entered with Su Luo. Inside the dormitory, Yao Jingjing, Camille, Wu Nan, and Zhang Tong were all seated on their beds. Knowing Su Luo's visit was imminent, they had tidied up the space, especially regarding personal items and intimate garments. Upon entering, Su Luo was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air, neither the scent of perfume nor anything artificial, but rather a gentle blend of creamy sweetness and floral notes. This fragrance was familiar to him. It belonged to Camille. As their desk mates, he had the pleasure of inhaling this captivating scent daily. The foreign girl's distinct fragrance overshadowed that of the other 3. Upon noticing Su Luo's arrival, Camille smiled and shifted to make space. Su, come sit. No need to sit. I'll just gather some information and be on my way, he responded. Oh, a hint of disappointment flickered in Camille's large eyes. Su Luo cast a glance at the list compiled by Ting. In dormitory 203, only Yao Jingjing and Camille had lost their underwear, while Zhang Tong and Wu Nan had not, correct? Su Luo inquired. Yes, both my and Nanan's underwear are intact. Not a single piece is missing, Zhang Tong replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Understood. Who was the first to discover the loss of the underwear? Su Luo continued to ask. It was I who discovered it. Yao Jingjing from the upper bunk raised her hand. Since the incident at the library, Yao Jingjing had not exchanged a word with Su Luo. She never anticipated that their next conversation would revolve around her lost underwear. Although the room was filled with girls, excluding Su Luo, she still felt mortified. You discovered it? At what time did you realize? Su Luo asked, looking up. I found out at noon, Yao Jingjing responded. Su Luo pressed, what was the exact time? Approximately around 12 o'clock, I returned to the dorm after classes, intending to go eat, only to discover that my underwear hanging on the balcony was missing, Yao Jingjing explained. Su Luo queried, who else was in the dorm at that time? It was just me, Yao Jingjing replied. Why did you not head to the cafeteria immediately after class, but instead return to the dorm alone? Su Luo inquired. Yao Jingjing's face flushed crimson. I returned to the dorm to change my underwear before going to eat. So I came back first. Did you really need to change your underwear just to eat? Su Luo asked, perplexed. Yao Jingjing interjected. Oh, that is not what I meant. It's just that the last class in the morning was physical education. What of it? Su Luo queried. After physical education, I wanted to change into a clean pair before eating because I was sweaty and felt uncomfortable, Yao Jingjing explained. Where did you sweat? Su Luo asked. My apologies. I misspoke. What I meant to ask was, did you manage to change? Yao Jingjing shook her head. No. I was just about to change when I noticed that the underwear hanging on the balcony was gone. Then, I searched my drawer for other clean pairs, only to find none. Just then, Tong Tong, Nan Nan, and Camille returned, and I asked if they had seen my underwear, but they hadn't. At that moment, Camille discovered that her underwear was also missing. Realizing something was amiss, I hurried to inform the dormitory supervisor about the situation. Then I heard that girls from the adjacent dormitory had also lost their underwear, and subsequently, you arrived. Su Luo nodded, making his way to the balcony to take a look. Although Yao Jingjing's dorm was on the second floor, the view outside was open, with no buildings nearby. It was impossible for anyone to climb in from outside to steal underwear or snatch it with a pole, as there were cameras on the outer wall. Turning back to the dorm, Su Luo looked at Yao Jingjing and asked, what styles of underwear did you lose? Yao Jingjing's face flushed deeply. Why do you ask that? What else could it be for? Of course, it's about catching thieves. You haven't started thinking about strange things again, have you? Su Luo cast her a sidelong glance. Of course not. I was just curious and asked. Yao Jingjing replied awkwardly. Then hurry and answer my question. What styles of underwear did you lose? Su Luo said impatiently. Well, there's a bit of everything. Yao Jingjing blushed deeply. Elaborate, Su Luo said calmly. How can I elaborate on that? Yao Jingjing bit her lip, pondering for a long while. Suddenly, she pulled out her phone. Right. I can just show you the pictures. Wait, you have selfies of you wearing underwear? What are you talking about? I mean the photos of my online underwear orders. Oh, Yao Jingjing's underwear was all purchased online. She found the order and showed it to Su Luo. Upon glancing at the images on Yao Jingjing's phone, Su Luo could hardly contain himself. Are you sure this is the kind of underwear you usually wear? Yes, what is wrong with it? How childish. Only elementary school girls wear such underwear. You, Yinting, who was nearby, couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The other girls stifled their giggles, but soon regained their composure. Yao Jingjing's underwear styles were quite monotonous, all comprising simple cotton briefs, yet each bore whimsical cartoon designs. Characters like Peppa Pig, Patrick Star, and unicorns adorned them, all in shades of pink. A few pairs even had frilly floral edges. Thus, Su Luo couldn't resist mocking Yao Jingjing for her childish taste. He recalled how, back in elementary school, he would lift the skirts of his female classmates, who wore similar styles. Had Yao Jingjing not revealed her order, who would have imagined that a sophomore in college would wear such pastel-colored underwear? Feeling embarrassed by Su Luo's teasing, Yao Jingjing snatched her phone back. Su Luo said nothing further and turned his attention to Camille. Camille, it's your turn. Camille sat up straight, appearing eager to cooperate. Following the same procedure as before, Su Luo asked Camille the same question regarding her underwear style. Having recently arrived in Longhua, Camille had brought all her clothing, including her underwear, directly from her home country. Thus, she did not have online orders like Yao Jingjing. Su Luo had no intention of probing further. Without order information, it would be futile to analyze based solely on verbal descriptions. He wasn't particularly knowledgeable about women's underwear. Just as he was about to change the subject, Camille suddenly pulled out her phone. Su, I previously took several selfies while wearing underwear, and the pair that is missing is among them. Would you care to take a look? Indeed, it is quite essential for me to see. Su Luo wore an expression akin to a seasoned official withstanding scrutiny. Camille opened her phone, searched briefly, and then held it up before Su Luo. He glanced at it. The background of the photo revealed dormitory 203, and Camille appeared to have just finished showering, her hair damp. However, she was dressed on her upper body. She faced away from the camera, striking a pose that showcased her back. Foreigners tend to emphasize environmental consciousness, and the underwear was notably minimalistic. It was evident from the photo that Camille wore a purple bikini-style underwear, the fabric regrettably scant. This left her splendid figure on full display. Camille merely wished to document her recent physique, as the dormitory lacked a sufficiently large mirror to capture her entirety. Thus, she resorted to taking a selfie. Su, most of the underwear I lost is of this style, Camille added. All right, I understand, Su Luo nodded. He turned around and nearly collided with Ting, who was peering into the phone with even greater intensity than Su Luo. The other female members of the student council were equally engrossed. Oh, I have practiced short-distance running since childhood, yet my posterior pales in comparison to hers. One cannot help but admire those foreigners. After expressing her admiration, Ting gave Camille a thumbs up with an envious look. Camille glanced at Ting's figure, returned the thumbs up, and, with a clumsy attempt at speaking in a foreign tongue, remarked, "Your physique is splendid." "No, no, no. I am nowhere near your level. You are called Camille, correct?" "Yes. No wonder you are so well endowed. Are the Kardashians your relatives?" Camille burst into laughter at Ting's words. Su Luo then confirmed once more with Yao Jingjing and Camille, "So, you both are certain that only the underwear is missing and that the matching bras are intact?" Yao Jingjing and Camille affirmed that the bras were not lost. "All right, there is one more crucial question. Are you both certain that the lost underwear has all been washed? Were there any unwashed ones?" Upon hearing Su Luo's inquiry, all the girls in the room displayed expressions of embarrassment. "Is that really so important?" Yao Jingjing asked, half amused, half dismayed. "Absolutely vital," Su Luo replied with unwavering conviction. "Well, of course, all the underwear I lost has been washed," Yao Jingjing stated. "I have one that I changed out of this morning and didn't have time to wash. The rest are all clean," Camille added in agreement. Su Luo seemed to seize upon this detail, nodding without further comment. "Senior, let us go to the next dormitory." "Certainly." "Junior." Su Luo followed Ting as they departed from room 203 and moved to the adjacent dormitory. The subsequent inquiry mirrored precisely the questions posed to Yao Jingjing and Camille. The inquiry revolved around the timing of the missing underwear, the styles of the undergarments, and whether they had been washed. Although the varieties of underwear were numerous, Su Luo gleaned considerable knowledge. Yet, when it came to the question of cleanliness, the responses from the other girls uniformly indicated that their underwear had been laundered. After canvassing opinions, only Camille admitted to having lost a pair that had not been washed. The rest claimed that theirs had been cleaned. In the end, out of 53 girls, only Ting remained. She escorted Su Luo to her dormitory. After listening to Su Luo's questions, Ting candidly recounted her own experience regarding the lost underwear. "Junior, all 8 of the pairs I lost are seamless ice silk styles. Since I practice sprinting regularly, I must wear seamless ones. Otherwise, the contours are visible beneath tight-fitting pants, which is quite embarrassing. Here is my online shopping order. Take a look. Oh, by the way, 2 of those 8 pairs I didn't manage to wash. After training yesterday, I had errands to run and didn't get around to doing laundry. These are the 2 pairs, one black and one blue. I wore the black one all day yesterday, while the blue one I only wore for about an hour this morning before it got wet in the rain, prompting me to change. The blue one has a bit of pilling, but that's not from where. It snagged on a clothing hook." "Senior, there's no need to be so detailed in your description," Su Luo remarked, both amused and exasperated. "Well, I thought that if I provided more detail, it might help you solve the case faster." Ting chuckled, patting Su Luo on the shoulder. "You do have a point," Su Luo conceded. "Absolutely." After exchanging a few more words, a playful expression crossed Ting's face as she leaned closer to Su Luo, whispering conspiratorially, "Junior, I'll let you in on a little secret. All those girls have been lying to you." Chapter 64. Who on earth would believe that? "All of them have been lying to me." "What kind of lies?" Su Luo inquired. Ting, with a knowing smile, explained while crossing her arms. "Aside from myself and that Kardashian girl, the other girls are all quite disingenuous. They insist that their lost underwear has all been washed. What nonsense." Su Luo replied. "Are you suggesting that many of the pairs they lost were not washed?" Ting nodded emphatically. "I have conducted dorm inspections more than once. I am well aware of the conditions in the girls' dormitory. Take Qin-Shi from room 402, for instance. Every time I conduct an inspection, I find her cabinet piled high with unwashed underwear and socks. The stench upon entering is unbearable, more pungent than the pickled cabbage at my grandmother's house. You know what unwashed socks are like, right? Stiff as a board, capable of standing upright when thrown on the floor. I have even seen her underwear do the same when thrown on the ground during inspections. Today, upon hearing that boys were coming over, they merely hid their dirty laundry in socks. In truth, some of those girls who lost their underwear are quite slovenly. On the surface, she appears to be a respectable person, yet her dormitory is filled with an unbearable stench." Upon hearing this, Su Luo feigned surprise. In truth, even without Ting's revelation, he had already surmised as much. There were a total of 53 girls who had lost their underwear, accumulating over 100 pieces in total. After questioning a few, he found that only Camille and Ting had not washed their lost garments. The other 51 girls typically wash their underwear immediately after removing them, never allowing soiled items to linger in the air for even a moment, emphasizing a seamless transition. Who would believe that? It was evident that the girls were too shy to admit the truth. Su Luo had heard that some dormitories for girls were even filthier than those for boys. But he had never had the chance to verify this claim. The moment he stepped into the girls' dormitory, he sensed something was amiss. Every time he returned to the boys' dormitory, he was greeted by the pungent odor of sweaty feet. However, upon entering the girls' dormitory, he expected a different experience. To his surprise, as he entered the first floor, he encountered an even stronger odor than that of the boys' dormitory. Fortunately, the rooms belonging to the 50 or so girls who had lost their underwear were relatively odor-free. "Senior, I have already discovered who the thief is," Su Luo stated meaningfully. "Really? Quick, tell me who it is," Ting exclaimed excitedly. "Not so fast. First, gather all the girls who lost their underwear on the first floor," he instructed. All right. Soon, Ting had assembled all the affected girls in the dormitory lobby. A teacher from the student council was present, along with numerous other girls from different dormitories who had come to witness the unfolding drama. Word had spread that Su Luo had identified the culprit behind the underwear theft, prompting everyone to gather and witness him unveil the mystery. The girls buzzed with chatter. Su Luo is truly impressive. He figured out who stole the underwear just by asking a few questions. How incredible! Does this mean the thief is indeed amongst the girls' dormitory? I thought it might have been some perverse boy. I find it even more disturbing that a girl would steal another girl's underwear than if a boy did. I am dying to know which wretched individual committed this act. I can't bear the thought of living in the same dormitory as such a deviant. She must be expelled. Yes, she absolutely must be expelled. If she isn't, this situation will never be resolved. The girls continued their animated discussions. The dormitory supervisor, holding a megaphone, called for silence. "All right, ladies, let us quiet down. Now, we invite Su Luo to reveal the identity of the thief." Su Luo stepped forward, encircled by dozens of curious girls, feeling as though he had entered a realm of femininity. Without further ado, he pointed to a girl standing at the front. The thief who has stolen the underwear of 53 female classmates is none other than her, Yao Jingjing. In an instant, all eyes turned to Yao Jingjing. Yao Jingjing," Ting exclaimed in disbelief. The expressions of the other girls mirrored her shock. The reality was evidently too difficult for everyone to accept. As she noticed the peculiar gazes directed at her, Yao Jingjing grew increasingly agitated, stamping her feet in distress. "Su Luo, you are slandering me," she exclaimed, her voice rising in urgency. "Who is slandering you? You are inherently dubious. Your mind is perpetually consumed with chaotic thoughts. The perverse act of stealing underwear must undoubtedly be your doing," Su Luo asserted resolutely. "You are talking nonsense. If I truly had pilfered everyone's underwear, then why would my own have gone missing as well?" Yao Jingjing protested, her voice reaching a near wail. "That hardly requires contemplation. You fear being discovered. So it must be a case of self-theft, a thief crying out to catch a thief," Su Luo retorted. "I truly am innocent. Everyone, do not heed his baseless claims," Yao Jingjing cried, on the verge of tears. The surrounding girls rallied to her defense, unable to believe that Yao Jingjing could be the notorious thief. Yet most of them, while ostensibly supporting her, indulged in veiled mockery. "Su Luo, are you mistaken? Jingjing would never steal anyone's underwear. She is, after all, the campus belle," one remarked. "Indeed. How could the esteemed school flower be the one to commit such a sordid act? Even if I were the thief, it would be implausible for her to engage in such vile behavior," another chimed in. "If the school flower were truly involved in such a scandal, we would have to beseech the principal to refrain from public reprimand during her expulsion. What absurdity are you all spouting?" Yao Jingjing was the former school flower. The current one is a foreigner, and they share a dormitory, maintaining a close friendship. Yao Jingjing's expression darkened at their words. These girls were once her close companions. Yet in this critical moment, none stood by her. Instead, they cast aspersions upon her character. Truly, when the walls crumble, the crowd pushes. You are all unbelievable. Yao Jingjing trembled with indignation, utterly at a loss as to how to prove her innocence. Perhaps in desperation, she resorted to an exceedingly dramatic gesture. Raising 3 fingers, she swore vehemently under the light. "I, Yao Jingjing, swear to the heavens, if I truly am the thief of everyone's underwear, may I be struck by a car if I step outside, be struck by lightning in the rain, or be engulfed by flames indoors." The girls, who had been eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, scoffed in derision. "Oh, what a grand oath. Who cannot swear? It's quite amusing. As if your oath would compel us to believe you," They laughed, mocking her sincerity. Su Luo has already declared you the thief. Do you think a mere vow will absolve you? As the girls collectively ridiculed Yao Jingjing, Su Luo suddenly altered her stance. My apologies, I misspoke. The thief is not Yao Jingjing. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Su Luo, are you out of your mind? How could you make such a careless mistake? Zhang Tong stepped forward in defense of Yao Jingjing. Su Luo, calm and unperturbed, replied, I did not speak carelessly. I initially implicated Yao Jingjing to draw out the true thief. To my astonishment, the true thief was indeed lured out by my ruse. As all present wore expressions of sheer bewilderment, Su Luo pointed beside him. Ladies and gentlemen, the real culprit who pilfered your undergarments is none other than her. As everyone followed the direction of Su Luo's finger, the girls widened their eyes, gasping in unison. How could it be her? Chapter 65. Not so complicated. The female teacher from the student union could not restrain her disbelief, exclaiming, Su Luo, could this be a misunderstanding? How could Sister Sun engage in such behavior? The other girls echoed the teacher's sentiments. Yes, Aunt Sun is always so kind to us. She is not that sort of person. One girl added, I once dropped my wallet beneath the bed, and Aunt Sun kindly picked it up for me. How could she possibly steal our undergarments? Another chimed in, during the Dragon Boat Festival, Aunt Sun gifted each girl with zongzi she had personally prepared. She has always treated us so well. Surely, Su Luo must have made an error. I find him rather unreliable. I concur, he seems untrustworthy. He just claimed it was Yao Jingjing who stole them, and now he has shifted his accusation to Aunt Sunday. What is he trying to accomplish? Indeed, the individual Su Luo pointed to was none other than Sun Xiaomei, the dormitory matron. Observing the girl's disbelief in her culpability, Su Luo maintained a calm demeanor as he elucidated. In truth, this case is not as convoluted as it appears. The principal has reviewed all surveillance footage, revealing no suspicious individuals entering the girls' dormitory at any time. The identity of the thief can essentially be narrowed down to someone within the dormitory itself. To have stolen undergarments from 53 female classmates within a mere morning, some of which were even locked in cabinets, this individual must possess intimate knowledge of the dormitory's layout and must have a key. Given that over 100 pairs of undergarments are scattered across numerous rooms, the task is considerable and the time frame exceedingly tight. The principal, wishing to avoid troubling Officer Mao, has not engaged him. Otherwise, through fingerprint analysis, the evidence would undoubtedly lead to the matron's involvement. Absent any high-tech interventions, I was left with no choice but to feign that Yao Jingjing was the thief, hoping to elicit a reaction from the matron. Upon hearing me name Yao Jingjing as the thief, the matron's expression shifted immediately to one of relief, rather than the incredulity displayed by others. From the outset, I suspected the matron, and her subtle change in expression further solidified my conviction. At this juncture, Sun Xiaomei shook her head in bemusement. Young man, I harbor no grievances against you, and such accusations cannot be made lightly. Just because my expression was somewhat unguarded, you deem me the thief? Is that not a touch irresponsible? I, Sun Xiaomei, have served as a dormitory matron for over 20 years, and not a single penny has ever gone missing from the girls. And now you claim I have stolen their undergarments? That is nothing short of slander. If you truly suspect me, at the very least, present some credible evidence. I now permit you to freely rummage through my room and inspect it at will. Come and see if there are indeed any undergarments belonging to young ladies within my quarters. As Sun Xiaomei uttered these words, her entire being crumbled, and she burst into tears. The other girls, witnessing Sun Xiaomei's profound distress, cast reproachful glances at Su Luo. Su Luo, your actions are utterly excessive. Look at how distraught Aunt Sun has become. Your unfounded accusations of her being a thief are extremely irresponsible. Indeed, where is your evidence? If you cannot provide proof, you must apologize to Aunt Sun. The girls collectively stood in solidarity with Sun Xiaomei, for she was regarded as a sincere and humble individual in their eyes. Each mid-autumn festival, she would share the mooncakes gifted to her by the school with those girls who could not return home. Whenever someone fell ill, Sun Xiaomei was the first to arrive at their side. This was the very reason the girls found it implausible to believe that Sun Xiaomei could be the thief. They would rather suspect Yao Jingjing instead. If I had no evidence, I certainly would not be so certain that Aunt Sun was the culprit. At this point, Su Luo produced her phone and held it up for all to see. This is the evidence. The girls gathered around, their curiosity piqued. On the phone screen was a page from a second-hand trading application, displaying a conversation between Su Luo and a vendor. Su Luo, I want to order the item from link number 3. Is it available? Vendor. Yes, it is available. Luo. Are you sure it hasn't been wet? Vendor. Rest assured, my stock is guaranteed fresh, absolutely not wet. Luo. Can it be shipped now? I urgently need it. Vendor. No problem. Just let me know the quantity first. The girls were bewildered, unsure of what this conversation signified. Luo tapped on link number 3, revealing a photograph of Yao Jingjing, a selfie she had shared on a popular platform. What is this? One girl inquired. This is an illicit vendor selling used undergarments on a second-hand platform, Luo responded. At this revelation, the attending girls grasped the situation. Luo continued her explanation. The 53 girls who had lost their undergarments ranged from freshmen to seniors. At first glance, this seemed random. However, the reality was quite different. The thief had long since targeted these 53 girls, with a clear intent to pilfer their undergarments. What, then, distinguished these girls? Firstly, they had all uploaded their photographs on various social media platforms. Secondly, they possessed commendable looks and figures. This was to cater to the perverse fantasies of those purchasing the undergarments. The illicit vendor had transformed these 53 girls into product links, each corresponding to a photograph, thus allowing buyers to visualize the appearance of the undergarment's owner. In a cunning attempt to evade detection by the official platform, this merchant has deceitfully transformed their store into a FAAD for second-hand photo trading. Ostensibly selling photographs, they are, in reality, peddling used undergarments, specifically those imbued with a distinct scent. The merchant's assurance of freshness and a guarantee of never having been wet implies a promise of authenticity, indicating they have never been laundered. How do I know this? It is due to a recent scandal involving second-hand platforms where used undergarments were being sold, which garnered significant public attention. Subsequently, these vendors vanished from sight, evidently having altered their methods of transaction. During a recent dormitory inspection, I overheard an upperclassman mention that most of the missing undergarments were unwashed, leading me to speculate a possible connection to the sellers of used items. Utilizing a second-hand platform, I employed image recognition to search for relevant items, specifically using a photo posted by Yao Jingjing on a popular video sharing site. The big data algorithm promptly directed me to matching vendors, and upon further investigation, I discovered that photographs of 52 other female students were also listed. After feigning that the thief was Yao Jingjing, I capitalized on the ensuing doubts about her credibility and her fervent denials to communicate my findings to the merchant. Recognizing my urgency, the merchant promptly coordinated with their inventory for dispatch. This inventory, of course, refers to Aunt Sunday. At first glance, this appears to be a trivial case of stolen undergarments from a female dormitory, insufficient to warrant police intervention. However, it is, in fact, a case of illicit trading in used undergarments on a second-hand platform. Chapter 66. Welfare. After listening to Luo's analysis, all the girls present fell into a stunned silence. The 53 links posted by the second-hand merchant represented the lost undergarments of 53 female students. They could hardly fathom that their missing items had been commodified and listed online. Sun Xiaomei, who had been wailing, ceased her outburst. The chat records on Luo's phone were irrefutable evidence. Now, it suffices to examine Sun Xiaomei's phone to determine whether any illicit merchants had reached out to her. Since earlier, Sun Xiaomei's phone had been incessantly ringing. Yet she declined every call. Aunt Sun, do you have anything to say? Luo inquired of Sun Xiaomei. Bowing her head in silence, Sun Xiaomei finally admitted. There is nothing left to say. You are right. I am responsible for everything. Her confession left all the girls in shock. The dormitory matron, who usually acted in their best interest, had committed such an act. A female teacher from the school's student union could no longer contain herself. Sister Sun, you have been a long-serving employee at our institution. How could you engage in such behavior? With a face full of shame, Sun Xiaomei replied, I am sorry to the school, and I am sorry to the girls. According to Sun Xiaomei's account, the merchants of used undergarments on the second-hand platform are part of a vast criminal organization. They had somehow acquired the contact information of dormitory supervisors from various universities. Subsequently, they obtained photographs and personal information of female college students through these supervisors. By paying Sun Xiaomei a substantial sum of illicit gains, they coerced her into committing theft. The merchants offered a purchase price of 100 yuan for washed underwear and 500 yuan for unwashed ones. Subsequently, they resold these items to buyers at several times the original price. The value of the original underwear varied according to the distinct attractiveness and physique of the 53 female students. Among them, the highest price was commanded by Yinting, a student athlete with an exceptional figure. According to market trends, the original underwear of athletes and dancers is generally priced higher than that of others. Yinting's blue, pilled underwear astonishingly sold for 3,000 yuan. The second highest price was attributed to Camille, a foreign student, as imported goods are considerably more expensive. Following her was Yao Jingjing, while the remaining students had comparably similar prices, with minimal differences. Sun Xiaomei believed that underwear was a rather unique item, possessing little intrinsic value. Through her experiences over the past 2 decades, she was aware of the traditional ethos at Binhai University, leading her to presume that the institution would not report the incident to the authorities. Coupled with the alluring purchase prices offered by the merchants, she boldly acquired over 100 pieces at once. However, she never anticipated that events would unfold in a manner entirely contrary to her expectations. Su Luo shattered her dreams of wealth derived from the students' underwear. I succumbed to the temptation of money and let everyone down. I am deeply sorry. Sun Xiaomei wept in remorse. At this juncture, the theft of underwear from the girls' dormitory transcended the mere loss of possessions. It implicated the notorious gray market of original items. Fortunately, Sun Xiaomei had not yet managed to dispose of the stolen underwear, which remained in her possession. Initially, the university had no intention of reporting the matter, preferring instead for Su Luo to identify the thief, educate them on their misdeeds, and issue a warning or, at worst, expulsion. However, the underlying circumstances proved to be astonishing. A female teacher from the student union promptly contacted the principal to relay the truth of the matter. Soon after, Uncle Motzi arrived at the girls' dormitory to take Sun Xiaomei in for questioning. Just before her departure, she surrendered the underwear of the 53 students. It was no wonder that Sun Xiaomei allowed others to rummage through her room. She had not concealed the 100+ pieces there at all. Instead, she had hidden them on her person, in her pockets, and within the layers of her clothing. She had even donned several expensive pieces, resulting in her peculiar gait. It is understandable that one would walk oddly while wearing multiple pairs of underwear. During the inventory process, all the underwear was gathered together, and the 53 students retrieved their own. However, after hearing Sun Xiaomei's account, none of them wished to keep theirs, as they were overcome with a sense of revulsion. Especially, Sun Xiaomei had worn some of the undergarments on herself in a bid to conceal them, which caused considerable discomfort among the girls. However, this matter involved Uncle Hat's procedural investigation. Regardless of the girls' preferences, they were required to retrieve their belongings first. Watching the 53 girls rummaging through the pile of underwear for their own, Su Luo finally began to believe what Yinting had said. A glance revealed that over 100 pairs of underwear lay before them, most of which were unwashed, a fact easily discernible. A few pink cartoon-themed pairs caught Su Luo's attention. These belonged to Yao Jingjing, who had previously claimed that all her lost underwear had been laundered. Yet, Su Luo observed 3 wrinkled pairs that were clearly unwashed. It seemed Yao Jingjing noticed Su Luo's gaze lingering on those 3 pairs. She quickly snatched them up and stuffed them into her pocket, her face flushed with embarrassment. Once Uncle Hat took Sun Xiaomei away, the girls reclaimed their respective underwear. A female teacher from the student union expressed her gratitude to Su Luo. "Thank you so much for today, Su Luo. Without your help, we would have remained oblivious. You're too kind, teacher. It was merely a small effort on my part. I'll take my leave now," Su Luo replied. After bidding farewell to the teacher, he returned to the boys' dormitory. As he pushed open the door, the familiar scene unfolded before him. The dorm was filled with boys. The last time a crowd of boys had invaded their dorm was due to Camille's recent transfer to their class. Eager to vie for the title of loyal admirer, they had come to gather information from Su Luo. Now, these admirers had congregated in his dorm once more, clearly drawn by the gossip surrounding the lost underwear incident. "Lao Su, what is the scoop? Who was that scoundrel who stole the underwear?" "Not a scoundrel, but an ant." Su Luo informed them of the true identity of the underwear thief, refraining from elaborating on Sun Xiaomei's motives, as he found it unnecessary to divulge such matters to a group of grown men. The boys were left bewildered. What? The dormitory ant stole the underwear? Why would she do that? To wear them herself? I heard there are old ladies who collect girls' underwear to wear, claiming it can restore their youth. You better not be serious. And what is next? Are you going to say that wearing girls' underwear can turn them back into virgins? The boys erupted into a chaotic discussion. Zhang Yang leaned towards Su Luo and asked, Lao Su, since the culprit has been caught, did the girls get all their underwear back? Of course they did. Su Luo replied, giving him a sideways glance. What? Didn't you bring a few pairs back for the brothers? Zhang Yang inquired excitedly. Yeah, you are the only male student in Binda since its establishment to have entered the girls' dorm openly. Did you not bring back some benefits for your friends? Even a large butterfly would suffice. I wouldn't mind if it had been used. You're disgusting. However, I can accept what Camille and Yao Jingjing have used. As for the other girls, let's forget about them. The boys surrounded Su Luo, clamoring for benefits. Su Luo was rendered speechless by this group of old lechers. He reached into his pocket, thinking to himself, what can I say to you? After finally entering the girls' dormitory, how could I not bring back some benefits? Chapter 67. I have an early class at 8. Upon hearing Su Luo's words, the boys erupted in excitement. Old Su is amazing. He truly values friendship. I have always said that this brother of ours is worth keeping. Even after visiting the girls' dormitory, he still thinks of us. Let us call him Father of Loyalty. Father. We seek benefits, Father. Su Luo withdrew his right hand from his pocket. Fingers splayed before the crowd. Come on, brothers, this is the benefit. The boys looked at Su Luo's empty hand, all wearing expressions of confusion. Father, what do you mean by this? Why does it feel like we're being left in the dark? One of them, Feng Xian, remarked, You've got nothing in your hand, brother. Old Su, you're not implying that the benefit is your right hand, are you? Su Luo glanced at Zhang Yang and replied, You understand me well, indeed. The benefit is my right hand. The crowd reacted with disbelief. What kind of expression is that? Are you looking down on my benefit? Su Luo frowned. Zhang Yang awkwardly raised his own right hand, saying, It's not that we look down on it. It's just that none of us are lacking in girlfriends. The other boys chimed in, exactly. As if no one has a right hand. I can use both my left and right. I have 2 girlfriends. Isn't it a bit strange to use your left hand? I never feel quite right when I do. Another added. Who has ever tried using their feet? Seeing the boys' disappointment, Su Luo shrugged. You guys just don't get it. My right hand is not comparable to yours. Let me put it this way. The more than 100 pairs of panties that the girls lost were all recovered by my right hand. At this statement, the boys perked up. Father, are you saying your right hand has touched over 100 pairs of panties? Does that include those of Yao Jingjing and Camille? Have you touched them inside and out, front and back, especially in the seams? Su Luo smiled and nodded. In truth, he hadn't touched any of them at all. In the end, the girls retrieved their own underwear, and Su Luo had no involvement whatsoever. Who would have the time to touch girls' panties anyway, especially the unwashed ones? He was merely toying with the eager boys. To his surprise, they all believed him. Zhang Yang was the first to rush over and grasp Su Luo's right hand. Old Su, do you know what this right hand represents? It signifies that you have a firm grasp on the essence of 53 girls. It is no longer just a hand. It has become the deity of ancient Greece that governs the original essence of girls' panties. 53 girls, 53 distinct aromas. 53 young ladies. On average, each of your fingers has encountered at least 10 of them. Words fail me. Allow me to indulge first. With that, Zhang Yang, in a state of rapture, pressed his nose against Su Luo's hand and inhaled deeply, as if he were a fervent addict. Just as Su Luo attempted to withdraw his hand, the other boys clamored to approach, grabbing his right hand and fervently sniffing it, almost as if they wished to taste it. Let me take another whiff. Just one whiff. Don't fight, don't fight. Just leave me a pinky. Smell the fingertips. Trust me, brothers, the essence is all in the fingertips. Is there a hint of strawberry? The scene was somewhat touching, with several boys clinging to Su Luo's hand. However, a moment later, class leader Wang Jiliang gagged audibly. Old Su, what is wrong with the scent on your hand? He exclaimed, clutching his throat as if poisoned. The other boys mirrored Wang Jiliang's reaction. I sense something off. It's not fragrant at all. Indeed, there is not even a hint of pleasantness. It's completely devoid of allure. I detect a peculiar smell, familiar yet indescribable. Could it be feminine hygiene products? Is it possible that one of the girls is unwell? No, that scent resembles excrement? Right. I also perceive a foul odor. Is it possible that one of the girls? Su Luo interjected, It was me. The group was stunned. I just finished my business, and the toilet paper might have been a bit thin, leading to a tear. The collective reaction was one of disbelief. The incident involving Sun Xiaomei stealing girls' underwear had created a lasting impact, instilling fear among the girls, who no longer dared to leave their intimate garments unattended. From the moment Sun Xiaomei was taken away at noon until the lights were extinguished at night, the girls remained apprehensive. In room 203, Yao Jingjing, Camille, Zhang Tong, and Wu Nannan lay in the darkness, engaged in conversation. Although Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan had not lost any underwear, they were still engulfed in shock over the sordid industry surrounding it. What kind of people buy unwashed underwear? Zhang Tong inquired into the abyss. Perverts, of course. What normal person would purchase used underwear? I suspect they are all greasy uncles. Wu Nannan deduced. I just can't fathom what they do with it after buying it. Surely, it leads to some repulsive activities. I once read a news story about a man who specifically stole his female neighbor's underwear to wear on his head and sniff. Ugh, don't say that. I'm getting goosebumps. Zhang Tong glanced towards Camille. Mimi, have you encountered such things abroad? Since the library incident, Yao Jingjing and her friends no longer dared to isolate Camille. They even bestowed upon her the affectionate nickname Mimi. The atmosphere in room 203 began to ease slightly. Regardless of whether the three girls were genuinely reformed or merely intimidated by the principal's reprimands, they found themselves engaged in conversation with Camille for several consecutive days. Although a language barrier existed, Camille utilized an online translator, which facilitated their daily exchanges without hindrance. Additionally, Yao Jingjing, possessing a smattering of French, conversed more frequently with Camille. When Camille heard Zhang Tong inquire if she had ever experienced such an incident before, she recounted, I encountered something similar in middle school. My neighbor stole my mother's swimsuit and socks and was apprehended. Zhang Tong awkwardly remarked, it seems that perversion knows no borders. The trio continued their conversation, albeit with a lack of cohesion. Only Yao Jingjing remained silent, gazing at the ceiling with her eyes wide open, lost in thought. Jingjing, so you're still awake? Zhang Tong ventured. What? Yao Jingjing snapped back to reality. I said, I didn't realize you were still awake, Zhang Tong reiterated. I'm not asleep. Yao Jingjing replied absent-mindedly. You haven't spoken for ages. I thought you had dozed off, Zhang Tong remarked. Indeed, I thought you were asleep too. You haven't uttered a word since the lights went out. Jingjing, what is on your mind? Wu Nannan chimed in. Yao Jingjing continued to stare at the ceiling, her face alternating between shades of red and pale, as if contemplating something rather unsettling. I was pondering whether Su Luo harbors any ill intentions towards me. What kind of ill intentions? You know, the kind that is devious and suggests he has ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan sat up straight, their expressions transforming into those of curious onlookers. Wait, did Su Luo say something to you in private? He wouldn't be asking you out, would he? Yao Jingjing shook her head, not exactly. Then why do you think he has ulterior motives? Zhang Tong inquired with intrigue. Do you remember earlier today on the first floor when Su Luo pointed out Aunt Sun? Yao Jingjing asked. Yes, I recall. Both Nannan and I were there. Yao Jingjing nodded in affirmation. Well, you must have seen Su Luo pretending to be a buyer, engaging in conversation with the second-hand platform vendor, correct? Yes, we did. Didn't you notice anything unusual from their chat logs? Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan reflected on the conversation they had witnessed. It seemed that Su Luo placed an order to entice the scammer, right? Yao Jingjing confirmed, exactly. He ordered from link number 3. And then? Zhang Tong probed further. Yao Jingjing, sensing that Zhang Tong was still oblivious, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Oh dear Tong Tong, what is the matter? Usually, your mind is so quick. Why are you so slow today? Perhaps it's the late hour that dulled my senses. Jingjing, stop teasing and just tell me the answer. Zhang Tong urged eagerly. Yao Jingjing sat up from the upper bunk, her words laced with significance. Have you ever wondered why, out of a total of 53 girls who lost their underwear, he specifically chose me? This statement ignited a spark in the duo of Wulong and Fengqiu. Zhang Tong, as if rebooted, slapped her thigh and exclaimed, exactly. Out of 53 girls, why did he choose to capture Jingjing's order? This was undoubtedly no mere coincidence. Wu Nannan chimed in, I see it now. He is covertly maneuvering. On the surface, he appears to be probing the original flavor sellers for information, leaving behind evidence. But in reality, he intends to use this opportunity to convey that. Among the 53 girls, he is solely interested in our Jingjing. Nannan, your mind works swiftly, Yao Jingjing replied with a smile. Wulong scores a point. Naturally, Zhang Tong, embodying Wulong, could not be outdone. With a furrowed brow, she added, link number 3 is that set of pink Patrick Star underwear. Yet, Su Luo has been saying that Jingjing's underwear is childish. If he finds it childish, Why did he choose to photograph the Patrick Star underwear? Men often exhibit a dissonance between their desires and their words. The more they wish for something, the more they feign indifference. This indicates that Su Luo actually harbors a fondness for Jingjing's pink Patrick Star underwear. Tong Tong, you're brilliant, Yao Jingjing remarked with delight. Wulong scores another point. The trio was engrossed in their lively discussion, while Camille remained silent, unable to comprehend their conversation and refraining from interjecting. Yao Jingjing leaned over from the upper bunk and asked, Mimi, do you feel the same way? Lacking understanding of their dialogue, Camille, hearing Yao Jingjing's question, could only follow suit and replied, Yes, I think the same as they do. Gaining the endorsement of Wulong, Fengchu, and Camille, Yao Jingjing's conviction grew stronger. Su Luo was coveting her underwear. No, he was longing for her body. Previously, Su Luo had blocked her and cut off their friendship, all to conceal his true desire for her. Otherwise, why would he choose her pink Patrick Star underwear in front of everyone? His thoughts were clearly on her. Yet he continued to feign bravado. What a man who plays hard to get. Yao Jingjing blissfully laid back down on her bed. She opened an online shopping platform and swiftly ordered several pairs of pink Patrick Star underwear in various styles, along with a matching pink Patrick Star short-sleeve shirt. The following 2 days, the girls' dormitory welcomed a new matron. This matron was a female teacher managing logistics at Binhai University, of similar age to Sun Xiaomei, both being seasoned employees of the institution. Due to the peculiar nature of the underwear theft incident, the school authorities chose to suppress it. Furthermore, the issue of girls losing their underwear was hardly worthy of extensive discussion. The novelty faded after a couple of days. The over 100 pairs of underwear retrieved previously were no longer desired by the 53 girls. Conveniently, today was Saturday, and the girls decided to utilize their day off to purchase new underwear. Yao Jingjing had already made her purchases online. However, Camille faced challenges shopping online. As her figure was rather unconventional, the online sizes were inaccurate, necessitating a visit to a physical store instead. In order to strengthen her friendship with Camille, Yao Jingjing decided to accompany her on a shopping excursion. Of course, fostering their camaraderie was but one facet of her intentions. On another level, Yao Jingjing sought to engage with Camille more closely, hoping to extract information regarding the nature of Camille's relationship with Su Luo. Upon receiving Yao Jingjing's spontaneous invitation to shop, Camille was undoubtedly elated. After both had meticulously adorned themselves, they stepped out of the dormitory and made their way to the playground, only to unexpectedly encounter Su Luo. Earlier that morning, Su Luo had received a message from Yin Luoxue, who mentioned having something to discuss in person. Su Luo understood that it likely pertained to her family matters, as she had indicated she was waiting for him at the school gate. Thus, he descended the stairs, preparing to leave, and fortuitously crossed paths with Yao Jingjing and Camille, who were en route to purchase undergarments. Su, Camille exclaimed excitedly. Su Luo turned around to see Camille, and Yao Jingjing linked arm in arm, approaching him. Oh, are you two heading out? He inquired. Yes, Yao is taking me to buy underwear. Camille replied with a smile. I ordered mine online, trying out several styles, but they all feature the pattern of Patrick Star. Yao Jingjing added with a mischievous grin. Su Luo cast a concerned glance at Yao Jingjing, choosing to remain silent. Yao Jingjing furrowed her brow momentarily before quickly relaxing, recognizing that he was feigning indifference while secretly reveling in the encounter. By the way, Su, what are you up to? Camille asked. I'm off to meet a friend. Su Luo responded. Oh, if you're buying underwear, make sure to get purple ones. Camille exclaimed. Why's that? Wearing purple underwear ensures good luck on exams. She laughed, as Su Luo and Camille joked while continuing on their way, completely disregarding Yao Jingjing. Yao Jingjing understood that Su Luo was attempting to mask his excitement through this playful banter. She chose not to interject, unwilling to unveil his true feelings. Soon, the trio exited the school gates. Across the street, a familiar pink Cullinan was parked, with Yin Luoxue at the wheel, lowering the window to wave at Su Luo. I'll be off now, she said. All right. Goodbye, he replied, bidding farewell to Camille as they approached the vehicle. Once Su Luo had walked away, Camille turned to Yin Luoxue, her doll-like face revealing a complex expression. Yao, what is Su's relationship with that beautiful woman? Chapter 69, This is the Gap. Oh, her? She is an older sister Su Luo met online, Yao Jingjing replied. Initially, Yao Jingjing had also misjudged the nature of Su Luo's relationship with Yin Luoxue, especially since Zhang Yang had been broadcasting rumors that Su Luo was being supported by a wealthy woman driving a Cullinan. In her phone, she had also chatted with a foreign exchange student known as Camel. It was during this conversation that Zhang Tong and Wu Nannan overheard a dialogue between Su Luo and Zhang Yang. Only then did Yao Jingjing realize that the affluent woman driving the Cullinan was merely a sister to Su Luo. The exchange student was just an ordinary online acquaintance. Yao Jingjing recounted to Camel what Wulong and Fengchu had once shared with her. Upon hearing this, Camel nodded in sudden understanding. "Oh, so they are siblings," she remarked. Yao Jingjing looked at Camel. "Mimi, I thought you might be curious about that car, but it seems you are more intrigued by the woman behind the wheel." "Car? What is it about that vehicle?" Camel inquired, puzzled. Yao Jingjing assumed Camel was unfamiliar with automobiles. Thus she began her explanation. "That car is exceedingly expensive. I overheard those boys mentioning that it is a limited edition, worth over 10 million as soon as it hits the market." "Oh, I am aware of its price." Camel responded with a smile. "Really? You don't seem surprised at all. I figured you might not know what kind of car it is," Yao Jingjing remarked. "I do know, my family owns one, hence my lack of curiosity," Camel clarified. "You have one too?" Yao Jingjing exclaimed. "Yes, my father has a black one, and my mother has a white one." Yao Jingjing was taken aback. Suddenly, it dawned on her that since Camel moved into their dormitory, she had never inquired about Camel's family background. Now, hearing Camel casually mention her father owning a Cullinan and her mother as well, she pondered the implications of such wealth. What ordinary family possesses two Cullinans? Camel must be a foreign heiress. "Mimi, what kind of business does your family engage in?" Though she felt it inappropriate to ask, Yao Jingjing could not suppress her curiosity. "We deal in fine wines and primarily conduct business with the military, though I have never paid much attention to the family business." Camel replied with a smile. "Oh, I see. That explains why your parents can afford such lavish vehicles," Yao Jingjing laughed. She presumed Camel's family wealth stemmed from the wine trade, completely unaware of the implications of Camel's mention of military dealings. Nor did she grasp the influence of Camel's family within the Russian and French spheres. As the two campus beauties continued their conversation while strolling toward the shopping mall, Yin Luoxue, after picking up Su Luo, engaged him in casual banter as she drove. Today, Yin Luoxue donned a white blazer with a black collar, a body-hugging skirt, and black high heels, exuding an air of a formidable career woman. Especially striking were her long legs, which seemed almost wasted on mere walking. They ought to be aimed at the ceiling. Yin Luoxue possessed a captivating charm, always embodying a healthy beauty that suggested regular cycles, ample fertility, and the ability to nourish a child well. "How have you been lately?" she inquired. "My annual boyfriend," she quipped, which brought a knowing smile to Su Luo's face. Yin Luoxue was referring to the 5 million her father had invested in Su Luo, humorously framing it as the annual fee for her faux boyfriend. The daughter, in a rather ungracious manner, exploits her father's generosity, living a life devoid of ambition. Su Luo responds, expressing envy, "I truly admire you." Yin Luoxue, with a hint of amusement, retorts, "Sister, that sounds a bit like humble bragging." How am I being pretentious?" Yin Luoxue questions. "You drive a globally limited edition Cullinan and envy a struggling university student? Perhaps we should trade places?" She chuckles heartily. With a bright smile, she clarifies, "That's not what I meant. I simply wish to return to the carefree days of university life, which is far less taxing than the demands of work." Indeed, university is the perfect time to be leisurely, Su Luo agrees. Absolutely, a myriad of amusing events always unfolds during those years. Indeed, the absurdities are endless. "Oh, did something outrageous happen at your school?" "Yes, over 100 pairs of women's underwear went missing from the dormitory. Tell me, is that not absurd?" Su Luo expected Yin Luoxue to be taken aback, yet she remained remarkably composed, gripping the steering wheel with calm assurance. "Someone must have intended to steal them for profit, right?" "Wow, sister, how did you know?" Su Luo exclaimed, surprised. She assumed Yin Luoxue was aware of the market for used underwear. However, her interpretation was quite different. "It's quite simple. A single pair from the Daisafen brand can fetch a 4-figure sum, and a bespoke design can reach 5 figures. The thief likely noticed some girls wearing high-end, custom-made underwear and deliberately stole over 100 pairs to obscure the presence of that one extraordinarily expensive piece, thus confusing the issue, don't you think?" It became clear that Yin Luoxue's perspective was shaped by her affluent lifestyle, highlighting the stark divide between wealth and poverty, where even a single pair of underwear could symbolize such disparity. "Actually, it's not quite like that," Su Luo explained the truth. leaving Yin Luoxue blushing furiously. Her grip on the steering wheel faltering. Is there truly such a thing? How bizarre. Yin Luoxue's face flushed a deep crimson. Indeed. That's why I labeled it strange, Su Luo replied, somewhat exasperated. Yin Luoxue remarked, this incident is indeed peculiar. I initially thought the dormitory supervisor was attempting to steal branded underwear. Su Luo added, had you not mentioned that, I would have never guessed underwear could be so exorbitantly priced. Yin Luoxue replied, I was still being modest. Brands like Dazafin and lingerie are not even at the pinnacle of luxury. In truth, the Victoria's Secret collection represents the most exclusive lingerie line globally, one that money cannot simply buy. Su Luo, astonished, inquired, are there truly underwear pieces that one cannot purchase with money? Yin Luoxue nodded, indeed. To illustrate, I possess a pair from the Victoria's Secret White Swan collection, crafted from swan silk, which is extraordinarily comfortable and breathable, adorned with a string of pearls. At this point, Yin Luoxue abruptly halted, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Oh dear. Why did I disclose my intimate details? She lamented, flustered. Yin Luoxue discreetly cast a glance at Su Luo, who was gazing ahead, seemingly indifferent to their earlier conversation. Taking a deep breath, she felt her face flush as Su Luo suddenly inquired, where's that string of pearls located? I can't quite recall, she stammered, hastily shifting the topic. By the way, how is the investment my father made for you progressing? The contract was finalized just a few days ago. We should be selecting a location for the shop next week, Su Luo replied. Oh, that's quite swift, she remarked. Indeed, it is, he affirmed. At this rate, it won't be long before we can open. They engaged in a brief, awkward conversation until Yin Luoxue, seemingly recalling something, asked, when I picked you up earlier, I noticed two lovely girls. Are they your classmates? Yes, the foreign girl is my deskmate, Su Luo responded. That explains why you were so animated while speaking with her. What about the other girl? Are you referring to the one with the ponytail beside my deskmate? Yes, who is she? Not relevant. Oh, I see. Yin Luoxue remained curious as to why Su Luo only conversed with the foreign girl, discovering that the one beside him was of no consequence. Your deskmate is truly beautiful. And her figure is remarkable. I wish I could have a physique like hers, she said, her face filled with envy. Foreigners tend to possess such advantages. It's merely a racial trait, Su Luo comforted her. Indeed, it's rare for Eastern girls to possess such attributes. In reality, encountering someone like her is quite uncommon. Yin Luoxue noted. That is indeed true. The majority of girls at our school are average, with very few exceptions, Su Luo agreed. But I see that girl you mentioned as irrelevant, Yin Luoxue insisted. Really? I hadn't noticed, Su Luo replied, somewhat surprised. She does, trust me. I am quite aware of the size. She is just like me, Yin Luoxue declared confidently. When Su Luo previously pursued Yao Jingjing, he had taken note of her ample figure but never delved into specifics regarding sizes. Such matters, it seemed, were best understood by women. They could gauge merely by sight, while men relied on measurement. You might not have noticed her due to your deskmate's presence, although she is indeed a standout among Eastern women. Standing next to her diminishes her prominence, he explained. Thus, she is the true queen, overshadowing all else in her presence. Upon hearing Yin Luoxue's analysis, Su Luo felt a surge of astonishment. Could Camille truly be that remarkable? It suddenly made sense. Earlier, when he had given Camille a ride on his electric bike and had encountered a speed bump, he had sensed something distinctly different. To put it simply, burying one's face completely within her contours would pose no challenge. Now, with Yin Luoxue's insights, he had no doubts whatsoever. It was undoubtedly the case. Do you like her? Yin Luoxue inquired. Me? To deny one's fondness is a deception. Surely every man harbors a liking, does he not? Su Luo expressed with utmost sincerity. Are you open to this notion? Yin Luoxue pressed further. Sister, is your driving speed not a tad excessive? Su Luo replied, feeling somewhat awkward. He had not anticipated Yin Luoxue's forthrightness. How did their conversation shift so abruptly to driving? Yin Luoxue glanced at the speedometer. Only 60. Do you truly consider that fast? That is not my point. I merely meant to question the abruptness of your inquiry, Su Luo clarified. Yin Luoxue responded, it is not abrupt at all. I invited you out today precisely to witness your driving. Su Luo was taken aback. You wish to see me drive a Camille? What peculiar penchant does this wealthy young lady possess? Is she fond of horseback riding? Observing Su Luo's complex expression, Yin Luoxue continued, tomorrow evening. My family is hosting a gathering, and all the elders will be in attendance. Following our last meeting, my parents expressed their satisfaction with you. They insist I bring you along to the family dinner. Thus, today I intend to give you a makeover and, by the way, purchase you a car. You mentioned your preferences, so I shall buy you one. Once we arrive at the dealership, choose whatever color and configuration you desire. I shall cover the expense. Su Luo was taken aback. Yin Luoxue inquired, why do you appear so bewildered? Su Luo responded, so, what you referred to was indeed the car. Yin Luoxue affirmed, indeed. What did you think I meant? Su Luo replied, nothing. Yin Luoxue reflected on their earlier conversation, slowly realizing something. Her beautiful face flushed with warmth. I was referring to the Mercedes series of SUVs, she clarified, her cheeks crimson. Ah, now I understand, Su Luo nodded. It was not surprising that he had misconstrued her words. Their prior discussion had revolved around Camille. Yin Luoxue had subsequently mentioned the Mercedes. Who could have made the connection? However, given the exorbitant price of such vehicles, was it truly necessary? Su Luo questioned. Oh, it is merely a car. Consider it a grand opening gift from me. Yin Luoxue chuckled. Even gifts do not need to be so extravagant. It is merely a vehicle. After much persuasion, Yin Luoxue remained resolute. And Su Luo reluctantly acquiesced to her generous offer. The Yin family is affluent, and for Yin Luoxue, purchasing a car worth over 2 million is as simple as acquiring a handbag. She regarded such matters with indifference. Soon, they arrived at the nearby Mercedes dealership. Upon entering, the manager personally welcomed them, and all the staff provided enthusiastic service. After all, she is the future president of the Yin Corporation and the heir to a fortune worth billions. The dealership could not afford to be negligent towards Yin Luoxue. The car buying process proceeded smoothly, devoid of any foolish or mundane scenarios. Su Luo was unfamiliar with high-end configurations, so he casually selected the latest model of the Black Warrior. After completing the payment, the dealership efficiently handled all the necessary paperwork. Once the temporary license plate was affixed, Yin Luoxue promptly dispatched someone to drive the car to the vehicle management office for registration. While the registration was underway, Yin Luoxue took Su Luo to a bespoke suit shop to have a tailored suit made for him. Following the purchase of the suit, she gifted Su Luo a prestigious Vacheron Constantin overseas watch worth 200,000, its sapphire blue dial perfectly complementing Su Luo's demeanor. With all arrangements completed, the registration was finalized, and Su Luo joyfully acquired a luxurious Mercedes-Benz valued at over 2 million. Now transformed from a mere university student into a gentleman exuding an aristocratic aura, Su Luo, clad in a suit, dress shoes, and a tie, caught Yin Luoxue's attention. She was pleasantly surprised to see Su Luo adeptly embodying this style. His tall stature enhanced the masculine allure of the suit, although he seemed somewhat unaccustomed to it. As he loosened his tie and stretched his neck, a frown of impatience crossed his face, tinged with a hint of dominance. Yin Luoxue gazed at him, captivated. Noticing her enamored expression, Su Luo waved his hand in front of her. Sis, what are you thinking about? Startled, Yin Luoxue cleared her throat awkwardly. Oh, nothing much. I was just pondering what to eat later. Are you hungry? Not really, just a bit tempted. How about I treat you to a meal? After such an extravagant opening gift, I ought to express my gratitude. All right, let us go. Yin Luoxue had her Cullinan returned while she rode in Su Luo's car. He drove the sleek black vehicle to a nearby Western restaurant where they found a quiet corner to dine and converse. Their discussion revolved entirely around the family banquet scheduled for the following day. To ensure the event went smoothly, Yin Luoxue briefed Su Luo on the Yin family dynamics, such as who the esteemed elders attending would be and their respective standings within the family. As she spoke, her expression grew increasingly serious. By the way, there's something I've been meaning to tell you, but I've never found the right moment. Since you are now playing the role of my boyfriend, I feel it is necessary to share this with you. Chapter 71. The heir noticing Yin Luoxue's solemn demeanor, Su Luo set down his chopsticks and listened attentively. Tomorrow at the banquet, my second uncle will also be present. If he doesn't approach you, you needn't engage with him. Second uncle? You mean your father's brother? Su Luo inquired. Yin Luoxue nodded. Yes, but my father and my second uncle have always been at odds. Their encounters typically end in discord. My father would never meet with him were it not for this family gathering. Moreover, my second uncle is quite unpleasant. He is somewhat of an anomaly in our family. Hearing this, Su Luo was reminded of the dramatic plots often found in soap operas featuring the offspring of wealthy families. May I inquire, is your second uncle perhaps an illegitimate child? Su Luo asked. From Yin Luoshue's tone, it seemed that her second uncle was at odds with the entire family. Su Luo could only draw associations toward the idea of an illegitimate son, speculating that it was a romantic entanglement from the elder Yan's youth, resulting in a second son born of a different mother. Subsequently, this second son turned antagonistic, embodying a narrative of enmity against the family. Not at all. My second uncle and my father are full brothers, Yin Luoshue replied with a wry smile. Then how did he become the anomaly in your family? Su Luo questioned. Puzzled, Yin Luoshue appeared to recollect some unpleasant memories. After regaining her composure, she continued, in fact, I also have a third uncle, but he passed away 5 years ago. Yin Luoshue began to recount the affairs of the Yin family. Every household has its own tribulations. The poor have their struggles, while the affluent bear their own burdens. The Yin family was no exception. It turned out that the Yin family comprised 3 brothers. The eldest, Yin Bingjun, is Yin Luoshue's father. The second son, Yin Xiaodong, has 1 son. The youngest, Yin Ruifeng, has 1 daughter. Among the 3 brothers, Yin Ruifeng, the youngest, was the most exceptional. He surpassed his siblings in both business acumen and intuition, and he was remarkably youthful. The eldest son, Yin Bingjun, was older and possessed average capabilities, while the second son, Yin Xiaodong, had a hasty temperament and lacked proficiency in management. Thus, the family's business was primarily managed by the youngest, Yin Ruifeng. The position of heir to the Yin group rightfully belonged to him. However, 5 years ago, Yin Ruifeng tragically took his own life by jumping from a building. The family was left with only the 2 brothers, Yin Bingjun and Yin Xiaodong. Grief-stricken, the elder Yin entrusted all of the Yin group's affairs to Yin Bingjun. Having fathered a daughter later in life, Yin Bingjun was approaching retirement, and it was understood that the family legacy would eventually pass to Yin Luoshue. This understanding is precisely why the Zhao family endeavored to cultivate a favorable relationship between Zhao Jinyu and Yin Luoshue. The Zhao family hoped that should a union occur, the Haoda group would benefit from the Yin family's prestige, transforming from a mere chicken into a phoenix. However, regarding the matter of succession, Yin Xiaodong has always been discontented. Since Yin Ruifeng's demise, he has vehemently opposed the heirship being granted to Yin Bingjun, believing himself to be more capable and asserting that he should rightfully inherit the Yin legacy. Moreover, he contended that as he alone had a son, while Yin Luoshue was a woman and could not carry on the family name. Regardless of Yin Xiaodong's objections, the elder Yin ultimately bequeathed the Yin group to Yin Bingjun. Since then, the relationship between the 2 brothers has soured entirely, resembling the estrangement between Su Luo and Yao Jingjing, characterized by an utter lack of communication and a sense of mutual avoidance. At every family gathering, Yin Xiaodong invariably finds himself in a discordant exchange with Yin Bingjun. Yet, one cannot simply exclude him from these gatherings merely due to his objections regarding the heirship. After all, Yin Xiaodong is the second son of the Yin family. Tomorrow, Su Luo will attend the Yin family banquet in the capacity of Yin Luoshue's boyfriend. Yin Luoshue can easily envision her second uncle making things difficult for Su Luo, which is precisely why she advised him not to engage with Yin Xiaodong proactively. Upon hearing about the intricacies of the Yin family, Su Luo nodded in understanding. He comprehended that should her uncle speak to him, he would respond appropriately as a junior. If he remained silent, he would certainly not initiate conversation. Su Luo was acutely aware of Yin Luoshue's concerns. She feared that if Yin Xiaodong were to utter any unpleasant remarks, it could escalate into a difficult confrontation. In navigating social intricacies, Su Luo felt quite adept. His involvement with Yin Luoshue was merely a performance, and attending the Yin family banquet was merely a formality to appease her parents. As for any potential backlash from Yin Xiaodong, he was confident in his ability to adapt to the situation. Rest assured, if he dares to publicly humiliate you, I will certainly not let him off lightly, Yin Luoshue declared fiercely. Su Luo chuckled and replied, there is no need for you to intervene. My greatest strength lies in my lack of internal strife. If any embarrassing situation arises, it will be I who makes others uncomfortable. My life philosophy is to abandon personal decorum, revel in a mischievous existence, refuse to engage in mental turmoil, and confront issues head-on. Rather than suffer myself, I would prefer to perplex others. In short, whoever causes me internal conflict, I shall deal with accordingly. Yin Luoxua burst into laughter at Su Luo's quip. The previously heavy atmosphere instantly lightened. She raised her glass, declaring, "Let us not dwell on the unhappy matters any longer. Cheers to your soon-to-open restaurant." Meanwhile, in the office of the president at Haoda Group, Zhao Wanhao sat in his executive chair, a cigar in hand, while his son Zhao Jinyu stood before him. Recently, Zhao Jinyu had orchestrated a retaliation against Su Luo, only to find himself outmaneuvered, resulting in a video of the incident going viral online. Consequently, Haoda Group's stock suffered. Zhao Wanhao, who had been abroad for business, was incensed upon learning of this debacle. He felt utterly humiliated by his son's juvenile actions. To rectify the situation, Haoda Group had incurred substantial expenses. Today, upon his return to the country, Zhao Wanhao was prepared to deliver a stern reprimand to Zhao Jinyu. "Dad, it's all my fault. I completely botched that 50 million investment, and it has significantly impacted our stock price. I've failed us," Zhao Jinyu confessed. His head bowed in shame. "Enough, the matter is in the past now." Zhao Wanhao exhaled a plume of smoke. "Dad, should I take the opportunity to visit the Yin family again and have another discussion with Yin Bingjun?" Zhao Jinyu inquired. "Discuss what?" "In the future, our Haoda Group will exclusively collaborate with Yin Xiaodong," Zhao Wanhao asserted. "Father, why partner with Yin Xiaodong? He is not even the rightful heir of the Yin family." Zhao Jinyu questioned, perplexed. Zhao Wanhao chuckled coldly. "The position of heir may well fall into unexpected hands." "What? Father, how could Yin Bingjun possibly not hand the business to his own daughter?" Zhao Jinyu inquired. "What if he lacks the opportunity to entrust his business to her?" Zhao Wanhao countered. "Father, I fail to comprehend why Yin Bingjun would not have the chance to bequeath the business to Yin Luoxua," Zhao Jinyu remarked, puzzled. Zhao Wanhao let out a scoff, holding a cigar, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Do you genuinely believe that Yin Ruifeng committed suicide?" Upon hearing his father's words, Zhao Jinyu began to grasp the implication. "Father, are you suggesting that Yin Ruifeng did not take his own life, but was murdered?" "I have said nothing definitive. I am merely hypothesizing," Zhao Wanhao replied with a meticulous smile, still clutching his cigar. Zhao Jinyu, at a loss for words, remarked, "Father, why engage in wordplay? We are not strangers. Do you not understand that walls have ears? Moreover, how can such matters be casually discussed?" Zhao Wanhao shot a glance at his eldest son. Zhao Jinyu nodded. "I understand, father. If Yin Ruifeng was indeed murdered, then why did the police conclude it was a suicide?" "That was merely due to the lack of evidence," Zhao Wanhao explained, holding the cigar firmly. 5 years ago, when Yin Ruifeng fell to his death, the Yin family leveraged every connection to uncover the truth behind his demise. Yet, they found nothing, and he was labeled a suicide. A promising heir of the Yin family, healthy and seemingly well, suddenly jumping to his death? Who would believe such a tale? Unfortunately, there was no recourse. Yin Ruifeng even left a suicide note, with handwriting that was confirmed to be his own. Yin Ruifeng's supposed suicide inadvertently benefited Yin Bingjun. Otherwise, given Yin Bingjun's indifferent demeanor, how could he have possibly become the heir of the Yin family? Yin Bingjun merely stumbled upon fortune, a stroke of luck. At this juncture, a fierce expression crossed Zhao Wanhao's face. "Have you considered what would transpire if Yin Bingjun were to also take his own life? To whom do you think the Yin family's business would be entrusted? There are only 3 sons in the Yin family, with one already lost. The eldest son would inherit the family estate. If the eldest were to meet a similar fate, father, I understand. The Yin family would undoubtedly bestow the title of heir upon the last remaining scion, Yin Xiaodong." Zhao Jinyu exclaimed, filled with excitement. Zhao Wanhao nodded. "Precisely. Yin Xiaodong represents the final lineage of the Yin family, and he has a son as well. It is both logical and reasonable for him to inherit, ensuring the continuation of the Yin legacy, a win-win situation. This is why I assert that our focus must solely be on fostering a relationship with Yin Xiaodong moving forward. I can confidently declare that Yin Xiaodong's ascension as the heir of the Yin family is a foregone conclusion." Zhao Jinyu replied without a moment's hesitation. "Father, but the Yin family is entirely under Yin Bingjun's control. Even if Yin Bingjun were to pass, the position of heir would naturally be bestowed upon Yin Luoxua." "Fool! Yin Bingjun commands authority solely because he is alive and well. Do you not comprehend the meaning of the tea cools when the person departs? If Yin Bingjun were to suddenly vanish, do you truly believe Yin Xiaodong would grant any favor to that little girl, Yin Luoxua? After all, Yin Xiaodong is the second prince of the Yin family. Do you think the members of the Yin family would accept Yin Luoxue? When the walls crumble, everyone pushes. In such a scenario, the entirety of the Yin family's enterprises would be dictated solely by Yin Xiaodong. As for that girl, Yin Luoxue, huh? What a pampered young lady. What a treasured jewel of the Yin family. All mere nonsense. The day her father is no longer present, she will completely lose the luster of the Yin family and become a destitute stray. Do not be deceived by Yin Luoxue's current indifference towards our Zhao family. The day her father is gone, she will come begging for our shelter. Upon hearing Zhao Wanhao's words, a lewd smile crept across Zhao Jinyu's face. Father, I can hardly contain my anticipation. That wretched woman has never cast a glance my way. When she comes to plead with me, I shall torment her thoroughly. I will make her bear several children for our Zhao family. I will turn her into our Zhao family's dog. Ha ha. Zhao Jinyu's face was alight with excitement as he envisioned various scenes of tormenting Yin Luoxue. However, a flicker of concern soon crossed his features. Father, the police are incredibly adept. Will they truly not trace it back to Yin Xiaodong? Zhao Jinyu inquired. Zhao Wanhao scoffed disdainfully. Trace what? If they were going to investigate, they would have done so 5 years ago. Do you think Yin Xiaodong remains unscathed merely by chance? It is because the police have found no evidence. If even the police cannot solve this case, who else could possibly possess the capability? Hearing Zhao Wanhao's words, Zhao Jinyu felt utterly reassured. He understood that Yin Xiaodong must have provided his father with some form of assurance. Otherwise, his father would not exude such confidence. You are right, father. If the police cannot sentence Yin Xiaodong to death, who in this world could imprison him? Now, I shall await that wretched girl, Yin Luoxue, to come and plead with me. I will repay her disdain with interest. Hee. Meanwhile, Su Luo and Yin Luoxue had finished their meal by evening. What was supposed to be afternoon tea had evolved into a lengthy conversation that persisted until the sun had set. It was inevitable. For Yin Luoxue found immense pleasure in conversing with Su Luo. Being in his company allowed her to temporarily forget all her worries and unhappiness. Had Su Luo not suggested returning to the dormitory, their afternoon tea would have turned into an overnight affair. Su Luo drove Yin Luoxue home before making his way back to the university. There were no temporary parking spaces near Binhai University, and parking indiscriminately would result in the vehicle being towed away by the local authorities. Thus, Su Luo had no choice but to park in the school's parking lot. The parking lot at Binhai University is designated for the faculty, staff, and students. External vehicles are prohibited from entry. Local commuting students occasionally drive to school, though those who do are quite rare. Su Luo is quite familiar with the elderly security guard, and upon greeting him, the guard permitted him to drive his car inside. This Saturday, the parking lot was nearly devoid of other vehicles. Su Luo parked his car in a corner and proceeded toward the dormitory building. After dropping off Yin Luoxue at her home, he had removed his formal attire, suit, leather shoes, and watch, and placed them on the rear seat, intending to don them again for the Yin family banquet tomorrow. He was simply unaccustomed to wearing formal clothing. He preferred the comfort of his white jeans and casual attire. On his way back to the dormitory, he passed through the school gate. At that moment, he spotted Yao Jingjing and Camille returning from a shopping spree. Su. Hearing Camille's voice, Su Luo turned his head to glance at them. Yao Jingjing and Camille approached, laden with shopping bags, indicating they had enjoyed a fruitful shopping excursion. You two certainly shopped late, Su Luo remarked. Indeed, the markets in Longhua are quite entertaining, Camille replied with a squinting smile. It was Mimi's first time at our markets, and she expressed her fondness for the products here. If I hadn't insisted on returning, she would have continued browsing. Yao Jingjing explained to Su Luo. Su Luo did not engage further, his gaze fixed on the bags Camille was carrying. What delightful items have you procured? Is there anything for me? He jested. Haha, nothing for you. These are all for Yao and me. Yao bought clothes, and I bought quite a few pairs of underwear. Camille replied. I refuse to believe there is nothing for me, Su Luo teased. Su, truly there is nothing for you. This bag contains only my newly purchased underwear. If you don't believe me, take a look, Camille said, opening the bag to showcase her new acquisitions. Chapter 73. Indeed. You understand me well as Camille's deskmate and a diligent diplomat. Su Luo felt it was his duty to assess the quality of Camille's newly acquired underwear, examining the craftsmanship, material, and breathability. He switched on his flashlight and directed it toward the bag in Camille's hands. Just as Camille opened the bag, Yao Jingjing leaped between them. Oh my! Mimi, how heavy is that bag of underwear? Let me help you with it. With that, She snatched the bag from Camille and dashed into the girls' dormitory. "You little rascal," Su Luo began to curse, but swallowed the words back. "What an annoying person. Did you just say something?" Camille inquired. "Nothing. I just suddenly felt like having a tomato," Su Luo replied, feeling the tension rise awkwardly. "Oh, the underwear has flown out of reach." "No, right before our eyes." "Now." Camille's hands were empty. Sulo and Camille stood face to face beneath the girls' dormitory, enveloped in a cloak of darkness and profound silence. In the distance, the woods echoed with the rhythmic chorus of cicadas, heralding the mating season of these summer insects. Suddenly, Camille let out a soft chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Sulo inquired, puzzled. "Actually, I have another piece of news," Camille replied, a shy smile gracing her face. "Another piece? Where?" Sulo glanced at Camille, who appeared empty-handed. "Right here." Camille gestured towards herself. "The one I'm wearing today is brand new, Sulo. Would you like to see it?" This was a question with an obvious answer. Any hesitation on Sulo's part would be a slight against Camille and a lack of trust in her foreign friend. Before Sulo could respond, Camille suddenly took a step forward, and Sulo felt as though struck by lightning. The distance between them was less than a centimeter, although they weren't pressed against one another. Sulo could feel the warmth radiating from Camille and the distinct fragrance that enveloped her. The sultry air intensified the allure of her scent, and they could hear each other's breaths. Today, Camille wore a loose-fitting pure white t-shirt and snug denim jeans. Her golden hair cascaded down, with two adorable little ears peeking through. Looking up at Sulo, her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Sulo, don't just admire my figure. Look here." She indicated with a playful glance downwards. It was not Sulo's fault. He was looking down at Camille from a higher vantage point. Unfortunately, her attributes were somewhat obstructive. He tilted his head back slightly to catch a glimpse of the scene below. Camille placed her hands on the button of her jeans, slowly unfastening it. As the button came free, the jeans loosened. Then, with one hand holding the waistband and the other grasping the zipper, she began to pull it down gradually. As the zipper descended, the jeans parted to reveal a glimpse of inner beauty. In the beam of the flashlight, Sulo caught sight of a hint of purple. In this moment, he recalled a lyric. I lowered my head and caught a whiff of fragrance. With a swift motion, Camille zipped her jeans back up and fastened the button. The entire process, though seemingly elaborate, took less than 3 seconds. "Sulo, I took your advice and bought purple," she said, a playful tone in her voice. "Sorry, I didn't catch that clearly before. Could you repeat it 1,000,000 times?" Camille laughed as she playfully punched Sulo's chest. "Good night, Sulo," she said, turning to dash into the girls' dormitory. In truth, she merely wished to prove that she had obediently followed Sulo's suggestion to purchase purple. Upon reaching the dorm entrance, she mischievously beckoned Sulo with a teasing finger. Had it not been for Camille sharing a room with Yao Jingjing, Sulo would have charged in without a second thought. He turned off the flashlight and stood still, taking a deep breath. Half a minute later, he turned and walked towards the boys' dormitory. He found it impossible to stand upright, having to bend his back instead. Such is life. In some places, one must be straight, while in others, one must bow. Upon returning to the dorm, he found only Zhang Yang inside. It was Saturday, and as per tradition, Tian Jijia and Zhou Zhu had undoubtedly gone to the internet CAF for an overnight stay. These two were addicted to gaming, seizing every opportunity to indulge. Unlike Zhang Yang, who spent his free time engrossed in learning new knowledge on his laptop. When Su Luo entered, he noticed Zhang Yang was engrossed in his laptop, with the light turned off. The moment he opened the door, Zhang Yang swiftly hit the pause button. Although Zhang Yang was quick, Su Luo still heard a cry from the laptop before it fell silent. Yes, yes, oh my god. After Zhang Yang pressed pause, the sound abruptly ceased. In the darkness, Su Luo stood at the door while Zhang Yang lay on his bed with the laptop in hand. They exchanged distant glances. Hey, am I interrupting you? Su Luo hesitated before entering. No, I just started watching, Zhang Yang explained. Oh, you haven't begun yet? Su Luo replied. Damn it, I'm still just a kid. I have no idea what you're talking about. Zhang Yang retorted. Stop pretending. Old Tian and Zhu are gone. What is there to be embarrassed about? Su Luo said. Damn, you really know me well. Zhang Yang admitted. Seriously, if it's inconvenient for you, I can step outside for a moment. It's just a minute. You think it's just a minute? I don't need that. Zhang Yang snapped. Fine then. I'm coming in, Su Luo declared, entering the room and switching on the light. Zhang Yang retrieved a roll of tissue from under the covers and set it aside, then sat up with his laptop. Su Luo glanced at Zhang Yang's computer screen. What theme are you watching today? It's that Little Cabin series again, Zhang Yang replied. The Little Cabin series? Yes, the check cabins. Enter, pay, retrieve, queue. That series. Zhang Yang summarized precisely. Seriously? Haven't you watched that countless times? Su Luo asked, incredulous. Well, it's lively with so many people, and every viewing brings new insights. Zhang Luo reminisced about how, at the beginning of the semester, Zhang Yang had led Tian Jijia and Zhou Zhu astray with the Little Cabin series. The concept of the series was undeniably captivating. Paying for entry, buffet style, with photos affixed to each seat, indeed left a strong impression on newcomers. The boys in the adjacent dorm had all come to revere Zhang Yang as the master of short films due to this resource. Go on, I'm heading to bed, Su Luo said, uninterested in further conversation. The events from the night with Camille had already left him unable to stand straight. Returning to the dorm, he found Zhang Yang still engrossed in the Little Cabin series. Just moments ago, Su Luo cast a fleeting glance at the screen displaying a blonde actress. His mind consumed by thoughts of the golden-haired Camille. His temper flared, and as he climbed onto the upper bunk, he laid down in frustration. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He retrieved it to find a message from Hai Jixin. Their last conversation had revolved around the issue of biting, and the final words from Yao Jingjing lingered in the chat box, intensifying Su Luo's irritation. On the screen, several pouting emojis appeared, followed by a text message. Hai Jixin, are you asleep? I want a video chat. Chapter 74, Lessons Learned. The other party retracted a message. Hai Jixin, are you asleep? I want a video chat. Yao Jingjing had deleted an extraneous word. Su Luo leaned over to glance down. Zhang Yang had donned headphones. Lost in the world of his small cabin, Su Luo called out to him a few times, but Zhang Yang, immersed in the scene, was oblivious to his voice, likely imagining himself as one of the foreigners who had paid to enter the cabin. Su Luo replied to Yao Jingjing, not asleep, I can video chat. Within a second of sending the message, her video call came through, showcasing her eagerness. Upon connecting, Yao Jingjing's enchanting visage graced the screen, still clad in the same sleepwear as before, albeit in white this time. It was immediately apparent to Su Luo that she had been drinking. Her eyes were hazy, her cheeks flushed, and she was clearly putting on a brave face for their chat. Why is it so dark on your end? Came her sultry voice through the phone's microphone. Su Luo raised his phone, explaining, I haven't turned on the lights. My roommate is watching a movie. Oh, I thought you were alone in the dorm, Yao Jingjing whispered. I have a roommate down below, Su Luo replied. Will he be able to hear me? She asked, covering her mouth and speaking softly. No, he's wearing headphones while watching the movie, he assured her. With that, Su Luo adjusted the camera to sneakily capture Zhang Yang from his upper bunk, calling out to him a few times. Zhang Yang, with furrowed brows, remained fixated on the screen, entirely unaware of Su Luo's attempts to get his attention. See, he can't hear anything, Su Luo informed Yao Jingjing. I understand. At that moment, Yao Jingjing inadvertently caught sight of Zhang Yang's computer screen, where a man inside the cabin was engaged in a heated argument with a blonde, blue-eyed woman. The man's demeanor was quite aggressive, leaving the woman no opportunity to respond. Her face was flushed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, clearly a sign of distress. Yao Jingjing's beautiful face flushed a deeper shade. Su Luo, noticing the shift in atmosphere, swiftly adjusted the camera, capturing Yao Jingjing's expression, which was a mix of amusement and intrigue. Su Luo quickly clarified, let me explain, I usually don't indulge in such things. He is the only one in the dormitory who does. I find that hard to believe. You must really enjoy watching it, Yao Jingjing replied, her eyes narrowing into a sly smile. Is this really the impression I give you? Do you think I'm some kind of pervert? Su Luo said, half laughing, half crying. Not at all, but I can't shake the feeling that you might do something perverse to me, Yao Jingjing giggled drunkenly. You've had quite a bit to drink. How many dishes did you have to consume to reach this state? Su Luo inquired. Not much, really. Ever since my daughter went to university, I've taken to drinking alone out of boredom, Yao Jingjing murmured, resting her chin on her hand. You should get some rest. We can chat more once you've sobered up. No, I'm not tired at all. Sister, your eyes can barely stay open. Don't call me sister. Just call me Jingjing, she playfully teased, gazing at Su Luo with a mischievous expression. Tell me, do you want to make me cry? Make you cry? What are you talking about? Su Luo responded, bewildered. You know, the foreigner on the computer just now, he made that woman cry, Yao Jingjing rambled. Su Luo finally understood. Yin Meijing was referring to the scene from the little cabin displayed on Zhang Yang's screen. It must be said, she had a way with words, summarizing the entire scenario with just 2 characters. What a ridiculous notion. No wonder she is a woman who has given birth. I'm not thinking that way. Don't slander me, Su Luo said, adopting a serious demeanor. Are you sure you don't want to make me cry? Yin Meijing pressed. I'm certain, he insisted. But I want you to make me cry, she countered. In this lifetime, you're the only one I'd let do that, she added, lifting her phone and swaying slightly. Boys should take care of themselves when going out. Keep your distance from that perverse girl at your school, she warned, referring to Yao Jingjing. Before he could respond, Yin Meijing suddenly lowered her gaze and collapsed onto her pillow, tossing her phone aside. The camera swayed and finally settled on the ceiling. A few seconds later, Su Luo could hear her faint snoring through the microphone. She had finally fallen asleep. Su Luo let out a long sigh of relief and ended the video call. He had hoped to engage in a conversation about his father's tall tales, but instead, they had talked about nothing of substance. Yet, he had learned a new term from this sister, which he considered a noteworthy gain. The next day, as soon as Su Luo opened his eyes, he saw a message from Yin Meijing regarding their video chat from the previous night. Apologies. Last night I drank a bit too much and said a lot of nonsensical things. I hope you won't take it to heart, Hai Jixin expressed. I usually drink alone and have never video called anyone while intoxicated. Perhaps I longed for your company, which led me to say those things. You don't think poorly of me, do you? She added, tears welling in her eyes. Of course, Su Luo did not harbor any ill thoughts about her. He merely wished to be the one to make her cry. He felt no fault in her. Su Luo responded to Yao Meijing's message before rising to wash up. There were pressing matters to attend to today. He was to partake in Yin Luoshue's family banquet. The gathering was to be held at the Yin family's private estate at noon. After the banquet, he planned to return in the evening and take Camille out for a late-night meal. Yin Luoshue had already sent him the address the previous day. Once Su Luo completed his morning routine, Zhang Yang had yet to awaken, likely due to overindulgence. Su Luo dressed and headed to the cafeteria for breakfast, later changing in his car before setting off for the Yin family's estate. After more than half an hour, Su Luo arrived at Yingu Manor. Though referred to as a manor, it resembled a vast golf course, a sprawling lawn stretching as far as the eye could see, adorned with verdant pine trees. In the center of the lawn, a man-made lake hosted several black swans frolicking in the water. Su Luo parked in the lot, surveying a sea of luxury vehicles, Maseratis, Cayans, Land Rovers, and Bentleys, with Yin Luoshue's pink Cullinan among them. He parked his black car beside the Cullinan and stepped out. From a distance, Yin Luoshue approached in an elegant black gown. Today, she was resplendent, her cascading waves and fiery red lips creating a striking visage. Complemented by her black attire, she exuded an air of unattainable grace. Dear, why are you so late? Everyone has been waiting for you. Yin Luoshue interrupted Su Luo's unspoken thoughts. He quickly realized that they had agreed to address each other as siblings in private and to be more intimate when at her home. Traffic was heavy, sweetheart, he replied. It's all right, let us go, she said, her smile sweet and natural as she linked her arm with his, leaning against his shoulder as they entered the estate. Chapter 75. Women are made of water. Su Luo wrapped his arm around Yin Luoshue's waist as they walked toward the banquet hall. This Yingu Manor is usually home only to my grandparents, as the air here is fresh and the environment quite comfortable, ideal for elderly living. Yin Luoshue explained as they strolled, encountering servants who bowed and greeted them along the way. Su Luo paid little heed to the formalities. His attention remained solely on the curve of Yin Luoshue's waist. Her waist was undeniably slender. Su Luo felt as though a single hand could easily support it. As Yin Luoshue gracefully walked ahead, her delicate waist swayed rhythmically in Su Luo's grasp. Through the sheer fabric of her dress, he could discern the absence of any excess flesh around her waist. Occasionally, their steps would falter in unison, prompting Su Luo to instinctively tighten his hold around Yin Luoshue's waist. The sensation in his hand became increasingly vivid. It was hard to believe that such a flat abdomen could be so soft. The tactile experience was truly delightful. Indeed, women seemed to be made of water. With a smile upon her face, Yin Luoshue displayed no signs of discomfort and continued to link her arm with Su Luo's as they moved forward. Before long, they arrived at the banquet hall of Yingu Manor. The spacious hall was filled with individuals of all ages, as this was a gathering of the Yin family. Devoid of outsiders, Yin Luoshue had already briefed Su Luo on her family's circumstances the previous day. A cursory glance around the hall allowed him to recognize their identities. The elderly man in a wheelchair at a distance, with his white hair, was undoubtedly Yin Luoshue's grandfather, Yin Jixing, the venerable head of the Yin group. Beside him sat his wife, Lu Jifan, Yin Luoshue's grandmother. Su Luo had previously encountered Yin Luoshue's parents, Yin Bingjun and Zhang Shuhua, who were engaged in lively conversation with the elder. On a sofa in the banquet hall sat a strikingly beautiful mother-daughter duo, Ling Xiaohong and Yin Shui, the wife and daughter of Yin Luoshue's late third uncle, Yin Ruifeng. It must be said that the Yin family possessed remarkable beauty. With Yin Bingjun and Zhang Shuhua's good looks, it was no surprise that they produced a gem like Yin Luoshue. Although Su Luo had never seen Yin Ruifeng, he could surmise from Yin Shui that her father must have been quite handsome, with a blend of paternal bone structure and maternal curves. Ling Xiaohong represented a voluptuous type of beauty, while Yin Shui inherited her mother's advantageous figure. As Su Luo embraced Yin Luoshue's waist and entered the banquet hall, they immediately became the center of attention. "Darling, let me introduce you to my family," Yin Luoshue began, but before she could lead Su Luo over, Yin Shui was the first to bounce off the sofa and approach them. "Sister, I've been waiting for you forever. Is this your husband?" Yin Luoshue affectionately ruffled Yin Shui's hair. "Yes, this is your brother-in-law." Turning to Su Luo, she added, "Darling, this is my cousin, Yin Shui, who is currently in the second year of middle school." With a beaming smile, Yin Shui extended her hand to Su Luo. "Hello, brother-in-law. I've heard so much about you from my sister. I didn't expect you to be so handsome." "Thank you. You are quite beautiful yourself, truly. You are as lovely as your name suggests," Su Luo replied as he shook her hand. "Brother-in-law is quite the charmer. No wonder my sister likes you so much," Yin Shui remarked with a twinkle in her eye. Had it not been for Yin Luoshue's introduction, Su Luo would never have guessed that Yin Shui was a middle school student, perhaps due to the early maturity typical of girls. The child's height is comparable to Yin Luoshue, though she possesses a somewhat slender physique. However, her development is certainly not lacking, particularly in the chest area. Su Luo feels that none of the girls in his class can match Yin Shui. Indeed, she is the offspring of a wealthy family, and her nutrition undoubtedly reflects that. Don't just keep chatting with your brother-in-law. Let us engage with him as well," Zhang Shuhua chuckled from a distance. "Oh, all right." Yin Shui, sporting a mushroom hairstyle, eagerly lifted her dark green skirt and scurried to clear a path from her clumsy attempt at handling the formal attire. Su Luo could finally discern her status as a middle school student, clearly not accustomed to wearing such formal clothing on a regular basis. Yin Luoshue introduced Su Luo to her grandparents. "Grandpa, Grandma, this is my boyfriend." Su Luo politely greeted the elderly couple. "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. I am Su Luo, Xiaoshua's boyfriend. Welcome to our family." On behalf of the Yin clan, Yin Jixing, seated in a wheelchair, extended his hand towards Su Luo. Su Luo graciously bent down to shake the old gentleman's hand. "This young man is quite handsome, resembling my younger self to some extent," Yin Jixing remarked in admiration. Lu Jifan, standing nearby, shot a disapproving glance at Yin Jixing. "Oh dear, you old man truly lack modesty. You cannot compare to young Su at all." "In what way am I lacking? Just look at young Su's brows, eyes, and stature, so reminiscent of my youthful vigor." Yin Jixing reminisced fondly. "Oh, spare me. Do you think I am unaware of how you looked in your youth? Are you suffering from poor memory, old woman? Go fetch our family album. I must have a thorough discussion with you," Yin Jixing declared to Lu Jifan. "You old man, want to argue with me? Just wait, I'll go get the album," Lu Jifan retorted as she sent someone to retrieve it. Su Luo was amused by the playful banter of the elderly couple. He had not anticipated such a lively interaction upon meeting Yin Luoshue's grandparents. This was entirely different from his preconceived notions of a wealthy family, especially with Yin Jixing, who resembled a mischievous old child, exuding a playful humor. Su Luo had imagined that upon arriving, his status as a university student would subject him to scrutiny or ridicule from the Yin family. He expected a grandmotherly figure like Lu Jifan to pry into his background, while the old gentleman would utter some barbed remarks, such as, "You, a mere impoverished student, are utterly unworthy of marrying my precious granddaughter." Such awkward comments were what he had anticipated. However, rather than facing any form of disdain, they did not even inquire about Su Luo's family circumstances. He realized he might have been too deeply influenced by those mindless novels and foolish short dramas. True affluent individuals do not carry such bitterness. Having grown up with a golden key, how could they harbor any resentment? They remain utterly indifferent to your familial circumstances, your monthly income, or whether you possess a house, a car, or savings. Only those with a severely underdeveloped intellect would utter such foolish remarks, who, upon meeting a good person, would resort to banging the table and creating a scene as if they bore a deep-seated grudge. The quality of the Yin family is clearly evident through Yin Luoxue. Among them, the only one exhibiting a hint of aloofness is Ling Xiaohong. Dressed entirely in black, she forces a smile when greeting Su Luo. Concerned that Su Luo might misinterpret the situation, Yin Luoxue quietly explains, "My uncle and aunt share a profound bond. Since my uncle's passing, my aunt has not worn a smile. She hasn't attended family gatherings either. Today, knowing I brought you to meet the family, her presence is already quite remarkable. I hope you do not harbor any misconceptions. Rest assured, I have no such thoughts. I can empathize with your aunt," Su Luo replied nonchalantly. From Ling Xiaohong's perspective, she must have endured significant emotional turmoil. Yin Ruifeng was once the heir of the Yin family, and as his wife, she undoubtedly basked in glory. However, after Yin Ruifeng's tragic suicide, she found herself a widow, and her standing within the Yin family must have suffered greatly. Thus, Yin Luoxue's observation that Ling Xiaohong has refrained from attending family gatherings since Yin Ruifeng's death resonates with Su Luo. What joy could she possibly derive from such occasions now that her husband is gone? One only needs to look at how Yin Luoxue's mother, Zhang Shuhua, has thrived and regained her former splendor to understand Ling Xiaohong's decision to abstain from the gatherings. At every family gathering, she ensures that Yin Shuai is present. Today, Yin Luoxue attends the family feast under the pretext of introducing her boyfriend. The fact that Ling Xiaohong is in attendance speaks volumes about her respect for the occasion. Nevertheless, this is a private family matter, and Su Luo finds himself disinterested in the intricacies. After all, he is merely playing a role and remains indifferent to the surrounding affairs. Ling Xiaohong approaches Su Luo, greets him with a handshake, and then retreats to a corner by the floor-to-ceiling window, sipping red wine. The Yin family members observe her demeanor, and though they say nothing, a flicker of sadness and sympathy passes through their eyes. Soon, a servant presents a thick, old photo album to Lu Jifeng. She beckons Su Luo to sit before her and opens the album, locating a photograph of the young Yin Jixing. "Little Su, look here. This is your grandfather in his youth. He claims he was as handsome as you. Does he resemble you at all?" Su Luo glances at the photo and shakes his head. "No, not at all. Grandfather is far more handsome than I." Yin Jixing bursts into laughter. "Huh? Did you hear that?" The boy knows how to flatter. Lu Jifeng shoots him a playful glare and then turns back to Su Luo. "Let us ignore this old man. Little Su, I want to show you a picture of Xiao Shui from her childhood." "All right, Grandma," Su Luo responds. Indeed, whether from affluent families or ordinary households, the elderly possess an enduring fondness for reminiscing through old photographs. Lu Jifeng unearthed several images from Yin Luoxue's childhood to share with Su Luo. Here is a photograph of little Shui during her kindergarten days. This one captures her participating in a piano competition, and here is a delightful image of her dancing ballet. From a young age, Yin Luoxue was a beauty, and her present appearance bears a striking resemblance to her childhood self. The only discernible difference is that her childhood photographs portray a miniature version of her current self, exuding an undeniable charm. Most astonishingly, Su Luo was taken aback to discover the multitude of talents Yin Luoxue possessed. While she had already mastered music, chess, calligraphy, and painting in her early years, he could only recall his own mischief involving urination and mud. Of course, he was not so distasteful as to use his own. He preferred to engage in such antics with the urine and mud of his female classmates. Su Luo noticed one particular photograph featuring Yin Luoxue with her hair styled in two playful buns, clad in a ballet leotard, captured mid-split in the air. The caption read, "Shui's first junior palace arts performance." Su Luo exclaimed, "I never imagined your flexibility was so impressive at that age." Yin Luoxue, with a proud expression, replied, "Indeed, I won the city championship for the children's ballet category back then. It was evident that this aerial split was a remarkable feat I practiced for a long time." She added, "Can you still do that now?" He inquired. "Oh, stop it." Yin Luoxue playfully punched Su Luo's arm, her face flushed with embarrassment. Their playful banter felt utterly natural, and Yin Luoxue's parents and grandparents observed the affectionate exchange, sharing knowing smiles. At that moment, Lu Jifan discovered an ancient photograph of Yin Luoxue. Oh my, this photo is quite old. It predates Shue's time in kindergarten, she said, holding it up for Su Luo to see. Upon glancing at it, Su Luo noted that Yin Luoxue appeared even smaller. She had a red dot painted between her brows, and her hair was styled in two high pigtails, reminiscent of a miniature Neza. Notably, she was donning a pair of open-crotch pants, the kind typically worn by newborns. Su Luo recalled having similar photographs from that period, likely taken when he was about 1 year old. However, it was clear from the photograph that Yin Luoxue was well beyond that age, likely a toddler who could run about freely. Through the photograph, Su Luo could see distinctly that during this phase, she was still a cherubic little creature, plump and seemingly delightful to pinch. As a diligent student in aquaculture, Su Luo had a modicum of knowledge regarding clams. Judging solely from the photograph, the clam's texture and shape were undoubtedly exquisite. However, he pondered whether, over the years, the pearl within had become more conspicuous. Yin Luoxue noticed Su Luo's gaze lingering on a particular spot in the photograph, and her face instantly flushed. "Oh my grandma, why are you showing him my embarrassing photos?" Yin Luoxue exclaimed, mortified as she closed the old album. Su Luo, with a teasing smile, remarked, "Why were you still wearing open-crotch pants in kindergarten?" Little Shui had a tendency to wet herself, squatting in the yard without a care, and only managed to behave normally by the time she reached her final year of kindergarten. Zhang Shuhua stifled a laugh nearby. "Oh dear, why would you bring that up? It's mortifying." Yin Luoxue's face turned as red as a tomato. All right, we won't speak of it any longer," Zhang Shuhua chuckled. Lu Jifan, also unable to contain her laughter, chimed in, "It's quite normal for little girls. There's no shame in it. You're a grown lady now." Feeling the conversation had become unbearable, Yin Luoxue awkwardly stood up to leave, clutching the old album tightly, anxious that Lu Jifan might uncover more of her past indiscretions. It was one thing for her grandmother and mother to discuss her childhood photos, but the thought of Su Luo scrutinizing that particular picture filled her with embarrassment, prompting her to instinctively squeeze her legs together. Yin Shui approached, lifting her skirt to share a moment with Yin Luoxue. Meanwhile, Su Luo, Yin Bingjun, and Yin Jixing engaged in light-hearted conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere in the banquet hall. Suddenly, a deep, magnetic voice resonated from a distance. What a lively gathering! The guests turned to see a middle-aged man in a suit with a buzz cut entering the hall. He bore some resemblance to Yin Jixing, though his cheekbones were pronounced, his nasolabial folds deep, and his gaze sharp, giving him an unapproachable demeanor. Accompanying him was a young woman with vintage curls, dressed in an orange qipao, exuding a distinctly Shanghai Annie vibe. Between them was a boy, roughly the same age as Su Luo, wearing glasses and a white tracksuit, his slender frame accentuating a scholarly air. With their arrival, the joyful ambience of the banquet hall dissipated, and the expressions of the guests soured. Su Luo recognized the trio approaching, Yin Xiaodong, Fang Yiran, and their son Yin Hengji, and understood the tension in the air. Chapter 77, The Unusual Yin Xiaodong, with his wife and child, approached the group, first greeting Yin Jixing and Lu Jifan, followed by Yin Bingjun and Zhang Shuhua. His demeanor was amicable, devoid of any hint of hostility, as if they were simply siblings reuniting. He glanced at Ling Qiuhong, who sat alone, nursing a drink. "I didn't expect my sister-in-law to be here today. What a rare sight," he remarked with a smile. "It's Xiao Xue's first time bringing her boyfriend home, so as an elder, I must make an appearance." "What? Am I not welcome?" Ling Qiuhong's voice was icy. Yin Xiaodong smiled briefly and remained silent. Beside him, Fang Yiran cheerfully interjected, "Sister Qiuhong, my dear, Yin isn't implying anything untoward. He simply has a rather blunt way of speaking." Ling Qiuhong chose not to respond further. Zhang Shuhua, attempting to ease the tension, inquired, "Yiran, how have you been lately? Is the film crew keeping you busy?" "Sister-in-law, I've had some free time recently since Xiao Ji has started his senior year in high school. I decided to push back my schedule to spend more time with him." Fang Yiran replied with a smile. "Indeed, Xiao Ji is a sensible child, dedicated to his studies. He will surely excel," Zhang Shuhua remarked. Yesterday, Yin Luoxue mentioned that Yin Xiaodong's wife is an actress, known for portraying villainous roles in several period dramas. While not a superstar, she possesses a modicum of fame. At that moment, Yin Xiaodong's gaze fell upon Su Luo. "This young man must be Xiao Shue's boyfriend," he inquired. As Su Luo prepared to speak, Yin Luoxue stepped in front of him. "Yes, he is my boyfriend, Su Luo." Uncle, you can call him Xiao Su. Yin Xiaodong observed Yin Luoshua's protective stance over her partner and chuckled. Oh, there's no need to be so tense. I have no intention of causing any trouble for your boyfriend. Your seriousness is strikingly reminiscent of your father. With that, he extended his left hand towards Su Luo, revealing he was left-handed. So, Xiao Su, it is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you, uncle. I am equally pleased to meet you. Su Luo responded as he shook hands with Yin Xiaodong. Fang Yiran appraised Su Luo, her face reflecting admiration. Xiao Su is quite handsome. It would be a waste not to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. Have you considered acting? I could provide an introduction. You flatter me, auntie. I am not well versed in the intricacies of the industry and would likely not fare well in it. Su Luo replied with a smile. This young man is truly modest. Come, Xiao Ji, greet your future brother-in-law, Fang Yiran urged as she pulled Yin Hengji beside Su Luo. Hello, brother-in-law, Yin Hengji mumbled, his head downcast, appearing somewhat socially anxious. Su Luo did not take offense. He understood how children of that age often behave. Yin Xiaodong produced a box and presented it to Su Luo, saying, Here, Xiao Su. As a token of our first meeting, I wish to gift you something. I hope you like it. Upon opening the box, a gold bar adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix designs was revealed. Uncle, this gift is far too extravagant. I appreciate your kindness, but please, no gifts, Su Luo protested. Nonsense about extravagance. I have only one niece, and this small token embodies my heartfelt wishes for you both to unite soon, Yin Xiaodong replied earnestly. Yin Bingjun interjected. Xiao Su, since your uncle is so sincere, you should accept it. Fang Yiran and Zhang Shuhua echoed their agreement, urging Su Luo to accept the gift. Unable to refuse, he reluctantly accepted the generous token from Yin Xiaodong. Thank you, uncle. There is no need for pleasantries. From now on, we are family. I initially anticipated that Yin Xiaodong would exhibit some bizarre behavior or utter unkind words. However, he refrained from doing so. After presenting a small gift, he began to lament his hunger, urging everyone to commence the feast. With the arrival of Yin Xiaodong's family, the Yin clan was finally gathered. Once everyone had taken their seats, Yin Jixing announced the official commencement of the family banquet. During the serving of the dishes, Yin Xiaodong exhibited no unusual behavior. Apart from inquiring about his father Yin Jixing's health and exchanging a few words with his elder brother Yin Bingjun concerning some business matters, he remained reticent. Subsequently, the gathering transitioned into a convivial atmosphere of eating and drinking. Wealthy individuals tend to prioritize health. Thus, the ingredients for the family feast were all organically grown on the estate, free from pollution and technology. Throughout the meal, Yin Xiaodong remained engrossed in his food, occasionally engaging in stilted conversations with his parents and elder siblings, but the topics felt forced and the atmosphere rather awkward. Su Luo noticed that after Yin Xiaodong's arrival, Ling Qiuhong and Yin Shui's spirits noticeably dampened. Particularly, Yin Shui, who had previously been lively and exuberant, wore a grave expression upon Yin Xiaodong's entrance, her eyes reflecting resentment whenever they met his. Ling Qiuhong similarly maintained a frosty demeanor towards Yin Xiaodong. Judging by the peculiar atmosphere at the dining table, it was evident that past family gatherings had likely been even more uncomfortable than this one. Before long, the table laden with sumptuous delicacies was nearly empty. Yin Xiaodong excused himself, citing other commitments, and departed with Fang Yiran and Yin Hengji. Once he left, the tension in the room noticeably dissipated. After the meal, Su Luo and Yin Luoshua strolled through the small garden behind the banquet hall. Strange, it's truly peculiar, Yin Luoshua murmured. What is strange? Su Luo inquired. He is too odd, entirely unlike his usual self. Today he seems like a different person, Yin Luoshua expressed, her brow furrowed in confusion. Su Luo understood that Yin Luoshua was referring to Yin Xiaodong. Surely you don't think I am lying? He is typically quite insufferable, always causing a ruckus at family gatherings. Who knows what has come over him today? Yin Luoshua replied with resignation. I don't think you are lying. I'm not foolish. One can discern from your family's expressions that your second uncle is not behaving as he usually does, Su Luo remarked. Indeed, he is normally not like this. It is exceedingly unusual, Yin Luoshua muttered. Based on Yin Luoshua's previous descriptions, Yin Xiaodong was the type to confront anyone and anything, often clashing with family members at these gatherings. There were numerous occasions where he argued with Yin Bingjun, leading to the latter flipping the table in anger. Yet today, Yin Xiaodong abruptly transformed into a model elder, exhibiting decorum and amiability towards both family and Su Luo alike. Such drastic changes in behavior often indicate underlying motives. However, Su Luo remained an outsider in this familial dynamic. He had no desire to interfere in Yin Luoshua's family matters. Yin Xiaodong pretended to be a good person, and it had nothing to do with him. He was too indifferent to meddle. Perhaps your second uncle thinks that since you are bringing your boyfriend home for the first time, he is deliberately toning down his demeanor? Su Luo suggested. If he is capable of restraining himself for the entire Yin family, how could he possibly do so merely because I brought my boyfriend home? Yin Luoshua's brow furrowed. Then what do you think prompted your second uncle to behave this way? Su Luo inquired. I can't fathom it either. Perhaps, as you said, he may have realized his previous shortcomings and is experiencing a sudden pang of conscience, Yin Luoshua pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 78. No second chances in Yin Luoshua's memory. Yin Xiaodong had always been an ambitious elder, exhibiting disdain for everyone in the Yin family, as though he were the most exceptional among them. His unusual behavior today, speaking kindly to everyone and presenting Su Luo with a gift, was indeed rather absurd. Yet, Yin Luoshua could not comprehend the reason behind his peculiar conduct. By the way, the gift he just presented to you was fine, right? Yin Luoshua asked. It was fine, just an ordinary gold bar from Zhou Shifu, Su Luo replied. Open it up and check, especially the packaging, to ensure there are no hidden listening devices, Yin Luoshua said with a wary expression. Listening devices? Surely not. Su Luo exclaimed as she opened the box, finding it empty save for the gold bar. Yin Luoshua picked up the bar and tapped it on the ground. Clang, clang, clang. The gold bar produced a crisp sound. After confirming that the gold bar was legitimate, she returned it to Su Luo. Well, it is solid inside. There should be no strange objects embedded within. Embedded strange objects within a gold bar? Su Luo was amused by her imaginative speculation. You make it sound as if your second uncle were a spy. What with the listening devices and hidden objects in the gold bar, 007 would not dare to film such a scenario, Su Luo quipped. You have no idea about my second uncle's character. I heard from my father that he has eliminated many competitors by means of eavesdropping and covert photography. He pretends to be submissive, yet he secretly plots ambushes. Seeing him act so unusually cordial with you today and presenting a gift inevitably leads me to overthink. Yin Luoshua explained. Is that so? I never would have guessed your second uncle was such a schemer, Su Luo began, but caught herself midway. She had intended to call him a cunning old fox, but felt it inappropriate to speak of an elder in such a manner. What were you about to say? Yin Luoshua asked. Oh, I was merely saying that your second uncle is quite the old hand at these matters, Su Luo said, giving a thumbs up. An old hand? Indeed. He is nothing more than a cunning old fox. Yin Luoshua scoffed. Cunning old foxes can indeed be bothersome. They are the ones I detest the most. Lurking in the bushes, waiting to ambush you when you least expect it, Su Luo lamented. Upon hearing this, Yin Luoshua instantly became animated. Yes, and those who hide in their rooms without moving, only to startle me when I open the door. Haha, you play PUBG too? Su Luo inquired. Yin Luoshua nodded vigorously. I do. Although I'm rather inexperienced, I rely heavily on survival for my gear. What do you mean by relying on survival for your gear? Su Luo couldn't help but ask. It's when two teams are fighting, and after they finish and loot, I go to scavenge what's left. If I'm lucky, I might even find an emergency flare. Yin Luoshua chuckled adorably. Su Luo was taken aback to discover that the future billionaire heiress of the Yin group was, in fact, an avid gamer. Stop playing defensively. I'll take you to a more aggressive match. It's far more thrilling to seize others' equipment. Su Luo proclaimed with confidence. Is that for real? Can you really take me to play? Yin Luoshua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. Stick with me, and you'll be feasting on chicken every day. That sounds fantastic. How about we play around right now? Right now? Isn't that inappropriate? Your family banquet hasn't even concluded. Oh, it's fine. Just one match. Come on, let us log in. Yin Luoshua eagerly pulled out her phone. Seeing her eagerness, Su Luo had no choice but to take out his phone and join her for a game. Thus, they sat on the estate's long bench, fingers flying over their screens. Yin Luoshua, adorned in a splendid gown and stunning makeup, was now lifting her skirt while intently searching for gear on her phone. Amusingly, each time she tossed a grenade in the game, she mimicked the character's motion, nearly throwing her phone a few times. Su Luo couldn't help but laugh at her antics. Sister, you're throwing a grenade, not casting a fishing line. Is that so? I always feel that throwing it this way makes it go farther. Yin Luoshue's voice was low, but despite Su Luo not being a professional player, guiding her through the match was quite effortless. With Su Luo leading the charge, Yin Luoshue dutifully scavenged behind him. Their first sweet duo match concluded with a victory. "Yay, we won!" Yin Luoshue exclaimed, raising her phone in celebration. Su Luo, feeling little sense of accomplishment, exited the game. "Next time, I'll invite a couple more people. It'll be more fun with a 4-player squad." "Sure, but you must give me the good items first. No sharing with others," Yin Luoshue declared with a playful pride. "Giving them to you would be futile. Your shooting skills are too poor." "Oh, I will improve. Just wait and see next time." After finishing their game, they chatted as they made their way back to the estate. Thanks to Yin Xiaodong's unusual behavior, the family banquet went far more smoothly than anticipated. There were no instances of being put on the spot, nor did Su Luo need to deliver any shocking remarks to impress the family. His meticulously prepared lines remained unspoken, which was perhaps for the best, sparing him from the need to perform. Yin Jingjing insisted on keeping Su Luo for dinner at the estate, but Su Luo politely declined, citing evening study as his reason. The Yin family escorted Su Luo to the car. Just before he got in, Yin Luoshue sweetly embraced him. Su Luo was aware that this was a deliberate performance put on by Yin Luoshue for the elderly couple nearby. "Xiao Su, please be careful on the road and drive slowly," Zhang Shuhua kindly advised. "All right, Auntie, rest assured," he replied. Yin Bingjun patted Su Luo on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Su, don't rush back next time. Take some time to share a drink with me." "Certainly, uncle, I promise," Su Luo chuckled. In truth, Su Luo had not anticipated that there would be no next time. This was his final encounter with Yin Bingjun. A month passed by in an orderly fashion. Just 2 days before the grand opening of Su Luo's themed restaurant dedicated to singles, calamity struck the Yin family. While Su Luo was engaged in evening study, he received a phone call from Yin Luoshue. Upon answering, it was the voice of Yin Shui, who was sobbing incoherently, only managing to utter the words "emergency room" at Binhai City Hospital. Immediately, Su Luo dashed to the hospital. Upon arrival, he found the entire Yin family gathered there, along with numerous unfamiliar faces, presumably associates of the Yin family. The corridor of the emergency room was filled with sounds of weeping. Yin Luoshue and Zhang Shuhua were clutching each other in despair, while Lu Jifan was sobbing uncontrollably. Yin Jingjing sat silently in a wheelchair, his complexion pale, and Ling Qiuhong had red-rimmed eyes, tightly gripping a tissue. Yin Shui, still in tears, approached Su Luo and recounted the events. After listening, Su Luo's expression changed abruptly. It turned out that just hours earlier, Yin Bingjun had been involved in a car accident and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Moments ago, a harrowing news emerged from the operating room. Yin Bingjun had succumbed despite all efforts to save him. Chapter 79. Are you still human? Uncle is gone, Yin Shui wailed. Su Luo offered a few words of comfort to her before moving to Yin Luoshue's side. He gently leaned down and placed a hand on her back. Yin Luoshue, overwhelmed with grief, lifted her head, and upon seeing Su Luo, collapsed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. My father," she stammered, and Su Luo reassured her, "I know. I will be here for you." The loss of a loved one, especially a father, was something Su Luo could only address by soothing Yin Luoshue's emotions. Being by her side was far more significant than anything else. Yin Luoshue felt the profound sense of security in Su Luo's embrace, resembling a wounded fawn as she buried her face in his chest, sobbing silently. Her tears soaked Su Luo's shirt. He caressed her back, observing the Yin family's overwhelming sorrow, and let out a deep sigh. Life is indeed unpredictable. Just a month ago, they had gathered together in laughter and merriment, yet now, a month later, Yin Bingjun was no longer among the living. The once lively Yin Jingjing, akin to a playful old child, now appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. His gaunt face marked by 2 streaks of tears. Su Luo could comprehend his emotions. 5 years prior, Yin Ruifeng had taken his own life by jumping from a building. Elder Yin had already endured the sorrow of burying his own child. Now, with the tragic death of Yin Bingjun in a car accident, Elder Yin was to face yet another heartbreaking blow. Who among us could withstand such relentless misfortune? The mere fact that the elder was present here demonstrated his remarkable fortitude. At that moment, Yin Xiaodong rushed in with a group of people. Upon learning of Yin Bingjun's demise, he was consumed by grief, howling in despair. "Brother, how could you leave us like this?" After weeping for a while, Yin Xiaodong wiped his tears and stood up. Where is the person who killed my brother? I demand justice. I want him to pay with his life. Yin Xiaodong frantically searched for the culprit, while those around him hurriedly restrained him. Ling Xiaohong, witnessing Yin Xiaodong's frenzied outburst, gently wiped away her tears and spoke softly. The driver responsible for the accident died before my brother could reach the hospital. Died? He echoed incredulously. Yes, after crashing into my brother's car, his vehicle lost control, plummeted off the overpass, and exploded, incinerating him on the spot. Ling Xiaohong replied coldly. What good is that? His life cannot compare to my brother's. Damn it, what about the driver's family? Yin Xiaodong seethed through clenched teeth. Is it meaningful to discuss this now? My brother is gone. Ling Xiaohong's voice trembled. How can it be meaningless? I demand blood for blood. I want that driver's family to pay for my brother's life. Yin Xiaodong roared, his eyes wild with rage. After a moment of madness, he approached Yin Luoxue and Zhang Shuhua. Sister-in-law, do not worry. Although my brother is no longer with us, the Yin family still has me. You and Xiaoxue focus on arranging my brother's funeral. I will shoulder the responsibilities of the group in his stead. The Yin family cannot falter. A cold laugh from Ling Xiaohong interrupted Yin Xiaodong's declaration, drawing everyone's gaze to her. This scene is all too familiar. When my old man Yin passed away, you said the same thing, that you would take on the responsibilities of the group. Now, it seems, it is my brother's turn, is it not? Yin Xiaodong's expression darkened. Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Yin heir, are you perhaps a bit too hasty? My brother's body is still warm, and your primary concern is the Yin family's business. Are you even human? Ling Xiaohong rebuked fiercely. Watch your tongue. Do not provoke me. Yin Xiaodong shouted, pointing at her. Spare me your theatrics. My old man Yin died under mysterious circumstances, and now my brother has met with misfortune. Do you dare to swear that you had no part in this? Slap. Yin Xiaodong struck Ling Xiaohong across the face, leaving everyone around him stunned. Ling Xiaohong, do not overstep. If it were not for the sake of third brother, there would be no place for you in the Yin family. Ling Xiaohong covered her face, glaring at Yin Xiaodong with fury. Come on, hit me. Keep hitting me. Even if you were to kill me today, I must speak. You, Yin Xiaodong, have brought ruin upon my family, first taking my dear father, and now my elder brother. You are nothing but a murderer. May you meet a wretched fate. Yin Xiaodong's lips twitched momentarily, and in a fit of rage, he raised his hand to strike again. You shall not hit my mother. Yin Shui exclaimed fiercely, leaping up to deliver a sharp blow to Yin Xiaodong's face. Instantly, a crimson mark appeared on his cheek. Hiss! Yin Xiaodong gasped in pain, touching the wound on his face, his anger flaring as he prepared to retaliate against Yin Shui. Enough! Roared Yin Jingjing, and the corridor fell into an immediate silence. The old man trembled with fury, struggling to rise from his wheelchair. Yin Xiaodong hurriedly rushed to support him. Father, please calm down. Do not let your anger take hold. Get lost. Yin Jingjing forcefully shoved Yin Xiaodong away. Frowning briefly, Yin Xiaodong quickly regained his composure. Father, I was in the wrong. I should not have quarreled with my siblings at such a time, but I act only with our family's best interests at heart. With my elder brother gone, I am the sole heir left. If I do not uphold the Yin family's banner now, will I not seem like a coward? Rest assured, I will honor the legacies of my brothers and manage our family business with integrity, ensuring we do not bring shame upon the Yin name. Yin Jingjing observed Yin Xiaodong pledging his loyalty before him, trembling uncontrollably. What misfortune has befallen our family? The old man lamented, raising his voice to the heavens, only to succumb to darkness, collapsing back into his wheelchair. The corridor erupted into chaos. Doctor, come quickly. The Yin family members were thrown into disarray. Medical staff rushed in response and swiftly wheeled Yin Jingjing into the emergency room. Lu Jifan, witnessing her husband's collapse, fainted in shock. The passing of Yin Bingjun had already dealt a heavy blow to the family, and now with both Yin Jingjing and Lu Jifan unconscious, the entire Yin household was thrown into turmoil. After tireless efforts from the doctors, Yin Jingjing and Lu Jifan were finally stabilized. Their conditions had deteriorated due to overwhelming grief, exacerbated by Yin Xiaodong's provocations, leading to heart complications. Lu Jifan's symptoms were mild, but Yin Jingjing, being of advanced age, required time to recover from his condition. He had yet to emerge from the brink of danger. Yin Luoxue stood vigil by her grandfather's bedside, still grappling with the sorrow of losing her father, now burdened with worry for her grandfather's health. Ling Xiaohong instructed Yin Shui to stay with Yin Luoxue, while she and Zhang Shuhua made arrangements for Yin Bingjuan's funeral. The hospital room was left with only Su Luo, Yin Luoxue, and Yin Shui. Gazing at the comatose Yin Jixing, Yin Shui bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks. My uncle has caused my father's death, and now he has also taken my uncle's life. My grandfather has been so distressed that he has collapsed. Chapter 80. The nature has changed. Do not speak of such things in front of grandfather, Yin Luoxue said, her eyes red with tears. Yin Shui nodded, choking back her emotions, and fell silent. The three of them quietly kept vigil in the hospital room with the unconscious Yin Jixing for a while. The doctor entered to change the dressings, asking them to step outside. Su Luo and the Yin sisters left the ward. Yin Luoxue was required to handle the affairs of Yin Bingjun alongside Zhang Shuhua. Yin Xiaodong had already departed at some point. Only Su Luo and Yin Shui remained in the corridor. Yin Shui continued to sob quietly, reflecting on the conversation between Ling Qiuhong and Yin Xiaodong before Yin Jixing fell into a coma, as well as what Yin Shui had just said in the hospital room. Su Luo felt that everything was indeed rather suspicious. Did you say in the ward that it was your uncle who caused your father's death? What is the story behind this? Su Luo inquired. My father did not commit suicide. It was my uncle who wanted to usurp the position of heir and caused my father's demise. Yin Shui wept. Did you see or learn something that leads you to believe this? Su Luo was trying to ascertain if Yin Shui possessed any evidence. Yin Shui shook her head. No, but my father was a very bright person. He would never take his own life without reason. Moreover, after my father's passing, my uncle, just like today, showed no concern for how devastated my mother and I were, continuously clamoring to take over my father's business. Later, grandfather entrusted the family business to my uncle, which infuriated my uncle, leading to several quarrels between them. My uncle resented grandfather for passing the position of heir to my uncle. Su Luo nodded, understanding Yin Shui's implications. Previously, Yin Luoxue had discussed Yin Ruifeng with him. From her descriptions, Su Luo knew that Yin Ruifeng was an exceptionally accomplished individual, with a harmonious and happy family, a flourishing career, and significant influence within the Yin family. Under normal circumstances, Yin Ruifeng did not seem like someone who would commit suicide. Now, listening to Yin Shui's portrayal of her father further solidified Su Luo's suspicion that Yin Ruifeng's death might not have been a suicide. Yet, all this was mere conjecture. Since the police had closed the case as a suicide 5 years ago, it must have been due to insufficient evidence to prove otherwise, either homicide or an accident. The specifics of the scene and the coroner's records were in the hands of the police, and Su Luo was no omniscient being. How could he know the circumstances surrounding Yin Ruifeng's fall 5 years prior? Su Luo shifted his focus to the traffic accident involving Yin Bingjun. He asked several members of the Yin family, piecing together the situation. Yin Bingjun had gone out of town to negotiate a business deal, and on his return journey, a large truck had veered into oncoming traffic and collided head-on with Yin Bingjuan's vehicle. After the truck overturned Yin Bingjuan's car, it lost control, fell from an overpass, and exploded, resulting in the truck driver being burned to death on the spot. When the traffic police arrived, they discovered that the truck driver had been driving under the influence prior to the accident. Yin Bingjuan's misfortune was purely coincidental. The responsibility for this tragic incident undoubtedly falls upon the truck driver. However, the unfortunate loss of life leaves no witnesses to the events that transpired. No one can ascertain the experiences of the truck driver in his final moments, nor can we determine if there was any intent to inflict harm. On the surface, this appears to be a mere traffic accident. Yet, if the circumstances align with Yin Shui's conjecture, suggesting that everything was orchestrated by Yin Xiaodong, the nature of the incident shifts entirely. Nonetheless, there is currently no evidence to implicate Yin Xiaodong in this traffic accident. With the truck driver deceased, there is no proof to suggest that he acted under Yin Xiaodong's orders. As for the suicide case of Yin Ruifeng, it remains even more elusive to establish any connection between Yin Xiaodong and the tragic event. 3 days later, Yin Bingjuan's funeral commenced, followed by cremation. The entire Yin family gathered to pay their respects. As Yin Luoxue's partner, Su Luo naturally stood by her side. The ancestral grave of the Yin family is situated upon a hill where their forebears are interred. Yin Bingjuan's resting place is adjacent to that of Yin Ruifeng, with a vacant space in between reserved for Yin Xiaodong. As paper offerings were burned, Yin Xiaodong was overcome with grief. Eldest brother, third brother, May your spirits in the heavens bless our Yin family with harmony and prosperity. Once I have elevated our family's legacy, I shall join you. Yin Luoxue knelt in silence before Yin Bingjuan's grave, her countenance weary and despondent. In recent days, her tears had run dry. Zhang Shuhua mirrored her sorrow. As the mother and daughter wept together, feeling as though the weight of the world had descended upon them. Yin Jingjing sat in a wheelchair, reliant on an oxygen tank. Yet he exerted himself to bid farewell to his eldest son. After Yin Bingjuan's ashes were laid to rest, the Yin family, along with relatives and friends who attended the funeral, returned to Yunga Manor. There, a banquet was arranged in honor of the mourners, akin to traditional funeral customs, to express gratitude to those who came to pay their respects. A month prior, the Yin family had hosted a celebratory feast in the same venue. Who could have foreseen that, merely a month later, it would serve as the setting for Yin Bingjuan's funeral banquet? At the dining table, the atmosphere was somber. Yin Luoxue, Zhang Shuhua, and Lu Jifan wept in silence. Yin Jixing's face bore the pallor of despair. Ling Qiuhong and her daughter, Yin Shuai, continually offered words of comfort to Yin Luoxue and Zhang Shuhua. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaodong took it upon himself to express gratitude at each table. As the last remaining heir of the Yin family, the responsibility of socializing fell squarely upon his shoulders. After completing his rounds of thanks, he returned to the table of his family, observing their downcast spirits. With a feigned sigh of sorrow, he proclaimed, "The living must carry on, and the departed shall find peace. Surely, my elder brother would not wish to see us in such disarray. Let us uplift our spirits." Upon finishing his words, Yin Xiaodong turned to Yin Jixing and said, "Father, I have personally expressed my gratitude to all the friends and family who attended my elder brother's funeral on behalf of the Yin family. Should there be anything further to address, please feel free to instruct me." Yin Jixing completely disregarded Yin Xiaodong's statement, perhaps due to his aversion to the phrase on behalf of the Yin family. Trembling, he gestured to the steward beside him, "Take me to the stage." "As you wish, sir." The steward wheeled Yin Jixing onto the stage of the banquet hall. Noticing that the elder of the Yin family seemed poised to speak, everyone set down their chopsticks and fell into silence. Yin Jixing grasped the microphone, striving to steady his emotions, and with great effort, he began to speak, suppressing his sobs. "Thank you all for gathering here today to honor my son's funeral. I wish to take this opportunity to announce an important matter. My son, Yin Bingjuan, served as the chairman of Yan's venture capital, and he managed the family estate. Now that my son has departed this world, the position of chairman of Yan's venture capital shall naturally be inherited by his beloved daughter, my granddaughter Yin Luoxue. In front of the gathered friends and family, I, as the head of the Yin family, hereby declare that all assets under the Yin family shall be inherited by Yin Luoxue, effective immediately. As Yin Luoxue is the daughter of Yin Bingjuan, it is only fitting that she assumes the chairmanship following her father's passing. There is nothing amiss in a daughter succeeding her father." Just as everyone was preparing to accept this reality, a chorus of discordant voices arose from the audience. Is it truly appropriate to casually hand over the position of heir to a mere girl? Indeed, such a hasty selection of an heir trivializes the future of the corporation. Yin Jixing's 3 sons had dwindled to Yin Xiaodong alone, who was undoubtedly the most suitable heir. If the Yin family is to act so irresponsibly, perhaps I should seek opportunities elsewhere. Chapter 81. The vote of approval. These dissenters were not outsiders. They were senior executives of Yan's venture capital and leaders from various regions of the Yin group. These individuals belonged to the founding figures of the corporation. Having laid the groundwork for Yan's venture capital, their influence within the group was substantial. Previously, they had all followed Yin Bingjuan without question. After his passing, they were expected to rally behind Yin Luoxue. However, they unexpectedly united in opposition, resolutely rejecting Yin Luoxue as the successor. Yin Xiaodong observed the growing unrest among the crowd below, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Everything had been orchestrated by him. The day after Yin Bingjuan's death, Yin Xiaodong had convened these senior figures. He presented them with exceedingly enticing conditions. While their susceptibility to temptation played a part, they were more inclined to believe that Yin Xiaodong had a greater chance of becoming the heir. After all, he was the last remaining scion of the Yin family. Everyone was aware of Yin Xiaodong's deep roots within the family. What significance did Yin Luoxue's lineage hold against that? With Yin Bingjuan having fallen from grace, how could the Yin family possibly expect Yin Luoxue to emerge unscathed? Consequently, the venerable elders of the company rallied behind Yin Xiaodong, resolutely endorsing him as the rightful heir. Observing the dissent from the assembly regarding Yan Luoshue's succession, Yan Jixing's ire ignited. Let us not forget that I am the founder of Yan's venture capital. I possess the authority to cast a decisive vote. Any dissenters are welcome to leave the Yan family and Yan's venture capital. In times past, none would dare disregard the elder's words. Alas, age has withered his influence, and his decrees now carried little weight. The company executives, incensed by Yan Jixing's rebuke, departed in a huff, showing no regard for his dignity. If they wish to leave, so be it. I shall ensure the industry knows how the Yan family treats its senior executives. Associating with such a company yields no promise of success. Many have long desired to depart. To even consider a mere child as a successor is sheer folly. The upper echelons of the group stormed out, leaving Yan Jixing trembling with rage. You treacherous ingrates! Seizing the moment, Yan Xiaodong feigned concern for his father's health and approached the stage. Father, please temper your anger. Do not jeopardize your health. Following this, he deliberately raised his voice, reciting a prepared speech. Father, what era are we in? Such notions of a single vote for approval or disapproval are relics of the past. We now prioritize fairness, justice, and transparency. Merely declaring that little Shui is the heir does not bestow legitimacy upon her, for that resembles tyranny. I too wish for little Shui to succeed my elder brother. As her uncle, I would gladly support her. We are all family, and whether it is I or little Shui as heir is inconsequential. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, regardless of our desires, the regional heads and executives of the corporation must also consent. To allow a struggle over the position of heir to drive away our exceptional talents would result in tremendous losses. Father, I understand that my brother's passing weighs heavily upon you, yet you must consider the greater good. We cannot abandon the entire Yan group merely because of his departure. With these words, Yan Xiaodong not only elevated his own standing, but also subtly undermined Yan Luoshue. It was as if handing the position of heir to Yan Luoshue equated to relinquishing the entire Yan group. The executives below erupted in applause, aligning themselves with Yan Xiaodong. Numerous partners of the Yan group were present, and witnessing the overwhelming support for Yan Xiaodong, they too fell in line, for they had long-standing ties with the Yan family. As Yan Xiaodong ascended in power, they naturally sought to curry favor with the new heir. Yan Jixing, having discerned his second son's predatory ambitions, found himself utterly trapped in this predicament. Yan Xiaodong has completely seized control of the situation. Faced with Yan Xiaodong and the senior executives of the Yan group collectively pressing him, Yan Jixing found himself powerless. Observing Yan Luoshue with her head bowed in silence, Yan Xiaodong feigned benevolence, stating, "My dear niece is still in mourning for her father. I hope everyone will refrain from placing undue pressure on her. The position of heir, whether it be myself or anyone else, is of little significance. As an elder, I must embody the demeanor befitting my role. If my niece wishes to assume this position, believing herself more capable than her second uncle, confident enough to bear the banner, then let us convene a board meeting and decide through a vote who shall be the heir. Conversely, if she feels too bereaved to take on the responsibilities of an heir and prefers to focus on caring for her mother and family, I, as her second uncle, am willing to shoulder this burden on her behalf. Xiaoshue, what is your stance?" Everyone's gaze turned to Yan Luoshue. Yan Xiaodong's words presented her with two choices, succinctly summarized as follows. Option 1. Convene a board meeting to vote on the heir, and the majority will decide. Option 2. Voluntarily relinquish her claim to the position of heir. Yan Xiaodong was overtly direct, showing no regard even for his own father, let alone Yan Luoshue's feelings. He was indifferent to the harshness of his words spoken before so many witnesses. Yan Luoshue slightly lifted her head, meeting Yan Xiaodong's gaze with a flicker of mockery in her eyes. It was well known that the Yan group was a family enterprise, and the position of heir had traditionally been passed down from elder to younger generations, grandfather to father, and then from father to daughter, which was her case. If she were to step aside now, conceding the position to her second uncle, would that not imply that her uncle was her father's daughter? Would he then become her second sister? Upon her words, laughter erupted in the banquet hall. Such a serious occasion was hardly suited for mirth. Yet Yan Luoshue's retort had completely disarmed the assembly. It must be said, her sharp tongue was both piercing and satisfying. Yan Xiaodong's expression visibly faltered. Just as he was about to unleash a retort, Yan Luoshue's icy gaze held her ground as she continued. "Since my second uncle has considered my interests so thoroughly, I cannot let his good intentions go unreciprocated. A board meeting to vote on the heir, is it? Very well, I agree to this method of selection. However, she raised her delicate hand, signaling the number 4 for days. 4 days from now will mark the 7th day of mourning for my father. Once this period has passed, we shall reconvene here for the board meeting. At that time, the outcome will be determined by the votes cast. Whoever receives the majority shall be the heir of the Yin family.